See. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pointed to that line of large letters and said to Merkin. Merkin nodded, ran his hand over the edge of the door and said, "This temple." He suddenly saw a small square hole next to the door, just right below the words, "A person of pure bloodline." Merkin raised the lamp to test it, then reached inside when Mok Kwong Ba reminded, "Beware of traps." Merkin turned his head and glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. This was the first time he reminded him to be careful. After a while, he withdrew his hand. "There is a handle inside, but I can't move it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba also reached in to check it out and suddenly heard a sound, followed by a buzzing sound. The stone door was slowly raised. Merkin said in surprise, "How did you do that?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and replied, "I can't shake it either. I don't understand anything anymore." But both of them did not want to learn more, just looked outside the door. There were no lights outside, only a patch of darkness like ink, a warm breeze accompanied by the smell of damp earth blowing in their faces. "What is this?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba took 2 steps forward and was suddenly pulled back by Merkin. Merkin, who still didn't seem to have stopped panicking, said in a low voice, "It's over." Trak Mok Kwong Ba shined the headlights down, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Outside the door was unexpectedly an empty space. He just needed to take one more step to not know where to fall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba held his hand on the door frame and looked down, only to see a dark area, not knowing how deep. He poked his head back and looked to the left and right, unexpectedly empty. This door opened in the middle of the steep cliff, and this cliff seemed to be in the belly of some mountain. Why the end of the road? He was half frightened and half doubtful. The opposite side suddenly heard a click, as if something was approaching this way. Merkin said gloomily, "As a consortium, it's all because of us that we are so impatient. There is a bridge on the opposite side. This bridge, perhaps calling it a ladder is more appropriate. Its structure was like a railroad track, made of materials neither metal nor stone, reaching out step by step. This kind of agency, Chuo Mokchang Bo knew." He blurted out, "Lu Ban's elevator technology." Merkin said, It looks like there's text on it." In front of the elevator, there are also 2 not very large pillars, looking like a commemorative stone pillar when the bridge was built. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully read the inscriptions on it, then translated, "People who step on this road, don't do it, when. Never give up. I mean, there may be difficulties ahead, but if you persevere, you will win." Merkin looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, his face full of doubt. For the translation level of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he couldn't help but have doubts. Trak Mok Kwong Ba himself is also thinking. Doesn't seem to have to give up. Don't ever do this, right? Well, there is very little material on this subject on the teacher's computer. 2 people very cautiously stepped into the elevator. Between these steps was empty. There were no handrails on either side. Missing a step is an instant death. Going on the elevator, the headlights barely managed to shine to the opposite cliff. Blocking in front of them, one could faintly see a stone path 14, and the left and right sides were rocky mountains. Obviously, this terrain is also formed in nature, like the large underground rift in County Catch, but these underground cracks are not only one, but interwoven and radiating on all 4 sides, like a giant spider's web, beneath the depths, unknown to what. The ancient Kwei Ba people built goat intestines along the steep cliffs. The road is winding. It is not clear where to go. There is light above the stone path, but not as bright as a torch, but only a faint fluorescent light. Because of the distance, the light was too dim, so Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin couldn't see clearly what was glowing with binoculars, only knowing that there was no infrared response. To the other end of the elevator, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin discovered that the thing that emitted light turned out to be small stones inlaid on the cliffs. It is not known whether they were inlaid or formed by humans. These small stones emit a soft pale blue light. The brightness is actually very low. The light of the largest stone can only shine within 40 centimeters around it, but the number of stones this glow is very much. The whole cliff is full of large and small stones like a starry sky, light and dark, flickering without a rule. From time to time, a thin mist rises up below the fissure, as if covering these pale blue stars with a layer of light sand, forming fragile halos, fading and disappearing. This is the geological knowledge that Lu Kan Nam imparted to Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't be said to be much. This must be a type of fluorite, heard that this rock formed in the crater, can emit faint fluorescence for a long time. The hardness is not very high, but because the quantity is too small, not many people are there, known, so far has not been officially listed in the ranks of precious stones. Merkin commented from the perspective of a gemologist, then sighed in exclamation, this can absolutely be considered a wonder of nature, it's too much. Two people, one in front and one behind, walk on the goat intestine, because the lower part of this stone is not supported at an angle to form a triangle, but because the stone rods are directly plugged into the hole in the cliff. New Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin were still worried that they weren't strong enough. After taking a few steps, they felt as solid as a rock, so they walked faster. Those blue gems flashed and flashed like a mystical charm, guiding them forward. What the two did not know, at this moment, the stone door they opened was slowly descending like an hourglass, and the monstrous idols in the great hall also began to move one after another, their mouths wide. Looks like he's smiling. After walking for a while, Merkin gradually became suspicious of this light blue tinted path. He felt something was wrong, but could not find the cause. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still the first responder. Watch out, these flashing lightning stones seem to be able to bring some visual illusions, and at the same time, small stones without handrails and endless abysses. The darkness below also forms a kind of special effect. Their bodies are adjusting themselves unconsciously. Trak Mok Kwong Ba noticed. His body seems to have become lighter. It is clear that the visual effect has made him feel unreal. Hurry up, Trak Mok Kwong Ba reminded. When the brain completely thinks we're flying, we won't be able to control this body anymore. Merkin punched the glowing stones on the precipice. The pain stimulated him to regain a part of his sense of reality. Then suddenly he stretched out his hand to the light and stared. What's wrong? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. Merkin shook his head. Nothing, my hand is not understood since when. There is a very small wound. Stimulation can get you out of your hallucinations. Give it a try. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued to move forward, saying, I don't need it. He thought of Merkin's wounded hand, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to examine it. Strangely, his palm also had a very small wound, but it didn't hurt. Until now, it feels a bit numb. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly had an association. Is it because the door was opened earlier? The road of no turning. A shock wave came and disturbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba's train of thought. He stopped to look around, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly thought to himself, could it be an illusion again? Turning his head back, he saw Merkin asking him in surprise, did you feel the tremors? Isn't it an illusion? Trak Mok Kwong Ba muttered. Is this path problematic? Merkin reminded. Road. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment and suddenly understood. I figured it out. The meaning of that sentence is, set foot on this road, never look back. Ah, you. Merkin finally couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, Tro Mok Kwong Ba, you're a donkey. He quickly took out the binoculars, set the luminous mode to the highest level, and then brought it up to his eyes to observe. The sandstone caused by the round pillars assembled under the feet of the two people was being pushed out by something. One by one, each pillar slipped out of the hole in the cliff. The road behind them was completely cut off, and the speed of the collapse was also extremely fast. In an instant it would catch up to the two of them. Hurry, hurry, Merkin urged. The round pillars under our feet will automatically be pushed out of the falling rock hole. It's almost here. The two men began to run for their lives on the narrow goat gut road. The painting was unrelenting. When the fast-falling stone pillars were about to catch up with them, and the road in front ran out again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stopped abruptly, causing Merkin to almost knock him down. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Both of them roared in anger, but when the situation was urgent, Merkin saw clearly the situation ahead. His anger immediately subsided. "What now?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "The ancients left a road, now we just have to see if we can overcome it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised the headlights, only saw a few sticks that seemed to be metal, at first glance like a pole stuck in the cliff. Each stick was about a few meters apart, but the position of the sticks was. This gradually lowers. "What now?" Merkin asked, frowning. Duo Mok Kwong Ba said, "Have you ever seen the Wuxi Rainbow Swing Circus?" When he finished speaking, he did not have time to explain much, and immediately modeled for Merkin. Only saw his hands clinging to the stick, using the force to plunge down one turn, then let go, curl 3.5 turns in the air, stretched out, grasped the next stick, and so on, repeating, fast quickly jumped down below. Playing the flying man, Merkin clicked his tongue, but the situation was urgent, he couldn't think much, quickly jumped down with Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He had just left the stone path, the last stone pillar was just cleverly extruded from the cliff, falling into the dark abyss. The little stick that was stuck into the cliff was indeed cast of metal. Although the ancients had very good anti-oxidation treatment, after thousands of years of being corroded by dew, these sticks soon could not bear the weight. Previously, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was hoisted up, in turn. Merkin had only turned half a turn, the metal rod had slowly bent back, causing him to jump, hastily let go, fortunately in the panic still managed to hold on to the second stick. The situation was the same, so. But Merkin thinks that the ancients had such a design, called it a road of no return, so obviously these metal sticks can only be used once. Lu Kan Nam's special training course for Trak Mok Kwong Ba has gradually come into play. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's level of swinging is much higher than Merkin's several steps, only seeing him roll once and then again, extremely skillful movements, when turning in the air, still clearly see the position of the next stick. After swinging over a dozen sticks, he discovered that the distance to the next stick was too far, was shocked when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a very small bump on the cliff, clearly used for stepping on the foot, immediately did not have time to think much, immediately lowered to that foot pedal accurately, and at the same time did not stop, using the technique of running on the wall, leaning down. After 7 or 8 steps, the momentum gradually decreased, finally reached the stick in the distance. The two of them kept rushing like that. Sometimes the cliff suddenly narrowed, the two walls pressed together to form a small gap. In the middle there was no stick, only a few cracks so small that it was almost impossible, as unseen on the cliff. At that time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was forced to use the technique of flipping over in parkour. With his toes pressed against the cliff, his right finger could be hooked into the crack correctly, then both hands and feet exerted force and rotated. People bounce to the opposite cliff, keep repeating, either up or down, the muscles of the whole body are tight, absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba kept swinging the bar up and down. After a dozen somersaults he ran and kicked the wall for about 7 or 8 meters, then jumped over his body, then had to turn around and cling to metal sticks plugged into the cliffs, swing up, somersault in the air. Repeatedly like that, not knowing how long it took, he finally found a foothold in the dark space below. This foothold is like a broken rock, lying in midair. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled down, rolled a few times on the rock and then stopped. He stretched out his weary limbs, turning his head to look to see if Merkin was behind him. He used to worry about whether Merkin could keep up with him, but then he thought, I don't need to worry about life and death for someone like Merkin. However, from beginning to end, not hearing Merkin's tragic cry, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also somewhat reassured. Amidst the gloom in this strange space full of unknown traps and this murky darkness, having an enemy by your side is better than being alone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head, only seeing the dark space behind him, not seeing Merkin's figure anywhere. Could he have already fallen? He was wondering, suddenly saw Merkin appear at the place of flipping between two cliffs, and then also swinging over each needle and galloping down, although the movement was a bit clumsy, panic, but did not falter. Merkin, in the dark, saw Trakmok Kwangba before Trakmok Kwangba saw him, and quickly shouted, "Why are you standing there? Hurry, hurry, don't stop." Turns out, Merkin in the back should understand the changes on this unique path much more than Trakmok Kwangba. The other agencies are still chasing behind him. As soon as he let go of any metal cane, it was pushed off the cliff, just like the stone pillars forming the stone path above. Why just shrug away from the footing point, stepping on the wall, the foothold immediately fell off. When he flipped over between two cliffs, the crevices to hook his hands on also disappeared one after another with a small tremor. Merkin only glanced behind him and understood immediately. This place must never stop for even a moment, much less have a chance to do it a second time. Trakmok Kwangba also saw that whenever Merkin caught a metal stick, after he let go, the stick was as if something invisible had been pushed out and fell down. Every time he glanced back like that, Merkin didn't even dare to hesitate for a second. He immediately tumbled into the air and dashed to the next stick. Trakmok Kwangba looked at Merkin, took a few steps back, then immediately turned around to speed up. Who knows if that kind of organ will spread to this rock or not. Merkin also jumped off the rock, quickly catching up with Trakmok Kwangba, but not because Trakmok Kwangba could not run fast, but because their way forward was cut again. This time was not like just now, surrounded by steep cliffs, not even a gap, let alone metal sticks. It was as if they had fallen on a long, protruding tongue, running from the tip of the tongue to the base of the tongue and then all the way. The tremor had indeed spread to this rock. It was estimated that it would also loosen and fall off the cliff like the pillars above. Trakmok Kwangba has always been calm. Now he can't help but panic a little, unexpectedly overcoming so many hardships and difficulties, and ended up crashing into this great road. Incorrect, Merkin said in a firm voice. Not true. If talking about life and death experiences, his experience is much richer than Trakmok Kwangba's. It's not without reason that he can come back alive every time. In that perilous moment, Merkin suddenly remembered the inscription on the door, "A man of great wisdom." Trakmok Kwangba once translated it for him, and at the same time, the incident of encountering the wall of Kongmin at the end of the corridor at the bottom of the lake also appeared in his mind. Those ancient Kwangba people clearly enjoyed designing snare organs that made people feel hopeless. Now, in front of them is a dead-end road. In this case there are only two possibilities. One is that Trakmok Kwangba chose the wrong path, but from the beginning until now, he has also noticed, there seems to be no turn. Other than that, then there's only one more possibility. This is some kind of trap agency designed by those Kwangba people, an agency that gives people a sense of despair. In the blink of an eye, not knowing how many thoughts had turned around in Merkin's mind, he suddenly pushed Trakmok Kwangba to the side, putting his strength into kicking the cliff in front of him. With a bap sound, Merkin's legs were numbed by the hard rock, but he could hear the sound coming from inside. This cliff, less than 30 centimeters thick, still has hope. The tremors became more and more intense, and the dusty rocks on the edge of the rock began to fall down. Incessantly there were small stones bouncing up. Merkin took out a few pieces of gum, put it in his mouth, chewed it, mumbled, "Just a bet." Trakmok Kwangba asked, "What did you say?" Merkin pushed Trakmok Kwangba away, stuck gum on the foil and pressed it against the cliff, then pulled out a grenade, said to him, "Back off, lie down. Get ready to dance." With that, he himself took a few steps back, threw a grenade at the place where the foil was stuck, and then immediately crouched down on the rock. Boom! The fire was not yet extinguished. Merkin jumped up like a fish, rushing straight into the mouth of the cave that had just been broken. At the same time, the strong impact caused the rock to break from the base. Trakmok Kwangba didn't have time to get inside, but he was also ready. Right at the moment the rock fell, he promptly jumped up to cling to the edge of the cave. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba was safe, was about to swing up and get into the cave, suddenly saw Merkin turn pale and turn to get out, following the guy wearing a body outside the mouth of the cave. He used only one arm. What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't finish his words, heard a raw sound. A large stone ball with a diameter of at least 3 meters 10 rushed out, falling into the dark abyss below. Fortunately, the opening of the cave was large enough that the two of them clung to the gap between the stone ball and the cave entrance, so they were not crushed. Most likely, the tremor just now was caused by this stone ball. Both of them hung themselves outside the cave, looking at the other's pale face, gasping for breath. Merkin still couldn't seem to believe it was true, mumbling, "What a terrible trap. I've been to many places, and I just met it for the first time." Finished, Merkin seemed to be about to crawl up, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled his hand to hold him. "Don't rush." Although the intense tremors have passed, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba still feels that the cliff seems to be shaking slightly. In this place it is absolutely impossible to ignore even a single bit. They have had a few times that they almost died. Network already. The two waited for another 7 or 8 minutes. The dangling arm was starting to go numb but still didn't see anything unusual. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, were about to climb up. Suddenly the cliff vibrated again, only to hear from very deep inside the cave came a pop, as if something heavy fell from above, high and low, followed by a series of heavy, smoke bangs, sounds. Sure enough, the second giant stone ball rushed out following the trajectory of the previous ball. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin both saw the panic in each other's eyes, not knowing if there was still a third stone ball or not. The two people's eyes met. Immediately, both of them almost simultaneously put their strength to climb into the cave, did not dare to stop, immediately ran a circuit. Inside the mouth of the cave broken by Merkin is a circular passage about 3 meters high. If any more stone balls roll down, this passage will be sealed. There is no gap, there is no other way. The two ran along the slope, feeling as if they were in the subway. The two did not stop to catch their breath, even though they were exhausted. They ran as fast as they could, until they reached the top of the slope. At the end of that tubular passage, they saw another channel is at the top, about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. The stone ball was obviously rolling down from above the tunnel. After making sure their current position could not be hit by the stone ball, the two stopped, one leaning against the cliff, the other with both hands on his knees, gasping for air, not even having the strength to talk anymore. Their hearts now beat faster than ever. Saliva in their throats dripped down into streams at the corners of their mouths. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin stood panting like that for 10 minutes, not seeing any stone balls rolling down. Only then did the two gradually calm down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, "Which side to go?" At the end of that tubular tunnel is another tunnel. They are standing in the middle of the T-shaped fork. Both sides can go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba no longer dared to lead the wrong way, so he turned to Merkin's opinion. Merkin's blue eyes widened. He looked left and right. The way was the same on both sides, slightly sloping down. He didn't know which way to go, looked back and forth, and finally looked over. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also gawking at him. The two people's chests rose and fell, so they looked at each other without saying a word. In the end, it was still Trak Mok Kwong Ba who spoke first. "Go to the right, then turn right when you meet a fork. This is also a practice in Tantric Buddhism." The two entered the right entrance, and soon met a large hall with bright lights. Most strangely, the whole hall had only a small door frame, not much larger than a normal anti-theft door. The wall, the separation between the main hall and the outer tubular tunnel, is very thick. Merkin carefully examined the stone door above that door frame, then worriedly told Trak Mok Kwong Ba that if this stone door collapsed, he was afraid that it would be difficult to open it. The two of you looked inside the door frame, only to see that the 4 walls were covered with bloodstains, and in the middle of the hall were countless human skeletons. Seeing that scene, the two became even more wary. The floor of the hall has a large circular groove. Inside the circle there are many small grooves, forming the symbols and graphs of Tantric Buddhism. The rest, it seems to be covered with some material. Over the years these things have all rotted. Stepping on them makes a crack sound as if walking on a pile of dry rotten branches, at the same time also clouded innumerable dust. In the four directions, east, west, south, north, and south of that circle, there were many pillars as large as the mouth of a bowl, and on the body of the column were metal branches that pierced horizontally with jagged thorns. On those thorns hung human skeletons. I don't know how many years have passed, but they are still intact, have not come off. Only a few sets are hanging upside down, their heads are stuck in the ground. Looking up at the sky, looking from afar, it looks like countless dead ants hanging on a tree branch. When they approached, they discovered that the joints between the joints were tied with gold and silver threads. No wonder they still kept their human form intact. Inside the circle, there are also a lot of small stands, about 2 meters high. Each shelf consisted of a pillar and an inverted swastika-shaped object, which was also full of sharp thorns, but no skeletons. Trak Mok Kwong Ba noticed that underneath these small racks there are troughs. The structure is very similar to the blood structure skeets. It is estimated that this great hall was built to serve some form of worship. A negative wind blew, white skeletons hanging from high above swayed back and forth, bones collided and emitted creepy, creaking sounds. Another gust of wind blew, the sound grew louder, resounding in the great hall, as if each of those white skeletons had regained their vitality, giggling with their mouths wide open. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkem have just experienced a life-death experience. Now encountering this hall again, a feeling of insecurity rises in their hearts, fearing that taking a wrong step will trigger the evil agency again, some trap, so he only took a few steps outside the circle, not daring to enter the center. Or should we go the other way? Merken suggested. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately agreed, okay. The two then turned back to the fork and entered the left turn. At the end of the street, they also saw another great hall, also with only a small door frame. In comparison, this hall is much cleaner than the one on the other side, but it is so clean that it is a bit unusual. The floor inside the great hall was paved with slate. There were no columns, no Buddha statues or any other furniture, sculptures, empty like an abandoned warehouse. About 400 or 500 meters from one end of the main hall to the other, Juo Mok Kwong Ba squatted down and touched a floor slab, saying, "This floor is very likely to have problems. Such a long distance, if the floor is flipped, the bottom is full of thorns, it is very difficult to overcome." "Yes, so clean," Merken also agreed. Suddenly heard Trak Mok Kwong Ba exclaim, "Look up there." Merken raised his head, only to see the entire ceiling of the great hall sculpted with the head of some kind of animal. Looking through binoculars, the two preliminary guessed that this was a dragon's head, bowled in the style of the Tang dynasty. Merken knew that the Tibetans of the Tibetan period were also extremely devout dragons, but carving so many dragons on the ceiling of such a great hall couldn't be just for decoration. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is also observing the dragon heads, has not discovered anything special. Their shapes are identical, about the size of a fist, but radiating in many different directions. Any direction is available. The dragon's mouth might spit something out. Merken gestured to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, telling him to throw out his backpack and try it out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took out the computer and some things that were not convenient to bump, then grabbed the backpack and went inside the door frame, seeing no reaction. Guy shook his head. Merken said again, "Use rope." Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood, tied a rope to his backpack, and threw it further. Bark! The backpack fell to the ground, still unresponsive. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Or is it because the time is too long, the trap has lost its effect?" Merken shook his head. "The pitfalls we've encountered so far, have any of them stopped working?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba was standing on a stone floor. He took 2 steps forward, turned his head and said, "Safe." Merken frowned. There's really no way to avoid it if you go to the middle of the electricity to start the trap organs, and besides, based on 2 previous experience, it is very likely that the ancient Quabar people the other will design this type of trap. Despite thinking that, Merkin still stepped on the floor of the Great Hall and walked twice. They've checked it thoroughly, this outer edge isn't sunken, overturned, or has a pressure sensing system, but it's hard to say what it's like to get out in the middle of the situation. The 2 still decided to move forward, anyway, they couldn't stay in this tunnel forever, and besides, if the dragonhead spit something out, they need to protect their heads and hands. The suit designed by Merkin can be bulletproof, but not so much that it can't stop the hidden weapons or crossbows of the ancients. Merkin thought to himself, if I had a helmet, I would be able to go straight to the other end. The 2 of them moved closer to the wall, secretly calculating that if something went wrong, they could hide in the dead corner of those dragon heads. After all, the 2 of them carefully observed their bearing and angle of inclination, only needing to climb up the wall to avoid the things that spewed out from the dragon's mouth. Along the wall there was a row of small holes, which could probably shoot arrows or darts, but as long as they could fix their bodies on the wall, they could avoid the arrows shot by these small holes. The 2 of them, Trak Mok Kwong, went halfway, still didn't see anything strange, but no one dared to ignore. Every time they stepped on a new floor slab, they had to check first to see if the seam was loose, shake it, then use pressure to see if there are any problems, then dared to continue walking. When approaching the center of the main hall, Trak Mok Kwong noticed that there were 2 circles on the wall, smaller than the large circle in the other side hall, but also 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Inside the circle were the tantric symbols and diagrams, looking closely, are very similar to Tai Chi Bagua drawings. These 2 circles are symmetrical in the middle of the Great Hall, do not know what effect. Merkin stood beside Trak Mok Kwong urging, can you go yet? Trak Mok Kwong replied with a voice. He suddenly noticed that the circle on the opposite wall seemed to be moving, and subconsciously turned to look at the wall he was pressing against. As expected, the circle on this side wall was also moving. Not an illusion, Trak Mok Kwong although he didn't know what happened, but he was consciously aware that this was not a good thing for oranges. That thought flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, careful. As soon as Merkin heard Trak Mok Kwong cry, he immediately knew something was wrong. Only heard 2 doors at both ends of the hall at the same time lowered, blocking the entrance and exit. Merkin said bitterly, I'm dead this time. Chapter 75, Day of the Tibetan God. Dragon's Earth Agency. 2 people almost simultaneously asked the question, what did you end up touching? But right after that, they immediately remembered, this whole hall was empty, even if they bumped into something, it was absolutely impossible not to notice it, which means that the 2 of them didn't touch anything, Chief. In the moment that Trak Mok Kwong and Merkin hesitated, the 2 circles on the wall seemed to have increased in speed, but soon they realized, it was not the circular project that was moving, the circle on the wall didn't move, but the whole hall was moving. The whole rectangular hall suddenly rotated 180 degrees along the center axis. Trak Mok Kwong and Merkin didn't even understand what was wrong. The whole person was suddenly suspended in the air, after a moment disappeared. For a brief moment of gravity, they immediately fell from a height of 3 or 4 meters to the ground, rolling 7 or 8 times, no longer able to distinguish any direction. Trak Mok Kwong feels pain. The first place in contact with the ground is the waist and back. It seems to be stuck with something. Both hands are pressed down. The hand also feels something rough. The palm of the hand is also a little sore, painful. Trak Mok Kwong looked down and froze. Why is this happening? Isn't the ground a flat floor? The ceiling is full of chirping dragon heads. Why? Why did I step on the dragon's head? Look up. Heaven and earth. Why did the floor become the ceiling? Merkin's mind went blank, too, having previously speculated about the various pitfalls here. he thought of many possibilities, such as the dragon's head that could spit arrows, water or poison. It is unbelievable that the stone hall is completely reversed like this. But the designers of the trap didn't intend to give two ignorant people like them much time to think. Before the two could stand up, the dragon heads beside them had already begun to move. Just saw the countless dragon heads jutting out one by one, high and low, just like the pieces of lead letters used in ancient printing. All the dragon heads that protruded were turned to track. Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin was still dumbfounded and did not have time to react. No, okay. Both of them reacted extremely quickly, at the same time jumping up, rolling in the direction where the dragon's head was not pointed at. Initially they calculated that walking along the wall, there will be a dead angle that the dragon's head can't reach. Now the whole hall is upside down, the dragon's head is under the feet. In addition, these dragon heads can translate move up or down, making this whole trap no longer have any dead corners. The two of them, Track Mok Kwong Ba, only knew how to stick their heads and necks and run in the middle of the battlefield full of those monstrous dragon heads. Unfortunately, the two doors at both ends were sealed. No matter how they ran, they could not escape this stone hall. Although the speed of both is very fast, but the other dragon heads are also constantly accelerating. Every time one of them puts his foot down, the surrounding dragon heads pop up immediately, high and low, spewing out a rain of needles and then fell back to the original position. Track Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, who rolled up and down, jumped up and down, played all 18 martial arts bands, only heard the sound of needles flying in the air. Suddenly Merkin staggered forward, obviously hit. Track Mok Kwong Ba's right shoulder throbbed. He sucked in a breath of cold air, silently cursing the bulletproof vest of this uncertain Merkin. In fact, this can't be blamed on Merkin. Except for armor-piercing bullets, the vast majority of bullets do not defeat the enemy with the sharpness of the warhead, but these needles are both sharp and sharp. As small as buffalo hair, even emitting a cool light, the bulletproof vest can block the needle body, but not the tip of the needle. In fact, it was fortunate that they had this bulletproof vest, so the needles that hit him only pierced the flesh about 2 or 3 millimeters. It's just a shame, because that's 2 or 3 millimeters from the skin that hurts the most when a needle is inserted. Each time they were hit by a needle, both of their bodies couldn't help but contort. Temporarily, all the weirdest poses were displayed, and sometimes the sound of "ha-oh" resounded. Weird. The two quickly discovered, no matter how they dodged, it was useless. The faster they jumped, the speed of the dragon's bouncing and firing pins were also fast. Their only hope was each head. Those dragons are not very big. They probably can't hold many needles. Shoot 2 or 3 and that's it. Of course, it's best not to shoot at all. In the end, the two discovered that just standing still, the dragon heads that fired the first round of needles would not pop up anymore, and in further places, there were no dragon heads to attack. Only thing, when Track Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin discovered this, both were shot so that they could no longer appear human. Merkin only worriedly supported the front, leaving behind. The result was that the number of pins and needles on his back had to weigh at least a few pounds. From the position of Track Mok Kwong Ba, he looked like a real animal. Giant hedgehog ruffled feathers. Track Mok Kwong Ba's situation is a bit better. He has a backpack on his back to cover his back, but because he wears a backpack, his movements can't be as agile as Merkin's. Both front and back are hit by needles. On his chest were more than 100 needles arranged in an inverted triangle, like a dense tuft of chest hair. As for the face, he had to do everything, throw all the tricks, as well as keep his face intact. The two discovered the magic of the agency, and finally had some free time to pluck the needles that were stuck all over their bodies. Merkin was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth, and each time he pulled out a needle, he muttered a curse. What kind of goddamn agency is this? Who the fuck designed this organ? Those people from Go-Bar are donkeys. Merkin has infiltrated many ancient tombs. The number of trap organs he has encountered is countless, but he has never encountered such an organ. Just obediently stand still, let the first wave of needles sting for a few times. It's okay. If you dare to jump, the more you jump, the more needles you will hit. How can there be such an unethical trap in this world? Duo Mok Kwong Ba quietly pulled out the needles. These needles were about 10 centimeters long, with 2 pointed ends, and did not understand how these dragon heads shot them out. Seeing Merkin curse more and more inaudible, he couldn't help but say, "Bless your words, I can see that the ancient Goa people treated us like this. It was quite good." Ha! Merkin raised his head in surprise, wanting to see if Trak Mok Kwong Ba was hit by too many needles, and became confused. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled out a needle with his fingers and said, "Look, the needle is not poisoned, there is no reverse hook, this is the blessing of our 18 generations of ancestors." Merkin clenched his teeth and lowered his head, cursing even Trak Mok Kwong Ba. "Do you still want a reverse hook on the tip of the needle?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not have the heart to calculate with him, and asked again, "What to do now?" "How? Ask me how." Merkin's anger was still not over. "How do I know what to do? From the moment I followed you out of that goddamn sacrifice well, nothing good has happened." "Why isn't there?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. "When you saw the porcelain vases, weren't you happy to cry?" Merkin choked, but soon retorted, "More suffering than joy. If there is no suffering, how do you know joy?" These meditative sayings Trak Mok Kwong Ba had heard his father say over and over again, although he hadn't used them for a long time, but now just opening his mouth, the words came out. Merkin was absolutely not a match. His keeper. Merkin's Chinese was inherently not very fluent, could not speak to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, could only curse a few English sentences and then Chinese sentences, sometimes even adding other countries' languages. The two of them pulled out all the needles they could pull out on their bodies, then turned to help each other in places they couldn't reach by themselves, then stood on top of the dragon heads for a moment, not knowing what to do next. If you continue to rush to the door, you will inevitably have to eat countless more needles, go there, and not sure if you can find the agency that opens the door. In deep thought, Merkin suddenly exclaimed, "I see. What's up? I know how the trap is set up. It's those little holes." Merkin pointed a finger at the row of small holes now positioned close to the ceiling, saying, "It's a technique that takes advantage of light and shadow." The ancient workers when designing this great hall had calculated very carefully. They guessed that the grave robbers were afraid of traps on the floor and did not dare to go to the middle, so they left a row of small holes at the bottom of the wall. We just walked close to the wall, blocked the light shining into that small hole, until we reach the middle of the great hall, the natural trap will be activated. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was skeptical. Did this technique exist in the past? How can you feel it? Merkin shook his head. I'm not a design engineer. I don't know for sure. I heard it's thanks to a plant that's extremely sensitive to light. This kind of organ I've only seen once, only in a while. Road in China. The Tang dynasty's ability to take advantage of light and shadow was indeed at its peak, but was later lost almost entirely. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I didn't expect such miraculous technology. What's scary isn't just technology, it's the fact that the person who designed this agency can calculate our actions 1,000 years later. That mindset is scary," Merkin said. He glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, strangely, and suddenly said, "Perhaps you are right. If it weren't for luck, maybe we would have died a few times already." In Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head, a few lines of inscriptions appeared on the door, a per-blood person. Why do you say that? Could it be that if someone else entered here, it would be a different kind of trap? Suddenly, a tremor came. The two people were unsteady, staggered back a few steps, but this time there was no dragon head to shoot the needle, only dragon heads like lead letters at their feet. The head rises and falls in the shape of a wave. Duo Mok Kwong Ba cried out in horror, "What else?" Merkin thought for a moment, then exclaimed, "No, this great hall is about to burst." "What does it mean?" "It's about to collapse, isn't it?" Before Merkin had finished speaking, the dragon's head in the middle had dropped, leaving a small hole in the floor. Immediately following a chain reaction, the dragon heads around it also rushed down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, who had nowhere to run, looked like they were about to fall along with those dragon heads. At that moment, the whole hall turned once more. The floor was horizontal, suddenly tilted, and finally stood at an angle of 90 degrees from the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin quickly grabbed onto the dragon heads to swing them up. Unfortunately, the dragon heads also kept falling apart, forcing both of them to constantly move down. Finally, when there was no place to move anymore, the wall at the bottom also broke open. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin's bodies jerked, immediately falling freely. In a panic, Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at the light. There was a pillar. He didn't have time to think about it much. His wrist shot up, the chain shot out. His imposing figure traced a semicircle in the air and then slowly swung down. Merkin wasn't so lucky, falling straight to the floor below. Even if he has an iron skin, this recline also makes him pale in the face. He has not been able to get up for a long time. The height of this free fall was much greater than when the entire hall rotated 180 degrees. In that extremely urgent situation, Merkin still managed to use the paratrooper's jumping method. As soon as he touched the land, he rolled forward to neutralize the shock, but in the end he was still hit by the heads. Dragons scattered on the floor, bruised themselves, fortunately did not break any legs or arms. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, leaning on the hook, slowly lowered it, came to Merkin's side and asked, "Are you okay?" Merkin raised his head and said, "Do you think I'm all right?" On his head he was given a fragrant dragon's head, now swollen to a great extent. At first it looks like a lump of flesh. "Leave," said Duo Mok Kwong Ba, "see where this is." He raised his head and looked up, only to see a giant round tray empty in the middle. The great hall they entered was the 180-degree rotation inside this round hole. Now, the walls of the hall had all collapsed, leaving only the floor that was still bobbing like a seesaw inside the round hole. The place where they had just fallen was a bare rock, an area larger than the circular hole above, with a crude stone pillar connected to the top. Obviously this was the bottom of the trap. The ground was rough, not allowed machining and chiseling, still keeping the rough mountain rock face intact. At this time, dragon heads were scattered everywhere, in addition to countless objects that looked like broken branches. The lights that were originally attached to the main hall wall also fell, but not yet completely extinguished. The flames were still flickering and dancing, illuminating the surroundings. The four surfaces were filled with warm winds, just like before when the two entered the cave. Outside the cliffs are full of huge cracks, but the gentle blue light has now become blurred and distant like the stars in the sky. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "We seem to have fallen below the office. Is it because the age is so long that this trap has been released to pieces like that?" "Not quite like that." Merkin carefully examined the objects like tree branches, dragon heads and some other large blocks of stone, coming to the conclusion, the organ itself is designed like that. If anyone found it standing still, there would be no needles. If the gun is fired again, it will definitely stay in place. The ancients took this possibility into account when designing the office. Just standing still and motionless, the entire lower part of the hall will slowly open up and no one will escape. All right. Saying that, Merkin looked up at the original location of the main hall, his eyes still seeming to have not stopped panicking. If it weren't for the great hall standing up, but just like that, they would fall from a height of several hundred meters, and then even a steel man would be crushed. Duo Mok Kwong Ba wondered, the whole hall is so big, how can they make it suddenly rotate 180 degrees? Merkin didn't say a word, just bent down to look for something on the cliff. When they fell just now, the two of them saw the upper hall turning once more. The wall at the other end also fell, thinking that they were about to turn the two of them into a sandwich, but then those two stone walls suddenly disappeared. At that time, Merkin's body was somersaulting in the air, unable to see clearly. Now that I look closely, I see that the situation at that time was really extremely dangerous. Then, before he hit the ground, he heard a heavy object hit the stone floor below, and then there was no more sound. Merkin speculated, the weight had already slid down from the edge of the cliff. Sure enough, he found a new break on the edge of the cliff. Such hard lava was also unexpectedly bumped, causing a large piece of flap to be removed. From this point you can see how heavy the other thing is. Next, Merkin carefully observed the structure of the round tray with a hole in the middle, especially the two walls of the swinging bridge that remained after the Great Hall was broken. After a long time, he suddenly exclaimed, "I understand." How? Trak Mok Kwong Ba is also very interested in this. Merkin said, the two front and back walls of the other hall are sure to have a giant magnetite block on each side, and at the same time, at the point opposite to those two stones on the other round plate, there are also two male stone blocks, similarly large. These four magnet blocks attract each other, causing the whole hall to be fixed in a position parallel to the ground. Once the organ is activated, there is a greater force that changes the magnetite block mounted inside the ring, presumably reversing the north and south poles. At that time, the magnet block at the two ends of the hall will be simultaneously affected by the force of repulsion and attraction, and of course will rotate 180 degrees. And when we stood still and motionless, the floor of the Great Hall broke open, the same force changed the magnet stone block inside the round tray, this time it must have changed into a normal stone block. The center of the hall is located on two blocks of two-headed magnets. When the part collapses unevenly, the main hall will naturally slowly tilt. When the magnet block at one end fell, the center of gravity of the main hall changed again, and the other end also immediately reversed. Two giant magnets attract each other in midair, one of them rotates in a circle. That huge force causes both to change the direction of their initial fall, eventually rolling down the other cliff. The two of us almost got caught in the middle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba unconsciously thought, this whole trap is so sophisticatedly designed, why did you end up replacing the other two magnet stone blocks? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Merkin, and at the same time repeat in his mind, "Up for blood." Merkin had just solved the secret of the structure of the trap in the upper hall, couldn't help but secretly rejoice, suddenly looked up, discovered a strange thing, and blurted out, "Hey, Kwong Ba, look over there." The two of them had just experienced a life and death experience. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not pay attention to Merkin's shy call, "Kwong Ba," and walked over to stand next to him on the edge of the cliff, looking out into the distance. In the distance, only a patch of darkness could be seen. Trak Mok Kwong Ba strained his eyes but could not see anything, was about to question Merkin. Suddenly in the darkness flashed a flash of lightning tearing the dark night, illuminating a strip of light, far away, causing the palace of this underground world to appear before their eyes. Representative Lun Hoai Dai. The purple-red light flashed once and then disappeared immediately. In that brief moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin both saw that the place illuminated by that light was bright and brilliant. On the mountain slope appeared a palace building, clear angular lines, jutting layers. Between the peaks there is a suspension bridge connecting each other. An entire architectural complex winding like a dragon, stretching endlessly. The scene is extremely magnificent and glorious. After the flash of lightning went out, the far distance sank into the immense darkness. The two of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, stood in that darkness, holding their breath, eyes wide and unblinking. Not long after, that light flashed again. The majestic palace hidden in the dark loomed, with high and low roofs, unique style, close columns, crowded Buddha towers. On the steep cliff, there is still a glimpse of a line of small steps, either winding and winding, sometimes hidden and sometimes visible, or straight up high, standing thousands of meters. However, the light only flashed for a brief moment. The distance was too far. The two could only glimpse the landscape for a moment and then their eyes went dark again. The light around them also gradually dimmed. The flames on the Great Hall were about to die out. Trak Mok Kwangba reminded, "You have to think of a way to leave this place." Merkin asked him back, "Tell me what that is." Trak Mok Kwangba asked, "Are you asking about those temples and palaces?" Merkin shook his head, "No, that light." Duo Mok Kwangba said, Is it too far away, or is it lightning?" Merkin protested, "Lightning. Where can thunder and lightning come from in the heart of the mountain?" Trak Mok Kwangba said, "That light flashed and then went out. What is it if it's not a flash?" Lightning, which is a lot of positrons colliding with electrons, the charge compresses to form an electric arc and emit light. The ancient Kweba people were able to use blocks of stone magnets weighing hundreds of tons to fix a stone hall. What else could they not do? Merkin still shook his head and said, "The temple, so it is." It wasn't until now that the two of them knew that the temple was just a common name, not a temple or shrine, but an architectural complex. The giant mountain circuit here does not know what external forces are affected, making the whole mountain look perfect on the outside, but inside it is not broken. The trench is interlaced. The ancient Kweba people took advantage of the mountain bed. This empty space to build countless unprecedented structures. The area is extremely large. I don't know how many days it will take to go to the entire temple. That light took a long time to flash once. The two strained their eyes, still could not see clearly the dim and illusory structures in the distance. It took a long time to regain their senses and began to search for a way, exit. This bare rock also hangs out in the middle of the air, just like the stone barn before, does not touch the sky above, does not touch the ground below, except for the area many times larger than the stone bed. There is no way out, at all. The two of them searched all day, but in vain, but found a ditch. On the cliff, there is water dripping from above, coming here. It gathers into a stream. After hundreds of thousands of years, it has unexpectedly formed a small trench about 3 fingers deep. Since leaving the lake until now, the two have not drank a drop of water. Running and jumping on the road, their mouths are dry. At first, they were still worried about foreign matter in the water. After taking a few sips, they only found it cool and sweet. Their saliva spilled out, and immediately drank it to their heart's content. Trak Mok Kwangba saw that the flames were about to go out, so he said, "It seems that the ancients did not save a way to get out of this cliff. Did they have to stick to the cliff to climb over there?" Under normal circumstances, climbing the cliff was nothing to the two of them, but climbing the cliff in the heart of the mountain like this, spreading his hands without seeing his fingers like this, can be considered to have invented a new sport. Even if the Merkin's headlights are fully charged, how long will they last? Who knows when they will be able to climb over this huge cliff? If the battery runs out halfway, what to do? Where is the groove? Where is the point of reaching the foot? Do you have to touch it by hand? Climbing cliffs. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? That sentence of Trak Mok Kwangba reminded Merkin. He shouted loudly, "Remember how the hall was up there? There are doors at both ends. That is to say, we only need to climb for a while. There is another passage in front. Maybe climbing to the side of this cliff is good to see." Trak Mok Kwangba said, "Then let's climb up." Suddenly Merkin said nervously, "What if you climb up and don't see the entrance to that passage?" Trak Mok Kwangba smiled bitterly and replied, "I can't think so much now." The two went to the bottom of the cliff, turned on the headlights, and Trak Mok Kwangba immediately noticed that at the foot of the cliff there was a small inscription, "Those who can't find the way out, kill yourself here." Quote, Merkin heard Trak Mok Kwangba mutter in his mouth, then asked, "What do you mean?" Trak Mok Kwangba said angrily, "I mean, if you can't find your way, then jump down from here." Merkin growled angrily, "These ancients also look down on Neophyta." Trak Mok Kwangba suddenly thought, what's the matter in the end? The designer of this agency is very knowledgeable about the psychology of intruders. Every time they are in a desperate situation, this person leaves signs, full of words that make people despair. Want to scare off intruders. If that's all, Why don't those pitfalls actually lead people to their deaths? In his heart he understood very well, although he and Merkin had both tried the best, several times of dying, but he had to admit that those traps had not been fully deployed at all. It seemed like humans. Agency design has intentionally been a little lenient. The trap is like someone who is always behind them chasing them, but from beginning to end still does not kill the assassin. Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels more and more that these traps don't seem to be used to kill people, at least not to kill the two of them, but to test, like in Hyon Kong Island, so on. They must pass this test to be eligible to continue moving forward, otherwise they will be trapped here until death. The agency designer didn't give those who couldn't pass the test any chance to back down. Thinking like that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's thinking became more and more clear, leaving the text in this seemingly perfect place, which at first glance seemed to make people mentally depressed and lose their will, but in fact, if it's really the same road, then why leave those words behind? So isn't that drawing snakes with legs? If it's not a great revelation, the line left behind is a bit hidden. The more you try to cover it, the more it reveals the intention. That is to say, those words can only stop people with unstable minds, but for those who want to solve the secret of the temple like them, on the contrary, it is also a spiritual encouragement. Trak Mok Kwong Ba came to his senses, so it turned out. Those ancient Kway Ba people soon left the key to entering the temple of Bak Bala right outside the big door. A person of pure bloodline. A man of great wisdom. A person who knows no fear, has an extraordinary body. Everything revolves around these three sentences. Without any of the above three conditions, in this temple, it will be difficult for him to advance. Trak Mok Kwong Ba unconsciously thought, didn't expect to be able to follow Merkin. Without him, I don't understand how far I can go in this temple of Bak Bala. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the magicians Arla, Lu Kan Nam and Man Man, not understanding how their situation is now. I'm up first, Merkin volunteered. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head in protest. You are injured, let me go first, you go behind. Although the two people fell, the main hall was erected, but the height from the point of falling to the cliff was also 20-30 meters. Even though using the method of rolling upside down in skydiving, he fell from a height. It's not even a matter of height. The two immediately started at that small line, using the limited light of the headlights to find their way in the dark, leaning against the cliff, inching little by little. Nothing unexpected happened. Merkin guessed correctly, climbed over the cliff edge, and a stone bridge appeared in front of him. Two people safely went up the bridge. Behind is a slope. The stairs go straight up. Obviously it connects to the exit of the hall. In front is a stone bridge about 3 meters wide, spanning the two sides of the crack. This bridge is like every road in this place, without railings, straight to the opposite side. Below is the abyss. On the other side of the bridge is another cliff. The door is wide open, not knowing what mystery is hidden inside. Let's go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took a deep breath. The two looked at each other, then strode onto the bridge. In the bright torch hall, the magicians Arla and Lu Kan Nam soon stopped paying attention to the mercenaries, but focused on the sculptures here. 3 times scared. As soon as he saw these statues, Lu Kan Nam immediately thought of a term in psychology. I don't know if it's a coincidence, or if the ancients did it on purpose, but looking at these statues, perhaps the latter is more likely. If so, it proves that the ancient Kway Ba people also studied psychology very deeply. Triple fear is a psychological phenomenon. People in childhood, the mind is still not fully mature, there is a vague memory age, about 3 or 4 years old. There are also cases earlier, about 2 or 3 years old. At that time, when children see adults, they immediately feel like they're angels, because adults, whether physically or mentally, are far more than a child of 3 or 4 years old. The children at that time, because they were completely incapable of resisting adults, they were most afraid of adults, and the body of a normal adult, in comparison, was about 3 times as smart as a child's, normal 3 or 4 years old. According to research by psychologists, this fear has taken root in the depths of the human mind. Even as an adult, there is this triple fear in every person. In other words, when an adult encounters a creature 3 times his size, there is an instinctive sense of fear. These statues, the smallest are about 5 or 6 meters high, about 3 times as smart as an adult, sculpted exactly like real people. Walking among them, one can't help but feel a sense of awe, afraid of not being able to resist it. Of course, the most attractive are still the large statues, tens of meters high, emerging like a massive building, majestic, making everyone feel awe. What surprised them the most was that the shapes of these statues were completely different from those of Buddhist statues. Most of the ordinary Buddhist statues are upright, with a dignified posture, a face of compassion or anger, with half-closed eyes looking down, but the statues here are more realistic. The facial expressions of the 23-foot-tall giants are all different, the postures are also different. At first glance it looks as if a bunch of giants are still alive and touching, out there. To the east is a group of 5 statues, all about 25 meters high, one of which is squatting, eyes fixed on the ground, as if to see clearly what the little people below want to do. Another statue looks like it's tiptoeing up behind him, about to give him a pat on the shoulder, a cautious expression mixed with sarcasm. 2 other statues are interlocking their heads, one closes his mouth to the other's ear, his eyes glance in another direction, and one person smiles with a smile of understanding. The other person next to him pointed a finger at the ground, as if pointing at this group of treasure thieves, with the other hand pulling at the hem of the person who was listening intently, his lips slightly parted, as if about to speak to that person. There's a visitor. This group of statues are absolutely not Buddha statues. The shape of the statues is very realistic. The movements are as natural as a group of giant actors performing a speech. The costume of the statue is also a wide shirt, tied at the waist, similar to ordinary Tibetans. If they were said to be heroes, then these giants were both male and female, neither like a martial artist nor like a god of literature. If they say they are Buddha gods, in Lu Kan Nam's impression, there is no Buddha god who looks like that. Could it be the hero of the Kwai Ba tribe? Lu Kan Nam thought about it, then blurted out a question out loud. The shaman Allah smiled casually and said, "These are the gods." God. Lu Kan Nam raised his delicate eyebrows. Dharma Master Allah explained, "Yes, not gods in Buddhism, nor gods in Buddhism, but gods in folk beliefs of Tibet, but in Buddhism and Jainism there are also records about them, just different words. If I am not mistaken, the 5 statues are now the 5 mountain gods, but in the end it is not clear which 5 are. Because we have a lot of mountain gods in Tibet, the descriptions of the gods are similar, without mounts and weapons, it is difficult to confirm." Lu Kan Nam's face immediately became dignified and respectful. "The statues here, big and small, are all gods. Why are you acting like a normal person?" The shaman Allah smiled, "Normalizing the gods, and well suited to the Buddhas, meaning that they are equal. I am the Buddha of our holy sect. You look at these gods, like what are you doing?" The young man suddenly interrupted and asked. Hearing that young man's reminder, Lu Kan Nam opened his eyes wider, not focusing on 1 or 2 statues or a certain group of statues, but trying to have an overall view of all the statues, in this vast space. "I only saw those gods gathered in groups of 5, over here a group, over there a group, all discussing something, and some people frowned and pondered. A little further, unexpectedly there was also a statue of Tibetan Buddhism, just too far away, not seeing very clearly. But looking at some of the biggest statues, Lu Kan Nam can still confirm that these Buddha statues are much more dignified than this idol, although they are also talking, but only slightly tilting their heads and glancing at him, unlike the statues of gods. On this side, people are standing and sitting, their posture is very arbitrary." The eyesight of the shaman Allah was better than that of Lu Kan Nam. He saw behind the Buddha statues, On the west side there were some other statues, strangely shaped, half human, half love, one horn, one eye. A flash of lightning flashed in the major's head. He immediately understood. This huge hall is truly great in scale, has absorbed all the forces into one. The gods in the folk myths and legends of ancient Tibet occupy one direction. The Buddhas in the Tibetan tradition occupy one direction. The Tan, Ma, and 9 in the ancient Taoism occupy one direction, and in addition there is another direction. There are a number of other statues that even the shaman Allah does not know the origin from. All kinds of ancient Tibetan gods and Buddhas gathered in this hall, from those known to the world, to those not mentioned in any scriptures before. Magnificent scale, sufficient number, this one hall alone, contains so many secrets and knowledge enough to make people stunned and terrified. If experts and scholars could come to examine it, I wonder how many things of great historical and cultural value would be discovered. Looks like we're discussing something. At this time, Lu Kan Nam answered the young man's question. It's not wrong at all. These idols put their heads and ears together, 5 and 3, it's really like participating in a discussion. The ancient Kwa people took advantage of the huge underground quarries, carved out countless large statues, and then invited all those Buddha gods to a great hall, arranged in the same form as the mandala, just for them to attend the conference. What did the ancients want to tell us through these statues? These Buddhas belong to many different sects. What exactly are they discussing? The young man was also asking Lu Kan Nam the same question. Yes, it is indeed a conference. Do you know what they are discussing? This question Lu Kan Nam can't answer. What is the matter the gods are discussing? How can mortals know? The answer is over there. The young man stretched out his arms, pointing towards the distance. Lu Kan Nam looked in that direction, only to see that in the farthest place there seemed to be a very large sculpture. The giants of 20-30 meters tall was still not as tall as a part of this statue. That thing is probably the biggest sculpture in this hall, but the distance is too far, and it is blocked by countless large and small idols. It is not easy to recognize. From a distance, it looks like a peach, but the tip is not pointed, a bit like an apple. Lu Kan Nam shook his head, afraid that it would take a long time to get there, so he had to wait until he got a little closer to a spacious open space to see clearly. Although Shaman Allah did not say no from beginning to end, he also wanted to find out clearly. The young man suggested, "Go and see, to lift up the veil of secrecy that shrouds your hearts." Hearing that tone, he didn't seem to be worried that they would run away. The Shaman Allah couldn't help but lament, this guy is too confident. Meaning of existence Lu Kan Nam guided the Shaman Allah towards the giant sculpture. Along the way are tall Buddha statues. In front of some important Buddha gods there is a giant stone table. The objects displayed on those stone tables could not be called worship. All of them were glittering jewels, piled up like small mountains. The mercenaries were engrossed in climbing up and down, back and forth between the treasure mountains. They ran out of breath with all their might, with great difficulty climbing up to a table, only knowing the pile of brilliant treasures in their heads, shining their eyes and rushing into the middle of a forest of magic weapons and treasures, being hit hard and not no pain. But when they climbed to the top of a mountain of treasures, looked to another table, they discovered that the pile of treasures on that far table was bigger than the pile on this side, more treasures, more exquisite and beautiful, so climb down again, rush to the other table, wait until you reach the top, have new discoveries, so you rush to another place. The mercenaries jumped up and down like monkeys, rushed like wolves, their pockets were stuffed with all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, the names were stuffed in their pockets, they couldn't even hold them in their hands, so they bit them with their mouths, used the head of the team. Many others used a large snakeskin bag prepared in advance, filled 2 bags, tied ropes to the uneven aisle, obviously too heavy to pull anymore, but still tried to squeeze in. See, what is so precious is that despite all rushing in, throws things that have been stuffed in and scattered outside, looking very messy. Sometimes there are disputes, but Khafu treats his subordinates very strictly. There is always a character like a squad leader who comes to mediator. The two sides immediately stop, let alone clash with knives. The main reason is that there are too many treasures here. Even if these mercenaries put all their efforts, they can only take away a negligible part. Diamond Judgment, Diamond Cross, Reflection of 10,000 Symbols, Diamond Resolute, Golden Dragon Bone, Bone Sovereign, Scorpion Sword, Scorpion Sword, Scorpion Sentence, Golden Pavilion Bone, 7 Treasures See Lower, Golden Winged Bird, Scorpion, Elephant, Tiger, Horse, Mandarin Flower, Soul Card, Earth Treasure. All kinds of magic tools and tantric treasures were scattered everywhere. The shaman Allah looked at him and shook his head. He quickly walked away, at least as if he was out of sight. It was not clear how long they walked. The high-pitched laughters and screams no longer reached their ears. The two gradually shortened the distance with the largest sculpture in the center. The closer they got, the closer they became. Feel scared. This sculpture is really huge, about 100 meters high, almost reaching to the ceiling of the Great Hall. When they got closer to it, they discovered, it seems that this is a human head. The part they see is probably the nape of the neck. A human head hundreds of meters high, placed in the middle of various religions and religions. What did the ancient Kwa people want to express? Both the shaman Allah and Lu Kan Nam understood that this large sculpture, getting too close, would only be able to see a part, so the two decided not to move forward, but through the Buddha statues, go around to the front of the giant head statue. After walking for nearly an hour, Lu Kan Nam suddenly stopped, curiously looking down at the surrounding ground. The shaman Allah glanced over and immediately understood what Lu Kan Nam had discovered. The ground where they were walking had a slightly different color from the ground over there, but, because the area was so large, it wasn't easy to spot. The colors on the ground draw concentric circles around the statue of a human head, and if you observe, you will see that the Buddha statues distributed on each circle are different. The shaman Allah thought for a long time, thinking to himself, this layout, this structure, could it be the legend of the great reincarnation station? He subconsciously recalled the description of samsara in the tantric scriptures, Buddhist gods, looking into, samsara, never ending. Lu Kan Nam looked at it for a while and then said to the magician Allah, this place also has an office, it's just not started. The magician Allah nodded slowly. The two people are more and more cautious. The stone statues here are also 5 or 6 meters tall. The smallest one is 20 or 30 meters high. If the agency is really active, it is absolutely not a game. It didn't take long before the two finally reached the front of the head statue. The sight of their eyes being trampled on them stunned them. This is exactly a giant statue of a human head, clearly visible, with no hair on the head, but it has nothing to do with the Buddha or Arhats in religion but a bit like the human figures at the door of beings, no hair, no distinction between male and female. It is impossible to distinguish the lines on the face of this head statue, because the entire cow face is full of ants, all ferocious and poisonous creatures, making people look and feel scared. All kinds of poisonous creatures crawled across that giant face, each one of them exquisitely sculpted to resemble living things. Even from a distance, it felt like they were swarming around. The face of the head statue itself is already very fierce. The mouth is wide open, the nostrils are upturned, the appearance is as if choosing a person to swallow, the eyes are bulging out, the irises seem to be glaring. Look at the creature in front of you. The eyeballs are sculpted like the eyes of a child with hydrocephalus. Although the eyebrows are covered with poison worms, they can still see the two brows that are furrowed as if they are contemplating something. From a distance, this is a statue of a human head forced to open its mouth, eyes full of terror, and at the same time revealing a worried and contemplative look. The eyesight of the shaman Allah was very good. He also saw in the sunken eyes and the huge open mouth that seemed to have something else, so he and Lu Kan Nam moved closer to have a better look. As the distance shortened, the objects in the mouth and eyeballs of the human head gradually became clearer. Lu Kan Nam and the shaman Ala were more and more surprised. Only in the eyes of that giant head statue were carved figures of male and female sexual positions, and in the other wide open mouth there were birds flying, animals running, plants, flowers, enough. All kinds of people, gods and Buddhas love ghosts. Nothing is not there. Looking at it closely, the poisonous insects on the face are not only biting the giant's face, but at the same time are biting each other. The part of the head bone slightly above the forehead was bitten by the poisonous insects. Almost all the poisonous insects were crowded and scrambled to crawl towards that hole. There were also a lot of poisonous insects crawling out from the ear, nostrils and corners of the eyes of the statue, but more wanted to get in. The shamans Ala and Lu Kan Nam have never met a sculpture like this, not found in Tantric, Buddhist or Japanese, even in the myths and legends handed down in folklore. What is this strange thing at the center of the gods and the Buddhas? Lord Mage, th. This Thursday, is it mentioned in the bibliography? Lu Kan Nam asked with a doubtful expression. The shaman Ala affirmed, no, absolutely not. Perhaps, the Quabar people only sculpted this after coming here. I am sure that anywhere in the world, it is impossible to find a similar sculpture. What does this actually represent? Put it in the center of all Buddha statues, let the gods think, what is the point of thinking? Exist. The young man's voice came from the front, and then they saw him come out from behind a large stone statue. As it turned out, after Lu Kan Nam and the shaman Ala left, the young man was also curious to examine the sculpture in the center of the great hall. He took a shortcut, so he came under the giant head statue in front of Lu Kan Nam and the magician Ala, and had been here observing for a long time. Exist. The magicians Ala and Lu Kan Nam really couldn't relate the sculpture in front of them to what the young man had just said. That's right, existence. The young man with his hands clasped behind his back stepped forward, his face full of satisfaction, like a senior guide in a museum, slowly explaining to the two, of all creatures, the species possessing an extremely rare sense of self, elephants, dolphins, chimpanzees, gorillas. Counted on fingers, the vast majority of the remaining creatures just act on instinct. Their thinking purpose is also just to satisfy their instinctive needs, territory, eating, mating. Even lower-level beings don't have the ability to think, and even their modes of behavior are inherited directly from their ancestors. They are just a copy of themselves, repeating themselves in an endless stream of time. Only you humans can truly learn and be able to use thinking to create. Saying that, the young man raised his hand and pointed towards the giant head statue. At this point, Lu Kan Nam and the shaman Ala can only nod and admit, after all, except for the highly intelligent aliens that have always been in doubt, humans can be considered as all living things are the only species on Earth that have the ability to think and use it competently. This is a widely recognized fact, but the shaman Ala noticed that the young man did not say, our people, but, you people, looking at his disdainful face, as if he didn't even consider himself a human. So, very clearly, the ancient Quabar people more than 1,000 years ago realized that the brain, not the heart, is the nucleus of thought. Hundreds of years earlier than Europe, said the young man, laughed coldly, said, so the head statue itself must represent a human being. The center of behavioral capacity, judgment ability, and thinking ability is located in the brain, which is also the only difference between humans and other creatures. When observing from a distance, do you realize this face is a bit familiar? Regardless of the huge volume and the poisonous insects crawling all over the other side, does it look like Rodin's, The Thinker? If it weren't for such a horrible face, and not for the wide open mouth, but only for those two tightly furrowed brows, it was clear that those ancient Quabar people had grasped the two-word expression. Thinking, in a very perfect way, hearing the young man point out that, Lu Kan Nam and the shaman Ala both frowned, thinking carefully, they also felt a bit like the real thing. Obviously, this young man's observation ability was much sharper than theirs, but the more they did, the more worried they became, and at the same time they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They feel something is wrong, but are unable to say it. The eyes are full of lust. The young man retracted his smile, looked up at the statue's eyes. Perhaps you think so, but it's not, believing that both are not strangers to joyful meditation in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, surely. I have also encountered countless sculptures depicting the relationship between men and women. The two of you looking at these carvings of men and women having sex in these eyes, compared to those sculptures, is there any difference? These carvings are really just very primitive, very ordinary mating paintings. They represent reproduction. Any species that wants to maintain its existence, no matter what method it uses, cannot separate the two words of reproduction. Reproduction is the only method by which all finite life forms preserve their own systems, and you humans are no exception. Listening to the other party's explanation, Lu Kan Nam looked up and looked at the eyes of the head statue. Indeed, the male and female images in it were mating with many different directions and positions, but the emphasized here is not really sexual. Even the ancients intentionally hide the joy of the two sides. The facial expressions of the male and female couples were unusually serious, like pairs of slaves working hard. Stripping off the cloak of civilization, in fact the behavior that humanity criticizes, praises, feels mystical, feels curious about, feels ashamed of, feels contempt for, is only for one purpose, very simple. Spawn. Not stopping there, the young man continued to speak. The eye sees further, therefore it sees the essential meaning of the continuation of the race. Birth, and the mouth. In this big mouth there are countless things, immense, but no matter what, it is impossible to escape from the category of organic matter. It represents the cycle of energy. It sounds a bit too profound to say that. Perhaps the ancients expressed it a little more simply, but I feel it is symbolic of the circulation of energy, quantity. A species that wants to continue to exist cannot be separated from reproduction, and an individual organism that wants to continue to exist cannot without energy circulation. For ordinary people, it is also eat. Everything sculpted inside this mouth is edible. The young man raised his lips, as if smiling but not laughing, glancing at that huge mouth. Those Buddha statues. Lu Kan Nam was surprised and pointed to the inside. There was also a statue of a Buddha and a demon. The young man looked mocking, then turned to the shaman Allah and said, "If there are demons and gods in this world, people are in a state of unbearable hunger, maybe they will have to catch them. Let's eat, right?" Shaman Allah chilled down his spine. For religion, this statement was really a great disrespect, but he temporarily forgot to refute, secretly feeling in his heart, maybe this young man was right. In different myths and legends, it is not uncommon to eat god and ghost meat. For example, in Journey to the West, whether it's demons or ordinary bad guys, not everyone wants to capture Tang Tang. Do you eat meat? The young man once again glanced at Lu Kan Nam and the shaman with pity, sarcastically. All things can be found, can be put in the mouth. Is there any kind that humans have never eaten? However, these ancient Gur people did not criticize that behavior. They just expressed an instinct in the simplest and most primitive method. A person who wants to exist must have the exchange of energy, and food is the most basic condition for humanity to maintain its existence. At this point, the young man stopped and turned his head to continue observing the giant head statue. The shaman Allah glanced at his back, secretly wondering. This young man mentioned the eyes, to the mouth, but the most obvious and special feature of this statue, he did not mention. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what do the poisonous insects on the face represent? The young man turned his head, looking like an old man teaching his children life, symbolizing the problem that all the gods and Buddhas in this hall are thinking about. Meaning of existence. His face now looks like a fake physician who has tasted the sweetness and bitterness of life, his eyes exuding sympathy and compassion for the world's hypocrisy. The shaman Allah was secretly terrified. Even the smallest movement of this young man, unexpectedly, carried a very strong psychological hint, causing people to accept his point of view unconsciously and deliberately. This paragraph. Scary, really scary. When the young man did not pay attention to him, the shaman Allah whispered to Lu Kan Nam, "Listen to him, don't look him in the eye." Lu Kan Nam almost suddenly came to his senses, made a small gesture, showing his no intention to him. His eyes were still looking at the young man, but his eyes were already far away. The young man was completely oblivious to their small movements, or to him, this suggestive manner of talk would soon have become a thesequin. He continued to explain, "A child's consciousness at birth is an empty patch, like a blank sheet of paper. When it makes its first cry, hears the first sound of this world, also it's like drawing a pen on that white paper. When it opens its eyes, it catches the first ray of light, it's like drawing another pen on that white paper, and so on through a human life, what seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, feeling, everything is drawn in countless different lines on that white paper. For this statue, everything in the world is represented by a poisonous insect, perhaps implying the Taoist doctrine of the Taoist, 5 colors make people blind, 5 sounds make people deaf. In the end, human life will be like this statue, with all kinds of poisonous insects crawling everywhere, getting into the brain, poop." The young man made a sound as if a rocket shot up. His hand gestured to signify that everything was over. The shaman Allah said in a low voice, words from one side, unbelievable. Lu Kan Nam asked, "What do you say that the Buddhas and gods here are thinking and thinking?" The cow's face is full of worms, symbolizing the meaning of existence. The young man replied, "This whole statue represents a contradiction of existence. The face represents the existence of the species, the mouth represents the existence of the individual, and the poisonous worms crawling all over the face symbolizes the contradiction of these two existences. This is a very violent fight. Everyone knows, a being is born into this world, the end result is death, there is never an exception from that, by extension, the final result of any kind of matter appearing in the world. This is also annihilation, annihilation. Since the beginning of its existence, it has been on the path to non-existence. Even we, in this universe, we are only born from a single point, eventually return to a single point, born into nothingness, and then return to nothingness. This is the final gathering point of all matter that time and space can contain. Thus, there will be a problem if birth is only the beginning of death, the end goal of existence is destruction. Then, where is the meaning of existence after all? Why does it have to exist? Since mankind has possessed a systematic ideological consciousness up to now, in addition to finding out who we are, this problem is also a final philosophical proposition. In fact, both can also be considered a problem. Since people know how to record history, there have been countless philosophers and great men, but no one has been able to clarify this issue. Simply put, where do we come from? Where will you go later? Nearly every religion was born to solve this problem. Religions that are a little deeper try to explain why people live, why people die. The shallower religions tell us directly how one should live, and how to face death. But the truth is that no religion can find an exact answer. Vague answers that are half lean and half fat will eventually lead to results. Different people reading the teachings of the same religion have different answers, get different answers, even have a different view of life and worldview. At this point, he tilted his head to look at Lu Kan Nam and said, "Do you know what you exist for?" Lu Kan Nam didn't need to think, and immediately replied, "Of course." The young man showed an expression as if he had asked the wrong person, patted his forehead and said, "Ah, forgot, you are a living person." Lu Kan Nam's face changed, involuntarily raised his hand to point at the young man's face and said, You. The shaman Allah was also secretly shocked, even such a secret that the other party knew. How many secrets did this young man hold in his hands? The young man laughed and continued, "For a living person who has forgotten about himself and exists only for others like you, asking this question becomes superfluous." The young man turned his questioning gaze to the shaman Allah, who replied with a verse, Follow your heart, you won't regret it for the rest of your life. Only heard the other party laugh sarcastically. I asked you why you exist, and your answer is a way of being. He shook his head and continued, whatever you say, what this giant statue in front of us wants to express, is this idea, it is questioning all Buddha gods. If the purpose of existence is to destruction, then where does the meaning of existence lie? The young man's melancholy eyes suddenly looked up, flashing in their eyes. The shaman Allah and Lu Kan Nam fell into thought without an appointment. It's just, what the shaman Allah wondered about was not the meaning of existence, but, this young man's last sentence seems to be mistaken. It should not be said that the purpose of existence is to destroy, but the end result of existence is destruction, right? All three seemed to be immersed in their own thoughts. For a moment no one spoke up. At this time, Lu Kan Nam looked back at the giant head statue, and immediately had a completely different feeling from the original. Without this young man's explanation, who could have thought that this ugly, ferocious and terrifying human head statue would have such a profound meaning? Looking and looking, she saw underneath that huge mouth, there seemed to be a few figures. Land of souls. Not all of those mercenaries were vulgar. There were also a few among the group that were not captivated by the gold and silver jewels piled up like mountains on those giant rocks. They observed, at the same time quickly realized, on those stone tables were just worshipping objects used to serve the Buddha gods behind. It is clear that the higher the level of the god behind, the better. The items on the table will be richer, the more delicate and beautiful treasures will be. So those mercenaries started looking for the highest class statue in the whole hall. Searching and searching, they finally found the largest statue in the middle. Although I don't know what it is, looking at the volume of the statue, all of them confirm that the level of the objects inside is definitely not inferior. Therefore, when the young man gave the order to disperse, the mercenaries, who knew nothing about the line, ran straight to the giant statue in the middle. They came below the statue before Lu Kan Nam and the young man. In order for people far away to also see the sculptures in the eyes and in the mouth, the face of the statue is tilted slightly. Those mercenaries, who didn't care about the meaning of the carving, only searched to see if there were any treasures inside. From the very beginning, they saw a variety of things in the mouth of the statue, and flickered again, to the individual luster of precious stones. They all decided that the huge mouth was the place they were looking for, and excitedly ran to the bottom there. When they came to the front of the statue, they discovered that this statue of a human head was really too big. From a distance, they could see that the lower lip touched the ground, but up close, they knew that it took a lot of effort to climb up. The men then used both hands and feet, exerting all their strength to climb inside the mouth of the statue. In fact, Lu Kan Nam's group was still quite a distance away from the statue of the head. If not looking closely, it would be difficult to spot the mercenaries who were clinging to each other and climbing into that huge mouth. Obviously, the young man also recognized these guys, only to hear him shouting in panic, "Hey! Guys, come back!" However, the distance was too far, the space was too large, that cry could not reach the ears of those mercenaries. The young man hurriedly took out the communication device, adjusted the frequency. Unfortunately it was a step late. Before Lu Kan Nam had not finished adjusting it, he saw the fastest mercenary climb up to the edge of the statue's lips, that person's head. The mercenary had not even had time to wave his hand in applause, before he was sucked inside by a huge gravitational force. Lu Kan Nam was stunned for a moment, then the ground suddenly shook. The rumbling sound resounded as if a giant object weighing thousands of tons hit the floor. She looked at the statue of the head of the other person, only to see that the mouth, which was wide open unexpectedly, was closed. The mercenaries that were clinging to the edge of the statue's lips were also knocked down by the shock just now. Falling from that height, it would be difficult for anyone to survive. Only to hear the young man mumbling in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots, taking up a lot of my time." After that big mouth closed, the giant statue of the head also evolved. First the eyes gradually turned red, and the countless sculptures of men and women mating on the pupils were also tinged with a color. The red color is strange, then the red color spreads to the outside of the eyes, like a crack on the face. The other poisonous insects were also covered in red in turn, as if they were constantly struggling and twisting, looking even more alive. Those red streaks like spider webs left the statue, continuing to spread across the floor of the Great Hall. That mercenary's blood is limited anyway, it's absolutely impossible to dye such a large area red, obviously there are other organs inside. The larger the area dyed red, the larger the entire samsara station begins to slowly move. With the giant head statue as the center, the floor of the Great Hall radiates into many concentric circles interlocking. Now, those circles are moving. The statue of the head in the middle rotates counterclockwise, the outer ring moves clockwise, the outer ring rotates counterclockwise, and so on, the speed of each revolution also different. The outermost ring moves the fastest, the stone tables there are also the most, and there are many mercenaries rolling around among the treasures on it. From the beginning of the tremor, they felt unstable, but the stone table was very high, not to say that it was possible to get down immediately. Many of them did not have time to jump down. The whole circle began to accelerate. A few seconds later, the speed of rotation caused the mountain-like bows on the stone table to move. A few unfortunate mercenaries buried among the gold and silver treasures were also considered as meaningful deaths. Another one couldn't stand, and he was thrown from the stone and fell to the ground. As the rotation speed increases, only the circles begin to separate. The counterclockwise rotations slowly sink. On the contrary, the clockwise rotations rise again. Each of these rings was about 50 meters wide, so, in the Great Hall suddenly erected countless thick walls. Lu Kan Nam and the shaman Ala noticed that the Buddha statues were all located on counterclockwise rotations, while on the clockwise rotations, there was absolutely nothing. Quite a few mercenaries still don't understand what's going on, standing in the rising circle, watching the circle descending lower and lower in front of their back, wanting to jump but dare not jump, only panic frantically running back and forth. Lu Kan Nam, the shaman Ala, and the other young man were all standing in the middle of the Buddha statues. Seeing the circle where he stood slowly sinking, Lu Kan Nam implicitly signaled to ask the Ala shaman if he should take advantage of the opportunity, jump on the rising circle. But the shaman shook his head in refusal. They were completely ignorant of the organizational structure in this great hall, and the young man in front of him seemed to know quite a lot. If he remained still among these Buddha statues, there is definitely a reason. To those standing among the Buddha statues like Lu Kan Nam, those constantly rising circles are like encircling walls rising high. At the same time, an elaborate giant fresco slowly appeared before their eyes. Along with that, there were also countless squares of beautiful carvings. Through these doorways, it is possible to see the circular stairs intertwined inside, up and down extremely complicated. The rising circles were about to reach the top of the dome but still showed no sign of stopping, causing the unfortunate mercenaries standing on the rings to panic, frantically screaming loudly. Lu Kan Nam couldn't help but secretly praise the wise shaman Ala. It is estimated that if those circles do not touch the ceiling of the Great Hall, they will not stop. Only then did the mercenaries trapped on those circles react, frantically searching in their backpacks to see if there was anything to use instead of parachutes to jump down. Unfortunately, their backpacks were stuffed at this time, full of gold, silver and jewels. Useless things like umbrellas have been thrown away, I don't know where anymore. A pitiful cry resounded in the Great Hall. Some of the unlucky ones were crushed in the giant mill. The young man contacted the rest of the mercenaries, told them to stay in place, not to run around. He would come to assist. The young man turned his head and asked the shaman Ala, "Will you come with me?" When he finished speaking, he immediately lifted his leg and walked away. The shaman Ala signaled, then followed with Lu Kan Nam. At this time, the stone circles turned into countless circular siege walls. Everywhere on the walls there were large holes, looking half like windows and half doors. Some were close to the ground, and most were floating, on high. The shaman Ala and Lu Kan Nam followed the young man into a door. At the end of the inner corridor was a staircase leading up. After walking for a while, the stairs split into two branches, and a staircase appeared again, down. The young man led them round and round up and down these maze-like stairs, and soon emerged from another door. Two observers, seeing that they had reached a circle with another Buddha image, walked about 100 meters, and immediately saw a Buddha statue blocking the road. Those giant Buddha statues at this time have become blocks of stone blocking the way, blocking the road. The young man didn't bother to look, and went into another door. The three of them went up and down between countless stairs and corridors. On the other hand, Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin also started a new search. After crossing the bridge, confirming that there was no temporary danger, the two stopped to rest at the bridgehead, waiting for their physical strength to recover. In addition, there is another very important cause. They discovered at the top of the bridge there is a small line of letters. Now the two have come to an agreement. Wherever words appear, it's not good. Before their physical strength had fully recovered, neither of them dared to venture inside. The literal meaning of this line is translated by Trak Mok Kwangba as, the land where the soul hangs around, until death. But now, Merkin no longer dares to believe Trak Mok Kwangba anymore. Through the previous few times, it can be seen that this guy's translation level is very problematic. Leaving the bridgehead, the two immediately entered a cave. The cave at first was very large, but the deeper they went, the narrower the passage became. In the cave, there is a continuous movement, making the two feel like they are walking in an anthill. Merkin looked at the damp cave wall, suddenly remembering what he had experienced before and couldn't help but mutter, "This place. Suitable for feeding creatures." Trak Mok Kwangba added the rest. This was the sentence that Merkin didn't want to hear the most right now. The two of them were not Taoist beastmasters, and the things that those ancient Gobo people raised were really hard to imagine. In the murky and damp passageway, the smell of mold rose up. All four sides of the canal were wet, and there was standing water on the ground. Two people, one in front and one behind, stepped on the puddles, making stumbling sounds. Weapons in hand, both of them mustered their full vigilance. The deeper they went, the darker the space became, seeing only a pitch-black area, their headlights only shining about 3 or 4 meters ahead. The sound of footsteps stepping on water in the cave grew louder and louder. Not long after, the two men suddenly heard tapping sounds from inside the cave. Merkin said, "Metapod, bigger body than cockroaches out there." Trak Mok Kwangba also said, "The number is not small, it also makes the sound of stepping on water. They can climb on the wall. I don't know if it's because of the headlights or for some other reason. Those creatures refused to show up, but just hid in the dark, making occasional tapping sounds when moving. After walking a distance, they stopped following them, as if the footsteps of Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin had disturbed them to rest." Merkin kept urging, "Hurry, hurry. Now that they have no way back, they can only hope that this dark cave is not too long, or maybe get out of here to get out of debt." Trak Mok Kwangba chose a straight path, walked in a single circuit for about 20 or 30 minutes to get out of the dark cave, but the scene before him made the two unable to rejoice. Up ahead, the situation was not much different from when the two had to climb the cloud ladder. They were standing on a rocky outcrop like a hawk's beak, hovering in the air, unable to climb up or down. In front of them was a bottomless ravine. There was only one difference. Opposite them was not a cliff, but a neat row of stone columns. Those stone pillars are irregular in size. The small one is about 1 or 2 meters in circumference. The large one is tens of meters in circumference, all rising from the bottom of the abyss, then disappearing in the pitch-black space above the head. Between the stone columns protruding horizontal bars. The structure is similar to the balance bridge, but the distance and narrow width are different. On the large stone pillars there is flickering fire, while the small stone pillars are inlaid with luminescent stones. Row after row of columns stretched out, exuding an immense atmosphere. In Merkin's eyes, this stone pillar battlefield was like a giant formwork truss. He involuntarily muttered, "Damn it, no wonder he made us practice climbing just now." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Looks like you have to climb over these stone pillars, but it seems to be easier than climbing the cliff." Merkin mumbled, "I'm worried there's a problem in the middle of those columns. The land where the spirit hangs around, to the point of death." Trak Mok Kwong Ba repeated the warning at the top of the bridge, wondering, why build the citadel like this? "Hey, look over there." Merkin just reached the top of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head and looked up, only to see the rock surface above their heads covered with a material that looked like a thin cotton thread. From the thread, thin threads of silk hung to things that looked like a bag, at first glance like a spider silk bag, but a bit large in size. According to preliminary calculations of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the volume of those two bag-shaped objects cannot be smaller than his body. A spider perhaps. Merkin glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as if asking him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "We did encounter some very large bodybuilding spiders, but..." He stared up at his head, then continued, "If you want to hang something so big, the spiders here, he must be bigger than the ones we've ever met. Bring the other two down and see what they are," Merkin suggested. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba gawking at him, Merkin immediately explained, "At least we have to know what's going on here, before we can decide what the next step will be." Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought it was right, nodded in agreement. Merkin told him to shoot through the bag-like object with a hook, then put all his strength to pull it down. Just hearing, bang, a bag-shaped object wrapped in spider silk fell to the ground. Merkin took out a knife and cut it, and the musty smell hit his nose. He immediately put his hand to cover his nose and mouth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood a little further away, saw the object leaning slightly back, and blurted out, "This thing. Like a primate. Only found in that spider silk bag was a half-decomposing corpse, pulled from above, with white bones sticking out in many places, but still able to recognize the head and limbs, looking very much like a human. People. That body." Merkin's voice became cold. The number of corpses he had seen more than Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know how many times. At a glance, he immediately recognized that inside this spider silk bag was a human corpse. Human corpses. As soon as he heard Merkin say the word, person, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also startled. Merkin is not a beast master, but has been with saws for a long time, also knows a few things, only to hear him nod and affirm, the typical method of catching prey of spiders, releasing silk to wrap uneaten prey. After that, injecting poison to prevent rotting, and also digesting prey from the inside. After that, the spider just needs to suck the water out. Looking at the degree of decomposition of this corpse, it can be seen that it has been here for almost a month. How can there be people here? Maybe the Kwei Ba people are still in the temple. But if that's the case, why are they being eaten by these spiders? Or a sacrifice? Unfortunately, because both are not Thou beasts, they did not know that spiders are extremely sensitive to their food. In that hanging food it always leaves a thread of silk pulling away, it only takes a little movement and they will immediately sense it, even if they're far away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just remembered something, heard the sound of hurried running feet ringing in his ears. The clattering sounds made his hair stand on end, and before he could explain anything, he quickly grabbed Merkin's hand, shouting, "Run!" Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly ran, putting all his strength to jump into the air. Before grabbing onto the rack between those two stone pillars, one hand was slightly raised, ready to shoot the hook at any time. The other hand again shrank slightly, preparing to reach out and grab Merkin. He only worries that the small balance bridge is not strong enough. After thousands of years, it has decayed. However, when both hands are taken, I know that this stand is relatively sturdy. Merkin jumped after him too, feeling as if he'd fallen onto a sturdy iron, not swaying at all. The two turned their heads, only to see that the cave they had just come out from was overflowing with countless spider-like creatures. The body of these creatures must be on par with the wheels of a truck, perhaps because they lived in the dark for so long. Under the weak light, their whole bodies appeared as white as rotting flesh. The reason why they say they look like spiders is because their 8 legs are much bigger and stronger than normal spiders. The head does not have 8 eyes like a spider, but has 2 bulbous eyes like a crab. Cloudy white color due to mobility, vision may have long deteriorated. In front of their mouths grew a pair of large, strong fleshy jaws, constantly moving up and down. In front of the fleshy jaws were 2 large poisonous fangs. The inside was full of glossy black liquid. Dead dog. Merkin's body froze as soon as he saw these monsters, and the things that those ancient Kwa people raised were indeed not easy to touch. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately remembered the legendary white spider. Snow Mountain has a spider, as big as a wheel, as white as a pearl. If you meet it, you will die. Snow Mountain 3 saints, white snakes, white scorpions, and white spiders, all are called the guardian gods of the Snow Mountain, the holy objects of the Snow Mountain, but in those myths, they are all poisonous creatures. Anyone who dares to despise the gods on the snowy mountain will be poisoned and die. Now, the holy objects of this snowy mountain are burning with anger. Let you go, then you will dare to touch our food store, not let you taste the good. Still have not seen the coffin yet shed tears. The 8 big and strong legs of these monsters are not for decoration. They just bounced a little and jumped on the fence. There were also some who climbed up the cave wall and jumped out. For a moment, as if there were countless small white umbrellas spread out in the air, it also looked quite beautiful. However, that beauty carries a deadly danger. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin were in no mood to enjoy. The two once again ran for their lives. Running on this small support like a balance bridge was not an easy task. The two spread their arms to keep their balance, running small steps. Every time they see another support, they jump up. Fortunately these balance bridges are not suitable for those 8-legged monsters. The white spiders had to crawl on giant stone pillars, then dived from above to the two people. So they both had to carefully maintain their balance, running on the north balance bridges in the middle of the abyss at the fastest speed possible, while having to dodge the white spiders rushing down from above. At first, Merkin even opened fire to shoot a few animals, but he quickly realized, shooting would be difficult to maintain balance. The spiders were hit, but he himself almost fell. Therefore, he did not dare to mess around anymore, just focused his mind on balancing, moving, dodging. These white spiders have a relatively simple attack, just jump up and down. It's easy to avoid, but there are too many of them. They jump like grasshoppers, but the space to dodge is too small. Two people are like walking on steel wire. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin seemed to have seen death smiling and waving at them in front. Snow spiders. Avoided a few times. Suddenly Trak Mok Kwong Ba lost his footing. The whole person fell. The backpack behind his back slammed hard on the surface of the balancing bridge. Fortunately below there was another, equal bridge, lying across. While panicking, he was still able to hug him in time. When he looked up, the spiders had already swooped down to where he was standing. Of course, the spiders just darted into the gap, eventually bumping into each other, falling to the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "We are just like the cockroaches out there, relying on the ability to sense shocks to lock the target." Only to hear Merkin in the back say, "I know." Then he panicked and said, "Ha! Incorrect, incorrect." Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head to look, only to see Merkin on the balancing bridge, above swaying and swaying, his body constantly swaying, still unable to stand, and finally fell down somersaults. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's legs immediately hooked up, swinging out and grabbing Merkin's hands. The two turned more than half a circle in the air, and then Trak Mok Kwong Ba threw Merkin out. Merkin flew to cling to a balance bridge in front. Trak Mok Kwong Ba himself also climbed another balance bridge, then asked, "What's wrong?" Merkin said, This thing moves." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly came to his senses. Just now he clearly looked carefully and then put his foot down. How could he miss? Obviously because the crossbar had moved. The two people stood firm and looked back, only to see those wooden bars. The bar was receding back, the bar was jutting forward, and there was a rod that rolled left or right. These wooden slats are all hung on stone pillars. Obviously the other stone pillars have problems. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes drifted to the stone pillars, and as expected, he discovered that these stone pillars are like countless boxes stacked on top of each other. I don't understand when the organ was activated. Now the stone pillars begin to split, each segment rotates in a different direction. Thus, all fixed prices are moving. One crossbar now splits in two, connecting with the other half of the crossbar, forming a new passageway. Before long, all that changed once again. It is not easy to find the way on these balancing bridges that constantly shift back and forth. One more thing that made them even more sad was the white spiders still chasing after them. There is no time to think, and there are not many options. They can only plug their heads and look at the nearest place, and the fewest spiders jump over. After dodging several attacks of the spiders, the two also figured out a little secret to moving on this giant mobile scaffold. The distance between several pegs is the same, all pointing forward and descending, can use the same leg strength to jump in succession, just grasp the opportunity and completely forget that you are jumping on the ground. At a height of several thousand meters, they can even rush without stopping. Some of the slats are much higher, getting higher and higher. They immediately used the method of swinging the crossbar. With both hands clinging to the bar, they immediately jumped up. When the jigs start to rotate, they hang themselves hanging with two hands, put strength into their waists and swing back and forth. Just need to stop the jig to immediately flip up, or borrow the force of somersaults in the air, reached out to grab the front jig. Gradually, the two people also found a sense of coordination. When the distance between the two jigsaws was too far, it was difficult for one person to cross. They immediately launched a power attack in the air. Or Trak Mok Kwong Ba clings to the jig with one hand, holds Merkin's hand with one hand, borrows the force of a strong swing to throw Merkin away, then Merkin grabs the next jig, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba climbs onto the bar. She jumped up, grabbing Merkin's legs. Merkin borrowed the swing position, put strength into his hips, and pushed Trak Mok Kwong Ba to the front. The two of them kept catching and throwing each other like sandbags. In many places there was no road. The two of them could swing over, although a little panicked but not dangerous. The other spiders also had to choose a way to go. There were stone pillars too far apart, unable to jump over. They were forced to move horizontally, and then jump to another stone pillar next to it. Some spiders, gradually losing interest in these too fast catching and difficult to catch prey, retreated boldly to the back. Just like that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin also gradually stretched the distance with a bunch of spiders. It's just that the two of them didn't rejoice for long. They quickly realized, the result of plugging in and running indiscriminately is there is no road ahead. Unexpectedly, they were driven into a corner by spiders. At this time, the two people seem to be walking on a single roof bridge. There are no jigs on all sides. The distance between the stone pillars is more than 20 meters. Merkin saw that the situation was not right, and immediately said, "Run in reverse." As soon as he turned around, a large white spider rushed in front of him. Merkin didn't have time to think, raised his hand and punched, knocking the spider into the abyss. But behind that spider, there are still many other spiders that do not give up. One is knocked out, and two jumps. As soon as Merkin reached out to brush them off, there were two more. Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his backpack and loudly said, "Use a weapon." But what weapon to use now? At this moment, he suddenly remembered, these spiders rely on vibration perception to detect their existence, then, give them a little shock. He jerked the latch of a bright grenade and threw it into the air. Perhaps because the space was so large, that flash of lightning wasn't very bright. It's just that, where the light shines, the stone pillars can be seen swarming with white spiders. The explosion sounded like thunder right after, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba startled. The shock originating in midair unexpectedly caused the surrounding stone pillars to vibrate. The vibration spread to the jigs, causing Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin to think that this entire giant scaffold was about to collapse. After the grenade exploded, the white spiders fell down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw that it was effective, and pulled out another fruit, but Merkin quickly stopped. Don't throw it anymore, it seems that something has been activated again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately stopped. If those ancient Kwai Ba people designed any other traps, causing the stone pillars and jigs to separate from each other, it would not be a big hall full of dragons' heads. Is it me? However, the two were able to stop the spiders for a moment anyway, and immediately turned around and ran back. Suddenly, the jig came out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin quickly split up and jumped to the two sides. Unfortunately, the distance to the nearby jigsaws was too far, and the two fell parallel to the vertical. Life is over. As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, Merkin suddenly felt his body sag, then bounce again, as if he'd fallen onto a jumping mattress. He was about to get up, but he discovered that his body was stuck. Merkin turned his head to look, only to realize that there was a giant web in the air, and he was stuck in that web. Merkin turned to the other side, and immediately saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba with the same fate. The whole person was stuck to the net, suspended in the air. Unexpectedly, the spiders cornered them in such a cleverly designed trap. The remaining spiders came from all four directions, preparing to enjoy a feast. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Merkin's right hand shrinking and stretching. In the blink of an eye he pulled out of his overalls, and then his left hand quickly pulled it out. I only heard him frantically say, "Use fire." Spiders are afraid of fire, which Merkin knows. But when he looked back, he realized that the position of this net was very malicious. The net was woven between four stone pillars. There didn't seem to be any jigs underneath. Quickly waved his hand. If you burn it, you will fall down now. But if they didn't burn, those spiders would have flocked to this place, and they crawled on the net even more flexible. In the moment when 1,000 pounds of hair hung, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered how spiders judge the weight and size of animals in the net. He quickly gathered his strength, snatched his hands from the sticky web of spiderwebs, then spread his arms wide, clung to the edge of the net, and began to move like a butterfly flapping its wings. Merkin, who didn't understand for a moment, looked at him with wide eyes in surprise. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly urged, "Shake, shake." Only then did Merkin react, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook the net hard. After a few swings, the two people's shaking gradually became regular. The middle part of the spider web began to shake violently. The spiders didn't understand, and began to stop, carefully examining the transmitted shock. Those vibrations make them feel that the opponent is a large and strong predator capable of tearing apart the web and killing them. So, the spiders immediately scurried back, and in an instant they were nowhere to be seen. Merkin gave Trak Mok Kwong Ba a thumb up, indicating that he did a good job. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled slightly and asked, "What happened just now?" Saying that, he reached up and stuck his hand inside his shirt. Merkin understood, immediately folded his hands, and soon shrunk back into his jumpsuit, explaining, "The Houdini-style undressing technique, this is an American commando's ultimate, very effective at times, key. Maybe Liu Kan Nam doesn't know this trick, so he can't teach you." Pausing for a moment, he sighed and continued, "If Saws was here, it would be good, we wouldn't have to run away like this." "Saws, wasn't he kicked out by you?" Merkin said gloomily, "It's because of being divided by little people, not what I meant. The cobweb is soft and durable, just like a Simmons bed. The two of them lay on it, both physically and mentally exhausted. Waves of hot air billowed up from below. Those moving air currents make the spider webs flutter like waves, lying on top as if floating on the surface of the Dead Sea." Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin felt that their bones were weak, their limbs were tired, and they did not want to move a finger. Fortunately, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still a bit sober and reminded, "Those spiders will come back soon, they can't stay here forever." Merkin seemed to understand, then asked, "How are we going?" "This net is woven by spiders in the middle of the air, only connected to 4 large stone pillars, but can't find any gaps. How can 2 people climb?" "How about climbing down?" They had been following this giant scaffold down for so long and still had not reached the bottom. Heaven knows how deep down there. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Go to the side of the stone column and see." He thought to himself, even if he couldn't find any openings to cling to, he could hold out with a hook for a while. Anyway, it would be better than lying on this net to be a fish on a chopping board. However, saying is one thing, doing is quite another. This spider web looks thin at first glance, but it is actually very strong, like using silk to twist it into a thread as big as a fingertip. The stickiness is also very high. 2 people have to put all their strength to stand up. When walking, it's really like a fly on a sticky board. Every step has to put effort to lift the leg, and at the same time to balance the body, otherwise just a little careless, the person leaning, will be injured again, firmly attached to the net. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin each raised an arm to grab the other's shoulder, lifted their legs together, and walked together, only then would they not fall over. After walking a few steps, the spider web in front was torn with a large hole, looking like it was torn by a large creature, so the 2 had to carefully go around. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised, said, "Isn't this net a bit too big, because of the spiders just now?" Merkin glanced. If this web was made by a spider, then the spider was too big. He thought for a moment, suddenly remembered something, shook his head and said, "I remember Saws once said, there was a kind of spider that lived in groups. They made a net together, and then the prey they caught was also divided to eat. This net, maybe it was done by the whole swarm of spiders." Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't say anything. He really didn't understand these things. When the 2 approached the stone pillar, they immediately saw a few spiders clinging to the edge of the stone pillar. They did not approach the 2 of them, nor climb on the pillar, but kept running back and forth where the net made contact with the stone pillar. "What are they doing?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. Merkin suddenly understood, exclaiming, "No good, they're chewing the net." Trak Mok Kwong Ba also remembered, the spiders seemed to have a habit of eating the nets they made. Their stomachs are like a furnace, breaking down the silk swallowed by the spider, and then spitting it out from the hole in the tail. The 2 of them knew that, but they couldn't speed it up. Merkin pulled out his gun to shoot, when suddenly one end of the net sank, and then the whole net drifted into the endless space below. The spiders unexpectedly bit off all the spider webs on the 4 stone pillars. The 2 people Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin immediately lost their balance. When somersaulting in the air, it is unclear how many spider webs they were caught. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to shoot the hook rope, but his arm was wrapped tightly. He tried to pull it out with all his strength, but bumped into something. He had just thought of something that looked like a human back, when suddenly there was a sharp pain in his forehead, only to hear Merkin say, "Sorry, sorry." As it turned out, the 2 people were not far from each other. Both were struggling wildly, caught in a spider's web, and put all their strength into turning into each other's arms and legs. While the 2 of them struggled and waved their arms and legs, the spider web suddenly stopped in midair. The 2 quickly turned their heads to look, only to see that there were many small jigsaws sticking out from all sides. The net was obviously pulled in by these jigs, separating the 2 of them. The 2 of them seemed to be suspended in 2 cocoons, gawking at each other through the net, their appearance pitifully disheveled. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stretched out his hand, grabbed a pole above his head, and said, "Use fire." Merkin quickly pulled out his lighter. This spider web is certainly no different from ordinary spider silk. When it encounters fire, it immediately burns, emitting crackling sounds like when burning human or animal hair. Moments later, the two of them had escaped the net and climbed onto the jig. "Where are you now?" This was the issue Merkin was most concerned with. They did somersaults in the air countless times, still dizzy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Probably still in the middle of the stone pillars, but it fell for so long. We're probably close to the bottom. It is very dark below, only above the stone pillars are torchlights. Looking up, it looks like a twinkling star." Merkin turns on the headlights. As expected, these stone pillars are all standing on the lava surface, only I don't know if this is the bottom of the entire mountain bed or not. They quickly realized it wasn't, because at the other end of the lava surface, the stone columns appear clearly demarcated. There is still a deep abyss below. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, and finally understood that the geographical structure of this place is like two brushes facing each other. These stone pillars are the bristles of the brush. The road they just walked, the stone pillar grew from above, and the road behind, the stone pillar was erected from the bottom up, and these two brushes were also divided and suspended halfway up the cliff. "Let's go down first," suggested Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The two of them had had enough of the spiders, so they took advantage of the jigs to climb down. Only a moment later they touched the ground. Only then did their mood stabilize somewhat. But before he could catch his breath, Merkin exclaimed in horror, "Spider!" Only behind them appeared a great white spider, quickly gliding over their heads. The two of them did not have time to regain their senses, and in the dark they rushed out again, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the spider on the stone pillar. These shadows are similar to spiders, but only have 4 legs. This black shadow's front legs seemed to be very flexible, and it was able to grab the spider's legs. Several dark shadows simultaneously exerted their strength, pulling all 8 spider legs out. The spider that had lost all its legs struggled and struggled, but in the end, it did not move. Those shadows were not in a hurry, crouched down on the spot as if they were chewing on a spider's leg. Looking at the way the shadows ate, Merkin became more and more convinced that it was some kind of tetrapod. Only thing, the 4 legs of this species are elongated, not like a hunting dog. Bao is a donkey and a horse. The limbs and body of this creature are very disproportionate. Merkin had never met a 4-legged creature that ran like that. He flashed the headlights over there. The dark shadows seemed to be frightened by the sudden strong light, and hurriedly raised their front limbs to block the light. "Before that, I didn't expect to have 5 fingers." Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba were also startled by the creature appearing in the headlights, which was, "That's human." At this time, under the light of the lamp were 6 adults crouching on the ground, walking on all 4s. 4 men and 2 women were naked, without a single hair on their bodies. Their arms and legs were almost the same length, the same size. They were all skinny and long, looking like the starving people of Africa. They were just skin and bones, literally. No wonder they looked like 4-legged spiders in the dark. These people, whether male or female, have 2 rows of raised ribs in front of their chest, and their abdomen is concave. Whoever sees them will first associate the word hunger, because they lived all year round at the bottom of the cave without sunlight, relying only on the faint light of the fluorescent stones. The skin of these 6 people was unusually pale. Like the spiders, the skin was the white color of rotten flesh that had been soaked in water for a long time. Even more strange is that the faces of these 4 men and 2 women are thin, with a sharp chin, but the teeth used for biting in the mouth are both large and long. There were 2 people who even had teeth sticking out of their lips, turning into fangs. At this moment, the corners of their mouths were still stained with pale blue spider blood. And in their sunken eye sockets, were eyes that looked exactly like a mouse's, with unusually large irises, almost no whites visible. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin froze. The scene in front of them created a strong shock wave that hit each person's spirit. Both of their minds were blank. They'd met all sorts of ugly monstrosities, but none as terrifying as the one that caught their eye right now. That is that person. If not, why have 5 senses and 4 limbs exactly like humans? But if they were humans, why would their behavior be like that of a wild animal? After a while, the two sides glared at each other. The people at the bottom of the cave gradually adjusted to the light of the headlights, and finally saw the appearance of Trakmok Kwangba and Merkin. Although the two of them were much taller than them, all six showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, Trakmok Kwangba also noticed the hunger and greed in their eyes. The people at the bottom of that cave looked at each other, as if wanting to clarify the difference in numbers between the two sides. The corners of their mouths turned up, revealing large teeth, seemingly smiling. Then, only their hind legs kicked hard, their front limbs jumped up. 3 men and 1 woman respectively crawled to Trakmok Kwangba and Merkin. The other male and female were on guard for the prey they had just hunted. The dashing posture of these people reminded Trakmok Kwangba of his wolf-like running. Chapter 76. Tibetwen Thousands of Buddhas. People at the bottom of the cave. The dive attack of the people at the bottom of the cave is extremely fast, powerful, and effective, but it can only be used against wild spiders. This time, they encountered 2 martial arts masters. Trakmok Kwangba's legs were motionless, his upper body leaned back, avoiding 4 long arms. Then his 2 hands reached out at the same time, grabbed the 2 men's heads, and smashed them together. The 2 immediately fell to the ground, unable to make a sound. Merkin crouched a little, one leg hooked back like a scorpion's tail, kicked the woman away, then reached out to follow the man's grasp, pulled him, threw him a few meters away, and said, "What is this?" Trakmok Kwangba looked at the 2 men lying in front of him, only seeing that their 5 fingers were very long, their hands were calloused and rough, their thin face had 2 lumps, which were strong jaw muscles. He sighed wearily. They are people who are probably the ancient Kwangba people. 1 male and 1 female left, as soon as they saw their 4 companions fall, immediately left their prey, each one grabbed a spider leg and fled. They ran around on the ground for a while, then threw themselves on the pole, climbing extremely quickly, like monkeys, and suddenly they were nowhere to be seen. "What did you say?" Merkin's eyes widened, staring at the stick-thin people, in disbelief. The man who had just been thrown by Merkin wanted to run away, but was chased by him. Only a few steps was caught. The thin woman who was kicked by Merkin almost fainted in battle. Merkin held the man's hands tightly, while he struggled constantly, kicking his feet and biting. Merkin twisted the man's hand behind his back, squeezed his chin to open his mouth, and peered inside. The man immediately hissed like a pig being poked. "Why are you so thin?" Merkin frowned, holding the man tightly with one hand, the other going under the woman's waist, lifting it up, testing the weight, feeling light as a wick. Trakmok Kwangba said, "They probably live down here all year round, taking spiders for food." Merkin threw the woman in front of Trakmok Kwangba, rolled around next to the 2 people he knocked unconscious, then held up the man who was not comatose for him to see, and asked, "What did you say just now? Did you say they could be Kwangba?" "That's right." Trakmok Kwangba's forehead wrinkled. "Other than the Kwangba people who have resided here since ancient times, who else could it be? We can only speculate like that, don't know what happened here, but apparently, these people, these human-like creatures, have lost their minds. They have degenerated into wild beasts, retaining only the most primitive instincts of the creature." Merkin felt a chill down his spine, muttering, What made the Kwangba people so bad?" Trakmok Kwangba shook his head. "I don't know, but humans' ability to survive and adapt is really surprising. Under such circumstances, it was unexpected that they would still be able to live." Merkin said, "What about their hair, fur too? Living underground doesn't grow hair." Trakmok Kwangba carefully looked back, only to see that the man's skin was smooth, there was not a single hair, and for some reason, he suddenly saw that the man suddenly turned his head and was about to bite, as Merkin. Merkin let go of his hand, the other man relaxed his hands, and casually grabbed Merkin's head, ripped off a few blonde hairs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Merkin was angry, his big hand clamped on the man's shoulder, he only slightly twisted his strength, causing the opponent to dislocate, then put 2 more punches in the stomach. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw this, he immediately understood, their hair must have been eaten by themselves. Merkin coldly looked at the man with his mouth wide open and said, to survive, they eat everything, why are they still so thin? The other person was punched by Merkin, his chest suddenly swelled violently, as if he couldn't breathe, he could stop breathing at any time. Merkin hastily loosened his grip, and at the same time remarked, I didn't exert any force. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered, this scene was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Yes, Sean was like this before he died. He was still thinking, saw the other man hunched over, vomiting, bile and gastric juices gushing out, accompanied by countless multi-legged worms, all white. Thanks. The worms were smooth, divided into many segments, less than 10 centimeters long, 2 rows of fleshy legs sprouted on both sides. As soon as they touched the land, they crawled everywhere. There were some people who were in chaos, and immediately burrowed into their noses. A few people's mouths were on the ground, most of the rest were trampled by Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin for a while, almost completely dead. At this time, the 2 of them looked at the other man, more and more strange, what kind of worm he vomited. After all, what is this? Merkin suddenly remembered something and quickly said, here, this is heterocysts ovulating, parasite 2 hosts. A lot of parasites use this method to reproduce. He recalls, Sauls once said, that the best example of 2-host parasites was the malaria parasite. The spores of the parasitic malaria parasite develop in the liver cells and red blood cells of the human body. After maturing, they separate into many male and female gametes that enter the bloodstream. After the mosquito sucks the blood of people carrying the malaria parasite, the male and female gametes will combine to form a zygote in the salt body, and then develop into a sporangium, in which there are thousands of spores. When the mosquito bites another person, the spores will enter that person's body, so the circulation is continuous, the number of parasites will increase day by day. At this point, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin understood, no wonder these people were so thin. Most of the nutrients from what they ate were absorbed by this parasite. People eat spiders, spiders eat people. This parasite is passed back and forth between humans and spiders, the 3 parties thus forming a complex symbiotic system. Old Ghoul. Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally remembered. In the notebook in Kongbo village it was written that whoever commits the crime of gluttony will be banished to the hell of hunger and thirst. Implanting the ancient pretor ghost in his body, the skinny man he raised his bones, his stomach sunk in like a boat. He didn't stop eating all day, he was forever tormented by hunger and thirst. Before he had time to explain it to Merkin, the man who had just spit out countless parasites suddenly squealed. The hiss sounded like a rat, hurt his ears, but spread far away. Merkin exclaimed, stop him. At the same time he opened his mouth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba soon jumped up, closed his hand into a blade and beat that person to faint on the spot. He had lived with wolves for many days, and naturally understood very well the meaning of this hiss. Although the sound of this man was different from the wolves, this sharp howl spread far away made Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately think of the howling of the wolves. Duo Mok Kwong Ra quickly pulled Merkin's hand and said, ignore them. Quickly think of a way to leave this place. Merkin's facial muscles twitched, only to hear him say in a low voice, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. In the direction of the headlights, I saw a pair of rat-like eyes hidden among the stone pillars, flashing in the pitch-black darkness. A man and a woman who had just run away came back. I don't know how many people living at the bottom of the cave were like them, each one less than 1.5 meters tall. But their limbs were almost a meter long. These people were climbing and jumping on the jigs like walking on flat ground. Since their bodies were so light, the bounce of those skinny arms and legs was enough to make them jump quite a distance. However, with 2 or 3 people, Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin were still able to cope, but now the enemy has come to the group, closing the encirclement. The two of them can't stand it either. The two held hands, leaning back against each other, rolling their eyes around the dark area. Merkin asked, "What now?" Trak Mok Kwangba said, "Let's go straight out." Merkin asked again, "Which way?" Trak Mok Kwangba replied, "Just follow the edge of the cliff, there is definitely a way." The people at the bottom of the cave rushed over. Trak Mok Kwangba shouted, "Get out!" The two people at the same time punched and kicked like flies, knocking down those who approached them. But those cave dwellers hit harder and harder, rushing forward as if they didn't care for their lives. Using teeth and claws as weapons, each one growled like a wild animal, glared angrily at Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin, and continued to attack one after another. In terms of combat skills, Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin were countless times taller than these people, but facing the attack of countless sharp teeth and claws, their bodies were also covered with wounds. Wounds are mostly in exposed places such as the face or back of the hand. The two men fought and advanced, following the dim edge of the cliff in the dark, going from west to east. A man from the bottom of the cave jumped down from above and tried to ride on Merkin's head, but he managed to dodge. That person immediately aimed at his nose, opened his mouth full of blood to bite. An ancient worm crawled out of his nasal cavity and hung outside, twisting his body. Merkin saw it, and immediately waved his hand to slap the man, knocking him away. The goo worm flew up, stuck to Trak Mok Kwangba's face. 2 rows of fleshy legs swarmed. Seeing a hole, it immediately wiggled to get in. Trak Mok Kwangba quickly reached out and grabbed it, crushed it, and at the same time dodged the attack from the front, left, and right, kicked the person in front of him, and continued to charge. Moments later, Merkin's forehead was scratched 3 times, the flesh was torn, and the pain was indescribable. He began to feel that he couldn't take it anymore, so he suggested, "Use the gun." Duo Mok Kwangba shook his head, "But they are human." Merkin dodged an attack, muttering, "Can this still be considered a human?" Trak Mok Kwangba pushed the 3 people in front of him away, coldly glaring at Merkin and thinking, that year, the Spanish colonialists didn't consider the Indians as human, so they led to countless massacres, and the slave trade lasted for 100 years. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt surprised. Strange, why did I suddenly think of America, and compare the people at the bottom of this cave with the original inhabitants of America? That's right, maybe because they both created a glorious past, then suddenly disappeared in history, leaving a void of nothingness. When they reappeared, they all became uncivilized primitive people, living in their own closed primitive clan society. Not only that, the people at the bottom of this cave can be said to be no different from wild animals. It is estimated that only the primitive survival instincts control actions, even without the basic concept of caste, especially, let alone the formation of clans. What's the matter with this? Suddenly, a person at the bottom of the cave banged his head on Trak Mok Kwangba's head. That person immediately fainted, and at the same time, a thought flashed in Trak Mok Kwangba's mind. That's right. The number of these people is not enough. The tipping point of collective intelligence has not yet been reached. Besides, they live at the bottom of this deep cave. Other than hunting spiders, I'm afraid there's nothing else, not enough labor force, not to make them intellectual. Trak Mok Kwangba thought again. Then before the Spanish colonists set foot on the Maya land, the Mayans who survived the disaster of the destruction of the other country, had also experienced an era of transgression into the wild beast, no wisdom at all. He remembered the epics of the Kukua tribe and the Maya documents they had gathered. Once blood stained the steps of the holy temple, countless calamities would descend in succession everywhere like a terrible hailstorm. The city would become a dead citadel, with no survivors. Scary disasters will be like a flood that engulfs the earth. The sun disappears, the world sinks into darkness, the world is in chaos, people live in a state of chaos, naked like wild people. Apart from the caves in the mountains, they had nowhere to hide. Every day they come out of the cave, go around the mountains and forests in search of food. Those shivering thoughts kept popping up in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head: the curse of the Kwai Ba tribe, the epic of the Kukua people, the history of Maya, the history of County Ca, the disappearance of the army. Light, Hong Kong Island itself is sealed, everything seems to be strung together. A cold feeling rose from the soles of his feet. This place seemed to hide a great secret. Now that secret was about to break the cocoon. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not dare to think more deeply. He frantically adjusted his spirit, concentrating on dealing with the situation in front of him. Only to hear Merkin behind him say, "We don't seem to know the pain, knock back and rush, damn it, shit. Get the hell out of me." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly startled. Control the host. He grabbed the arm of a man in the bottom of the cave, treated the opponent's body as a weapon, swung it around a few times, then let go and threw it away. "What did you say?" Merkin dodged the other three cave dwellers, swinging his fist to knock them down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba recalled Sean's words, and then recounted, "You know the two-host parasite but don't know the type of parasite that controls the host. There are people who are addicted to eating weird things, such as iron nails, glass, mud. It's not really them that have a problem, but the parasites in their body that require some specific substances to be added. Those parasites secrete substances that affect the human brain, causing people to develop cravings for these weird things. This is called host control." While talking, he changed his breath 2 or 3 times, dodged several attacks, and knocked down 7 or 8 people from the bottom of the cave. Merkin exclaimed, "You mean, they feel hungry, launch attacks, are actually controlled by parasites in the body?" He was just stunned for a moment, almost being bitten. Trak Mok Kwong Ba considered the words, then nodded, in a certain sense. "Maybe, so to speak," Merkin said. "It seems more and more. Stay away from me for a while." "More and more," Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. "Being a blessing is not a disaster. Being a disaster cannot be avoided." He suddenly raised his head and added, "This time, it seems that it can't be avoided." Only saw in the air spread out countless small white umbrellas. Spiders jumped down from above, massively joined the battle. "I told you to use a gun before, now it's cool." Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted, "Why don't you use it?" Merkin hesitated for a moment, then said, Family tradition. We absolutely do not kill people." Although he was busy responding to attacks from all sides, Trak Mok Kwong Ba still turned around and widened his eyes to express his surprise. Merkin said he never killed anyone. How can Trak Mok Kwong Ba believe this? So who in the forest pointed a gun at us? Merkin said, "Well, I was just trying to scare you, and at the same time protect myself. I didn't mean to kill you." Scamper. The white spiders just joined the war. The situation immediately became chaotic. Most of the people at the bottom of the cave ignored Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, rushed to greet the sheep with the spiders. Red and blue blood splashed everywhere. A strong fishy smell rose up. The area at the foot of the stone column immediately turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin took the opportunity to run away, although they sometimes met obstacles, but even spiders or humans could not cause much threat to them. The two people kept running from one end of the stone column to the other. Along the way, they made a plan. If they still couldn't find a way out, they would follow the cliff and run another round. However, they clearly didn't have to. Even though they were far away, they could still see the bright torchlight shining from the doorway of a certain pavilion at the other end. While on this side, there is a stone slab hanging on the edge of the cliff, like a ferry carrying passengers across the river. The two ends of the stone had 2 metal threads the size of a thumb tied tightly. The other end of the 2 strings stretched upwards and disappeared in the deep darkness. Seeing this stone, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin were stunned. Isn't this a super large swing? Perhaps it is thanks to this swing to cross the gap over 100 meters wide in front of me. The place where they were standing was already outside the range of the stone pillar battlefield, and it was not known where the other end of the metal wire that tied this giant table was attached. For many years, this swing table has always been fixed to the edge of the cliff. It is not pushed out by the people at the bottom of the cave, because the bottom of the stone slab is spread into many large iron rings, as big as a child's arm, and on the cliff 2 more oval rings, iron rings and rings are cast on the cliff, oval hooked together, fix the stone slab. The type of connection between the iron ring and the oval ring, in fact, is the type of the ancient 9, but the ancients have increased the number of rings. Both sides of the stone are fixed with 18 iron rings. The continuous octave, perhaps not difficult to solve, just need to spend a little more time and remember your sequence of removing the ring. Those cave dwellers also used to move their hands and feet into these rings, but the unintelligent savages only made the iron rings more confused, with almost no sign of being able to open them. Although Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba both have the ability to solve this simple thing, they don't have enough time. The war between the people at the bottom of the cave and the spiders is about to end, and the people are howling again. Oops, rushed to the guy. Merkin saw that there was not enough time, so he put a stick of gum in his mouth and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Stop them." Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled bitterly. "You are all so good at choosing. I'm just afraid I won't last long." Merkin raised his finger. 1 minute. Trak Mok Kwong Ba then rushed into the middle of the group of people at the bottom of the cave, thinking to himself that if it could last a second, it would be good. He poured more strength into his fists and kicks, knocking down the attackers in front of him one after the other, but the people at the bottom of the cave kept pouring in more and more. This time, they seemed to have changed their strategy, using the ant swarm strategy. Whenever they approached Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately hug, bite tightly, both hands and feet clamp his limbs, determined not to willing to let go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's movements immediately slowed down, and a few moments later, a few more people from the bottom of the cave came to press on. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like carrying the whole mountain on his shoulders, using his strength to push and throw away the people who were clinging to him. But in the blink of an eye, the others rushed in. He shouted, "It's not over yet, I can't hold it anymore." Merkin quickly ran back, assisting Trak Mok Kwong Ba to push the cave dwellers around them back away, then didn't run to the edge of the cliff, but rushed straight into the middle of the barbarian crowd. Those people at the bottom of the cave did not expect these two preys to be so brave. Just a second, the other two passed by. After running about 50 yards, Merkin said, "Let's rush back, use your top speed." Saying that, the two immediately changed direction, rushing towards the stone swing table. The whole group of people at the bottom of the cave still had not had time to settle down. It took a long time to growl, each one racing to chase the two strangers. Along the way, Merkin lifted his arm, 2 guns already in his hands. He fired several times in a row. The flames flashed. In the darkness, the arc flashed on the edge of the cliff, the mountain rocks beneath the feet trembled slightly, and then a thunderous rumble spread gradually along the stone pillars. Merkin was able to time the explosion with great precision, and the two of them were just outside the shock waves range, then rushed into the weakened shock wave range, jumping on the swinging board that had left, off the cliff, swinging towards the palace under the pitch-black night. Temporary out of danger. Round after round, Lu Kan Nam led the shaman Allah to follow the young man, not knowing how many rounds he had gone through in these circular walls. Stairs appeared in front of them endlessly, up and down and up again, sometimes floating high above. The shoulders, waist, arms, and knees of these tall statues are all capable of becoming channels connecting the two circles. Without the young man to guide them, the two of them really didn't know how to get through this winding maze. Each round, the young man stopped to think for a moment. The shaman Allah became more and more certain, this person had never been here, but why did he know the secrets of this place, remember all the passages here? Before long, the young man had found more than half of the mercenaries, lined up in a long line. Looking at the ridiculous crowd, Lu Kan Nam saw Man Man again. Since her tragic identity was revealed, she always quietly walked behind the team. Lu Kan Nam thought that Man Man would leave alone, did not expect her to still follow this group of people like that. The mercenaries who already had names couldn't help but walk over and make jokes, but Min Min neither cried nor laughed, like a walking corpse. When she first confirmed Man Man's identity, Lu Kan Nam only hated to eat and swallow Man Man alive on the spot, but looking at her lifelike appearance, she felt a little soft. So let Kwong Ba decide. She is really angry, but she can't let these mercenaries humiliate her. Thinking of this, Lu Kan Nam immediately walked behind the team, went to Min Min's side, without saying a word, suddenly raised his hand and pointed directly at the guys who had just played a trick with Min Min. His eyes were fierce and his expression was bright, calm and exudes indescribable majesty. Those mercenaries shyly backed away. They understood very well. This woman was extremely powerful. Once the young man and Kafu didn't stand up, they didn't dare to mess around. Man Man turned his grateful eyes to Lu Kan Nam, but was disappointed to realize that from beginning to end, Lu Kan Nam did not bother to glance at her once. Lu Kan Nam returned to his place, mixed with 3 parts of anger, 3 parts of resentment, and 3 parts of contradiction. The shaman Allah smiled kindly and nodded to her, praising her for her job well done. Lu Kan Nam still did not say a word, carefully supporting him. The shaman Allah knew that she still hadn't calmed down, and didn't say anything more. The young man who poured in also gave up searching for the lost mercenaries. He turned to the rest to warn the rest, remember, this place is not only a magnificent palace, but also a magnificent palace. The labyrinth is rife with trap organs. Every madman is full of treasures. I'm afraid you can't take them all, but you must keep your small life to have a chance to spend money. Don't be like the warning out there, seeing only the treasure in front of his eyes, then died with no land to bury his body. After that, he turned to Kafu again. You have to take care of them. But at this time, no one was patient enough to listen to him continue. In everyone's mind there were only 4 words, each hall, floating and hovering. The mercenaries were shocked, Kafu was surprised, and even Lu Kan Nam and the magician Allah were secretly shaken in their hearts. People originally thought that this place was the subject of the temple, the largest and most beautiful core area, but listening to the young man say, it seems that this is just a pavilion in Back Bar. Just a shrine. After all, how many halls does the Back Bar temple have? Seeing their reactions, the young man smirked scornfully. What's so surprising? Although this great hall is big, it's not that many million people, a total of 6 generations, it took more than 100 years to build, right? This is just a great hall inside the temple. The entire Bakbala temple is a citadel. What is a citadel? Master Mage, you are tantric practitioners, you must know better than me, right? Although the shaman Allah still kept his composure, he couldn't help but wow, for a moment, his heart beating fast. The citadel is divided into many types. The most common is the tantric harp. The most commonly seen are the Thai Tibetan mandala, the diamond mandala, 15, each of which has more than 400 Buddhist masters, each for a hall. If every room has the same size as this hall, how big must the temple be? Of course, the first thing he thought of was the Kalakakra diamond temple, but the shaman Allah also knew that it was created by later people based on the legends of Shangri-La. The greatest possibility is that this place is still built according to the model of the Thai Tripitaka Mandala or the Vajra Mandala described in the Great Sun Sutra and the Vajra Peak Sutra. However, after hearing the young man say that, there were still many mercenaries who glanced at their backpacks and bags, with a look of dilemma on their faces. Obviously, they were satisfied, believing that as long as they brought these treasures back, they wouldn't have to worry about lack of money in the next few generations. These guys want to leave immediately. The young man also saw that thought and continued, of course, those who feel they're already rich and want to leave here are free to do so. But I still want to go deeper and explore, can't guide you. Whoever wants more, follow me. The mercenaries had tasted the benefits of this circular labyrinth, and knew that the entrance was blocked. If there was no young person to lead the way, who would be able to get out of here? Faced with this form of threat, they were helpless, completely unable to resist. The shaman Allah and Lu Kan Nam looked at each other. Clearly, this young man was like the two of them, completely unaffected by the dazzling jewels here. So what are you looking for? Could it be that his goal is the same as theirs, to search for the Holy Scriptures? But what use will the Scriptures do to him? Besides, if he also wanted to search the Holy Scriptures, he certainly wouldn't keep the two of them. Kaffu stood next to him and asked, "What is the final castle?" The young man conveniently drew a picture of, on the wall, then said, "The Dan Citadel looks like this, has been painted a lot on the thankas and frescoes, only, they're all flat, so it cannot be done, completely shows the shape of the citadel. I don't know if any of you have been to the Temple of Heaven in Beijing. The main hall of the temple is quite similar there, floor by floor, different classes worship different Buddhist temples. The structure of the whole citadel and each hall is basically the same, in square and round. In round there are squares, immense and thousands of objects, all of them are contemplative." Kaffu immediately understood, like a pyramid. The young man nodded, "Yes, there is only one difference, it is more like a multi-layered cake. The citadel is a combination of square and round, while the pyramid is purely square. Mage Sama, how do you think this castle will be?" The shaman Allah clasped his hands to shake the seal and said nothing. He was still deep in thought. Just listen to the young man continue. "Actually, the square and round religion of the Buddha school and the yin and yang of the Tao school have a lot of similarities. The great Tao in the world, after all, are all about one relationship. All things are composed of one yin and one yang. The trajectory of all things is a straight line. Samsara of all things, all one square and one round. That's all there is to morality in this world." The shaman Allah was startled awake, involuntarily raised his head to look at the young man, and said to himself, "At this age, I didn't expect to be able to say such words. This person's disposition and understanding are higher, me a lot. No, he must have read this sentence somewhere, although the tone is full of contempt, but his understanding of this sentence is clearly still a level higher than mine." While the shaman Allah pondered, the young man led the team forward. Only faintly heard him say to Kaffu, "This thing, very difficult to explain. We're going inside, can't see the whole look of the place from the outside. You treat it like a pine cone. Something like that, a citadel, an upside-down shadow in that water, do you understand? Tao yin and yang, stop it, you won't understand even if you say it. Tao yin and yang, reverse shadow." The shaman Allah lowered his head and suddenly exclaimed, "I understand." Lu Kan Nam next to him hurriedly asked, "Lord Mage." The shaman Allah drew a picture, on the wall the young man had just drawn, but this picture was in the opposite direction from the picture above. The small head was downward. The two pictures were put together to form a diamond. The shaman Allah pointed to the wall and said, "This is the entire appearance of the harp, one main and one opposite, one yin and one yang. We are here." His finger moved to the small end of the upper figure, then pointed again to the bottom end, saying, "He wants to come here." Lu Kan Nam came to his senses, nodded and helped the magician Allah to follow the mercenary team. The giant swing changed from static to dynamic, slowly speeding up, the wind getting stronger. Track Mok Kwongba and Merkin seemed to be pedaling on a surfboard, rushing forward. The first half, it felt like surfing on the clouds. The second half, both of their hearts sank. The focus was on their feet. Seeing the cliff right in front of the eyes, the glittering lights were clearly visible, but the swing had lost its momentum and started to swing back to the other side. Merkin asked in surprise, "What's going on?" By design, this swing table should have taken them directly to the opposite platform, right? Why is it still a few dozen meters away? but Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hook rope didn't even come, and has already begun to jerk back. The two quickly looked for the reason, looked down, and immediately jumped. As it turned out, when the two of them jumped on the swing, a group of people from the bottom of the cave also rushed forward, although no one could get on the swing, but grabbed the iron ring below. The first person grabbed the iron ring, the second person hugged the front legs tightly, like a group of monkeys hanging around each other over the ravine, strung into a long chain. This swing table is very large. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin rushed to use all their strength. After getting up, the view was obstructed again, adding a dim light, so they still did not detect it. Only when swinging to this side, full of light, did the two people see. Each such long chain has about 4 or 5 people clinging to the bottom of the cave. At the foot of Trak Mok Kwong Ba there is a chain, on the Merkin side there are 2 chains. These people changed the center of gravity of the swing. No wonder it didn't reach the other side. It had already begun to bounce back. "What's up with this?" Merkin asked. "If you don't drive down the people at the bottom of the cave, you will fear that the swing will slow down more and more, and eventually stop hovering in the air. However, there is a deep abyss below. These people fall. I am afraid it is difficult to live." Although in the past, Trak Mok Kwong Ba fought with guerrillas, drug dealers, later repeatedly clashed with mercenaries under Merkin's command, but those were all enemies. He fired just to kill himself. Protect yourself, nor be ashamed of your heart. But these cave people are different. Their intelligence is like a newborn baby. Their behavior is like a wild animal. They act only for food, for survival. Besides, their attack power is also very weak. If not dominant in number, it can be said that it is absolutely no threat to Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba. At this point, it was also difficult for them to climb above the swing table for the two of them. At the same time, under the light from the other side, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also discovered 2 women with slightly raised bellies, obviously pregnant. Could it be that killing a person who acts crazy, has low intelligence, and has no ability to resist, isn't murder? However, at that moment, the people at the bottom of the cave couldn't hold it any longer. The first one to cling to the iron ring lost his hand, and all those who were clinging behind immediately fell into the abyss, unlike wild animals. The swing table returned less than halfway. The 3 chains of people clinging below all fell one by one, leaving only the squeaking sound echoing in the air. The person clinging to the bottom of the cave below had fallen, but the swing was still slowing down, the second time being farther from the opposite shore than the first time. Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at each other and asked, Do you know how to swing this? Don't you know how to swing too?" As soon as the question came out of their mouths, the two immediately froze. 2 masters who are familiar with the pitfalls of the agency, unexpectedly are made difficult by a silly swing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin both understand very well. Just standing on the stone without any movement, the swing's oscillation amplitude will certainly narrower and narrower. But unfortunately, neither of them knew how to act. This extremely simple thing was clearly not included in their training curriculum. Merkin raised a more serious problem. "Did you notice, this time our position is a little higher than the first?" "You mean, there's a problem with the rope? There must be something above this stone that is winding ropes on both sides of this stone. The amplitude of the swing will be smaller. If we don't think of a way, we will be stuck in the middle of the abyss." "Try it. There's a way. Try skiing," Trak Mok Kwong Ba suggested. Merkin nodded in agreement. When the swing table reached its highest point and began to fall, the two split up to grab a rope, knees bent, body weight forward, posture like skiing. The resistance is reduced, the falling speed of the swing increases significantly, but after passing the midpoint, this position seems to be unstable. The two continued to tinker, finally finding the optimal way. When the swing reached the highest point, they immediately stomped their feet, put their strength down, then held the ski position until they passed the midpoint. At that time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted, "Up!" The two of them jumped up at the same time, putting strength into their legs to push the swing up a bit higher. They kept repeating like that. The swing finally gradually increased the amplitude of the oscillation. By the 13th time, the swing had reached the maximum amplitude. However, Luke Snaith, they were already 10 feet above the other platform. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shot the hook rope. Merkin also rushed along, one hand clinging to the other's arm. Trak Mok Kwong Ba waved his hand and threw Merkin onto the platform, while he slid down the wall and climbed down. After touching the ground, Trak Mok Kwong Ba discovered that this was not a platform, but a hollow pedestal in the middle, like the balcony of a building. Only, the scale was magnified countless times. They just landed on the railing of that huge balcony, like two small ants. Standing from here, looking inside, only seeing bright torchlights, space expanding infinitely, looking up, only seeing a patch of dark blue flickering like a galaxy flowing in the night sky. One morning and one night blended together, as if they were looking at two completely different worlds. There was a staircase at the edge of the wall. The two carefully climbed down a few dozen meters, then stepped into that bright space, took a deep breath at the same time, and exclaimed at the same time, "Ah!" Just like the group of people of the shaman Ala when entering the great hall with thousands of Buddhas and gods, thinking about the meaning of that existence, the two of them felt lost in an immense area. Their vision was suddenly expanded. How can one word, large, describe this place? This place cannot be called a palace or a hall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels like he has just stepped into the fairyland, only to see a green area full of spring thoughts, and all the trees in the forest are lush and rustling. The two of them rubbed their eyes continuously, not knowing if they were hallucinating or not. This place is located deep underground, illuminated by fire. How can there be a forest? Is this a great hall after all? Or is it a patch of jungle? At their feet is a green lawn, small white and red flowers blooming alternately between green grass, soft like a spreading carpet. Not far away are large trees close together with dense branches and trunks, the diameter of which many people hug, up to 100 meters high. It seems that there is still a stream flowing through the grass, only hear the murmuring sound, do not see the flow of water. Merkin couldn't believe his eyes, squatted down, stroked a blade of grass, then raised his head, smiled bitterly, and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Fake." That blade of grass was smooth, broken without breaking, only emitting a rustling sound like cellophane. I don't know what those white and red flowers are made of, but they are exactly like the real thing, and I don't know how much effort it took the ancients to cut out millions of grass stalks like that, covering the entire hall. Duo Mok Kwong Ba silently nodded. These are of course fake. This place is deep underground. If it wasn't for the agency that started it, there wouldn't even be any light. How could there be a jungle? On the other large trees, about 2/3 of their height or more, there were burning tanks of fire. If a real tree, how can the fire burn like that? However, fake but have this metal, fake but look so real, making people seem to fall in the middle of an illusionary cloud. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't help but admire the sophisticated techniques of the artists 1,000 years ago. Their thinking is so magical, that one can only sigh in admiration. He raised his head and looked up, at a height of more than 100 meters, where the wall and ceiling came into contact. There were countless statues of Buddhas bending down at a 45-degree angle, their feet stepping on good clouds, their eyes staring. Merkin stood cross-legged, slowly rolling his eyes. This great change in space and color makes the human mind immediately change from a place of danger to a majestic hero, as if it has just reached the top of a mountain. With just such a simple stance, he felt like he was standing in the middle of the vast sky. He had been to countless ancient tombs, visited countless monuments, but never met a place like this. In the palace there is a lake, in the palace there is a deep forest. This is not simply an art, but a realm containing the supreme thought of Zen Buddhism. The two of them slowly walked in the forest, letting their souls go with the wind. The grass under their feet made whispers like the words of a lover. like an underground stream in harmony, filled with meditation. These large trees do not understand what materials are made of. In the burning firelight, the air is filled with a fresh scent, faintly like orchid, and a bit like sandalwood, making people's spirits become more spiritual, relaxed, from head to toe, almost bathed in a holy light. Not sure how long it took, Trakmok Kwangba suddenly froze, slowly raised his hand to point out into the distance. For some reason, Merkin suddenly felt a rush of emotions. Spicy Nose Bridge. He quickly wiped his nose, suppressing the sudden surge of emotion. Is the tree too big? The tree trunk seemed to pierce the sky kicked the ground, the canopy spread like a giant umbrella covering the ground. The big trees around are just like children and grandchildren crowding around it. The figures 15, 16 painted on the ceiling dome are jostling and rushing towards the canopy of this tree. Trakmok Kwangba suddenly had a feeling that could not be expressed in words. He only saw that the world was still and quiet, pretending to be real but also being fake, as if he could hear the sound of worms, how many afflictions all dissipated. As for Merkin, it was like seeing an old tree in front of his ancestral house, in his mind, an image of two grandsons and grandchildren sitting under the cult tree. Under the tree, there is also a small white sign, which at first glance looks like a pony. For some reason, when looking up at that tree, Trakmok Kwangba and Merkin both approached the tree without an appointment. At first, the two were still wary of the office, and after walking for a while, they began to spread their strides, the faster they went. When they got closer, they discovered that the white thing turned out not to be a pony, but a six-tusked white elephant, 10 meters high. Beneath the sky-high tree, the smaller trees in the forest lined up in 2 rows, as if leaving a path for the white elephant to walk, a stream of water as clear as a mirror about 4 or 5 meters quietly flowing, pass in front of the elephant. That white elephant has a crown on its head, a heartless lotus on its back, a joyful and happy appearance, like taking a nap, and like taking a bath in the early morning. It exudes a gentle look, indescribable pleasure. White elephants, springs, forests, combine harmoniously, completely naturally. The feeling that comes from Trakmok Kwangba's inner self is becoming more and more obvious. This realm, so free and free, so carefree. Suddenly, Merkin mutters and reads, "Alone in the world, my mind is clear, not seeking no desire, like an elephant in the forest." Trakmok Kwangba was immediately enlightened in a moment. Yes, it is this feeling, walking alone between heaven and earth, without asking for no sex, a white elephant in this place, creating a space that makes people no more desires, no more desires. The feeling of lifting a cup in front of the wind, forgetting about honor and shame, must be the same, even it seems that the realm here is one step higher. Trakmok Kwangba was a little surprised to see Merkin. He really did not expect that Merkin also reached this level. A word has been pointed out. This is a verse in the Pali canon of the Nam Trian Ngu Bokin 17. Merkin was embarrassed when he was looked at by Trakmok Kwangba, so he explained, "Elephants are sacred objects in Buddhism, and have always been treasured in the past, considered as divine beasts with great magic power and great compassion. They have large bodies, are not easily injured by other creatures, and never actively hurt other creatures. Except for humans, elephants have no natural enemies, alone in a deep forest. Elephants are the first animals to have such qualifications." This explanation of Merkin, Trakmok Kwangba can only accept the first part, and the last sentence thinks that he explained it slightly wrong. He also recalled a sentence in the Tripitaka, "Better to live alone, than to walk with bad friends, to live alone without evil deeds, to live freely, like an elephant in the middle of the jungle." 18. Thinking about it, he said, "Elephants have boundless power, yet their personalities are mild. When they act as a horse for a bodhisattva, elephants represent the dharmakaya that can shoulder responsibility. When they are incarnations of bodhisattvas, elephants represent great things, compassion and great power. Buddha has 80 auspicious signs, moves forward and stops like a statue king, walks like a crane king, has a face like a lion king, is immaculate and immaculate, like a pure white elephant body. The 6 tusks represent the 6 degrees: giving, keeping precepts, forbearance, meditation, progress, and wisdom. Those who have the 6 degrees can cross the sea of birth and death and reach the shore of eternal life. At the same time, it also points to the 6 kinds of bodhisattvas' superhuman powers of transcending humanity. Merkin was not very interested in the things of that scripture. He turned his gaze to the crown of the white elephant's head. Above that crown is inlaid with silver, inlaid with gold, jewels and jewels, as small as quail eggs, and as large as a chicken egg. Merkin was used to looking at gold and silver, but as soon as he saw this crown, he couldn't take his eyes off. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes also left the elephant's body, moving down the quiet water ahead. The spring water is as bright as a mirror, the flow is slow like a silk ribbon, only a little ripple like wrinkles on the face. Tracing up to the source, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised to realize that the unexpectedly shallow stream was flowing from the root of the other tree. At this point, due to the close distance, the trunk of the magic tree was no longer like a tree trunk, but more like a wall. The surface of the tree trunk, but the shape is like a wall. It takes several hundred steps to go around this wall. Take a closer look, and you will discover that the lumps, nodes, rough spots on the tree trunks are all different creatures sculpted by the ancients. In addition, you also have a fairy. Buddhas too. They blend into the ridges on the bark. At a glance, they will see 5 themes appearing. Each person's facial expression is different, but if they look closely, they will only see the trunk of the tree in front of them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked around the trunk of the tree, finally realizing the magic of this magic tree. When looking up at the tree, it is impossible to focus on one point, but to look at the whole, so that the vision is wide open. The Buddha gods will appear themselves in a hazy place. Keep observing like that for a while. The sculptures of Buddhas and gods and creatures will become more and more clear, like living in the middle of nowhere. The observer also feels as if he is in the middle of that scene. If you blink your eyes, or focus your mind, those images of gods, Buddhas and animals will suddenly disappear, hiding in the tree trunk. That clear stream flows from the top of the magic tree, where the branches are luxuriant and dense. A total of 4 springs, the ancients carved 4 spiral underground trenches on the tree trunk, pointing out in 4 directions, cutting across the entire hall. Or do these currents form a giant inverted swastika? Trak Mok Kwong Ba can only speculate. These 4 underground trenches are like 4 rivers flowing through the magic tree, on both sides of which are all kinds of invisible creatures. The most bizarre are these invisible creatures. The ancients not only sculpted a single form, but most of them represented by 3 forms, born, raised and aged. Following the water flow from above, the forms of the creatures became more and more complicated. The other images of the Buddhas and gods were a little further away from the water, as if floating in the middle of nowhere, quietly observing the birth process, death of all living beings in the world. There are contemplative statues, indifferent statues, meditating statues, smiling statues, all very complex and diverse forms. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still has not understood the illusion of Tantra, of course, cannot explain the meaning that these initially hidden images express. He just felt so magical, it couldn't be described in words. Both of them calmly thought about what they saw, both fell into the realm of no self, and even forgot the existence of time. Not long after that, a sound suddenly popped up. From the bottom of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart, Kwong Ba, now is not the time for you to indulge in the sophisticated technology of the ancients. The important thing in front of you is to find the mage, Kan Nam and Man Man. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled, immediately no longer had a feeling of doubt as if he had realized something, looked back at the great hall, seeing the grandeur. It was truly majestic, but he could not bring his spirit into the world. The world of the senses can be adventurous anymore. Is this where the shaman Allah wants to find? Tell me, Is that place the central representative of the temple of Bobala? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. Merkin immediately denied. How is it possible? Whether it's myths, legends or historical records, or we just study and deduce, in the temple must be piled up like a mountain of all kinds of great treasures, not to mention the gold and silver treasures, normal, but what the hell is this? Although the pearls attached to the white elephant are very large and unblemished, they are nonetheless natural minerals, only processed by humans a little more, compared to the treasures in the Merkin dragon. Dream is still far away. Besides, that white elephant is majestic and free, all kinds of jewels and elephant statues have fused into a unified whole, just peeling off one piece will make this white elephant have a stain. Merkin neither wanted nor dared to touch the attractive stones. In addition, to Merkin, this hall was only a dense forest of trees, and it was also a fake. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned, wondering why Merkin couldn't feel the magic of this place. Could it be that he did not feel the spirit of the soul drifting out of the body like him? After that, he asked, if this place is not the central hall, where else is it? Merkin nodded. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said again, then we have to find a way out, there is definitely a door to another place. Merkin hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, okay. Although not directly grasping that sublime scene, Merkin also had a faint feeling. When he stood under the god tree and white elephant statue, he could only see the vast heavens and the earth, the small things, the flowing air as if turning into an entity, from which also an indescribable mood, just the feeling of his is not as clear as Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Afraid that even the shaman Ayla and Lu Kan Nam could not have imagined that, in such a short period of time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba would be able to understand the process of reincarnation and reincarnation. There are many things, much easier said than done. The two finally reached a consensus, and began searching for a way out of the jungle inside this seemingly trap-free hall. However, as soon as the search began, the agency immediately appeared. The two quickly discovered that no matter how they went, they were only going around in the Great Hall or in this forest. The trees were staggered, blocking their view, leaving the two only able to see about a dozen meters ahead. They circled around those big trees, telling themselves that they were going in a straight line, but no matter what they did, they would eventually come back in front of the tree trunk and the statue of the white elephant. Merkin was starting to get irritated. They have marked the tree trunk, but still no effect. He was about to take out a grenade to blow up these trees, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba stopped him. Don't repeat the mistake, we don't know the situation here. If you blow it up, heaven knows what will happen. What other traps lead agencies to do? Merkin growled angrily. I don't believe, can these trees move? Even if it's a labyrinth, there's a right-hand rule. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thoughtfully thought, these large trees and the floor beneath their feet are one body, sculpted from natural lava, both top and bottom are rooted, certainly cannot move. The key problem is that in the position of these trees, at first glance it looks like there is a wide open road, but in fact these trees are large and small. If you want to go forward, you must go around the tree trunks. The most amazing thing is, they go around in the forest no matter what, and finally come back. In addition, the tree trunks were all cylindrical, so the basic right-hand rule in the labyrinth couldn't be applied here. At first, they put their hope in the other four streams. Unexpectedly, the water flowed halfway, then dived underground and was nowhere to be seen. Merkin was more confident in his hearing than humans, immediately led the way with the sound. When he heard the sound of the water change, he exclaimed with joy, "It's out," then raised his eyes, and immediately saw the majestic tree, majestic, white elephant leisurely looming before his eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also bored and didn't bother to say anything more. After a few rounds, Trak Mok Kwong Ba proposed to rest for a while. He will come back under this magic tree anyway, why not try to find clues around here? Must go indiscriminately in the forest is like a fortune teller looking at elephants for a loss. Merkin happily agreed, began to search for clues around the magic tree and white elephant statue, searched for a while and found nothing, not even a letter or symbol left. Trak Mok Kwong Ba told him how to make the Buddha image hidden on the tree trunk appear, then split up to search for clues on those uncertain adventure images. The two of them looked dizzy, and also recognized many types of creatures and the names of Buddha gods, but the clues were still nowhere to be found. Merkin couldn't help but grumble, "Aren't there some words left by the ancients everywhere? Why can't you see it here?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "The places where the ancients left warnings are all extremely dangerous places. It is better not to have them." Merkin said, "Although it is extremely dangerous, but at least we can guess from those words a little bit of their intentions. How about this? Are you telling us to stay here forever with this elephant?" White elephant. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered something, the saying, "If you want something, you will find it," of Captain Ho Duong flashed in his mind. He involuntarily recalled the parts related to white elephants in the documents on Tantra that he and the others had collected over the years, but could not remember which part. He immediately opened Professor Fung Tan's computer to find them. 10 Forces of Incense 20. White Bodhisattva. Fragrance Statue of Ha 21. Hindu God of Wisdom. Dragon Statue 22. Statue Fanatic. Master Statue. Each piece of information appeared on the computer screen, and then in turn, Trak Mok Kwong Ba removed. Suddenly, a piece of information about the king statue caught his eye. Trak Mok Kwong Ba checked again and shouted happily, "So it is, I found my way." Merkin didn't understand Chinese semantics very well. For Buddhist and Taoist terms, he was even more ignorant, and hurriedly asked him, "Where is the road?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "The road is under your feet." Merkin felt that he was being teased, and his face was filled with anger, but right after that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba explained, "In the Ngim Hoa Sutra, there is a sentence that, the statue of the king walks in the land of roses 23, we missed those red flowers, look behind the white elephant." Merkin looked over there, on the grass carpet of white flowers and red and white flowers interwoven, everywhere. At first glance there was no difference, but if you look closely, you will see, behind the white elephant, some red flowers seem to like putting together the shape of a lotus, flower by flower. The distance just matched the elephant's footsteps. If Trak Mok Kwong Ba had not mentioned it, no one would have thought that these red flowers would be any different from the other red flowers around them. "Wherever I go, every step has a lotus blossoming under my feet," Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "This is it." The two carefully traced those lotuses, seeing only red flower spots when on the left, sometimes on the right, sometimes in the shape of a zigzag 24, sometimes turning nearly 180 degrees. Not long after, they finally came out of the forest. Both of them were secretly surprised. At this time, in front of his eyes, the grass had disappeared, and a chessboard appeared on the lava background. Not the cracked ground, horizontal and vertical grooves like a chessboard, but a real giant chessboard. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin used their feet to estimate. This chessboard is about 100 steps long on each side. The chess pieces are towering above, but not yet sculpted. All are cubes with each side about a meter long. The 4 vertical faces of each of these cubes are engraved with symbols indicating their status on the chessboard. The 2 sides above and below also have similar symbols, except that they are not chiseled, but embossed. The two of them didn't know what this giant chessboard was for, so they turned around to find the door. That big door is located right behind the chessboard, closed like a closed lotus, but looking at the slide on both sides of the door and the lotus petals, it is obvious that this door can be opened. The 2 sides of the door are still the sentence, "A person of excellent wisdom, a close friend is excellent," but the first sentence is missing. Below those 2 lines is another verse. The sentence below the line, "A man of great wisdom," was translated by Trak Mok Kwong Ba as 10 types of intelligence, and the sentence below, "A close relative with excellent defense," is 10 great elephants. Then, the 2 people compared the information on the computer. and realized that it is the God of 10 powers, and the statue of the 10 powers, in religion, respectively. Gods of the sixth are the 10 types of divine wisdom of the Tathagata, including knowing ancient gold, acting without errors, knowing fate, knowing everything in the world. Power must be the strength of 10 elephants, symbolizing unparalleled majesty. This time, both of their minds were very sharp. Without an appointment, they said at the same time, "Does that chessboard have anything to do with it?" The two immediately turned to look, only to see that the horizontal and vertical lines on the chessboard were all about 10 centimeters below the ground, almost with metal grooves. In some places the horizontal and vertical lines intersect. There is also a circular metal tray, which appears to be movable. On the round tray there is an indented symbol. Merkin glanced at the circular metal trays, immediately understood, muttering, "So it is." Duo Mok Kwong Ba had never met this type of agency, so he quickly asked, "Do you know this type of agency?" Merkin didn't answer, but instead asked, Have you ever played the barrel push game? That video game, Push the Barrel?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba froze, then hesitantly said, "You mean, that cell phone game?" Right. Merkin nodded. "Stars can be. People have played that game since ancient times." Trak Mok Kwong Ba found it hard to believe. Merkin said, "Though the barrel push is game software programmed by the Japanese, do you know where this software got its inspiration? It is a combination of the Chinese game, Hua Rong Dao, 25, with some other ancient games. And that game, Hua Dung Dao, is a variation of the 9 Palaces deductive. Damn it, no wonder asking for the power of 10 gods and 10 statues of strength." Trak Mok Kwong Ba recalled, Lu Kan Nam did indeed mention the book 9 Palaces deducting the Tang dynasty, but at that time she also said that because the 9 Palaces deduction was too complicated, it was only popular for a while and then gradually disappeared. Transmission. At present, it is not possible to revert to the Ku Kung deduction based on books and canonical books. At the same time, Chinese archaeologists have so far not discovered any artifacts of reference value, so they have not been able to verify. Merkin explained over the loudspeaker to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "The metal trays on these intersections can move, but they are horizontal with the metal groove, but the inside is carved concavely. The engraving line is smooth, with double strength. With our hands, it's really impossible to move these round trays because we can't put our strength down. As for the other cubes, the overhangs on the top and bottom sides." At this point, Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood, then continued, "The raised part just fits the chisel on the round tray, which means, we just need to push these cubes onto the tray. Round, it's like putting a key into a keyhole. We move the cubes, just like the circular tray. So this is the 9 Palaces deduction." Merkin added, "How can it be so simple? You see, the symbol on each round tray is different. One tray can only fit 1 cube. Once the cube fits on the round tray, it will block the intersecting grooves on this table. The cubes in the back can no longer pass through this point. This is the essence of the 9 Palaces deduction. You need to calculate carefully before moving these cubes, which block is pushed first, which block is pushed after. Just one wrong step is a big hassle. If you are lucky, you can only block this passage. If you are unlucky, it may cause other trap organs to start up." Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood. No wonder Merkin said this agency was like a game of pushing boxes. That's right. Merkin continued, "This includes the theory of collation numbers in topology, and also contains the witchcraft in the game Hua Dung Dao, which he considers an enhanced version of the game pushing the chest and Hua Dung Dao is easy to understand right away." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I understand, it's just that this chessboard is so big. How can we see the whole picture? If we can't see the whole picture, where do we start?" Merkin pointed to the door like the unopened lotus bud and said, "We climb up that door to see the whole view. But what I worry about is that, even if I see the whole picture, I am afraid that it will be difficult to deduce. Because of its complexity, The inference of the 9 palaces only prevailed for a while and then disappeared. Then why do you insist that this chessboard must be solved by the 9 palaces deduction? We met something similar in an ancient Tang tomb. Merkin ruffled his blonde hair, looking unnatural. However, it was very simple that time. Even though there were 5 or 6 operators to deduce, those cubes are called operators. Shaping of the operators is different from place to place, otherwise I would have noticed it from the start. You look at this chessboard, I'm afraid there must be dozens of operators that need to be deduced, if not up to hundreds. Even if we calculate the first silver, we won't be sure of the result. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then said, don't mind, let's just climb up and see, maybe it's very simple. Terminate. He patted his backpack and said, even if we can't calculate it, there's still a calculator. The battle and an event and the thousands of Buddha. The young man took out the PDA, glanced at the red dot on it, got signal, Below us, these 2 are also really fast. No, there are some things that have not been arranged yet, so we have to hurry ahead of them, he thought, then walked faster. Round after round, through countless doors and windows, the young man led the group to the other end of the great hall. A wide circular tunnel appeared before them. Inside the tunnel was as dark as ink. I don't know where to go. After walking for a while, the tunnel was completely black. The lights on the mercenaries' helmets could only illuminate about a meter or 2 ahead. Cafu suggested, or, turn on the high-power headlights, Mr. Thomas. No need, the young man sneered, raising his hand and clapping twice. Lu Kan Nam is behind him. Feeling the sound through the gloves is not like a person clapping, but like a person slamming his hand on a wooden stake. However, each of her doubts had no basis at all. Lu Kan Nam was quickly stunned by the incident that followed, so he did not think deeply about this issue. After those 2 claps, the entire tunnel lit up as if it had been fitted with countless sound-controlled lights. Around them, there seemed to be a lot of neon lights bending into a circle. No, they did not light up one by one, but in clusters like flames, which quickly spread far and wide. The whole tunnel was immediately dyed with brilliant light of all colors, red, pink, fluorescent green, emerald green. Each ring of light spread out, flickering here and there like 1,000 stars in the night sky, or like the rippling water's surface reflecting a dazzling light. Wherever the light spread, the mercenaries' amazed astonishment could be heard. Cafu let out an exclamation. It's a miracle technique, how do you do it? Lu Kan Nam and the shaman Ala were also very curious. The young man sneered and replied, it's not even worth a penny to put it bluntly. The ancients bred here a very large number of microorganisms that emit fluorescent light, like the algae in the lake. These microorganisms, when affected by sound, will emit light. It is estimated that for more than 1,000 years, these microorganisms have proliferated a lot, and it is indeed the most powerful technique of raising organisms. As he spoke, he silently compared with his own ability, and couldn't help but admire the wisdom and techniques of the ancients 1,000 years ago. Even though the young man said that, the people present in the tunnel was still amazed. That miraculous light is like a visible electric current, spreading in the shape of a wave, just like the technique of dyeing in a national painting 26 diffusing in all 4 directions. A wave comes, the colors fade away, there's another wave, the different colors chase each other. Unconsciously, everyone shared a feeling that the tunnel was getting wider and wider. It was as if they were following a spiral from the inside of the shell to the vast world outside. There was light ahead, staggered shadows drawing the line where light and darkness met. The light was very strong, like the noonday sun shining directly through the window. The young man was secretly surprised, saying to himself, how can you get such a good light? Although the documents in his possession described quite a lot, but after all, this was also the first time he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Soon after, he discovered that the road under their feet was no longer a rough lava surface, but instead a smooth, mirror-like surface, slightly damp. Obviously, the ancients poured a layer of something like candle wax on the lava surface. This is probably a very strong reflective crystal, the young man said to himself. Sure enough, round a turn, although there was no light source, but the whole tunnel was illuminated as clear as day. After a while, everyone discovered a strange thing. On both sides of the tunnel began to appear some objects, some vases, kettles, bowls, etc., but what was surprising was that all of these things were suspended in midair, as if someone was possessed. Use magic to cast it. A few mercenaries approached curiously, intending to see exactly what the magic was, but had only taken a few steps when they heard them make an "ah" sound, seemingly hitting an invisible wall. In the picture, each name put his hand up to hug his nose. Some of them still hurt so much that they sat down. At this time, we all discovered, the objects displayed on it were placed on transparent crystal shelves. These shelves are almost in the air, and if you don't look closely, you can't tell them apart. Soon, they discovered that these shelves were attached to the ground. Not only the ground, the entire tunnel was covered with a crystal-like material. Light is refracted into the tunnel through this matter. A mercenary who received a painful blow wanted to vent his anger on the bowl that injured him, raised the butt of his gun to strike, but was stopped midway. The shaman Allah reached out his thin arm to catch the butt of the gun. The young man standing next to him picked up a white bowl and said to the mercenary who was about to smash it to vent his anger, "Do you know how much money you burn with one hit like this?" "Ha, is this also worth the money?" The mercenary didn't know anything about porcelain, let alone this porcelain bowl was pure white, there wasn't even a flower painted on it, and it wasn't very beautiful, so bought one on the street and looked like it, even more beautiful. "Ha," the young man looked at the bowl in his hand, as if a flower could bloom in the bowl. Only listening to his mouth mutter softly, "As thin as a cicada's wing, light as a feather, neither Buddha's light nor dreams are born." This miraculous technology is even higher than the paper-thin porcelain technology in the legend of a realm. Let me open your eyes for you. Bring back the lights. A mercenary raised a hat-mounted lamp. The young man placed the bowl on the lamp. After a click, the strange thing happened. That white bowl is like a milky white glass lampshade. The light completely shines through it. Not only can clearly see the shape of the bulb inside, but also the wires under the bulb are clearly visible. It's clearly a porcelain bowl. The young man sneered and said, "See, this luminescence technique is the master technique of Xingzhou pottery kiln in the Sui Tang dynasty. By the early period of the Tang dynasty, this technique was promoted to its peak, became the technology of legend. Is luminescent reflector. Let's spread out a bit." They all jumped back, leaving a gap. The young man turned the light on. Astonishment resounded in unison. Only in that the light is not very strong on the wall of the tunnel. The light shining through the white porcelain bowl leaves on the crystal wall a relatively clear image that makes the magicians Ala and Liu Kan Nam seem to be seeing the image again. Image of Hong Bala Mat Quang Bao Jiam, only this projection is a black and white image. The shadow casts on the light and the dark, in turn exposing the ancient architectures side by side, such as upside-down bowls, spacious streets, beautiful and bustling shops, flowing horses and carriages, water flowing over the bridge. Like a picture, Fan Min Thuong Ha Map 27 is made up of shadows. This, after all, unbelievable miracle, Oriental magic. Before those surprised cries, the young man couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. Although he knew the origin of this bowl, also knew what was going to happen, but when everything happened, the reality was more obvious than he imagined. He loudly said, "Have you seen it? This was the center of the world over 1,000 years ago." Chang'an, pausing for a moment, he continued, "This is the highest technique of firing ceramics in the whole world today. Reflective reflector. I'll show you even more magic. Bring back the water." A pitcher of water was brought to the young man's hand. He held the pitcher tilted. A stream of clear water slowly filled the bowl, then spilled out, covering the bowl like a thin layer of sand. At this time, looking at the shadow on the wall, we all realized that, on the miracle, there is another miracle. When the water overflows, that's when the shadow on the wall comes to life. Suddenly, the entire painting that cast shadows on the wall was in a static state, as if it had come back to life. Small merchants and street vendors seemed to be walking along the street selling goods. The waiter who had just opened the shop seemed to have just poked his head out, peering around. A two-horse cart at the bottom of the dirt, across the main street, river water at the foot of the bridge is rushing. The young man poured water while looking at the moving scene, muttering, "Technology has reached the level of magic, not even the current science and technology can reproduce. Over 1,000 years ago, this is the wisdom of your ancestors more than 1,000 years ago." Lu Kan-nam observed the magic of the bowl, then looked at its placement again. She also knew some of the rituals of Tantric Buddhism, so she asked the shaman Ala softly, "This bowl must have some background." The shaman Ala shook his head slightly, saying that he couldn't think of much for a while. The young man turned his head and said, "When Princess Wencheng entered Tibet, there were a few items she brought with her that were not listed, you know this." The shaman Ala changed his color. He remembered, when Princess Van Than entered Tibet, there were some extremely sophisticated items, all of which were personal items of hers, and were not included in the list at that time. But in the legends, those treasures are described very meticulously. For example, there is a glass mirror, 28, along the way. The princess encountered many demons and demons that hindered her. She only needs to use the mirror to project one. The demons will appear in their original form. Even more miraculous is, when Princess Van Than misses her loved ones, she just needs to tilt the mirror to catch the light from different directions. On the wall will appear the silhouettes of her different relatives. Only hearing that young man continued, "Princess Van Than from Chang'an to Thofon, the road was both long and arduous, for fear that she would miss her homeland, so at that time the court made a few specials for her, special item. The meaning of these items is so that when she misses her hometown, she can take it out and look back at the image of her hometown." The shaman Ala was startled to understand, exclaiming, "This is the bowl of Chong'an." The young man didn't answer, pointed his finger at the mercenaries, told them, you, all of you. In the eyes of the experts, there are 10 sacks full of such things as inside. Your backpack isn't as big as this bowl." Saying that, he still casually threw the bowl away, almost without thinking about the consequences, which also means that, in his eyes, he no longer pays attention to cultural traditions and historical values anymore. No matter how much money is worth, it's just nothing. Then, this guy came to Bakbala Temple. What did he want in the end? A bowl that looks insignificant but has such a value, so the things placed on the shelf that are on par with it, are certainly not trivial things. As soon as the young man turned around, the mercenaries swept over the remaining items. There was a guy who couldn't steal anything, blushed and tried to rush in and risk his life. But Kafu immediately shouted to stop. The mercenaries were noisy for a long time, then slowly calmed down. Only then did they realize that the young man and the shaman Ala had already passed the corner and entered the Great Hall. Vibrant flickering light radiated from the center of the Great Hall. This hall is different from the previous one. The hall they had just passed was square, inside there were countless circles, and this place was a circular hall. The first feeling of people entering here is, this place is like a giant paper lampshade, or it can be said to be a large bell in a certain temple, tower-shaped structure. The height is larger than the diameter, bottom. In the Great Hall there are 2 large stone pillars, equal in height, like the wicks of a vacuum bulb. From a distance, it can also be seen very clearly, that these 2 pillars emit a strong light illuminating the entire hall. In addition, there is no need for any other light source. This is the temple of 10,000 Buddhas. Although they were still at the entrance of the tunnel, blinded by the strong light, unable to see the entire appearance of this 10,000 Buddhas hall, the fiery aura that emanated was enough to make people imagine countless things. already. The young man raised his hand to cover his eyes, observing the light source through his fingers. Just see the other two stone pillars like two Christmas trees, divided into many small branches. Each small branch divides into many sub-branches. At the tip of each sub-branch, there is a burning fire. No, it wasn't fire. The flame emitted red light, while the burning thing gave off silver-white rays of light. The young man examined it carefully for a while, discovering that the fire was still a short distance from the tip of the small branch. At this point, he understood where that blinding light was coming from. The ancients used a certain technique, vaporizing the fuel into a gas, and then using strong pressure to eject the gas. Only a flammable gas can emit such a dazzling silver-white light. It is also reasonable to use this phrase to describe the scene in front of you. After gradually adapting to the strong light, the group also stepped out of the spiral tunnel and entered the hall shaped like a giant bell. Wow! The surprised cries once again resounded like water. In addition to the silver-white light in the center, the entire circular hall glowed with a dazzling golden color, which was the color that mortals had always preferred. I don't know how much crystal matter the ancients poured into this hall. The entire wall was covered with a layer of transparent crystal. On the crystal wall inlaid with countless large and small shrines, each shrine has a golden Buddha image. That bright color can't be wrong. Even mercenaries who are not in the profession can immediately recognize it at a glance. It is absolutely pure gold. The transparent crystal wall almost fused with the air, so the statues looked like they were floating in the air. At first glance, it seems that they are in a great hall full of floating gold Buddha statues, the number of which is unspeakable, making people look at them with dizziness. Allah Shaman raised his head and looked up, and discovered that there were more than half of the Buddha statues placed here that he did not recognize. Obviously, this place not only has Buddha statues of Dai Duang and Tho Phon, but also not only Buddha statues of India. The shape and clothing of some statues also have very distinct characteristics of Central Asia, even Western Europe. The shaman Allah recalled the history. Yes, the Buddha statues here must also have statues worshipped by dozens of small countries in the Western region at that time. The ancients did not bring the holy objects of these superstitious sects to be melted down and recast, but also tolerated and preserved the sacred objects of other religions. Each statue, each item, is a piece of the nation's history, an old story covered in the dust of time. The young man also looked around, but what he was looking at was not those exquisite fine gold Buddha statues, but he was looking for a way out and a trap organ in this great hall. In the material he has grasped, these 10,000 Buddhas do not seem to have any traps, only 2 sentences engraved on the commentary: those who indulge in greed will fall into the endless abyss. Of course, no traps is best, but where is the exit? Or is it behind that lamp post? The young man was contemplating, suddenly glancing at the ground beneath his feet that did not suddenly crack. Just take one more step, he will fall into the bottomless abyss. The young man's body suddenly froze. One foot seemed to be pinned to the ground, the other lifted foot slowly retracted. At the same time, both arms were outstretched, intending to stop the mercenaries behind. But the mercenaries were blinded by those dazzling golden Buddha statues from the beginning, were rushing up, the ground was smooth, and they couldn't get their feet back in time. Seeing a dark bottomless cave looming in front of them, the men in front immediately let out a pitiful howl. After that howl, the mercenaries, feeling as if they weren't falling, looked back in surprise at their comrades standing on the edge of the cliff. The mercenaries standing on the edge of the cliff were even more surprised. The ones who were supposed to fall were just dumbfounded, standing in the middle of nowhere, like Buddha statues in the sky. The scene was truly bizarre. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, but it turned out that it was just a fleeting moment, and then he secretly applauded. Play really? Of course, very violent. As it turns out, the ancients not only covered the crystal-like substance on the 4 surrounding cliffs, making the Buddha image look like it was floating in midair, but they also created a giant transparent crystal cage, inserted in the middle of the mountain, the bottom of that cage, all made of crystal clear like the air, makes one feel like this whole hall is floating in the air. The shaman Ala and Lu Kan Nam looked at each other at the same time, remembering the Antarctic shrine in the middle of the glacier and the ice crevices there. It seems that the crystal passage between the slots is not formed by frozen ice, but is created by an ancient manufacturing technology. Seeing that their comrades did not fall, there were others who dared to step up, feeling the feeling of standing in midair. After the young man also set foot on the transparent crystal layer, the rest of the guys confidently continued walking. The body stands in the air, the eyes look up at the solemn Buddha statues floating around. The feeling of each person is extremely strange, as if standing in the Dai Loi Pagoda in Tai Thien, just one step has ascended to the fairy, such world. The mercenaries were very excited. The sparkling pure gold Buddha's statues seemed to be close at first glance, just reaching out to reach them. Amidst the cheers, a few were excited to play ice skating on the slick floor. The rest of the guys mostly rushed to the base of the transparent crystal wall, frantically using hooks to climb up the invisible wall and take down a few not very large statues. The crystal wall was extremely smooth, the hooks could not hold on, and they fell down. The mercenaries were still unwilling, spilling over to another wall, and finally one of them was hooked on the edge of the altar, and cheers filled the hall. They were mesmerized by the dazzling yellow color, and had long since forgotten the situation they encountered at the Grand Hall of Reincarnation. However, the cheers did not last long, and soon after, they were heard in cheers mixed with a few pitiful howls that were not very melodious. Invisible labyrinth. At first, the pitiful cry was mixed with the cheers. It was not very clear, but it resounded endlessly, but it was resonated by this giant bell-shaped hall. The sound was getting louder and louder. The cheers gradually faded and then died out, but the pitiful cries still lingered in the room like an undissolved soul. Only when everyone had hair on the back of their necks stood up, the mercenaries accepted their fate a little. Kafu checked the numbers and found that 3 people were missing. However, during the chaotic crowding, no one saw how those 3 disappeared. It was true that they met ghosts in the middle of the day. While they were still suspicious of each other, a mercenary suddenly fell down with his arms and legs, momentarily disappeared in the dark, leaving only a miserable howl that continued to linger forever, in the ears of the rest. The mercenaries started panicking. What is this? After all, am I stepping on the transparent crystal floor, or floating in the air? Kafu loudly ordered all the mercenaries not to act haphazardly, then went down with the young man, carefully examining the transparent floor. The young man suddenly stood up, punched one hand into the other, cursing in his stomach, real dog. As it turned out, the crystal floor at first glance was like this air, but it was not a complete block. In the middle of the floor there were many holes, either square or round, or long rectangle. Under the bright light emanating from the 2 pillars, if not closely observed, it is impossible to distinguish the gaps with the naked eye. People walking in this hall, at any time, are in danger of missing their feet and falling into the abyss below. The young man looked around in disappointment. In a wits battle with the ancients more than 1,000 years ago, in the end, he was still one level behind them. Since setting foot in the door of beings, this silver Bala temple has quietly changed each person's mind, subconscious, and senses, making them excited, surprising them, and making them tremble. In the process of going from terror to frenzied joy, one can no longer distinguish between heaven and earth. Everything seen is like an illusion, the senses become unreliable. The young man sternly warned the mercenaries, "Stop looking at the Buddha statue, find your way out and figure it out later." Next, he pointed out 2 mercenaries who walked in front of him, scouting the way like a minesweeper, holding a stick, taking a step and slamming the ground like a blind man. In Hung Chung and Han Chong En Ra, Noi Siu Dai Theo Gay De Duong Như Vei, She Chi Ki Mong Mong Mot Cho, Con Noi Nang Dai Len In Hin Kathwei Tuing Fat Shun Quan, Thi Lai Kang Hoa Mat Chong Mat. In Hung Tuing Fat Du, Thotin Hin Thi Kong Sao, in hung chi hoi tap trung mot chuk toi, she thay moi buk duong nu dang zay chuyen theo in hung hong ka chin hao. Thi ra in hung lo hong a kong phi tai tien mo ra, ma da bian mat san kua di din than mot loi di ingo ningo o nu mi kung, mot mi kung vo hin. Sak matting woi tre chuoi kang luk kang ko koi hon. Farp su all of a lu kan nam in hin in hao min koi, kong ingoing woi shua ko kai zao kao min den vei, lai tau ra duk mot mi kung kai bi thuk tap nuong a. Noi na kong giong nu mi kung bang o nam kuk mu. Toa mi kung bang kia kung lam chi kianing woi ta dap di vao tuing ma toi, kon noi roi shuang ke sao vo hin na, tai la song sot han la 0%. Walking like this for a long time, the guys in front of them discovered that they seemed to have adapted to the strong light here. Many places were not clear whether it was a hole or a crystal floor, now they can distinguishable by the naked eye. One even shouted with joy, "I see the way, I see the way." The mercenaries immediately focused on observing, and as expected, there weren't many dim figures sketching a road in the middle. Each name was very happy, only 2 or 3 people remained indifferent, neither angry nor happy. Why, no, it's not that eyesight has adapted to bright light. The young man raised his head, immediately feeling unwell. The light, which was as white as snow, now at the tip of the flame began to turn pale yellow again. A thought flashed in his mind, wanting to light up this great hall. How much gas must be ejected, how much fuel did the ancients store here? How much time has passed since the door of beings opened, or since the fire at the sacrifice lake was lit? Such a large amount of consumption, there must be a time when the fuel runs out, but this gasified fuel is obviously not the same as the normal one, it will all run out. Come to think of it, the young man knew that he couldn't leisurely navigate his way anymore. He rushed forward, loudly shouting, "Follow me," at most 3 people in a row, otherwise don't blame it if you fall down. Kafu asked, "Sir Thomas, why is it urgent?" The young man glanced at the 2 stone pillars that resembled wicks. The fire is about to go out. The light is too strong and the darkness is absolute. In the invisible crystal labyrinth is fatal, only a short process when the fire darkens and then completely extinguishes. Is it possible to use the naked eye to go through the place? This. Flames burning with gaseous fuels are extinguished very quickly. The silver-white light in the blink of an eye turned into pale gold, golden yellow, dark gold, orange, dark red, green, dark blue. The crystal floor reflects light that changes like 7 rainbow colors, extremely beautiful, but the people walking on it are in a hurry. No one has the mind to stop to enjoy those beautiful colors. The light was becoming more and more brilliant. The young man's speed was getting faster and faster. Behind, the front-footed mercenaries stamped their hind legs, staggered. Finally a name could not keep up. A pitiful cry began to resound from time to time. The magicians Arla and Lu Kan Nam walked in the middle of the team, but slightly leaned forward. Watching the flame transform, the major's brows furrowed tightly. Just from a mercenary who could vaguely see the way, to think of a fire about to go out, this young man's ability to react was truly terrifying. Not only that, looking at his appearance leading the way, it seems that the maze-like zigzag route has absolutely no effect on this guy. His vision, how far is his vision in the end? When the young man reached the other end of the crystal path, the light in the great hall was so dim that it was impossible to distinguish between the ground and the depths. The survivors raised their heads and looked around, only then to see clearly, the Christmas tree-like object hanging upside down in the middle of the other hall. At the tip of each branch, there was a dancing blue flame. Graceful it twists and turns like ghostly flames, beautiful but making the hairs on the back of one's neck stand up. "Look, Buddha!" The crowd cheered again, and the Buddha statues, whose faces were originally benevolent and dignified, under the waning light of the ghostly blue flames, turned dark purple. Not only that, in the dim light, the gentle appearance of the statues has become blurred, the lines are only vaguely vague. And those lines, at first glance, exuded an unusual terror and ferocity. Remembering the comrades who had just stumbled into the abyss, the pitiful screams still ringing in their ears, the mercenaries' shivers all over their bodies. In the end, the shape of the Buddha statue in the dark surprised even Lu Kan Nam. Just now, the torchlights were bright, clearly creating the image of great compassion and universal salvation. Why, when the darkness began to cover, all of them turned into angry shapes like demonic beasts. The shaman Allah hesitantly said, "Could it be, this is the image of the twin Buddhas in the legend? Light image of Buddha's twin body?" "Yes," said the shaman Allah. "Do you know the Mora's cup? It was a gift from the master of pottery Moras to William III on his 50th wedding anniversary. At first glance, it is just an ordinary porcelain cup, but if you look closely, you will find that the lines on the cup are the profile of William III and his wife. If you look at the shadow cast outside the cup, you will see a couple leaning their heads to whisper or kiss." Master Moras with his sophisticated technique created miraculous visual effects. As for the image of the Buddha's twin bodies, when there is enough light, we can see the 5 senses of the Buddha image, compassion and seriousness, but when the light is dim, we can't see clearly the faces of the statues. Attention of the human eye will shift to the outline of the shadow, which will then perceive a great contrast. Lu Kan Nam understood, but Kafu standing next to him could only understand Chinese and could not comprehend it. He was skeptical, asked, "I really don't understand you Orientals anymore. Why do you have to play so many tricks? Why make the image of the Buddha image when the lights are turned on and off completely contrasting?" The young man answered him, "You have been to Maya, you must also know the legends and myths of that region. The meaning of these Buddha statues is very similar to Maya mythology. When gods walk in the human world and the heavenly world, they are the incarnation of light, compassion, and kindness. When they were in hell, they were the reincarnations of Mara, mad and brutal. In their Zen way, they call it the ego and the superego. The ego is man's primordial desire, which has not undergone any repression or manipulation, and can also be called animalistic, such as mating, eating. Think about it, without the constraints of culture, morality and reason, what would human mating and eating be like? Therefore, statues that represent the ego are usually ferocious and ferocious. As for the superego, the Taoists say that they are born into the world, and the Buddhists say they are perfect, all of which refer to this super self. When that state is reached, every word, every gesture, every smile, every squint of your eyes, all become normative standards, suitable for all different ethical and civilized systems, making people admire. A natural feeling of admiration arises. Therefore, the image of the super-ego is dignified, with great compassion. In Zen Buddhism, the ego and the super-ego are like 2 sides of a coin, inseparable. Their Buddha statues are also divided into half-ton and heen-than kim-ton, representing the ego and the super-ego. In between the ego and the super-ego, there is the self, which is also you humans. You both want to satisfy your primordial desires and at the same time accept the constraints of morality and law, so each of you is walking between the ego and the superego. At the same time, one's mental realm also pursues these 2 things. One is to go down and fall into hell, which is to ignore the constraints and reach the ego. The second is to go up, to ascend to heaven, which also means to ask yourself to meet the standards of secular people called saints, give up all distractions, and turn to the Buddha with one heart. All human life, people are always struggling between restraint and freedom, so sentient beings suffer and hope to be liberated. This is what people call the ordinary mind. Saying a long series of words that Kafu half understood, half did not understand, the young man took out the PDA again and examined it. Lu Kan Nam had seen him look at the PDA several times, couldn't help but wonder, what is it anyway? Is it the digitized map of this shrine? Of course, she couldn't have imagined that the young man was also suspicious. Strange, why aren't those 2 still moving? It's been so long, are they sleeping? Regardless, this is a good opportunity. Thinking for a moment, He put away the PDA and ordered the mercenaries to go to the next hall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin are not standing still in place, but on the contrary, are in constant motion. Two people were playing a game of pushing boxes, pushing back and forth until they got bored. The two climbed to the top of the unopened lotus-shaped door, using the camera to capture the entire chessboard and the layout of the waiting pieces into the computer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba used a search program on his computer to find a specialized software to solve this sequenced organ, which has pre-installed sample models to solve Hoa Dung Dao, 9 continuity, magical. After learning how to use the software, Trak Mok Kwong Ba entered the position of the chess pieces. The computer began to simulate the calculation, pushing the square blocks with engraved symbols to the corresponding position. Just a moment later there was result. The computer gives the optimal solution, a total of 999 steps. Looking at the computer, it only takes 2 or 3 seconds to calculate the results and the steps to be taken, and Merkin's anxiety is somewhat reassuring. 999 steps, if calculated by human power, I don't know how long it will take to complete. So, the two of them took it one step at a time, starting the task of pushing the box. Although beneath the stones were smooth metal grooves, their weight and the friction of the raised carvings also took a lot of effort for the two of them. Both of them looked like two buffaloes plowing the fields, with their heads stuck in their necks, their 4 muscular arms flexed, their 4 legs kicking hard, sweat pouring out like a bath on their foreheads, running down the cheeks, and then dripping down, chin. Each time they completed a step, 2 sweaty and bloodied faces huddled together in front of the laptop screen, watching how to push the next step. Later, Merkin said it was too slow to do this, suggesting that each person push a block of rocks so that they could take 2 steps at once. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pushed the front step, he pushed the next step. Every 10 blocks of stone in position, he stopped to rest for a while. In Merkin's words, this is not something for humans to do. At that time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba told him that the sentence, a close relative's great defense, can also be translated into, a person of extremely good health. Fortunately both of them are in good health. It's not hard to push these rocks. When they pushed 563 blocks of rock, an error occurred. They realized that the next step did not match the computer, and when they carefully checked it, they realized that they had pushed it wrong. Originally Trak Mok Kwong Ba passed first, then it was Merkin's turn, then Trak Mok Kwong Ba would push another stone block, and at the same time, the pushed Merkin rock block could also reach the specified location. But the push process of the two is that, Merkin's stone block has reached the specified position, is fixed in that place, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba's stone block has not been pushed through, and is blocked by Merkin's stone block. Two dirty faces look at each other indifferently. What to do? Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba gritted his teeth and said, "Turn it over." Merkin stared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, barely believing it. This is not a wooden chest, but a stone cube 1 meter long on each side. A stone this big, I'm afraid it must weigh a ton or 2, but, other than lifting it off the rails, there doesn't seem to be any other way. Up. Along with Trak Mok Kwong Ba's roar, the muscles on the two men's arms bulged. These two, strong men, could unexpectedly flip the heavy rock off the track. I'm afraid that the ancient people who laid out this chessboard thousands of years ago did not expect that someone would use it in such an unconventional way. What a power to move mountains. However, after pulling the stone out of the track, two people had to sit on it, panting. Merkin waved his hand and said, "This cannot be repeated." After all the cubes were in place, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin's stamina was also completely consumed. Merkin suggested resting in place for a while. After all, they have been in this shining underground world for a long time. From the beginning until now, the two have always been trapped by all kinds of organs, making it difficult to get some time to rest. If the nurses don't recover their physical strength, heaven knows after the door. When the lotus flower opens, there will be something. At this moment, The outside of the palace is filled with light. Today is the third day since Trak Mok Kwong Ba went down to Bak Bala Temple. A fully naked primate was rushing through the middle of the jungle, basking in the morning sun, breathing the air of freedom. His whole body was covered with wounds and red keloid scars. His hair was messy. The most terrifying thing is, behind him are two wild beasts that just need to see each other's faces. They will rush to bite to death. On the left is an adult grey wolf, large build. On the right is a lumo, as tall as an adult. That's right, he is Saws. Since the third platform was confirmed to be uninhabited, he also took pleasure in staying here, with a sincere heart to treat nature. After talking with Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he suddenly realized that, even without drugs and information, without relying on traps and modern science and technology, people and animals others can also live in harmony. These days, he has been wandering around in this jungle, suddenly meeting a wolf and a beast, and after some tentative contact, Saws made the wolf and the beast accept at the same time its existence. He is different from Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as a Taoist beast master who understands the characteristics of living things, and is also very good at research. He quickly makes accurate judgments about intelligence and living habits of these two animals, and led them appropriately. After only a short time, he made two wild beasts obey him. During the entire process, Saws did not use any drugs or manipulation techniques. In Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he learned the spiritual exchange between animals, using eyes and body language to express his meaning, and also thanks to eyes and body language to communicate. Read and understand what the other person is saying. One man, one wolf, and one lumo, the team hunting a combination of three different animals cooperated with each other very happily. However, Saws gradually developed the desire to leave here. Every time he saw the unusually majestic architecture and wild surroundings, he felt a shiver. This place is after all the kingdom of wild creatures, although there are still many signs of human civilization, but not a trace of the living. Fear and loneliness emanating from the depths of his heart made him yearn to see a living person, even an enemy. Now, he understood the loneliness that Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to endure. Only, he also knew that, with his current state, wanting to cross the fog covered by snow and ice, there was no hope at all. You need to be more prepared. So when he saw the body and the undamaged parachute hanging from the tree branch, Saws could not help but feel the excitement welling up in his heart. Dai Koi, I have to go. Saws put his hand on the wolf's head, his thumb running gently along its fur, touching its forehead, making the wolf feel safe and comfortable. The grey wolf narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. He said goodbye to his four-legged friend, then grabbed the lumo's front limb again, shaking hands symbolically. Saws stood at the edge of the third platform, looked up into the mist, looked back into the jungle, and loudly declared, "Farewell, Shangri-La. I will be back. Goodbye, Dai Koi. Goodbye, Seo Kwong. Go back to your normal life. I'm just a passerby." With that, Saws threw himself down, disappearing under the cloud cover. He recalled the story Trak Mok Kwong Ba told. Yu Yang also jumped down like this that day. Where will we fall? Maybe it's the second platform. Then you can study a little about the ancient poisons of the ancients. If you fall directly to the first platform, then you can see those prehistoric creatures. Boom! Though the momentum opened up, sending Saws gliding into the distance. Chapter 77. Going to the central shop. Meet Tuang music. Passing the misty area, Saws found himself floating above the sea, a long distance from the second stage. Only then did he understand, this cultivation realm is an upside-down cone. Now, even if he wanted to take advantage of the kinetic paraglider, he had no choice but to try to control the direction and glide towards the shoreline of the floor, first platform. Before landing, Saws suddenly locked a target below, a three-leaf boat. Is it the boat of Trak Mok Kwong Ba? Not true. He remembers Trak Mok Kwong Ba told, their boat after arriving here was destroyed. Whose boat could this be? Saws clearly understood that if there were people on the boat, he would parachute down from the sky, look extremely outstanding, and must have been seen by the enemy, so he decided to adjust the parachute to land near the small boat. As soon as he landed, he heard someone ask in English, "Who are you? From where?" Saws turned his head to see an old man with a wrinkled face, grey hair, but still mentally unstable, probably of Asian descent. Saw's level of surprise was obviously no less than that of the old man, who thought that this place was a land separate from the world, then listened to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's story. Crossing the underground sea to come here is even more difficult and dangerous. Why is there an old man of this age, who also crossed the sea to this place? Looking at his demeanor and English accent, it was obvious that the other party was like him, someone from outside. How can he do it? Hold on, this old man, he seems a bit familiar too. The old man, seeing Saws frowning and not answering, obviously understood what he was saying, but did not answer, suddenly jumped up, swept over Saws' head, and dropped a handful of things. Saws was startled. This old man was estimated to be older than him, not expecting his body to be more flexible. He quickly fell over and rolled around, avoiding the opponent's attack, and at the same time suddenly remembered, loudly calling, "Mr. Sasaki." The old man turned his head, his face showed a doubtful expression, and now he opened his mouth to say in Japanese, "I am." Saws replied, "I'm from Saws Khan, we met once, during a joint operation in Egypt." Saws' face turned reverent. Sasaki was the commander-in-chief of that action. It is said that this ordinary-looking old man's understanding of plants has reached the level of a master, which is truly respectable. The old man also remembered, his wrinkled face showing a gentle smile, "Saws, isn't it? I didn't expect to see you in this place. Ah, that's right, you. Hurry up, follow me immediately." Sasaki covered his nose with his hand and suddenly released it, breathing out like he was blowing phlegm in his nasal cavity, making a smack sound Saws didn't understand, but still doing the same movement. On the third time, I discovered something shot out of my palm, opened it up to see if it was a thing with two thin wings like a leaf, about the size of a grain of rice. There was still colored silk on it, which was obviously in my nasal cavity. Sasaki patted Saws on the shoulder and said, "Okay, it's fine now. I don't know if it's enemy or friend just now, just used a little Dahong lotus seed." Saws could not help but change color. He had heard of this Dahong lotus. It is said that it is a plant that can be grown in the human body, sucks nutrients from the blood, and grows along blood vessels and bones, marrow, will eventually break the victim's head out, produce flowers, can turn a person into a tree. Sasaki asked again, "How can you be here?" "Duplicate." He pointed at Saws' naked body. Saws laughed bitterly, briefly told me how Merkin invited me to join, and finally fired me. Sasaki laughed, then said, "Fire Fox, I am quite impressed with this person." Quote. Saws asked, "Mr. Sasaki, why did you come to this place? Are you also looking for the Silver Bara Temple?" Sasaki said, "Silver Bara Temple? I've never heard of it. I came here just to collect seeds of some species. This place has some proto-plants that can only grow here. Growing in the outside environment is difficult to succeed. Last time I came here, it must have been 10 years. I used genetic engineering to plant a mixed crop in the forest in front of me, this time to harvest." Saws was dumbfounded. Was he here 10 years ago? He couldn't help but exclaim, the land that he and his group of people spent so much effort through so much hardship to reach, for those with powerful abilities like this old man in front of him, it was like a meal. If you want to come, come. If you want to go, go. This is the so-called power gap. Seeming to read Saws' thoughts, Sasaki smiled and said, "Of course, this place is not a good thing. That part of the underground river without any light has made me almost die a few times. Network. When I come here this time, I already feel helpless. I'm afraid there will be a next time." Sasaki said as he led Swords to where he anchored the boat. So, do you want to go to the Bobala temple to see? Swords probed. Sasaki smiled and replied, what am I going there for? I'm an old man, shouldn't do such dangerous climbing things, don't you know? Besides, I'm not interested in the shrine you're talking about, I'm just here to see the plants, just like you're interested in animals. Every plant here makes me extremely happy. In addition, this coastal area alone is very large. I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to learn all the plant species here. People shouldn't be too greedy, just do the job you need to do first. With that, the two of them went to the side of the dinghy. Sasaki enthusiastically told Swords, you're the second guest. It's my too. Do you have another guest? Swords asked in surprise. Yes, a few days before I got here, a large ball fell from the sky, slamming into the water, almost capsizing the whole boat. Sasaki said, this young fellow looks good too, is he coming with you? Swords looked at the handsome face lying in the small boat. At this time, he no longer hated that face, but only felt both angry and amused, secretly mocking himself. Perhaps, this is what it is, destiny that you Chinese people talk about. Thinking for a moment, Swords turned to Sasaki and said, friend, we thought he fell from a height, already sacrificed, how is he now? Sasaki replied, falling from that height, although the life-saving airbag blocked most of the impact, his head still suffered a severe concussion. For the past few days, I have used some sedative plants to nurse him, but I still have not regained consciousness. This guy seems quick and cute. I have a grandson, probably about his age. You know, there's nothing to fear in this place, just fear of being alone. A person floating on that dark water for months, the most annoying thing is the feeling of loneliness. Someone next to him talked, even though he couldn't answer, but that was good enough. Well, I've also started to talk less lately. I don't know if it's a symptom of old age. Swords took a deep breath of cold air. Although Trak Mokkwangba only briefly told about their journey on the underground river, but he also felt the dangerous situation as if he had to face death at any time. That God. And yet, this old man drifted on that dark river for months. Right after that, he understood, yes, this old man had no map at all, he was just going along with the current and going forward, controlling the course of the boat when the tide was high, walking like that. Of course it took a few months. Sasaki said again, since you're here, stay with me for a while, we can go a little further, observe and collect more plants, and then come back. Swords nodded, then looked back at Yue Yang, who was sleeping soundly, and smiled. Not knowing how long he slept, Merkin slowly woke up. As for Trak Mokkwangba, because he had a secret in his heart, he only slept for a while and woke up. The two of them joined forces to move dozens of cubes, opened the lotus-shaped door, then they passed through the Pina Daca temple, the Golden Deer Palace, the Oba Na Nam Da Vuong Palace, and the Mahao La Jia Palace. Duyong Ba Li, Jia Du Di La, Bao Chang. I don't know how long it took to circle around, but they still had food and water, and passed through awe-inspiring palaces and unimaginably entangled institutions. The group of Shaman Allah went from the 10,000 Buddhas pavilion to the Arya Palace, Nha Jia Palace, Nhat Jia Palace, and Kin Na Palace. Come to Christmas Tam the Wrath of Min Vuong Palace, Void Hidden Palace, Real Void Accomplishment Palace. With a young person leading the way, the number of agencies and traps they encountered along the way was much less than the two of Trak Mokkwangba, so they could focus more energy on worshipping items. After a while, even the mercenaries began to be picky. Not even the elite did not bother to touch their hands and feet. The ordinary gold and silver items they scrambled to fill in the other backpack was soon lost. I don't know where to throw it all away. Along the way, the question they asked the most was how big this shrine was. The young man replied, if it weren't for the traps and labyrinth organs, and you wouldn't care about that, we'd go on horseback riding like this, less than a month, I will visit all the halls on the outermost floor of the temple." Hearing him answer like that, we basically understood the scale of the temple of Bobala. Our shaman secretly calculated, these days they have passed through a total of 180 halls. The route the young people took was probably the safest and shortest route, so it was safe to say that they had only passed through a small part of the shrine. The places they went through, all were magnificent and beautiful. The palaces were magnificent, the designs were exquisite, the organs were extremely complex, and the language used to express them was truly inconceivable to 1 in 10,000. Another day passed. The young man leading the mercenary team through the outstretched arms of Makar Batla to Bodhisattva, heard a rumbling in front like a factory in operation capacity. He immediately revealed a happy look. It's almost time to reach the center of the shrine. They followed him all the way down the dark and gloomy road. The space in front of him suddenly opened wide. Everyone knows, they have set foot in the next great hall. Someone sighed, "It's the labyrinth again." In front is a large and airy space, especially, in this great hall there is no Buddha statue at all, instead there are countless hanging boards. The hanging boards are about 5 meters wide, 50-60 meters long. All 4 corners are hung with anti-rust metal wire as large as an adult's wrist. The other end of the wire is tied to a hanging rod that is constantly moving, back and forth. The boards also constantly change position and orientation. At first glance, this representative is very much like a bustling container port to move goods back and forth. The young man taking the lead stepped onto one suspended plank, then jumped to another. Because the time for the boards to intersect is very short, each time we have to wait a long time to get to all the boards. After about a dozen or so times, they reached a platform hanging in the air. The young man looked around, then called Kafu to his side. "Kafu, this place is easy to craft. You bring a group of guards here. I'll leave some marks on the hanging board. If they haven't arrived in 24 hours, come and find us." "Do you need to kill them?" Kafu asked. The young man shook his head. "No, I want you to hold them off. 24 hours, can you?" Kafu grinned. "Lord Thomas, you've underestimated me." Young man holding Kafu's hand. "Confidence is good, but don't be arrogant." After saying that, he led the rest of the group to step on a hanging plank that was moving in another direction, and another board moved in front of him. Kafu ordered, "Luke, Hughes, you go up, occupy the high point in the south corner. Prue, check, I want you to climb that bar, can you?" Anton, Luke and Nam and the shaman Arla followed the young man to step from one hanging plank to another, only to see that there were exits in all 4 directions. The structure was completely different from the previous Buddha halls. The two secretly felt strange. The young man, seeing through their thoughts, sneered, "This central area isn't like the tantric architecture you imagine, is it?" Lukan Nam wondered, "Why is it like this?" The young man replied, "This entire Silver Bala temple has so many organs, how do they function?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "In such a large project, all the organs of the trap are connected. In fact, you can think of it as a giant machine. In order for it to work, it must have an extremely large source of energy. This central area is the workshop that powers the machine. The place we are standing here can be considered as a transfer station. These suspension bars take the workers to different places. To us, these swinging bars are like a maze, but in the eyes of the workers who are familiar with the way back and forth, they are the shortest and most convenient way." Moving past a few more planks, the young man finally led them into a tunnel. After coming out of that tunnel, everyone was stunned again. In front appeared a deep circular hole, like a giant chimney tower. They stood at the edge of the chimney, with a gentle spiraling slope going down. At the bottom of the chimney was a furnace, hot air spreading in the chimney. Standing on the edge of the slope looking down, you can clearly see the boiling red-yellow lava flow. Unbelievably, on the outside of the ramp were tall, neat metal arms. Those metal arms are moving according to a rule under the influence of some force. In addition, There are countless small arms swinging back and forth. This huge kinetic energy is thanks to the robotic arms. This is transmitted to every corner of Bak Bala temple. Everyone can feel that this place is not a hall of worship, but a factory, a giant factory unprecedented in history. The young man's voice exuded respect. Terrible, isn't it? This is the center of the shrine, an eternal engine. Seeing them all gape, a scornful smile appeared on his face. Impossible, Lu Kan Nam immediately countered. Science has proven that a perpetual motion machine cannot exist. Then let's see what the definition of a perpetual motion machine is, explained the young man leisurely. Machines can run forever and endlessly, that is impossible, but for the finite life of a person. Humanity, how long can be considered as eternity? Is 10,000 years enough? The entire history of human civilization, including prehistoric civilization, is less than 10,000 years. Those scientists didn't want to build a perpetual motion machine, but wanted to build a machine that could generate energy out of nothing, going against the law of conservation of energy. Such a machine, of course, cannot exist in reality. In fact, the key to building a perpetual motion machine is not how complicated the machine is, but whether it can provide a source of perpetual energy. The young man spread his arms wide, speaking loudly as if a professor were preaching. Think about it, your ancestors, from the time they were born, learned how to use eternal sources of kinetic energy. The river water is rolling, the new stream changes in 100 years, the mountain wind blows, going back and forth. What they lack are only components that can withstand the corrosion of time. Tidal energy, 10,000 years does not change, so can it be considered as eternal energy? Solar energy, shining for 4 billion years, so is it a long time? Just using those energies as the driving force, it is theoretically possible to make a machine work forever. The young man leaned forward slightly, pointing to the rumbling machines below. Gears, pulleys, bearings, levers, these were invented very early on by the ancients. To this day, modern machines still use those things. The reason why machines cannot maintain long-term operation, the key problem is that the auxiliary components are consumed during use. If there is a machine, which can automatically replace and repair worn-out parts, and use a constant source of kinetic energy, then, why can't it be called a perpetual motion machine? Quote. The shaman Allah looked at the fire below, hesitantly said, you mean? Does it always work? Isn't it time to open the office to operate? Opening the door just activates its defenses. In fact, it has been operating for thousands of years. If not, where do you think the fog that covers hundreds of square kilometers around this area comes from? These intelligent people have subdued volcanoes, used the center of the volcano as a source of energy, and built an air conditioner that can affect the climate of a large area several hundred kilometers. At the same time, it also thoroughly hides the land like this foreign down a weird place. Don't forget, this is Tang Dynasty technology. That technology has surpassed the era, even, there are many scientific principles of that time enough to make modern scientists sigh. But the truth is, these things, the ancients also learned only from nature. In the world, there have been eternal motives for a long time, and besides, those eternal motives are everywhere. Do you know what they are? Lu Kan Nam pondered deeply, then realized, it's human. The young man smiled and smiled, then nodded and said, as a being, in this world, whether it's plants, animals or protozoa, there is one thing in common. That is, they have their own cyclical way of exchanging energy, having their own method of continuing reproduction. The process of the growth and sexual development can be considered a type of movement. Furthermore, the offspring can perfectly copy the characteristics of the father, and at the same time, evolution has made it possible for them to eliminate what is not good, and leave only suitable individuals to survive with this world. If that's not a perpetual motion machine, then what is? Why do humans have to build machines? Isn't it to make up for the lack of the body? But on what basis are machines built? Isn't it based on the various living beings that are constantly evolving in this world? KHAFU fight Merkin. Conquering volcanoes, giant air conditioners change the climate of the entire area several hundred square kilometers. These are all things that scientists dream of but can't do, but since the Tang dynasty, our ancestors have already done it. Unbelievable truths told by that young man, making the magicians Arla and Lu Kannam stunned. They could only stare blankly at the giant robotic arms that were beyond the scope of this era, unconsciously not knowing. How many turns have you followed the gentle slope down? Suddenly, the angry young man roared, pulling them out of their contemplation. Damn it. Of course there is this. Lu Kannam looked up. Now they had reached the end of that spiraling slope. This place was still more than 1,000 meters from the fire below. All over the cliff were countless gears slowly moving, like inside a fine clock. Beside the cliff there was a large hall. Inside there were also large gears moving. A metal bridge spans the space above the great hall, the other end of which is a steep slope, forming an angle of 45 degrees to the ground. The young man was looking at this slope mumbling curses, but Lu Kannam did not notice anything special. She was thinking, when suddenly she heard sounds below the slope that sounded like a train had just passed, and then a stone slab on the slope fell, revealing a rectangular cave mouth about as long as 2 meters. There is light from inside the exit. Please. The young man gestured with his hand to the shaman Arla and Lu Kannam, unexpectedly asking them to come down first. Lu Kannam looked at the mage, he nodded slightly, and the two people in turn ducked into the mouth of that rectangular cave. Next, the young man also said to Min Min, you also come down. Finally, he looked at the rest of the mercenaries and said, there is no way. If you want to enter the real central area, you must go through this place, obey the orders of heaven, whoever likes it, follow me. Saying that, he also jumped into the mouth of the cave. There was a rustling sound. It seemed that after jumping down, he would have to slide a long way down the slope. The mercenaries had no idea, and after some of the bravest jumped down, others jumped. The rest of the guys were hesitating about whether to jump down or not. The receding stone slowly closed, separating them from the outside. Another few days passed. Trakmok Kwangba and Merkin finally reached the hanging board. By this time, the Kafis had already left here a long time ago. Looking at the giant planks that kept moving, Merkin couldn't stop admiring. He said to Trakmok Kwangba, looks like we're about to reach the control center of the temple agency. You see this place? It makes me think of a factory with artificial intelligence. Trakmok Kwangba said, this is an exit everywhere, which way should we go? Merkin suggested, choose one of the 2 doors randomly, try it, if you can't open it, go back. The two had absolutely no purpose, just followed the movement of the hanging boards, chose 2 random exits, discovered that they led to other halls, then returned. On the 3rd time he returned to the hall full of suspended boards. Trakmok Kwangba suddenly pointed to a hanging board. This is. Merkin said, a sign. They've come here. It looks like they've been separated too. That's why it's impossible not to leave a road sign. The two followed the moving boards for a while, and Merkin suddenly remembered something, and said again, is there anything wrong here? Trakmok Kwangba said, I think not. For some reason, they once left a group of people here. These signs should be for those who stay here to follow the group ahead. Merkin asked suspiciously, how do you know? Tuomok Kwangba smiled faintly and said, I have my own way. Merkin followed his gaze, examined it carefully, only to see that next to it, there was another sign, very faint, as if it were a fingernail imprint, and immediately understood, your accomplice. I also left a sign. Trakmok Kwangba said, I don't know how long it's been, we have to hurry. The two of them followed those signs to the slope on the side of the crater. When they suddenly saw the giant chimney, and the red lava flow below, they both froze in surprise. The ancient Kweba people dug a tunnel in the heart of the lava, led melted snow from the top of the mountain down here, poured into the lava, creating a large amount of steam, promoting giant mechanical arms to move like pistons, cardboard. The sounds fit rang out in quick succession, masses of mist spewing out from beneath the metal arms. Merkin widened his eyes and said loudly, "Oh my God, the steam engine! I didn't expect them to invent the steam engine. Like this, I don't know how many years earlier than Europe, it's just. The machine has always been hidden here, undetected." Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not have time to feel in front of those giant robotic arms. In his head he only thought of gathering with the magician Ayla and Lu Kan Nam. The two ran along the steep road, and soon they reached the hall full of gears that were constantly moving. As soon as he went inside, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately felt unwell, so he quickly pulled Merkin back a step. The metal floor beneath their feet splattered with flaming flowers. "Ha ha ha ha," a mad laugh came from above. "Merkin, I've been waiting for you for so long." Merkin looked up, only to see Kafu sitting on the center shaft of a gear, gun in hand. Around him, a few mercenaries raised the guns, seeming to react with surprise as well. Merkin took a deep breath and growled angrily, "Kafu, I didn't expect you to see me again." Cough, ha ha ha, Kafu burst into laughter. "Why don't you dare to meet you, winner's king, loser's war, you're just a pitiful loser." "Kafu, I don't understand, since my grandfather's life, our two families have cooperated very well, why did you betray me? Before I die, I'll give you a chance to explain." Even though the colossal gears were gnawing at each other making creaking sounds, what they were saying was still clearly audible. Kafu said, "Yes, we had a lot of fun working together before, but you know, it was just cooperation. This time, I just chose a stronger ally, so I have to make you suffer." Merkin replied, "You are wrong, Kafu, I will prove to you that I am the strongest. Unfortunately, this may not have been seen then. Surely you understand, I have no tolerance for traitors. Today, even if I break my family's oath, I'll have to finish you off here." Kafu said, "This sentence should be left to me to say. I also wanted to fight you in the main street for a long time. Bet with your own life, Merkin, come on." After saying that, he immediately jumped up and landed directly on the metal mesh-covered bridge, causing the bridge to vibrate for a moment. Merkin stopped Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was about to charge, and said in a sincere voice, "This is a fight between me and him, don't get involved." Kafu also ordered the mercenaries, "You guys must not shoot when I fight with him, or I will kill you with my own hands." Merkin and Kafu side by side stepped onto the metal bridge that only allowed one person to walk across, standing face to face. The two of them were the same height, the only difference was, Kafu's physique was slightly larger than Merkin's, and at the same time, his age was also much older than Merkin's. Judging from his hair and wrinkles, he was probably 60 years old. The two stared at each other, their eyes cold and murderous. For a moment, the whole room was as quiet as a sheet, only hearing the sound of the gears moving for thousands of years, making the sound of creaking, in a certain rhythm. It is impossible to distinguish who made the first move, perhaps both of them did the same thing. Merkin made a motion like pulling out a gun, Kafu immediately reached out to grab it, and immediately the mutant Merkin raised his arm and punched. Kafu immediately clenched his fist, grabbing Merkin's fist. Immediately after, Merkin's remaining fist and foot strike were fired at the same time. The two of them understood that, having reached their speed, just slowing down a bit would immediately reveal an opening. When he pulled out his gun, it was likely that he had already eaten an opponent's punch, because he used his right to attack, used his right to block, and used his foot to block the kick. Their legs were intertwined like two bows, one hand held the other's hand firmly, then almost at the same time, the two heads suddenly fell back and slammed forward. With a pop sound, both of them took a step back. This time taking hard against hard, no one took advantage. But Merkin was still in his mid-teens anyway, his reaction speed was also faster, and as soon as he was shaken back, he immediately regained consciousness. In the first step, he pulled out the gun, and Kafu had to wait until the second step to start drawing it. At this point, although still in a hazy state, the muzzle of Merkin's gun was already aimed at Kafu's body. Root. Two sparks flashed in the air, then only a bang sound was heard. Merkin has displayed his special bravery. Quick shot, one gun fired 2 bullets, but the people around heard only one explosion. Unfortunately, the opponent is Kafu, not anyone else. He was already extremely familiar with Merkin's fighting style, but before he could pull out his gun, his whole body was already in the air. Leaning back, suddenly rushing forward, Kafu spun horizontally in the air, like a milkfish squirming in water, then spun a few extremely fast circles, narrowly dodging 2 of Merkin's bullets. However, once Merkin held the gun in his hand, he absolutely did not stop before running out of ammo. Countless bullets hissed one after another, rushing towards Kafu, blocking all his attacks and retreats. This matter was also not in Kafu's scope. His body rotated in the air, unexpectedly leaping out of the range of the metal sphere, dropping to the bottom. The giant gear below is tens of meters from the surface of this suspension bridge. Seeing that Kafu was about to fall freely, he skillfully reached out his hand, clung to the edge of the bridge, took advantage of gravity to turn a circle below and then dashed again, up from the other side of the bridge. No one would have thought that an old man in his 60s would have such a quick body. Kafu flipped over. At the same time Merkin fired a magazine, preparing to use the technique of changing magazines in the blink of an eye to change to another magazine. But not only did Kafu rush, but with him sparks flashed in succession. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had never seen Kafu open fire, but as soon as he saw those sparks, he knew Merkin had a rival. Those sparks that flashed through the air almost appeared at the same time, and were completely parallel to each other, even using a ruler to draw fear that it would not be so straight. From this point, it can be seen that the stability of this old man's arms as well as the shooting technique of this old man are formidable. The fearsome shooting technique kept Merkin from changing the magazine, but he didn't panic either. Only saw his wrist tremble, threw the gun out, deflecting the shot that was originally aimed at Kafu's body. At the same time, the impact caused the gun to bounce back. Merkin reached out to catch it. The new magazine in his hand was also installed in the blink of an eye. Then, in a row, sparks flashed. The two rushed into close combat, while swinging their arms and legs, reaching for their sniper rifles, and at the same time dodging the passing bullets. After a few turns of attacking and dodging attacks, both of them had bullet wounds of varying severity, but neither of them had much effect. After firing all the bullets, they used the gun as a weapon to pound the opponent, then lunged at each other, then separated. The two of them seemed to be doing magic. Out of nowhere, they pulled out another gun and began to compete in close combat. Bob, the two separated again, Merkin's hands clinging to the bridge's railing, the cage bobbing up and down. Kafu grinned and said, "It's useless, most of what you know is learned from me. Since childhood you have always wanted to win against me but never succeeded. In your heart you are always afraid of me. You will never defeat me forever." "Really?" Merkin coldly laughed, suddenly raised his head and roared like a wild animal. Despite everything rushing to Kafu, only heard the sound of footsteps on the metal bridge. The whole bridge was shaking. Kafu punched his chest and hit him once, also roaring in anger, rushing to meet Merkin's head. The two of them entwined with each other, but because their physical strength was almost exhausted, their movements were no longer as agile and flexible as at first. The guns had long run out of ammunition, which was a skill match, now again, turned into fighting. If you can't hit the opponent when leaning over to dodge, then definitely don't dodge anymore. Just one punch, one punch, one punch, fight hard on the narrow bridge. Kafu punches Merkin in the face. Merkin tilts his head, flips his arm and punches back. Kafu raised his hand to block, then aimed at Merkin's stomach. One punch, another punch. Merkin braced his abs to withstand the blow. His chest let out a low growl. His hands clamped on Kafu's head, put all his strength down, and at the same time slammed his knees up. As Kafu stepped back, he delivered another punch in the middle of his forehead. Kafu only took 2 steps back, then lunged forward again, punching Merkin in the forehead, then swerved with the other, slamming another punch on his opponent's cheek. Merkin had his head tilted to the side, immediately turned around, and also returned a punch to Kafu, who was facing the wrong way. Both of them hit the target with every blow. Sweat and blood splashed. Even Trak Mok Kwongba also felt a bit cruel. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Merkin braced himself to receive Kafu's blow. His whole body bent, and then like a mad buffalo hugged a body larger than Kafu's clothes. 2 strong foot on the floor, twisting body to exert force, unexpectedly used the method of hitting jade and stone, wanting to hug Kafu and jump down below. Kafu put strength into his arms and managed to escape. But Merkin still hugged his waist and pushed him outside. Kafu's large hand then aimed at Merkin's ears and clapped. This is an extremely brutal move but also extremely practical in close combat. Kafu's hand was even bigger than Merkin's hand, almost 2 elephant ears. After that strong slap, Merkin only felt dizzy, almost fainted on the spot. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured, putting his strength into action again. Kafu's upper body was pushed out of the railing, suspended in midair, and was pushed again, immediately losing his balance. This little unexpected surprise did not make it difficult for Kafu. One hand reached out to hold Merkin, the other hand pulled the hook strap he had attached to the bridge railing. The 2 of them flipped out at the same time, falling to the bottom. On the surface, Kafu seemed to be able to control Merkin, but his other hand still had to hold the hook. Merkin took advantage of one free hand, quickly deploying an attack with Kafu. He used his head, elbows, and arms more than fists, and the 2 of them entwined together and fell. Right at the moment he was about to hit the ground, Merkin seized the opportunity, pushed Kafu down, then took advantage of the opportunity, using his strength to leap up. Despite having to take a punch from Kafu, Merkin managed to reduce most of the shock of the fall from above, flipped a few times in the air, staggered slightly, and then gently landed. In contrast, Kafu had to bear both gravity and Merkin's thrust, and the hook couldn't bear it, and after being fully stretched, it broke for an hour. Although he tried to adjust his body in the air, he still fell on the surface of the giant gear. Kafu jumped to his feet, only to see Merkin standing on the other end of the gear, the 2 staring at each other, the gears moving steadily, the scene behind him unchanged. This is the outcome that Merkin wanted. He exposed himself to Kafu's blows, in exchange for the advantage of terrain. He understood very well that although Kafu was over 60 years old, although his spirit and health were still very strong, his senses were inevitably weakened. Kafu's feeling was absolutely not equal to that of a man in his prime. From the fact that Kafu had fallen and couldn't stand, Merkin could tell, his advantage was his age and the acumen of his senses. At the same time, his physical strength also recovers faster than Kafu, even if only a little faster, in this life and death battle that will be the deciding factor in victory or defeat. Therefore, he must take advantage of more time and space to recover, but down here, where the large and small gears move in different directions or fast or slow, his advantage will be greater. Furthermore, Kafu laughed hysterically, swooping over to Merkin. This time, however, Merkin didn't take any more beating. He took a step aside, and immediately stood up on another gear. This gear moves in the opposite direction, only to see Merkin turn once, blinking behind the center shaft of that gear. Kafu also stepped on that gear. Unexpectedly the gear moved in the opposite direction, causing the center of gravity of the body to change immediately. Kafu staggered, almost fell over, with difficulty controlling his center of gravity, steadying himself. Only then did he begin to be wary. It must be known that, along the way here, the number of agencies that Merkin and Duo Mokkwangba encountered was at least twice as many as the Kafis, especially after Merkin learned the trickery techniques of the Chinese special forces. His understanding of this colorful oriental dodging technique has made his fighting and dodging skills go a long way. Just like that, at first glance Kafu seems to be chasing Merkin, but in fact Merkin is luring Kafu to charge. He jumps from gear to gear, as if walking in the yard, free-spirited, using the magical transformation to lure Kafu. Merkin's stamina is slowly recovering. In contrast, Kafu's stamina is gradually depleted after each time he faces a change of center of gravity. As it continued, after Kafu jumped through a dozen gears, Kafu's center of gravity began to show signs of instability. He fell on the gear. He also realized that something was wrong, so he decided to sit on it, not chasing Merkin anymore. Successful Various 1. The radius of these gears ranges from 4 to 5 meters or more, which can completely be considered as a ring. It's just that, as soon as Kafu stopped, moving according to the rotation of the gears, Merkin disappeared from view. Kafu turned around, looked around for Merkin, couldn't see where his opponent was, and angrily ordered, "Come out, you rat." Merkin remained undisclosed. "You coward, you only know how to hide." Merkin still didn't show up. "Ha ha, remember that year, me and your mother." Merkin remained silent. "Your old man is a coward not recognized by the family, he." Kafu began to use cruel words to attack, but Merkin still didn't seem to continue. Suddenly, Kafu remembered something, loudly shouted, "I heard, the Merkin family is actually not as good as dog shit." This time, before the words were finished, Merkin suddenly appeared from the top of Kafu's head, diving down from a gear shaft. Kafu, having prepared in advance, immediately grabbed Merkin's hand and threw him away. But at the same moment, Merkin grabbed Kafu's arm and hooked his legs at the same time. His body fell, and at the same time, he also dragged Kafu to roll on the ground, then he kicked hard, kicking Kafu over his head. Kafu tugged on Merkin's arm, jerking Merkin's body around again. The two of them rolled like that for a few times. Reaching the edge of the gear, Kafu saw that the situation was not good, immediately jumped up, pulling Merkin to the middle axis. The two simultaneously threw a punch at the opponent, then separated. "Hey, hey," Kafu roared, leaping forward, extremely aggressive. Merkin calmly coped with a smile in his eyes. "Kafu, you're done this time." The two sides fought hard again. Their fists were aimed at each other and pounded enthusiastically. "You hit one, I take a step back, put all my strength into returning you a punch, you can't help but take a step back." The battle of the two people in the end was no longer a battle of strength, but turned into a battle of wills. But in this hand-to-hand combat, Merkin still hides another killer move. Merkin built up his full strength, then punched him again, knocking Kafu back 2 steps. Kafu was preparing to attack. Suddenly his body froze, and then he heard a series of creaking sounds. He looked up at Merkin with wide eyes, a look of disbelief, his teeth clenched. Finally, with a crack, he broke his teeth. Only his hind foot had stepped on the gap between 2 giant gears. The terrible grinding force of the 2 gears instantly crushed his legs. The painful feeling of bones being crushed into crumbs in an instant spread throughout his legs. Even a steel man like Kafu, after grinding his teeth to the point of breaking his teeth, couldn't help but let out a pitiful scream. "Asian! On!" After the pitiful cry, his body immediately tilted, and his arm was also crushed inward. The giant gear was still moving steadily. In the blink of an eye, it had turned Kafu's arm into countless pieces of debris. That small amount of resistance could not affect the movement of the gear at all. Kafu's face was pale, but unexpectedly he still hadn't fainted on the spot. Merkin crouched down in front of Kafu, and at the same time pulled the 2 guns they had fought earlier. dropping them back, shoving them into the gap in the gears. The body of the gun was immediately crushed to buckle, but the movement of the gear also slowed down, moving up and down again, as if it wanted to gain momentum to continue the rotation. With each gear inching up and down like that, Kafu's body trembled again. The pain was so intense that his whole body was no longer under the control of consciousness. He was still glaring at Merkin, trembling as he said, "Boy, ha ha ha. Tao, ha ha, not fail, Tao, ha ha, just bad luck, unlucky, ha ha." Merkin said coldly, "Is it bad luck? Why would I take a beating to push you down? Ever since you fell down here, you've been determined to accept the pain that normal people can't bear. I have at least 10 ways to get you stuck in gears. Now, I give you a chance, tell me who your partner is, I can give you a gentle death." "Ha, ha, ha," Kafu trembled and laughed, "you can't fight him. You will never win against him forever." Kafu's mouth was full of fresh blood. His other arm suddenly reached out and grabbed Merkin's collar, intending to drag him into the gear gap. Merkin jumped back in surprise. Kafu took the opportunity to shove the Merkin gun between 2 gears. The gears continued to move. Kafu's other leg sank. Half of his body was stuck inside. Blood gushed out from his face, and before he died, he still shouted, "You can't beat that person." Merkin staggered back. Only then did he realize that the last bit of his strength had been exhausted. Even sitting was very laborious. Only to see his hips soften, he fell down and lay down. Bang! Bang! Someone knocked on the metal bridge railing. Merkin looked up, saw Trak Mok Kwongba standing on the bridge, asked down, "Are you coming up here?" Merkin rolled his eyes, only to see on the shafts between the gears a few limp mercenaries. It turned out that when he and Kafu fought, Trak Mok Kwongba also worked a bit, avoiding things out of control. Originally, with Merkin's initial expression, Trak Mok Kwongba felt that he was also quite good, but the unexpected incident occurred at the last minute, making him feel that this person was really too cruel. Originally a mainline confrontation between 2 boxers, in the end there was no main way to defeat the opponent. Merkin still prefers to use his own methods to finish. Merkin tied a rope to his belt for Trak Mok Kwongba to pull him up. He helped him to the slope, then said, "I see, this place has no exit at all. It's strange, the sign is clearly pointing to this place. Kafu also stays here to guard, but no, there's no way to go." Merkin pushed Trak Mok Kwongba away. His whole body was soft, and he staggered down the slope. This 45-degree slope seemed to remind him of something. He pressed his ear to the ground, concentrating all his mind on listening attentively. "What's up?" Trak Mok Kwongba also pressed his ear to the floor. Only listening below seemed to have a lot of machines in operation. There were also the sound of gears moving and sounds like giant objects rubbing against each other. Merkin listened for a moment, then crawled up a few more steps, then brushed the dust off the slope with his finger. I only saw him looking up at a small dust, growling angrily, "Damn it, it's sun, the 9 palaces are gone." There was a sad smile on his face. What kind of game is the 9 bows? Trak Mok Kwongba clearly understands. These days he and Merkin have overcome countless pitfalls in Bakbala Temple. The times of death and death are also countless. What kind of trap agency can make Merkin bloom? Such a desperate smile certainly couldn't be trivial. Merkin turned over, faced the ceiling, said to Trak Mok Kwongba, "Do you know the Rubik Cube? That's what kids play with, twisting and turning, you know. Its biggest feature is that its length, width, and height are all made up of 3 small cubes. Each face is 9 cubes overlapping 3 floors, all forming one block, big cube. Such a structure, we call it the 3 palaces variable. Then imagine the Tam Kung texture cube turns it into a small cube. 9 such cubes merge into one face, overlap 3 floors, forming a larger cube, called Luke Kung turned. Similarly, the 9 cubes of the 6 palaces turn into one face, overlapping 3 layers. This is the 9 palaces. This is a complete cube of the 9 palaces. Its bottom edge is made up of 27 small rooms, consisting of 27 floors, a total of 9,863 rooms. Each room is open, 6 doors, respectively front, back, left, right, top and bottom. That is to say, this is a stereoscopic labyrinth made up of more than 10,000 small rooms. Trak Mok Kwong Ba inquired. Not. Merkin shook his head. Just over 1,000 rooms is still enough. The key issue is the variable characters in the 9 palaces of transformation. Merkin wanted to clearly explain to Trak Mok Kwong Ba how the 9 palaces changed, but could not find the right words, thought for a moment, then held up the dust he had just picked up for Trak Mok Kwong Ba to see, and at the same time said, "Touch it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba fingered the dust, only seeing it very fine. He did not expect the dust particles to be finer than women's makeup. Therefore, the ancients often used this sand as a lubricant for large machinery organs, which could greatly reduce friction. Usually, in ancient tombs or ancient Chinese architecture, if this type of sand appears, the most worrying thing is to encounter the 9 palaces. Because, this kind of lubricant can make more than 10,000 rooms in the 9 palaces completely transform. Move. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned. Merkin suddenly thought of something, quickly said, "Yes, imagine, in a sealed water jar, put in a lot of ping-pong balls. Due to the effect of buoyancy, the ping-pong ball will float on the water, right?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, "That's right." Merkin continued, "But since this water bowl is sealed, those ping-pong balls are stacked in layers, all submerged in water, aren't they? Now, if you add a little something to one of those ping-pong balls, change its original weight, then what? It will sink." Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment and then answered. Merkin shook his head. "Not true. What if the added weight to the ping-pong ball is not greater than the effect of the buoyant force on it? It won't sink, but only changes direction. Originally, these ping-pong balls are crammed into the container. The forces acting on all sides reach a form of balance. If the weight of a ball suddenly changes, this balance will be disrupted. It can be pushed to the left by the surrounding ping-pong balls, also potentially pushed in all directions. If this ping-pong ball moves, the rest of the balls will also move." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt a chill down his spine, muttering, "You mean, these rooms?" Merkin said coldly, "Yes, although there are other organs and principles inside, but I am not an expert on this, nor can I explain it more clearly to you. In short, once we step inside, no matter which room we fall into, the moving locus of the rooms will be completely random. This is the 9 palaces. This is the highest level of the ancient Chinese trap organ arrangement. No, the world is right. Up to now, including you, there are no more than 9 people who know of its existence. As long as you know the structure and principles, you will be able to find a method to break any kind of traps in the world. Only the 9 palaces, only the 9 palaces, even if you study thoroughly the source. Its logic, when faced, even the most intelligent master of the art department can only give up. After entering, only the country will obey the orders of heaven." At this point, Merkin smiled wryly and said, "Do you know why I have to go through all sorts of ways to get this newly discovered American compressed food? Not only for eating on the street, this kind of agency like the 9 palaces, once inside, if you're lucky, maybe you can just go through dozens of rooms to get out, and if you're unlucky, you can get out. In it, walking around for a year, still standing in the same place. Because of this unpredictability, the ancients often put the 9 palaces on the path that must be passed if they want to enter the most important treasure. We're so screwed, I thought we wouldn't run into this again." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "How do you know so well? Have you met before?" Merkin nodded and replied, "We've excavated 3 underground buildings in the southern and northern dynasties before, and we all encountered this. However, due to geographical limitations, those places are relatively small, failing to meet the requirements of the 9 palaces. Even so, they have given us enough of a taste of suffering. This thing is said to have been invented by Zhu Liang, There was no such thing in the ancient tombs of the Sui Tang dynasty, which proves that it was lost at that time, but did not exist before the northern and southern dynasties, so we can confirm that to be true up to 70%. Unexpectedly, something that had been lost since the Tang dynasty appeared here. In the end, how did they do it? Given the size of the Bak Bala temple, we can only pray now, may the ancients build the 9 palaces based on the design plan, but not make something bigger. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, if this thing really has no way to solve it, it means that the designer doesn't seem to have any intention of letting anyone pass this place, so why not directly seal it off? Annoying. Actually, it's not without a solution, says Merkin. It's just that this method of solving is so mysterious and complicated that we can't understand it. Do you know what Zhu Liang is best at? This is also true of the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, and it is said that in the random movement of the rooms there is also the law of randomness, implicitly in accordance with the will of the heavens. Translation can be solved. Every time you enter a room, you have to throw out a hexagram, according to heaven and earth, the benefits of the people, and the hexagram to find the exit. But what kind of game is that Chu Dick? Throwing coins, it still has to be sincere to work. Tell me, what scientific basis are we based on here? How can it be solved? Zhuo Mokchang immediately choked on his throat. Although the ancient Chinese art department was largely influenced by Zhou Yi, many labyrinths and architectural layouts were based on the distribution in the Bagua map. When asked about this Chu Yi draw, they didn't understand anything at all. Plus, to them, this thing really has no scientific basis. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered for a moment, then said, whatever happens, I must enter. Plus, you see, there are only a few mercenaries left outside to guard, and most of them are already inside. Maybe it's not as scary as you say it is. Merkin laughed dryly, suddenly sat up, said with a serious face, the door is about to open. The underground tremors gradually spread to the top. A stone slab in the middle of the slope suddenly retracted, then retracted inside, revealing a rectangular cave about 2 meters long, inside with light reflected. Go out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Merkin and said, I'll go down there, will you go? Ha, Merkin smiled bitterly, 2 dead people are better than 1 anyway. The 2 of them jumped down the store one by one, a steep incline ahead, then a sharp turn. Merkin said, that ramp is the connecting road, after the turn is the 9 palaces. The 2 turned the corner and slid into a small square room of equal length and height, both about 10 feet tall, but for the 2 of them, this was still a large room. 7 of the 8 corners where the 3 planes intersect are gargoyles, monstrous in shape, each of which holds a huge glowing stone, perhaps like a nightingale, monstrous material, larger than a fist but smaller than a human head. Both Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin had never seen this kind of matter before. It gave off a faint light, reluctantly illuminating the entire room. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes were as bright as torches, and at a glance, he could clearly see the structure inside the whole room, which was certainly no different from what Merkin said. The entrance and exit of this room are open in the middle of the 4 surrounding walls. In the middle of the ceiling and the floor also opened 2 square holes 1 meter long each. Between the square holes, there are ladders connecting each other. Apart from the ladder, the whole room, the 4 walls, the ceiling, and the floor, were almost all covered with square stone slabs 50 centimeters long and wide, like a square stone chamber with nothing special. There are no beautiful ornate ornaments, nor intricate reliefs. Oh, no. There were gargoyles in the 7 corners of the room, and the one without the gargoyle also had a small cube, which at first glance looked like an ordinary peasant household stove. However, in this room Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin fell into, that stove pedestal was on the western corner, the light was too gloomy, he couldn't see what it was. After falling, Merkin rushed straight to the square hole in the center of the floor, calculated the distance between this room and the room below, then he also saw the stovetop hanging upside down in the corner. West. His face immediately sank, forced his teeth to show a bitter smile. Ha ha. Kukung turns integrated. Wacky. Kukung turns integrated. Hey hey. It seemed that he wanted to use laughter to calm the wavering mood, but that smile was so dull. Under this dim light, even Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not help but shudder when he saw it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba grabbed Merkin and shook him, asking, "What's the matter? What's so special about the 9 palaces with the integrated variable?" "Special, yes, very special," said Merkin, staring blankly at the stovetop. "Remember the ping-pong example I talked about earlier? Now to change it up a bit, each ping-pong ball is not simply a ping-pong ball anymore, but a big ping-pong ball. Now we are inside the small ping-pong ball inside the big ping-pong ball. Between the big ping-pong ball and the small ping-pong ball there is an amount of GKO. Do you know what it does? For what? HMPH, in other words, these small rooms are like the halls we pass through, each room has an office layout." Merkin clenched his jaws, the sound hissing through his teeth, his tone cold and murky. Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard that he felt thorns all over his body. "Various supply, too." Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed Merkin's gaze and said, "Is that the key to the agency? Hanging up there, we can't reach it, how can we solve it?" "It's our luck," Merkin said. "When the pedestal hung upside down, the ancients wouldn't let the trap organ in this room kick in. When you see that pedestal appear in one of the 4 corners below, all kinds of traps in the room will kick in at once." Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't understand for a while, thinking, "It's strange, so what's the point of putting the office pedestal on the ceiling? Is it meant to show the way out of this room?" Thinking for a moment, he walked over to look at the square hole again. The square hole connecting these 2 rooms is not simply a hole, but a rectangular passage. Trak Mok Kwong Ba used his eyes to estimate the length of the passage, seeing at least about 10 meters. No wonder Merkin said this is the 9 palaces integrated, which also means that, outside this small room, there is at least one large room about 20 meters on each side. Trak Mok Kwong Ba climbed the stairs, looked at the square hole above, also saw a long passage, the other end only saw a square hole. Inside that square hole was a passage again, inside again there was also a passage, like that, seems to go on forever. Trak Mok Kwong Ba jumped down and said to Merkin, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you go to the next room? Wait a minute, look over there." Merkin pointed to the middle of the square channel on the floor. "As the rooms move, there's a barrier across these passages, which, if we're halfway down now, will split." Trak Mok Kwong Ba narrowed his eyes to observe. As expected, there was a gap between the 2 stairs, which seemed to be the place separating the 2 rooms. Then he said, "How often will these rooms move?" Merkin said, "I don't know, this has to look at the scale of the 9 palaces, the longer the time between each move, which proves that the scale of the 9 palaces is larger, and this type of movement is not according to the rules. Whatever the law, sometimes it's only in a small area, sometimes all the rooms are mobile. As you can imagine, when the weight inside a ping-pong ball changes, it will squeeze the surrounding ping-pong balls into motion. So we have to wait at least 3 moves before we can roughly calculate the time between moves." 2 people were talking, suddenly heard a choing sound, like a sword leaving its sheath. Trak Mok Kwong Ba lowered his head and looked down, then looked up, only to see that both passages were blocked by 2 metal plates. Shiny type pops out. Design ideas, the same is true of the 4 passages on the 4 walls. Thinking back to the sound he heard just now and the speed at which the passage was closed in a blink of an eye, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but jump, so fast. "That's why we have to wait," said Merkin. Immediately afterwards, the whole room began to tremble, swaying slightly. Merkin told Trak Mok Kwong Ba to stand close to a wall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "What's going on?" Merkin glanced around the room, muttering, "The 9 palaces begin to transform." Moments later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood the true meaning of the 9 palaces. At first, he thought that it was just the whole room that changed position, but unexpectedly, not only changed the position, but the whole room was also turned upside down. No wonder Merkin brought the image of the cube to compare. Only the floor began to slowly tilt and rise. The room was like a huge cube being rotated by the giant, rolling forward 90 degrees, then another 90 degrees to the side. West, then turn 90 degrees horizontally. Fortunately, this change did not happen very quickly. The two of them followed the sloping floor to the foot of the wall, then followed the sloping wall to the ceiling, then from the ceiling to another wall. However, no matter how many times they rotate, they can't distinguish which side is the floor, which side is the wall, which side is the ceiling, let alone recognize the east, west, south, and north directions. At the same time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also understood why the other agency's pedestal hung upside down. That is, when that pedestal rolls to the bottom corner, all the organs will kick in. However, he and Merkin were still lucky. The office pedestal, which was in the upper northwest corner, had now turned to the southeast corner, still above. Waiting for the movement to stop, Trak Mok Kwong Ba impatiently asked, "What happened in the end? Did you say the whole room was rolling around like this?" Merkin grimaced and said in a helpless voice, "I told you, no one can fully understand the organs and design principles in the 9 palaces. I'm not an organist, I can only explain it, roughly for you to understand. Besides, these things I have heard from the masters of making trap organs. They can only deduce a form close to the principle of this agency. If it was that easily understood, then it wouldn't be called the highest realm of ancient organ jutsu." Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, "Now I have absolutely no sense of direction, can't tell where we have been moved." Merkin gulped and said, "Even if the room didn't rotate, you wouldn't know where you've been pushed in this enclosed space. This is the 9 palaces transformation, but it's only the first transformation. Imagine, if you were imprisoned here for half a year or longer, you would have to go through dozens, hundreds or even a few days each day. 1,000 times like that, you will." Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly continued, "I will go crazy." Merkin nodded with a heavy face and said, "Yes, we had people besieged in the 9 palaces before, and we all went crazy when we were rescued a few months later. The rooms look very ordinary at first glance, but when passing through more than 10,000 such rooms, many people will despair. This is a huge test of human mental strength and will. That's why I said, those who enter the 9 palaces to disappear, can only obey the orders of heaven." After that, the two continued to wait. The room moved and rotated several times. Merkin silently calculated, found that on average, the room changed azimuth once every 20 minutes, the shortest time being apart, 15 minutes, that is to say, as long as they moved for about 10 minutes after the partition between the rooms opened, they were probably safe. After that, the two men discussed how to proceed. Merkin said, "Each room moves in no order at all. After moving, the people inside can't distinguish front, right, left, and can only determine the upper and lower azimuth. If you keep going down or up, it is not possible, because when the rooms move, they can also rise or fall, go in one direction, most likely just stay in place. Therefore, the only method is, based on feeling, feel which direction is right for the eye, then go in that direction. The road ahead has shown, the feeling of the young master Kwong Ba is really too good. Wherever there is a trap, he will crash his head, so the result of the two people's discussion is this time for Merkin to lead the way. For two people with a strong body like them, in 10 minutes you can easily pass through 20 rooms. Even though Merkin's stamina hasn't recovered, it's not a big deal to pass through 10 rooms. He walked ahead and stepped on Trak Mok Kwong Ba when turning left, sometimes turning right, when climbing, sometimes climbing down. After going through 10 rooms they stopped, waiting for the rooms to move. They went on like this 3 times. It can be said that Merkin's feeling was much better than Trak Mok Kwong Ba's. In 30 rooms they did not encounter any agency. It's just that, in order to find the correct exit, they need to examine all the square holes on all 6 sides of the room. This is also the reason why they can't move quickly. Considering the situation, the exit is still far away. The 4th move started, after going through 3 rooms. Reaching the 4th room, they got out of the channel on the left side. Track Mok Kwong Ba's feet just touched the ground, suddenly heard a choeng sound. 6. The metal plate popped out all at once. Track Mok Kwong Ba was startled and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? The time hasn't run out yet, is it?" Merkin sullenly pointed to the corner, sighed and said, "Our luck is over." Track Mok Kwong Ba looked up in the direction he pointed. The office pedestal, the agency pedestal, appeared in the lower corner. He quickly asked, "What trap will appear? Shall we just go in?" He glanced at the square stone slabs under his feet. He didn't like this type of floor stone. It reminded him of the stone room in Hainan Kong Island. Merkin also found it awkward. This type of flooring is easy to think of the consequences of just taking one wrong step and the trap will immediately kick in. But if you don't step through it, you won't even be able to see clearly how the pedestal looks like. And will those metal shields open again? After this room moves, will they open again? Thinking about it, the sounds of clacking click came down from the top of the head. Merkin looked up, only to see that the ceiling was slowly pressing down at this speed, lest it be difficult for them to wait until the room shifted for the second time. The agency had started. The 2 of them were also less afraid of things. Track Mok Kwong Ba strode to the front of the office, because the scene before him not only reminded him of the blade in the Maya Palace, but also recalled in the mind of the man in the room that buried Da Cat's body. The time-limited arena, obviously. The traps in these rooms are also time-limited. The office pedestal is a small cube about a meter high. On the surface is a zigzag board, not stacked with chess pieces, but the small squares in that chessboard are like a computer keyboard. The number of cells is concave, some cells are raised. Next to it is a row of small words with a legend. Track Mok Kwong Ba translated twice but still found contradictions. Could not understand. He panicked, quickly took out his computer to look up. The most reasonable translation is probably, "Make all the squares concave. The agency will automatically neutralize." Merkin also came to the office pedestal. Listening to Track Mok Kwong Ba translate, he suddenly remembered something, immediately reached out and pressed a concave square. As expected, these squares are like electrical switches. Press it once and it goes down, press it again and it pops up again. However, when Merkin's hand was pressed into it, the 4 adjacent squares also popped up at the same time. Merkin nodded in affirmation. Ancient Greek lamp lighting problem. Track Mok Kwong Ba immediately wondered, what is it? Lu Kan Nam did not teach them much knowledge about foreign agencies. Merkin said quickly, this ancient Greek problem of lighting a lamp is as famous as the ancient Egyptian rotation problem and the ancient Chinese brick problem, both of which are said to be intellectual problems dating back to the times, slave. At that time, only those possessing great wisdom could solve it. The earliest subject was that, when a lamp in a room was lit, it could simultaneously illuminate all 4 adjacent rooms, but when the light was turned off, the other 4 rooms were also dark at the same time. Then, in the square matrix arranged by the number of rooms, how many lamps need to be burned to light up all those rooms? Later, it turned out like this: when a square is pressed down, the 4 adjacent squares will also concave. Likewise, when it pops up, the 4 squares around it will also pop up. This is actually a logic puzzle. I don't know when it was introduced to China. After all, these ancient mind games have been around for a long time. Track Mok Kwong Ba said, stop babbling, now how to solve it. Merkin said, it takes time to think. On this chessboard, there are already convex and concave cells, proving that the ancients have already set it up. Trying to solve this puzzle is afraid that it is more difficult than the chessboard is all convex or all concave. But don't we still have computers? Using a computer to solve this little logic puzzle, it really takes no effort at all. That's right, as Merkin reminded, Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly scanned the shape of this chessboard, then looked for software to solve it. Merkin looked up at the ceiling and said, "At this rate, we've got about 10 minutes left. I'm curious, this office pedestal doesn't seem to be able to retract into the wall, so the ceiling and floor are still intact, about a meter apart, so what can we do?" As soon as the words finished, a cloud of dust fell. Merkin waved the dust particles suspended in the air, squinted up, suddenly his eyes widened. So it is. Only seen in the gap between the other stones, revealing saw gears rotating at extremely fast speeds. The lower the ceiling fell, the more those gears were exposed. The distance between the gears was obviously not enough for a person to dodge. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked up and saw those saw blades, but at this point he didn't need to worry too much, just let out a sentence, "It's done." In the order displayed on the computer, he pressed each square in turn, only to see that all the squares on the chessboard had sunk down. Gu Xian clearly could not have predicted that posterity would create this so-called computer. The ceiling had only been lowered by about a meter or two, and it was shaken and raised, looking extremely reluctant. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba also secretly understood that, without the help of a computer, relying only on the two of them, in 10 minutes, he could solve this seemingly simple-looking convex and concave chessboard. Is also very difficult. He was suddenly curious with two kinds of intellectual games with the same name as the ancient Greek lamp lighting problem, so he asked Merkin, "The ancient Egyptian rotation problem and the Chinese-style brick problem you said you were talking about, what's the matter in the end?" Merkin looked at the ceiling that was slowly rising, knew the danger had been eliminated, and breathed a sigh of relief. The ancient Egyptian problem of rotation is similar to this. In a room, 4 walls have 4 drawings. Then set up 4 movable circular tubes in the center of the room or on one side of the wall, just like the Tibetan cycle of prayer. On each of these tubes were drawn figures resembling the 4 walls, each taking up a part, round tube. The next process is similar to this lamp game. When you move a circular tube, the 2 adjacent circular tubes will also move. The point is, the drawing on the circular tube is identical with the drawing on the wall behind it, forming 4 pairs. The organ will open. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a second, then nodded to show that he understood. Merkin continued, "As for the ancient Chinese-style brick problem, I have never encountered it, only know that it seems to have existed before the Shangzhou period, also a kind of logic puzzle, it seems. It must have something to do with the numbers." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said to himself, "Related to numbers. Is it the logic brick problem that Lu Kan Nam mentioned?" The metal plate blocking the middle of the aisle had already opened, and the two didn't want to waste too much time, so they quickly went through 2 more rooms. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly suggested, "Is it possible, when the organ system in the room is in the upper corner, that room will be safe? Just follow these safe rooms and move forward, you will find a way out exactly." Merkin shook his head, thinking that the odds were smaller than the odds of winning the jackpot. It must be known that these rooms can be arbitrarily rotated, even though it seems safe at first, but after moving, how can you be sure that the office pedestal will not move to the lower corner? In addition, what if you enter a room, but at the other end of the 5 exits are rooms with office pedestals in the lower corner? Back for sure. If it still doesn't work, then back again. If the 9 palaces changed and passed so easily, it wouldn't be called the 9 palaces changed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated, just relying on feeling to go like this. Is it different from a blind cat walking around to see if there is a mouse to die? Merkin replied with a faint smile that it was true, but that exercise is also good for health, and besides, if you stay in a room that refuses to go, the office pedestal will sooner or later move down. And don't expect those traps to be repeated, like the ancient Greek lamp game. Every time the base of the office moves to the bottom corner, the position of the convex and concave squares on the surface will be certain change. If the two of them didn't have a computer to help them, it wouldn't be long before this kind of time-limiting agency forced their minds to go. The two continued to discuss while continuing to move forward. Passing through 2 more rooms, they immediately discovered some blood stains that had not yet dried. There were also pieces of clothing, hair. "Someone has passed through these rooms," said Merkin warily. Duo Mok Kwong Ba wiped his hand on the bloodstain, nodded and said, "It's only been a while." Merkin followed the bloodstain to a passageway and asked, "Will you follow?" Saying this, he poked his head inside and listened. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "It doesn't help. Didn't you notice that the inside surface of the channel is not even? The ancients carved grooves in it. We call these silences. They can absorb our voices very effectively. Only about 3 or 5 rooms away, you can't hear a sound. In some respects, the level of acoustic research and application of the ancient Kwai Ba people even surpasses that of modern science today. Haven't we discussed it already? Just go with the feeling. Which way do you feel we should go? We will go there." Merkin jumped down the ladder, said, "Okay, then go this way, avoid them." He walked to the door of a passage on the side, turned his head and continued, "But I must warn you first, each of these rooms is only about 100 square meters, cannot accommodate all the mercenaries, because so I dare say, they will separate. We all go around here, sooner or later we will face them face to face." Trak Mok Kwong Ba in the back asked, "So what?" Merkin said, "I mean, those mercenaries have all gone through special training, kill people without blinking, their hands are more or less stained with human blood. I mean, if we ever meet them, you absolutely cannot hold back. Remember when I fought Kafu, he didn't kill any of his men. If they suddenly woke up, the consequences would be hard to imagine." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Merkin with strange eyes, wondering what this is. "You yourself don't kill people, you keep inciting me to kill people." After thinking about it, he coldly replied, "I can consider it myself." Merkin recognized the unpleasant attitude in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's tone, turned his head and mumbled, "In short, if you meet an enemy, you have to be honest. I won't harm you." The two entered the passage, crawling to the other end in parallel, in case the metal plank suddenly split the two apart, or killed one of them. One thing to know is that, in a place like this, the scariest thing is to be alone. Even if you are next to an enemy that makes you always on guard, it is still better than being alone. The two people just crawled to the door, suddenly saw a shadow in the room. In the dim light, a mercenary was preparing to enter the passage opposite them. This person also seemed to hear the movement, turned his head to look this way. 3 pairs of eyes met at a point. Stranger. In the hand of that mercenary with a gun, he suddenly saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin with their heads out, and was momentarily dumbfounded. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin reacted very quickly. At the same time, they pressed hard on the edge of the channel. The two silhouettes swallowed out with a sound, and in the blink of an eye, they landed on the ground. Meanwhile, the mercenary was still looking out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin looked at each other. Italy was asking each other if they should kill this guy when the mercenary immediately reacted. Only saw the bearded mercenary as tall as a chimpanzee suddenly burst into tears, threw his gun and ran over. Halfway down, he fell to his knees, borrowed a long distance to slide in front of the two, just hugging Trak Mok Kwong Ba's leg. He shouted like a woman who was slandered, Don't leave me. Don't leave me alone here." Because this guy spoke Russian, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't understand it, and he wasn't used to being held by a bulky general who cried like this, so he stamped his feet and pushed the mercenary away, a little bit. For this unexpected event, both of them were not mentally prepared. Fortunately Merkin was very good at Russian. He immediately asked the other mercenary, "How long have you been here? Are you the only one left?" The mercenary was kicked out by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, so he knelt on the ground with tears, nose, and tears. It seemed that no one had talked to him in a long time, and as Merkin asked, his lips moved incessantly, speaking in a row. After listening to Merkin's translation, Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew that this mercenary's name was Boris. He followed Team 3 here 15 days ago. After entering this strange place, they discovered that something was wrong, could not contact the previous team, and these rooms were all the same, repeating endlessly, endless. His team, originally 12 people, was later divided, thinking that when the door reopened, others could keep up, but the results turned out to be not. His other comrades seemed to evaporate into the air. Then, they ran into a trap. Those mercenaries, if they say they're fighting to kill people, they are all masters, but when they encounter a trap agency, especially the type that requires brainstorming, the end is only. In short, in the end, only Boris remained. He saw his accomplices fall one after another. His spirit was always full of anxiety. For more than a week, he could only run from one room to another with his head and neck. He also discovered some rules, so he only dared to enter the rooms with the coffin hanging upside down in the upper corner. Every time the 9 palaces changed, he was extremely nervous, afraid that the office pedestal would rotate to the bottom corner. Not only that, but he was alone, and his stress and fear levels increased by another level. Every day Boris prayed to God, begging God to let him meet someone, even an enemy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin listened in silence. Boris told a story without hiding anything. After regaining his composure, he was able to speak simple English. 3 people could converse at the same time. He said that when he was a kid he was good at math, so he only escaped a few times. Then he told his grandmother was very kind, how his parents knew each other. His name at home was Popo. Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba can call him Popo for convenience. Hearing Popo's rambling talk, Merkin told him to calm down, then inquired who was the leader of this team, what his physical appearance was like. Popo said, that person's physique was not outstanding, and his face was covered with black oil and makeup so heavily that he couldn't see his face clearly. They only know how to call him Sir Thomas. Merkin frowned. He didn't know anyone like that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba lowered his head and did not speak, silently making some guesses. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also asked about the situation of Lu Can Nam, the magician Allah and Man Man. Most Popo full answer. He had asked the mercenaries in the room full of gears before, and what Popo said was almost the same. He only knew that Lu Can Nam, the shaman Ayla and Man Man all followed the other leader. Popo answered a few questions and started babbling. Who died? How did he die? He was scared, really scared, and started talking about completely unrelated things. Popo began talking about the migration history of his family's ancestors. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, leaving him to talk to himself, secretly discussing how to deal with this mercenary. Merkin rolled his eyes and signaled, "We take all weapons and equipment. Let him stay here to self-destruct, do not let him follow." Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Popo, tall, about 1.98 to 2 meters tall, thick eyebrows, big eyes, thick lips, square face, stupid appearance. He showed his impatience. So is it too cruel? The corner of Merkin's mouth twitched slightly. He rolled his eyes. You're crazy, he's the enemy. Even though he's completely incapable of threatening us right now, but so what? Everyone goes their separate ways. If we don't kill the assassin, it's already nice to be with him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned and lowered his face, glaring at Merkin. No, we Chinese are different from you. Even if the enemy is not necessarily chased and killed, sometimes the enemy can become friends. Merkin turned his face away. His little finger curled up slightly and pointed at Popo. But he's a foreigner, don't understand what the hell you Chinese people think. You Chinese, don't you have stories like, The Farmer and the Snake, Mr. Dong Guo and the Wolf, 30. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes became firm. I have decided to take him with me. In this desperate place, people and people have to rely on each other to survive. Now we and him have no conflict. In terms of benefits, everyone just wants to get out of here alive. You keep rejecting others, in the end, The one who is isolated is yourself. Merkin flashed anger, gritted his teeth. If you think so, then I have no choice. This is to bring the wolf into the house. You can do it on your own. The two quietly exchanged glances and movements. Popo was completely unaware. He still lowered his head and muttered as if counting valuables in the house. At that time, they brought 10 buffaloes and 3 horse-drawn carriages. Traveled more than 1,000 kilometers. All right, Popo, said Trak Mok Kwong Ba, patting him on the shoulder, said while walking, we have to go. Go. Popo raised his head, his face panicked. What he was most afraid of was being left here by Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin. It would be better for them to kill him on the spot than leave him here alone. He didn't have the courage to commit suicide, and he couldn't bear to live all day with anxiety like this. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's next sentence calmed his heart that was about to jump out of his chest. Let's go together, and tell us what traps you have encountered. Quote. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin went ahead. Popo followed closely behind. He began to describe the organs he encountered since entering the 9 palaces. This place has all kinds of trapping organs. There are thin metal threads that cannot be seen by the naked eye running from one wall to the other. There are thin, sticky blades that shoot from all 6 sides, top, bottom, left, right, front and back. Sometimes the entire floor rotates 360 degrees. There is also a room where scary animals are raised. Animal. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He never thought that in this 9 palaces, he still raised animals. Really? Said Popo hastily. I've never seen anything so scary. They're so small, black. There's suddenly a hole in the ceiling. They're like grain scattered in a barn. The Kiev guy was not careful when they were clinging. In the blink of an eye, he covered his whole body. His whole body was black. Later, those black things split in 2, crawled back into the hole, and the Kiev guy completely disappeared. Only his gun was left. Orderly. Merkin slowly crawled out of the passage and spoke with a serious face to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Orderly. The street sweeper is something that the ancients used to keep tombs or structures clean. They can be animals, plants or microorganisms. The characteristics of this thing are large numbers, strong reproductive capacity. The speed of eating is like the wind blowing the clouds away. They can eat all kinds of organic matter, much more terrible than the lion ant or the piranha. Have you heard of the evil sands of the Inca? Spaniards who encountered this said that they were like moving grains of sand. When people or animals were caught or covered by them, even the bones were gone. All of them were dissolved in the blink of an eye. Later, research scientists discovered that it is an extremely voracious microorganism and has the ability to multiply extremely strongly. In addition, the Mesopotamian basin has a type of vines, whose roots form a net bag shape and make the surrounding soil soft. As soon as the prey gets into that mesh bag, the roots will secrete an acid 10 times stronger than sulfuric acid. No matter what animals or plants, even metals are oxidized, turning into nutrients for the trunk. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I thought that in this type of architecture, except for the trap agency, there can't be any living things. Merkin sneered and said, the human body without water will die in 7 or 2 hours. I asked Popo, how can he last 15 days? Popo said quickly, there is water. Some rooms have water. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Merkin. He spread his hands and said, I don't know how they did it, but it is true that the ancients could lead water into the 9 palaces. However, not every room has water. Water is the source of life. As long as there is water, they can nourish simple creatures. The 3 of them passed through a few more rooms. To a certain room, Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba jumped down first. Popo just stuck his head out in the passage, refusing to get down. He pointed to the corner of the room and exclaimed, there are traps, there are traps. Merkin vomited, yes, we know, you come down here. Choeng. Within an hour, the channel behind was separated by the metal plate. Popo had no other choice, had to get out. His frightened eyes turned around. and then looked at Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin again. Merkin began, "Over here, let's see what the agency is all about." Trak Mok Kwangba stood in front of that small office pedestal for a while, looking at it for a while. Merkin also peered in to observe, only seeing that the top of the office pedestal was a chessboard exactly like the office pedestal with the Greek-style lamp burning problem. Ancient Greek. The only thing is, the number of squares is much more. The left side and the bottom of the chessboard seem to have a legend. In addition, the right and upper sides of the chessboard have many small cone-shaped holes, above one horizontal stroke, below four parallel vertical strokes, which at first glance look like the letters Chi 31 lined up horizontally. It's just, these little holes have been filled, there is still something sticking out. Merkin curiously asked, "What is this?" Trak Mok Kwangba had never met this type of agency, but had heard of it. He replied to Merkin, "Didn't you mention the ancient Chinese brick problem? This is what I think." "Really?" Merkin seemed very interested in this unheard of agency, and quickly asked, "What do these words mean?" Trak Mok Kwangba said, "These figures above and to the right, 1 are combinations of numbers represented by ancient operators. Each combination corresponds to squares in the vertical or horizontal rows on the chessboard." Saying this, he drew a rectangle on the floor, drew a few more lines, divided it into small squares, explaining, "Look, that's it." Only saw him cross 3 diagonal lines in the first, third, and sixth boxes, and then say, "If this is the state, next to it will be a caption of 1, 1, 1. Ch1 next. He crossed a diagonal line in the fourth square, and said, "If this is the state, next to it will be captioned 1, 2, 1, Ch2, do you understand?" H1. H2. Merkin said, "I see, having to satisfy both vertical and horizontal numbers at the same time, the answer is unique, it doesn't seem very complicated." Trak Mok Kwangba said, "If there are only 6 squares, it is very simple, but the chessboard on the other side, there are 10 squares in rows and rows." Merkin stood up, glanced at the number combinations, only saw the horizontal coordinates are 2, 4, 22, 212, 2112, 2221, 232, 22, 22, 3, and the vertical coordinates are 2, 4, 22, 222, 2122, 2111, 222, 42, 22, 2. He thought for a moment, then immediately corrected, "It is true that logical analysis must be done." Popo next to him was already in a hurry. Seeing that the two was still in the mood to sit down and discuss the principles of the agency's operation, he hurriedly urged, "It's started, the agency has already started." Duo Mok Kwangba comforted him, "No need to stress, we have this." After saying that, he took out the computer, quickly entered the data, and used the analysis software. In just a moment, the computer gave the answer. Merkin noticed that Popo's eyes flashed with a strange, familiar look. "I don't know what the agency in this room is, because it has not yet shown its power. The puzzle on the pedestal has been solved." The 3 people continued to move forward. Along the way, Merkin was always thinking about this ancient Chinese-style brick puzzle. The more he thought about it, the more profound he felt. The larger the number of squares, the fewer the combinations of numbers given, the more there would be. Variation is likely to occur. Along the way, the 3 also encountered many difficult puzzles, such as the Chinese problem of dividing the field, the problem of dividing the cows of India, the problem of astronomical and geometric projections of Egypt, and the problem of ancient Greece. Great, but with the powerful assistant Professor Feng Tan's computer, they did not have too many difficulties. However, the biggest problem of the 9 palaces was that they couldn't get enough rest, although the light was very weak, but after only a few minutes of sleep, the room began to move. Just like that, even Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin fell into a doze state. This is also an important reason why people entering the 9 palaces are so easy to go crazy. 3 days later, Trak Mok Kwangba tried to prevent his eyelids from closing, killing intent radiating. This monster made him almost crazy. Merkin's expression was also gloomy. Her face seemed to be plastered with a layer of grey ash, and Popo was more and more talkative, muttering and mumbling endlessly, like a swarm of flies, extremely uncomfortable. They were about to enter the last room in the interval between the transformations of the 9 palaces. Merkin chose the passage down. Because the ladder is not very wide, it is impossible for 2 people to pass through at the same time like a horizontal passage. They can only descend one by one. Merkin was only halfway down, his head was still sticking out, and suddenly looked at Trak Mok Kwangba with a mysterious smile. Trak Mok Kwangba was momentarily stunned. What is this smile like? At this time, I suddenly heard Popo say, "Mister, you go down first, I'll go later." Trak Mok Kwangba was dumbfounded again. Popo was always afraid of being left behind by them, whether going up or down, always asking to go between him and Merkin. What happened this time? Thinking of Merkin's mysterious smile, Trak Mok Kwangba couldn't help but think, could it be that the 2 of them have reached an agreement? Attack yourself. In this place, is Merkin that stupid? He was the second person to climb down the ladder to the vertical passage, with almost all of his attention on Merkin, when he suddenly felt a light jolt on his back, someone tugging at his backpack. Trak Mok Kwangba raised his head and shouted, "Popo! What are you doing?" Popo stood outside the passage, with no intention of climbing down at all. At this time, his eyes glared fiercely, his hands grabbed the backpack on Trak Mok Kwangba's back, his mouth kept screaming, "Give me the computer! Give me the computer!" Trak Mok Kwangba stretched out his hand to knock Popo over. He was about to crawl up to question him, suddenly heard people talking, immediately understood. Popo heard the voices of his accomplices, presumably decided not to follow the 2 of them anymore, but he also knew that the computer in Trak Mok Kwangba's backpack was the key to dissolving the trap agency in the rooms. That's why the last scene happened. Trak Mok Kwangba could not help but feel disappointed. At this moment, he felt the handle of the hanging stairs shake slightly. This is a sign that the 9 palaces are about to change. Merkin had already gone down to the room below. Trak Mok Kwangba immediately abandoned Popo, let go of his body and slipped quickly, and in the blink of an eye he reached the room below. When he passed through the middle of the passage, he heard a choing sound. The metal plate had popped out separating the 2 rooms. Popo in the upper room desperately shouted, "Don't!" At the same time, he also heard the screams of another group of people coming from somewhere. Trak Mok Kwangba jumped down and waited with Merkin to wait for the transformation of the 9 palaces. Popo's unusual behavior made him very depressed, not bothering to say a word. Merkin, who was beside him, suddenly said, "I told you, these mercenaries can't be trusted." The man coldly replied, "If it wasn't for you to smile at him, how could he suddenly do something like that?" At this time, Trak Mok Kwangba understood. When Merkin entered the passage, the mercenaries' voices had already reached his ears. That mysterious smile was not for him, but for Popo. That smile of suspicion and murderous intent. Trak Mok Kwangba also saw thorns, let alone Popo. These days, he himself has been like a bird afraid of bent branches, always worried that Trak Mok Kwangba and Merkin will suddenly attack him, even more afraid that they will leave him alone. Merkin's smile made Popo think his life was over. At that moment, he heard the voices of his comrades again. His survival instinct urged him to look for a new chance to survive. But why did Merkin insist on driving Popo away like that? Is he afraid that Popo will recall information that is unfavorable to him? Yu Yang's warning before his death, the faithful man still kept in his heart, Merkin. He doesn't trust anyone. What he said was absolutely unbelievable. The 9 palaces began to move. The 2 remained silent, each with their own thoughts, like 2 strangers meeting in an elevator, and like being in a boat swaying in the middle of a storm. Chapter 78, Buddha's Treasures. Chessboard. The transformation of the 9 palaces has stopped. but the metal plate separating the passage still does not open. The office platform has been rotated to the lower corner. Merkin strode forward, wondering, what is this? Trak Mok Kwong Ba also followed, only to see on the office pedestal was a chessboard with 25 squares on each side, where two horizontal and vertical lines intersected. Circular push buttons appeared, some of them were horizontal. On the surface of the chessboard, some are raised, but there are also some concave buttons, which at first glance look very much like a chess game. Confidential. Trak Mok Kwong Ba read the handwriting on the office pedestal. After understanding roughly, he immediately explained to Merkin, this is the MiG flag, which was introduced to Tho Fon before the Tang dynasty. Strange, I've never seen a chessboard like that. Ah, it's dead. He turned on Professor Fung Tan's computer, only to see the screen was completely black. He frantically restarted and saw that the screen flickered a bit, finally showing up, probably due to the collision when fighting with Popo earlier. Merkin was also shocked. Now this computer has almost become a magical treasure to help them survive in the Nine Palaces labyrinth. Magical treasures lose their spirit. Firefox, no matter how cunning he is, will do nothing. Okay. Waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, still not seeing what Trak Mok Kwong Ba did, Merkin asked again, still not getting it. After saying that, he immediately looked over and saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba had entered the chessboard layout into the computer. The software was analyzing and calculating. The numbers next to him kept jumping up, counting several million moves, but still no answer. If logic puzzles were as simple as before, early computers would have finished the job long ago. Merkin turned to look at the chessboard again. He still felt that the arrangement of this type of chess seemed very familiar, so he asked Trak Mok Kwong Ba, this MiG chess, what game is it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, it's Chinese Go, but I've only seen a 19-square chessboard reduced to 17, not a large chessboard, with sizes up to 20 in each dimension. I've never met 5 boxes like this before. Merkin suddenly understood, no wonder the shape of this chessboard looked so familiar. It turned out to be Go. That being said, this is an endgame. Merkin's attention was now completely focused on the chessboard. The development history of Go has undergone dozens of transformations, from a 9x9 chessboard to a 13x13 chessboard and then 17x17, finally forming a 19x19 chessboard. Odd numbers satisfy the condition that both sides must win. 19 is the number represented in ancient Chinese philosophy. When developing to this 19-square chessboard, the ability to think humans has reached the limit, so it doesn't continue to develop anymore. But now, in front of Merkin's eyes was a 25x25 chessboard, much larger. If we consider the concave buttons as black pieces, and the raised buttons as white pieces, then this chess game is like 2 giant dragons entwined with each other. The battle is inconclusive. Strangely, this chess game at first glance thinks that lowering the flag can be done, but thinking about it carefully, no matter which move the opponent goes, there is a way to respond, just like 2 martial arts masters are facing each other. Take action first. No matter what move, the opponent can immediately think of a way to break the solution. Only not making a move is the highest realm, a kind of realm without moves to win with right moves. Merkin continued to watch intently, only to see the 2 types of chess gradually transform into 2 opposing armies. The 2 wings of black and white, the vanguard rushed at each other. The soldiers split into pairs to kill madly. The squad leader harmoniously coordinated. The company captain plotted a plan. In his ears, there seemed to be the sound of swords and spears, the sound of battle drums rumbling like thunder. The ground trembled, people tilted their horses, the sound of slaughtering and screaming mingled together. Merkin suddenly saw darkness before his eyes, almost fainting on the spot. He hastily closed his eyes, took a step back, feeling as if someone had hit him in the chest with a sledgehammer, took a step back, then staggered back half a step before standing. At this time, Professor Fung Tan's computer was still running the calculation. Merkin glanced at it, saw that the second step has been calculated more than 100 million, but the numbers next to him are still jumping at the speed of the naked eye, can be distinguished. He shook his head sullenly and said, "It's useless, it can't be calculated." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Why?" Merkin smiled ruefully, "Here's a leg." Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand, he further explained, "Truth Kak is the stage that is almost the end of the middle table, but has not yet collected the officials. 32. In a game of Go, the situation suddenly appeared harmony, extreme, then unless there is a wonderful move, one side will definitely win. Such a situation is called the foot of the. The inner leg is more complicated, because it's more moves, the variable is also many times larger. I've met a leg of the like this. After the black piece goes, the white piece has only one way to deal with it, just place it wrong and it will be defeated, but after the white piece lowers the flag, the black piece also has only one way to respond, just placing it in the wrong place will surely lose. Then, over and over again, 128 countries, every country has only one response, but no one can think of a situation after the 128th move, not even a computer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tightly furrowed his eyebrows. Merkin went on to say, "The number of calculations to be performed is too great. Although this computer's memory is not bad, the processor is also quite powerful, but don't forget, this is a big 25x25 chessboard. In total there are up to 625 points. The computer cannot perform ambiguity processing, so to solve a position, it can only use one of two ways, compare it with the positions available in memory, or use rough testing. 33. Closing parenthesis. This type of large chessboard, ancient, has never been seen. His computer certainly cannot have a position in memory, so it can only be tried in turn to calculate the correct move, which also means is to list all the possible outcomes in the game. Do you know, with a board like this, how many possibilities are there? The number of these possibilities will grow exponentially, which is a huge number. Just say a 19-square chessboard. If you use a supercomputer with a calculation speed of 100 quadrillion calculations per second to analyze it, it will also take 10,000 years to complete, if you change it to this 25x25 chessboard." Merkin shook his head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled his eyes and looked at the screen. The value was up to 12 numbers. However, the computer has not yet come up with the next move. He had to say, "So what to do now?" Merkin took a deep breath, sighed, and said, "We have to do it ourselves. Fortunately no organs have been activated yet." "No," said Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "I don't feel well, although I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling that the agency has already started. We just haven't discovered it yet." "Invisible agency," Merkin said, "I've never come across such a trap organ, unless it's poison mist or poison smoke." Saying that, he leaned his face close to the wall, presumably wanting to see clearly if there was any mist spreading out. He couldn't see anything, but Merkin seemed to suddenly notice something, quickly pressed his hand against the wall, then shouted, "Damn it. Real bitch." "What?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba also reached out his hand to the edge of the wall, feeling an attraction, sucking his finger to stick to the wall. Merkin's face was as grey as lead. He said, "Negative pressure, you're right, the agency is already on, we just can't see it. It will suck out the air, turning this room into a vacuum. But the computer can't find the correct move. I don't know how to play this chess, what should I do?" Merkin gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mind, let me try." "Grandfather, what is Go after all?" Merkin suddenly asked a question, looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's bewildered face, and then continued, "This is the first question my grandfather asked me when he taught me to play Go. He told me that Go is not just a simple game, nor is it just a battle of wits between two players. Two types of black and white chess pieces, representing light and darkness, major and minor, yes and no. This is the simplest and most sublime philosophical thought. It denotes the origin and composition of all things. All the changes of things in the world cannot escape from this thought." Merkin's finger began to rest on the first node. Immediately after this button is pushed down, another corresponding button pops up. The ancients have prepared a move to deal with. If he chooses wrong, this room will probably not open again, until the two people rot and are cleaned by the street sweeper. The supreme realm of Go is harmony, said Merkin again, slowly saying, beginners often calculate the gain or loss of a piece or two in the corner, who understands Go a little, then learns to judge the situation and the field, and masters against each other. It is a jewel of harmony. Every time he took a step, Merkin was very cautious, avoiding losing ground. He is like a person playing chess with himself, gradually entering a state of death, forgetting the existence of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He kept mumbling, as if there was a Go master sitting in front of him. They were not only competing against each other, but also correcting each other's chess theory. In the old days, judging a chess player was based on how many moves he could see behind, and anyone who could see about 7 steps was already a national level master. But this assessment method is completely unsuitable for Go. Humans are human because, except for rational calculations and speculations, humans always have a super-rational intuition, which is also emotional. Emotions enable us to make vague judgments, and emotions are also a tool for us to distinguish between good and bad. Merkin made another move, and the circular push button returned to its level with the table. We go to the top of the mountain, only to see the landscape stretching endlessly at our feet. We face the great sea, only to feel the rushing waves. We admire the birds of the sky, because we see freedom in their fluttering wings. What people pursue is actually a balance between emotion and reason. Because of this pursuit, Go was created, which does not represent the killing and killing, but the balance within the conflict. Merkin lowered the flag slower and slower. His calculation ability began to fail. The moves of the pedestal continuously pressed. The killing intent appeared. Each step was like a catalyst, causing the two animals to fall. Black and white dragons are more hateful and murderous. And Merkin is like an expert in negotiation and reconciliation. Each move is gentle, almost wanting to calm the anger of the two dragons, changing from the situation that is entwined with each other without dying to peace, her. The two dragons sometimes bared their fangs and danced fiercely, sometimes entwined with each other, tenderly and obediently, but what caused them to arise such an earth-shattering transformation, was just the Merkin buttons pressed down and the chessboard spontaneously, reciprocal pop-up. After about 30 moves, the air in the room was not known how much was sucked. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still did not feel anything abnormal, but Merkin's head began to appear sharp pain. He understands very well, it is because blood and oxygen are not supplied adequately, and at the same time his brain is consuming a large amount of sugar and oxygen in the body. Merkin couldn't help but rub the spot between his eyebrows, trying to calm his overheated brain. At times, he closed his eyes and reinterpreted the whole process of fighting and killing on the chessboard. Time passed by every second. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also entered the state of visualization, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He needed to calm Merkin, and at the same time try to slow down his breathing, so that Merkin could get more oxygen. The two of them quietly cooperated, trying to get the piece of passport to the living world from the hand of death. Cough cough. Merkin suddenly felt uneasy. He gently pushed Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was sitting next to him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his eyes, only to see the corner of Merkin's mouth bleeding. His voice also became a helpless whisper, "Quick. I'm not done. Use the computer, hurry up." Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba see that there was still about 40 or 50 empty squares on the chessboard. He hurriedly entered the computer and began to calculate again. When he started to do it, he realized that his hand was shaking slightly, obviously due to not enough oxygen. His nervous system also began to paralyze. The analytical calculator rearranges more than 50 empty cells, and then begins a new calculation. Trak Mok Kwong Ba adjusted his breathing to keep consciousness awake. Looking at Merkin's appearance, his mind must have fallen into a vague state. If he also collapsed here, then the two of them could only stay here forever. Another few minutes passed. Track Mok Kwangba's hand trembled, pressing another button down. After that, the computer's calculation speed got faster and faster, and finally, there was only a hissing sound, like a large bag being deflated. Track Mok Kwangba breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he could open his mouth to breathe air normally again. Nerves are tense like a loose string. Track Mok Kwangba can't even hold on anymore. His eyelids droop. He stumbles and falls to the ground. While his mind was still hazy, he vaguely felt the floor being lifted, the tiles rolling like waves taking him to another place. The 9 palaces changed, moved again. Track Mok Kwangba took that thought with him and fell asleep, completely out of consciousness. When Track Mok Kwangba opened his eyes, he found himself in a spacious hall with arched ceilings with paintings of angels. He struggled to raise his head, and saw that in the middle of the main hall there were 4 pillars, 2 sides were Buddha statues, in front was a lake, 3 streams of water in his eyes spewed from the mouths of 3 strange beasts that he did not know, name poured into the lake. Merkin was sitting on the edge of the lake, looking thoughtfully down at the water, the steam misty, the air unnaturally hot. Track Mok Kwangba stretched out and sat up, feeling that the whole body's tendons were soft, but very comfortable, as if he had just slept after a massage. Where is this? Have we escaped? Track Mok Kwangba looked around. Merkin said, well, it must have been out of the 9 palaces. I heard that, out of more than 10,000 rooms, there is one room with the most complicated organ arrangement. After breaking the office, that room will be automatically teleported to the exit. It is estimated that the 25-square chessboard is the most complicated organ. Track Mok Kwangba stood up and walked closer to Merkin, only to see that there are open doors on both the left and right sides of this hall. Looking through the glass door frame, you can see that the 2 adjacent compartments also have 2 lakes. He asked suspiciously, is this the center of the temple that the ancient Kuei Ba people wanted to protect? Merkin's face also showed doubt. He said, I am also surprised. This place is more like a part of the 9 palaces. I went to check it out. These rooms have the same structure, they just don't move. Perhaps we're at the bottom of the 9 palaces transformed in a different form. At the bottom of the 9 palaces. Track Mok Kwangba raised his head. Are we falling from above? Merkin pointed his finger. In the painting on the ceiling of the Great Hall there is a square hole. When the stone is closed, the groove is hidden in the picture, not easy to see at a glance. Track Mok Kwangba said, so have you found the way out yet? Merkin shook his head. I've gone through all of it. These halls are arranged in the shape of an ellipse 34, and once you go around, you will return to the same place. Just now I was thinking, I wonder if there are any organs under this lake. Track Mok Kwangba reached into the water, startled and exclaimed, it's hot. The temperature here is very high, Merkin said. We must be very close to the eye of a volcano full of molten lava. Although they were wearing jumpsuits, they didn't feel any heat, but the top of their faces exposed was covered with pea-sized beads of sweat. Go. I'll take you to see this. Merkin went ahead, led Track Mok Kwangba around to another hall, only to see that the structure of this great hall was no different from the surrounding ones. There was also a lake in the corner, with Buddha statues on both sides. The only difference is, the area of this hall is a bit larger, about 20 meters long, 10 meters wide. Facing the lake is a large fence. Inside the fence seems to put several Buddha statues. Merkin led Track Mok Kwangba to the front of the fence. Only now did he realize that the thing lined up against the wall inside the fence was not a Buddha statue, but apparently armor, shaped like an ancient martial artist. He asked, what is this? Armor. Merkin replied, unlike, I've never seen armor like it. Look closely at the junction at the top. It's not empty inside. I don't see them as armor, but more like machines. As for this fence, this hole in the ground must have been cut by a heavy object. I have a feeling this fence can be raised, we just can't lift it. Track Mok Kwangba glanced around. Perhaps the office is right here in this hall. Merkin shook his head and said, I've tried searching, I can't find anything. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, find it again, let's find it together. Searching once more throughout the main hall, there were no agencies, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin discovered some other traces. Someone had passed this place. Those people have not only come here, but also erased all traces. However, perhaps due to the large number of people, they still left some faint clues. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asserted more and more, the agency is definitely here, it's just hidden. They don't want us to find out about the agency, Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered the weapons that had been teleported by others in the water and fire hell in the Ahis dungeon. He immediately said, the organ is above the Buddha statue. The two immediately climbed onto the Buddha statues, checked the things on their hands and worn on the backs of the statues. As expected, they discovered an anomaly on the two statues near the lake. These two Buddha statues have a wrathful shape, but each statue has a container in its hand. One is holding a large bowl of water, raised above his head, looking like he's about to throw it, with weapons on the other forearms. The other statue held a jar of wine, pressed it to his chest, as if he wanted to lift it up and pour it into his mouth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin without much effort were able to gently remove the two containers from the Buddha statue. Successful, 35, Phase, 36, Soldier. Trak Mok Kwong Ba discovered that in the bowl of water was engraved a small line of words. When the one covers the many can contain the one. When the many cover the one can contain the many. 37. Trak Mok Kwong Ba doesn't understand this Zen phrase very well. It doesn't look good no matter how he translates it, turns on the computer to see it. Black screen, can't boot anymore. Merkin joked, the computer is overworked, so the strike is against it. Without the help of a computer, the two of them didn't know what to do for a while. Merkin suddenly discovered that there were also words in the wine bottle he was holding, and the two lowered their heads to examine it carefully. After a while of translating, guessing, and recalculating, the two probably understood the ancient's intentions. These two containers, a shallow bottom with a wide mouth, a high neck with a narrow body, the weight and capacity are also completely different. If the organ is to be activated, these two statues must hold a container with the same weight, only each other. In addition, the ancients also provided a specific number, requiring that these two containers weigh exactly 9 pounds. Looking at the strict requirements in the container, the two frowned, not knowing how to deal with it. They don't have a measuring tool in their hands right now, so they don't know how much these two containers originally weighed. How can they accurately measure the 9-pound weight? The ancients gave a series of numbers, such as the diameter of the mouth and bottom of the container, the largest circumference, the curvature of the folded face, etc. Obviously requires them to do some calculations. Damn, both of their math knowledge is limited, have a bunch of data and still don't know what to do. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a while, then suddenly blurted out, spell art. What? Merkin doesn't understand. Duo Mok Kwong Ba replied, it is said that the great Chinese mathematician of ancient times, Zhou Chongzhi, together with his son, compiled a set of mathematics books, called Confucius, in which the methods are mentioned, different calculations. Of course there are formulas for the volume of irregular geometric shapes, such as spheres, hemispheres. However, the content of this book is too deep, so it was lost in the Song dynasty. The intent of these two vessels, of course, is for us to use jutsu to calculate their volume, and then calculate the amount of water needed for it to reach its 9-pound weight. Merkin was shocked, lost. Then you better say no. Now we have to think of a way to make these two weigh exactly 9 pounds. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, we have a laser distance measure, which can measure the exact length. We have poles, ropes, directional hoists, we can make a scale, but the problem is to have a weight reference as the weight. Wait, you mean weight reference? Merkin said, I know the weight of each gun, to the nearest gram. Track Mok Kwong Ba grabbed Merkin's shoulders and said, "That's it. Let's get on with it." After a few tries, they finally made the two containers balance, then poured a few drops of water on each side, put them back in place, and waited patiently for the water to boil inside, slightly less. First, the column of water spewing out from the three beast heads became smaller, and then disappeared. After that, heard a series of loud sounds. The hot water in the lake billowed out, the bottom of the lake unexpectedly tilted to form a gentle slope. Track Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin looked at each other. He involuntarily exclaimed, "Have to go down again. After all, how far down here?" Merkin said, "We've all been going down since we entered this temple, lest we've already reached the first level of the platform." "And not." Track Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, "Unlike the Merkins, who only parachuted halfway, his group climbed here from the lowest level, so they understood very well how high these three platforms were." Track Mok Kwong Ba calmly said, "We are in the heart of the mountain. It is estimated that we have reached the same height as the second platform. Let's go." The two balance, slide down the slope, still wet, into the room below. As soon as he touched the ground, Track Mok Kwong Ba frowned. "This room is nothing special, just like the room above it, has the same lake, the same steps, just at the other end there is no fence and no armor inside, never mind." Merkin said, "I'm not wrong, am I? We're still in the 9 palaces, we've just changed into a different form." Track Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then nodded in recognition. "You are right, perhaps we are at the bottom of the 9 palaces. I think, I can guess what the structure of this 9 palaces is." "Ha!" Merkin looked at Track Mok Kwong Ba with wide eyes. Track Mok Kwong Ba said, "Look, we fell in the middle of this small room, and above is a lake next to the wall. These rooms are also clustered together in the shape of an girth, which means, the rooms below are one size smaller than the one above." Merkin said, "So what?" Track Mok Kwong Ba said, "The Ku Kung is not a square cube, you can say it is like a giant Rubik cube, it's just, this cube has a sharp corner down, like a shuttle." Quote. Merkin understood what Track Mok Kwong Ba meant, frowned and said, "You mean, like 2 pyramids, one upside down, one upside down?" Track Mok Kwong Ba nodded. Merkin changed his face again and continued, "It also means, the further we go down, the smaller the corridor, to the last room, that is to reach the final exit." Neither of them knew that not only the 9 palaces changed, but the entire Bakbala temple had such a structure. After knowing the direction to go next, both of them were in high spirits. They began to search in turn in these small rooms arranged in the shape of a gillet, which one is larger and has an iron fence, which must have an organ to the floor below. Halfway through, the two found the larger room. Only in front of the lake in the room was a long stone table, connecting 2 walls. The table on the side of Track Mok Kwong Ba has 6 grooves. On each groove there is a smooth round stone sphere. In front of these grooves are 4 round holes, the size of which fits the stone sphere. On the side of the lake, there were only 8 small holes. Suddenly seeing such a strange thing, Merkin blurted out, "Ha, what is this?" Track Mok Kwong Ba carefully examined the words on the side of the stone table, and then explained, "I see, this agency is similar to the very popular shooting game in the Han Dynasty, which is also a type of puzzle game, quiz. The rule at that time was to hide something under the bowl, and at the same time provide a certain number of hints. The player would use those clues to guess what was hidden under the bowl." "So what about this one?" Merkin asked. Track Mok Kwong Ba said, "These 6 stone balls are the same size, but the weight is different. Only 4 balls are in accordance with the rule. We have 4 chances, each hole can only discard 1 ball. Bridge in, then the 8 little holes at the top will give us a hint. In those 8 holes will appear 8 signal stakes, 4 black and 4 white. If you choose the ball with the right weight, a white signal stake will appear. If the ball of the right weight is placed in the correct hole again, a black signal stake will appear. Only when a ball of the right weight is selected and it is inserted into the correct hole, the organ opens. Merkin said, "There are only 6 stone balls in total, where is the chance of 4? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I don't know, based on what is engraved on it, that's how it is." Merkin watched intently on either side of the track, saying, "Oh, I see, there are shutters at both ends of the track, and after you put 4 stone balls in the hole, the shutters will open to let the 4 balls roll out. 6 balls choose 4, then have to determine the order of those 4 balls, but there are only 4 chances, maybe we have to rely on luck." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, 6 balls choose the correct 4, it takes at least twice the order of these 4 balls, there are 24 types of combinations. He folded his fingers and calculated, eyebrows began to knit together. Merkin waved his hand, "Don't count any more, it won't work anyway, now the computer can't be used, so just do as I say, based on luck, if you're lucky, 4 chances are enough." Well, unfortunately, it's hard to say. After saying that, he immediately picked up a stone ball. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Wait, this kind of agency can be solved, no need to compare each way. We divide these 6 balls into 2 groups of 3 each, and then select 2 from each group." Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba respectively picked up the ball in the first, second and fourth grooves, and put them in holes from 1 to 4. Small holes on the other side of the table showed 2 black signal stakes. Both of them were happy, feeling that their luck was not too bad. 2 black stakes means that out of the 4 balls they chose, 2 are correct, and have also been placed in its correct hole. Only hearing a click sound, the shutter on the right side of the trench opened, and the other 2 balls rolled in. Next, the shutter on the left also opened, and there were 6 balls arranged neatly. At this point, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin can confirm that the other 2 balls must have the right weight, just don't know which hole to put in. Next, they choose balls number 1 and number 2 from the original 4 balls. The position does not change, plus the number 3 and number 6. This time, the signal pole shows 2 white and 1 black. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned, which also means that, in the number 1 and the 2, there is only one matching both conditions, and the number 3 and 6 are in the wrong position. The next time, they left the number 1 ball, chose the number 5, the number 3 and the number 6 to put in the hole number 2 and number 3. This time, 2 white stakes appeared, and Merkin pondered for a moment, then joyfully said, "I know how to solve it." Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, he also knew. The 2 put the stone balls into the hole, the organ slowly opened, yet another gentle slope. The 2 of them went downstairs, over and over, until there were only 4 rooms left, and down 1 more floor, there was only 1 room left. The area of this room is much larger than the room with the office on the upper floor. Trak Mok Kwong Ba used his eyes to approximate, feeling that all 4 rooms on the upper floor combined were not much bigger than this room. In the room, there was no statue of Buddha, no lake, only a puddle of standing water on the ground, but there were still iron fences and armor inside. The office pedestal is located in the middle of the room, about a meter high, looking very much like a podium. On the office pedestal was engraved a logic puzzle. Then Hypo Si Uong Catch saw the magic tree, expected to come to Nan Kwok after the war, hoping to prevent the conflict between Nan Kwok and Kwok Kwok. At the gate of Nan Kwok, there are 4 Don, a type of demon in the Bantao, and 4 Quan Ba, a type of demon specializing in spreading plagues in the Bantao. Listening to Hypo Si Uong Catch finished presenting his intentions, they immediately come up with a puzzle to test the intelligence of Hypo Si Uong Catch. The first Don said, "At least one of us is telling the truth." The second Don said, "There are at least 3 of us who tell the truth." The third Don said, "There are at least 5 of us who tell the truth." The fourth Dan said, "There are at least 7 of us who speak the truth." The first Quan Ba said, "There is at least 1 liar among us." The second Quan Ba said, "There are at least 2 liars among us." The third Quan Ba said, there are at least 4 liars among us. The fourth Quan Ba said, there are at least 6 liars among us. Q. How many liars are there? Below the heading is a row of buttons shaped like little combs, obviously requiring the correct number to be selected. The numbers in the title are also buttons, which can change. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin thought for a long time. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. Merkin even questioned Trak Mok Kwong Ba if he translated correctly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba affirmed like a nail, this word means, at least, then it's right, can't be wrong, the rest is all numbers and simple, unmistakable letters. Merkin mumbled, adding one word, at least, and the whole subject changes completely, one person telling the truth and at least one telling the truth, 2 completely different meanings. For these logic puzzles, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin have always relied on computers for help. Now the computer is broken, and both of them can only scratch their heads and ears for a while. In addition, Merkin was annoyed with the Chinese language that Trak Mok Kwong Ba translated, so he decided to stop thinking about it, leaving him alone to calculate. Trak Mok Kwong Ba analyzed and reanalyzed for a long time, and finally confirmed that there were definitely 4 liars. The 4 raised buttons were pressed down. A moment later there was no movement, no doors opened, no vibrations. Merkin began to have a bad premonition. He nervously looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Hey, clack, suddenly, there was a sound of moving organs behind. The 2 turned their heads to look, only to see that the iron fence was slowly rising, and at the same time a few armor pieces, the inside seemed to be starting to move as well. Just as the 2 of them turned to leave, the office platform in front of them suddenly boomed and spewed smoke. The 2 quickly used one hand to cover their nose and mouth, the other waving wildly. The haze dissipated. Merkin pushed Trak Mok Kwong Ba strongly. You pressed the wrong one. Oh man, it's the last room, but you pressed the wrong one. Here we know where to run. Tuo Mok Kwong Ba said, now is not the time to complain. I don't understand, how can those armors move, while they haven't come out? Hurry up and think of another way. Merkin stretched out his hands and said, what else can I do? We'll have to see what the other is and then move on. The whole room vibrated for a moment. It felt like the elevator was stuck in the middle, falling down little by little. The speed was not very fast, it kept falling and then stopping. Those armors were like cyborgs that had been turned on, standing up straight. At first glance the thorns and jagged edges, the glittering shards of armor exuded a murderous aura that knew they were no good things. Hurry up, while they haven't fully warmed up yet. Merkin drew his gun, thrust the muzzle into the gap in the fence, and fired a volley of bullets. Just hearing, chimpanzee, as if the pearls fell on the jade tray, the firelight splashed across the room, the bullets were all thrown out, almost injured himself. Being grazed by 2 bullets, Trak Mok Kwong Ba only felt his cheeks burn. He quickly exclaimed, the armor is too thick, it won't puncture, don't waste bullets. With that, he pulled out the last 2 grenades and threw them into the fence. After the explosion, only 3 sets of armor on the right side were knocked over, dust-covered, but the limbs did not stop moving, obviously did not suffer much damage. Trak Mok Kwong Ba waved his hand to brush the dust around him, coughing while saying, what is this, cough? At this time, the iron fence was also completely opened, and the 3 armors on the left stood straight up and stepped forward. They seemed to sense the presence of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, slowly turned their heads towards the 2, approximating that the top of the armor was a solid mass, with no gaps, no openings, for eyes, nose, ears and mouth. After facing towards Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, below the position where the mouth was, suddenly shot out several long nails, aiming directly at the 2. At this point, Merkin did not understand what he had discovered, still standing there dumbfounded. Stay away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba lunged forward, pressing Merkin to the ground. Nails shot to the floor, fire flowers splashed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, what are you thinking about that idiot? Merkin pointed to the spot where he had thrown the grenade and said, "Looks like there's a way out." Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly looked in that direction. The wall behind the fallen armor was shaken, and there seemed to be light in the cracks. Trak Mok Kwong said in surprise, "Is this wall only a thin layer?" The two quickly calculated, if throwing a grenade and seeing the light shining on it, then just throwing one or two more, maybe there could be a way out. Duo Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly said, "Hurry up." Merkin took out the grenade, hesitantly said, "Only one remains." At this time, the armor pieces on the left seemed to have locked the position of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, striding forward, and at the same time, a few sets that fell on their backs on the ground were able to get up. Merkin aimed at the wall of light, threw the grenade at it. There was another explosion. The wall was broken through a hole about a meter in diameter. The bright red firelight from outside shone into the room. The armor that had been able to get up was knocked to the ground by the explosion again. "Hurry up!" Merkin rushed forward. Before the heavy body of the armor had time to react, gently glided next to the armor on the left side, then jumped over the armor lying horizontally on the ground, straight out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed closely behind him. As soon as he reached the edge of the hole, Merkin suddenly shouted, "Ah!" He couldn't stop in time, quickly turned around and grabbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran behind. The speed was a bit slow, and as soon as he heard Merkin scream, he quickly braked. Immediately afterwards, only to see that the front of the shirt was knotted, it was already caught by Merkin. Animal puppet. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arms were outstretched, his hand turned upside down clinging to the edge of the hole in the wall. Merkin clung to the hem of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shirt, his whole body floating in the air. Outside the hole destroyed by the grenade was not flat ground, but a precipitous cliff. Not only that. Below that cliff is boiling lava. Hot lava looks like a slow-flowing glue. The light of fire is red in the surrounding space, but gurgling sounds are heard intermittently, at first glance as if it's only a few inches away, and the distance is unknown. As far as the actual distance between the fire pit and them was, Merkin felt as if he had been thrown into a fiery furnace. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just stood firm. Before he could pull Merkin up, the armor behind him seemed to have gained momentum, rushing forward. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was preparing to put all his strength to the back, when he suddenly saw that armor. He quickly let go of one hand and dodged. That armor could not stop the momentum, so it crashed into the wall, causing another large piece to fall and then falling straight down. After a long time it turned into a small dot, submerged in the hot lava, no more vestiges. Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba realize that the lava pit below was actually very far away from him. Just the temperature above was already beyond the tolerance of human skin. Do not give Trak Mok Kwong Ba more time to think that the three armors on the left side all came running in turn. He had let go of one hand, and the wall where the other was clinging was also beginning to shake, could collapse at any moment, and a Merkin was strapped to his chest, causing him to stoop slightly forward. He was able to dodge the first armor, but the two behind he was afraid it would be difficult to escape. Fortunately, at this moment, Merkin suddenly let go of his hand and fell, then clung to the edge of the cliff. He wears himself outside, can see the surrounding situation better than Trak Mok Kwong Ba. This cliff was shaped like a tongue. The top of the dome above them was about 4 or 5 meters away, as high as the other room. The black cliff hovers above the top of the head as if Tai-sun is on top, giving people a feeling of indescribable heaviness. In this position, Merkin could clearly see the 4 sides of the other room, which actually had only one thin wall. This whole room looks like it was hewn from the rock that was dropped from above, just right on the edge of this pedestal shaped like a protruding tongue. They blew up the wrong wall. If they blew up the wall behind, the two of them could go directly to the surface of the platform. At this point, they could only cling to the edge of the platform, round the position of the stone room. Inside the room, Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw that his chest was light, the pressure was significantly reduced, and immediately flipped to one side, avoiding the heavy armor. The other armor seemed to want to take it back, but it was almost impossible to twist, so I just jumped up and pressed on Trak Mok Kwong Ba on the ground. Having seen the first armor knock down the wall and rush to the outer cliff, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also knew that this thing was extremely heavy, so he rolled around on the ground to avoid it. The armor crashed straight down, the ground shook. Merkin outside shouted, "Hurry up, get down here, get around this place and you can climb up." At this moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is facing the third armor. He is also a talented and brave man, jumping up in the position of Li Ngu hit the top, then using his hands to jump over the head of the third armor. While in the air, he turned around to borrow power, and kicked one on the shoulder, armor, then lowered himself down, clinging to the edge of the platform. Those armors seemed to be very afraid of the fire, did not dare to come near the mouth of the hole, kept running around and around the room like head falcons. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin carefully hung on the outside of the cliff, slowly moving to the inner edge of the tongue-shaped platform. Below is a pit of molten lava that the two of them did not dare to ignore. Looking from below, Trak Mok Kwong Ba discovered that there were several small square holes on the outside of the wall, about 10 centimeters each. The location of these square holes seems to be where the armors originally sat. Could these square holes and the armor above have something to do with it? He didn't have much time to think about it either, and the two of them circled the stone room and climbed onto the surface of the platform. Merkin pointed to the wall in front of him, saying, "If we blow up this wall, we can get out. If I hadn't guessed the wrong number, this wall would have opened by now." He raised his head and looked at the gap between the wall and the lava layer above. Obviously, this wall, like the other iron fence, could be lifted up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked back again. They finally escaped from the 9 palaces. At the other end of this tongue-shaped platform is a cave. Under the firelight, only both sides can be seen. A statue, looking ancient but dignified. At first glance, Trak Mok Kwong Ba recognized that these two statues are the Jia god who oversees merit and evil in the world, along with Trat Lap, the guardian god of soldiers. Deep inside the cave, flickering golden rays of light. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only glanced at him. Merkin was behind him and nudged him on the arm. He turned his head, only to see him say quickly, "Hey, not so good, let's go." With a sound, the wall behind the two shook. The powder was scattered. It was obvious that the 5 armors inside were ramming. He and Merkin both thought that those armors were just mindless machines, did not expect them to be able to lock the position of 2 people at a distance from a wall, and also know how to break through the wall. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise, turned around without appointment, and ran towards the cave at the other end of the tongue-shaped platform. As soon as they entered the cave, the two of them took a deep breath at the same time. The air outside was hot, but when they came inside, it was cold. "I just saw this elegant and colorless hall that looks like the Arhat Hall in ordinary temples. On a stone pedestal about a meter high, there are countless golden Arhat statues sitting with their backs to each other. These Arhats are slightly larger than ordinary people, sit upright, eyes half closed. Their faces are completely different from real people, and at the same time, the appearance of each picture is different. The ancients used the same method on the corridor with light pillars on the top floor to get light. They erected countless bronze mirrors in the Great Hall, the red light of molten lava reflected by the copper mirror, turning into brilliant golden rays. The pillars of light knit together to form a net, covering countless Buddha statues like a giant cage. Those statues, which are already inlaid with gold and silver, are illuminated by the light and exude a dignified, lifelike spirit, as if the Arhat descended to earth, the venerable came to the world. Merkin looked up and saw those long stone pedestals one after another, surrounded by golden Arhat statues. The number must be tens of thousands. Couldn't help but click his tongue and say, "Is this all pure gold? So much, ha ha, we found it, we come first, we got there first." Before Merkin could get so excited that he hugged Trak Mok Kwangba and jumped up, he poured him a basin of cold water on his head. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. This is not a pure gold Buddha statue, but a pure gold statue of Buddha. It's just a gold-plated statue. Look at it. He pointed to the Arhat statues in the distance, the gold layer on the surface peeling off, revealing the brown color of the mud inside. Trak Mok Kwangba stepped closer. On that statue, unexpectedly discovered textiles. An amazing thought flashed through his mind, and he hastily flicked his finger over the mud, and indeed, beneath that woven fabric, was a layer of dry horny matter. It can be confirmed that this is human skin that has dried up. Looking a little further, it's not wrong, there are thousands of Arhat statues here, of similar sizes, only slightly larger than real people. Trak Mok Kwangba finally confirmed the thought in his mind. He respectfully stood up and said to Merkin, although it is not a pure gold Buddha statue, it is much more precious. These Arhats, all of them are golden bodies. Disgrace the golden statue. Merkin also ran over. That's right, said Trak Mok Kwangba, looking at the gilded statues sitting cross-legged on a stone pedestal, his expression dignified and respectful, and slowly continued. Not only is it recorded in Tantric Buddhism, but also in Mahayana. Hierarchy also has a similar way. Some high-ranking monastics who have practiced Buddhism have reached the state of great wisdom. After sitting, the physical body does not rot. People in the future respect it, then take that non-rotten body as an embryo, smear it with mud outside, then paint it with gilded vermilion to offer sacrifices. I mean, every statue here. Trak Mok Kwangba said, yes, every golden body Arhat statue here is the body of a great master after sitting down. He suddenly remembered the statues of the body in a standing position on the island of Hyon Kong. Obviously, this was the secret tradition of the secret practitioners. The two of them passed through the great hall lined with Arhat's golden bodies, went straight ahead, and saw a stone door blocking the road. On the door is an abstracted snake. Merkin said it resembles a dragon, while Trak Mok Kwangba said that this was Nathap, the boundless snake. Da Cat in Kongbo village also mentioned a similar legend, on one's own. Merkin said not sure, this was a boundless snake or something, maybe a god snake in the beliefs of the Kwai Ba tribe. In nearly all religions, the image of the snake has a very important status. In ancient beliefs, snakes symbolized sexuality, kingship, longevity, and unpredictable dangers. No matter what, when facing this curved stone door like a large movie screen, the two of them also understood that it was impossible to open it by relying only on buffalo strength or explosives. They needed to see the mechanism. Where is the key point? Hey, Kwangba, come and see. Merkin pointed to the snake's wide open mouth, where the sharp tooth had a faint bloodstain, spreading upward and then disappearing. Where the snake's eyes were, the faint filaments of blood dispersed in a mesh pattern, making the round eye become unusually fierce and ferocious. Trak Mok Kwangba reached out his hand to touch the snake's eye. In the center of the eyeball, a long narrow diamond with a very small gap with the surrounding parts. These openings match the contours on the relief. It is difficult to recognize without touching. Merkin traced the location of the snake's eyes with his finger, then said, look, does this structure resemble a small blood pool? Trak Mok Kwangba's face changed color. He nodded slightly. Merkin is right, sucking blood at the snake's teeth, spreading to the snake's eyes, really like a blood pool. On this side, Merkin began to move, intending to pull out a knife, press the tip of the knife to his finger, muttering, maybe my blood will work again. The point of the knife pierced gently, a drop of blood oozed out, and Merkin put his finger in the snake's teeth. The drop of blood that flowed from the tip of the finger was slowly sucked in by the straw inside the snake's teeth. This small blood pool doesn't need a lot of blood. Merkin just pressed his finger lightly. The snake didn't suck any more blood. Not long after, filaments of blood filaments began to spread near the snake's eyes, then along the outer ring reaching gradually inward, When the branching filaments touched the diamond-shaped pupil inside the eyeball, only hearing, click, a very soft sound, the pupil immediately retracted inside. At the same time, it seemed that a membrane was opened, in the middle of the eye revealed a small black diamond-shaped hole, only slightly larger than the tip of a finger. In addition, the entire hall remained unchanged. What is this? Looking at that small diamond-shaped hole, Trakmok Kwangba's eyebrows furrowed. Obviously the effect of this blood pool is just to open a small hole. From the depth of this small hole, it can be seen that something needs to be plugged in, possibly to start the organ. Merkin saw that small diamond-shaped hole and was overjoyed, laughing and saying, "This is a keyhole, it takes a key to open it, we have the key." He saw that Trakmok Kwangba was dumbfounded, confused and did not understand, so he repeated again, "Only we have the key." Key. Trakmok Kwangba was even more suspicious. He never remembered what key he had. What was Merkin talking about anyway? Soon, Merkin answered his suspicions. He reached deep into his shirt and pulled out a small bronze sword, almost identical to Trakmok Kwangba's heirloom sword. As soon as he saw the style and pattern engraved on the sword, Trakmok Kwangba exclaimed, "This is." At the same time, his first reaction was also the search for the bronze sword on his body. Secret of the key. Merkin held a small bronze sword that looked like a shining cross, looked directly into Trakmok Kwangba's eyes and said, "This is the key. This is something that your family has passed down for countless generations, something that even in the most dangerous situation absolutely cannot be dropped, and yet you don't know what it is used for." Trakmok Kwangba also took out a small bronze sword hidden in his inner pocket. The two swords are almost identical. The only difference is that the hilt of Trakmok Kwangba is a three-horned pixiu, below are 4 lions, dragons, tigers, and eagles, while Merkin's hilt is the other. Carved into the shape of a unicorn, below are 4 demons Si, Mi, Vong, and Luong. Two bronze swords side by side, identical size, identical material, identical technology. Just a glance, anyone can confirm that these two bronze swords were made in the same place, at the same time, even by the same craftsman. Trakmok Kwangba stared at him, still almost couldn't believe his eyes. "Is this the key? Where did you get it?" Merkin looked at Trakmok Kwangba suspiciously and said, "Just like you, they are all ancestors in the family lineage. Do you really not know? Even though you didn't say anything to the people in your group, but I see you take it so seriously, I thought you already knew what this bronze sword was." Trakmok Kwangba said, "I respect it, just because it is a family heirloom. I've always thought that it was just an object of historical significance to my family." Merkin said with a serious face, "Then let me tell you, this key is not only a symbol of historical lineage, more importantly, it is a certificate of bloodline and identity, and most importantly, it's a key. For generations, our family has passed on to the next generation that without this key, even if we find the temple, we cannot open the final treasure. However, according to our family lineage, there should be only one key. I also wonder why you have one too. Moreover, although these two keys have similar shapes and similar manufacturing techniques, there are still obvious differences." Trakmok Kwangba's mind was now rolling in great waves. Countless thoughts also surged in his mind. In the family, there was no record of this key, and his father did not remind him of anything special, but the elders of Kongbo village identified him as the Holy Messenger. Merkin is the descendant of the Western Holy Prophet. What about himself? After all, what secret is this hidden? The 1,000-year lineage, when was it finally broken? Why was that lost piece of history buried in the chaotic flow of time? What is his identity after all? Where did his family come from? What is the relationship between this guy and Bakbala Temple? The village elders say he will awaken. He originally just wanted to find Zkilan, but then he turned into that. Merkin did not notice that Trakmok Kwangba's mind was in turmoil at this time. Only seeing his eyes were a bit dull, He immediately affirmed, "If so, surely you do not know how to open this key like that. What's up, right?" Finished speaking, he was right in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, holding the brass sword's hilt and twisting it a few times, not knowing where to press. The hilt of the sword opened. Inside the hilt was a metal tube, the mouth of which spread out like a bowl. The mouth of the bowl has been scrubbed clean, but there are still bloodstains. 1 or 2 streaks have turned green, do not know from hundreds of years ago. Looking at the fully opened hilt, Merkin said, "I can assure you, this is a key that cannot be restored. Look at the totem symbols carved on the sword body. They are not just keys, symbol, which is actually a retractable spring. Inside this key is also a small blood pool, just a drop of blood. A drop of pure blood." In front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's attentive eyes, Merkin gently squeezed the unclosed wound on his fingertip, and another drop of blood dripped into the small bowl-shaped hole. A series of very light, clicking and cracking, sounds like a worm breaking a cocoon resounded. Along with these sounds, the reliefs on the sword body popped out into round cylinders, as big as the tip of a chopstick, as small as a toothpick. Not only that, around those round cylinders, tiny sharp thorns popped out. On the thorns, there were many small sharp teeth like hairs. The 2 sides of those sharp teeth also seemed to pop out. Even smaller fibers, indistinguishable to the naked eye, can only be seen on the surface of the sharp teeth covered with a film like mulled silk. Trak Mok Kwong Ba widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." "You don't have to look so closely," Merkin said. "The smallest spot requires 100-fold microscope to tell the difference. We have reason to believe that these tiny hairs are all serrations of the key, which is the only key that corresponds to the small holes in the wall inside this diamond-shaped hole." Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then said, "Even so, with today's technology, it's not too difficult to restore such a key, right?" Merkin sneered and said, "I think it's too simple. First compress the countless key teeth into a diamond-shaped object, and at the same time use some force to make these key teeth completely pop out. Not only that, it can also be kept for thousands of years without any damage at all. As far as I know, the current level of science and technology has not been able to do that. According to our family's statistics, this bounce takes up half the volume of the key, but the surface area is 130 times the surface area of the original key." Tuo Mok Kwong Ba was surprised and asked, "How did they do it?" Merkin replied, "The creature, like the blood pool. We can say this, the whole key is like a life form with a metal outer shell. Inside this key there are traces of life. My ancestors guessed it was some kind of conjugate or bacteriophage. Their range of existence was limited to the inside of this key. Their relationship with the key is like coral with a reef. At the same time, when activated by fresh blood, they will generate a very strong outward force, causing the key teeth to pop out." Looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's surprised expression, Merkin smiled and continued, "Not only that, this creature is also picky about blood, just like the combination of receptors 38 in the immune system, translation in the human body. I guess I've already gone deep into the gene pool." Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand the bunch of specialized Merkin terms that had just popped out, and asked again, "What does that mean?" "That is to say, except for me and those with direct blood in the family, other people's blood has absolutely no effect on it," Merkin explained. Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes widened again, Merkin said seriously, "We have experimented many times. The truth proves that, besides the blood of male members who are still living in the clan, blood or liquid, on anyone's body has absolutely no effect at all." He hesitated for a moment, then continued to explain, "The reason I say it has to do with the gene category, is because even if it is a direct male member of our family, not everyone can do it. This key turns on. My father is an example. He couldn't make the key come out. In my lifetime, my blood did, so. Inherited the way of life." Trak Mok Kwong Ba changed his face again. "Yes," said Merkin, nodding, "we also think that, through association with individuals of the opposite sex, certain genes can be recessive or dominant, making this person in my family also available. There are many cases where even bloodline cannot get this key to open. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suppressed the chill in his heart, muttering, genetics, ancient poisons, combination of Eastern and Western medicine. Merkin nodded and said, yes, I also think this is a method. The ancient method of using poison of the Kwai Ba people. It's hard to believe that their level of using ancient poison has reached the stage of studying genetic manipulation. As soon as he finished his words, suddenly a sound of clack clack was heard, then the key teeth popped out and retreated back, extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye the keys returned to the shape of a bronze sword like a bronze sword, at the beginning. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but glance at him. We think that there is a special active ingredient in the blood of male members with a dominant gene in their family, Merkin said. To the organism inside the key, this active ingredient was like a stimulant. Active substances in the blood can increase their strength to many times, enough to dislodge key teeth. After this active ingredient is used up, they will automatically withdraw back. Not long after that, another click sound was heard. The diamond-shaped hole inside the snake's eye closed again, the pupil also popped out, and everything returned to its original state. Ha! Merkin turned to the snake's eyes, exclaiming joyfully, it seems that the principle of this keyhole is like a key, using the active substance in my blood as a source of motivation. Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to be impatient. He urged, don't talk too much, put the key in and try it, to see what is behind this door. The blood on the tip of Merkin's finger had dried, so he chose another, and kept saying, all right. The snake's teeth sucked blood, the snake's eyes opened a diamond-shaped hole, Merkin stuck the bronze sword inside. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has just discovered that the bowl-shaped opening in the sword hilt can be bent. Merkin pointed the top of the bowl upwards, splashed a drop of blood, then listened intently to the movement inside the keyhole. After a series of clicks, he thought it was all right, and began to move the handle of the crucifix. Gradually, Merkin's face began to change, from joy to seriousness, from serious to heavy. Finally, he grimaced and smiled bitterly at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Not true, can't turn. Trak Mok Kwong Ba reminded, does it have to be plugged in backwards? Anyway, all four sides of the key can face up. Merkin asserted, no, you see, he pointed to the crossbar on the hilt, saying, according to my ancestors, this is the right place to face up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba silently nodded. The crossbar really restricted the key that could only be inserted in this direction. He said again, or, let me try. Merkin nodded sullenly, fine. Trak Mok Kwong Ba held the heirloom bronze sword in his hand, thinking forever, why did this become a key? He carefully observed where Merkin had twisted in the hilt, then looked again at the sword in his hand, seeing no gaps, not seeing any openings at all. He tried twisting it back and forth for a while, but to no avail. Merkin, standing next to him, saw this and said, no, it's not like that. After saying that, he snatched the small sword from Duo Mok Kwong Ba's hand and told him, there are some places here, requiring skillful tactics. I just saw the yoke pressing the seal, turning it over the head, body and legs of the Pixiu. I don't understand how it was opened. Just like Merkin's key, the hilt of the sword opened, inside was a metal tube, the mouth of the tube flared out like the mouth of a bowl, also stained with blood, which had turned green. Looking at those blood stains, Merkin's eyes looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba more and more suspicious. The meaning was very clear. It is clear that his ancestors also knew how to use this key. Why did he completely forget in his life? So, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only shake his head, showing that he didn't know anything. Merkin pulled his key. Time was running out, so he still couldn't pull it out. He handed the knife to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, telling him to test to see if his blood could make the key pop out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a little uneasy. When the tip of the knife cut his finger, His hand trembled slightly, a drop of blood dripped down. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The key in his hand also split and changed. The blade of the sword turned out spiky thorns. On those thorns popped out smaller thorns, shaped like the final form looks like a Christmas tree. Merkin smiled as he watched the transformation, muttering, "I told you so." Trak Mok Kwong Ba just shook his head slightly. "Why is this? Does the father know? Did he know but didn't tell me, or did he himself not know?" "No, I don't know either. From the attitude he gave me when he gave this key to me, he certainly didn't know anything. My family, since when did this incident sink into oblivion? Descendant of the Holy Prophet, did not expect that he was also a descendant of the Apostle." A moment later, Merkin pulled out his key. While the two waited for Trak Mok Kwong Ba's key to revert to its original state, the snake's eyes also closed. Finally, the key in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand was also withdrawn. He secretly took a deep breath, opened the snake's eyes with his blood, then inserted the key, dripped a drop of blood, then slowly turned the hilt of the sword, in Merkin's intent and expectant gaze. Once, twice, Merkin's hot gaze slowly turned gloomy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked back, shaking his head, showing that he still couldn't turn. "Impossible," Merkin panicked. "Impossible, why can't both keys open?" Compared to Merkin, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was even more calm. He explained, "If I'm not mistaken, there must be another key, don't forget." Then the messenger brought out 3 items of credit, divided and gave them to me, for 3 different people. If you and I each have a key, then there must be a third key. Merkin said disappointedly, "You mean, only the third key can open this door?" Merkin was not willing at all. Hearing Trak Mok Kwong Ba's key return to its original state, he said, "Try again, try again." Responding to Merkin's request, Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried again, then Merkin also tried again, but very clearly, their keys could not open this heavy stone door. Merkin pulled out the key again, looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with almost desperate eyes, and said in a pleading voice, "Will you try again?" Tuo Mok Kwong Ba said, "Perhaps it is fate that we cannot reach the deepest part of Bo Bala Temple. What do you have to force? So what do you think now? Are we stuck here, can't find anything, just stuck here waiting to die?" Not, I absolutely do not accept." Merkin waved his hand to grab Trak Mok Kwong Ba's key, put it in the keyhole and grabbed his finger to squeeze out the blood. The two watched the drop of blood slowly disappear from the flared mouth. Originally, the two of them didn't hold much hope, but this time, the drop of blood just fell. After a series of clicks and splits, suddenly there was another sound, like the sound of a broken string or the sound of a lute. Unsheathed sword, light but very clear. Immediately after, there was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, the sound of gears, the sound of the shaft spinning, the sound of friction creaking mixed together. Without any further movement, the snake's eyes had already rotated on its own, the keyhole rotated with the key, the whole giant snake carved on the door as if it was about to come to life, some ridges indented, some more, emerged again. Then, the whole hall began to change. The stone pedestal under the body of the forebears began to shift position, forward and backward, or left or right, forming a mixed sound. In this great hall, only 2 men who were wide-eyed and gaping in front of the stone door did not make any sound. Buddha's treasures. Both of them were wondering the same problem. Why didn't it work the first 2 times, but this time it was so successful? Soon, both of them understood. Twice before, they used someone's blood to open the keyhole and put it on the key, but this time, they used Merkin's blood to open the snake's eyes, then inserted Trak Mok Kwong Ba's key into the key, again dripped the blood of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. It is estimated that it is necessary to use both people's blood at the same time to be able to promote the real effect. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thinks further, the key is not in the key, both keys are just conductors. The blood of the two is what has the real effect. 2 pure bloodlines have been passed down for more than 1,000 years by the saints. Only then did they realize the true meaning of the words, "a person of pure bloodline," engraved prominently on the big door of Bak Bala temple. Just a moment later, the layout of the main hall was completely changed, and at the same time, the snake body on the door also protruded countless scales, under the belly grew clawed legs, no longer looking like a snake. Which is a bit like a dragon. Only, after that shock, the door in front of them was still closed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently shook it and pulled out the key. Still, the faster Merkin, he pointed to the new pillar that appeared in the center of the great hall, asking, "What is that?" The two people approached the pillar, only to see that the four sides of this square pillar were about 2 meters long. Each side had steps, the top seemed to be hollow, the space could accommodate people. The two decided to climb up. This stone pillar was dropped from the top of the arch of the Great Hall. Merkin went up first, and discovered in the middle of the pillar was a metal pillar about 1/2 meter in diameter. A circle around that metal pillar can stand 5 or 6 people. After that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also climbed up. Merkin laughed and said, "Ha ha, then the other door is just an eye mask." Who would have thought that the real entrance was in the middle of the hall? If not clear, the truth, just try to blow up or destroy that stone door, maybe the back is just full of rocks and mountains. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just stood firm. Before he could say anything, the stone pillar was driven by the metal pillar in the middle, slowly rising. Seeing that the stone column continued to rise, Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought to himself, "I am afraid that when this stone pillar returns to its original position, whoever comes here, will only think of ways to destroy the other door or dig down, below only. Can anyone think of digging up tens of meters?" Along the way, there was a completely dark distance, although the distance was very short, but in that tight dark space, Trak Mok Kwong Ba still felt suffocated. This small space clearly did not have enough oxygen for the two of them. Just when the feeling of panic appeared, they reached the upper floor. The first thing that caught their eyes was light. This light was different from the light below, not the red of lava and the orange-yellow of gilded statues, but a blindingly strong light. The light appeared so suddenly, so strong, that Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, who had just come out of the darkness, could not help but raise their hands to block their eyes, observing the surroundings through their fingers. Through their fingers, the irises of their eyes gradually opened wide, not because they were stimulated by bright light as was common sense. In front of them right now, it's all enough to drive ordinary people crazy. Treasure. The stone pillar was getting higher and higher. The number of treasures that caught their eyes also increased exponentially. There was no doubt that they could only see countless dazzling halos, like a rainbow melting into a stream of water, billowing, almost wanting to reach out from those treasures, flowing everywhere. The space was wide open, the amount of oxygen in the air also increased. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took a breath, the whole person was light as if he wanted to fly. He also heard the legend of the jewel of the jewel. It is said that on the surface of really rare treasures there is a layer of spiritual energy. Even though buried deep underground, those treasures still emit light, shining brightly, but he had never seen such a treasure. Although in the past, someone had asked him to hold gems worth tens of millions of dollars, but in his eyes, it was just a few stones with a little special color. But each of the treasures here gave off a dazzling light, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba not even know how to imagine what he had seen, feeling like it was on the surface of each item. In this place are covered with a layer of bacteria that can emit fluorescent light, or on the metal surface there are luminescent cilia. That light was a bit blinding at first, but soon he discovered it was very gentle, flickering and vibrating, making people's eyes involuntarily suck tightly. Merkin opened his mouth, taking in large gulps of air. Standing in front of a vast treasure, he suddenly didn't know if he should laugh or cry, just froze. His eyes were occupied by the light of all kinds of treasures, his mind was completely blank. This is truly a glorious and brilliant hall. In this place, the floor is not known to be inlaid with a thin layer of gold, or with thick, heavy bricks of pure gold. Each pillar in the great hall is covered with a layer of gold, sculpted with a phoenix planted in the good clouds. Even the four walls and the top of the dome are covered in dazzling gold. In front of the two people is a row of Buddha towers built of brick and bone, very rich in Tibetan ethnicity. Each tower is about 1 meter high. The pedestal and top of the tower are cast in pure gold. The body of the tower also has a belt, made of gold. The top of the tower is inlaid with all kinds of gems, each as big as a dragon's eye. White bone bricks dotted with yellow light, looks like a line of swaggering guards. The body of the tower is opened, forming a small shrine. Inside are placed large and small golden Buddha images, different shapes. Behind these Buddhas are some golden ornaments. They could see the golden statue of the decade, what looked like an old-fashioned Chinese bed, also of pure gold, filled with jewels and ivory. In addition, there is a golden cabinet that looks like a coffin, sculpted in the shape of a canine animal. A little further, are larger Buddha statues. Most notably, there are two giant statues at least 4 meters high in the middle of the Great Hall, which at first glance do not look like Buddha statues, but a man and a woman. The man's appearance was dignified and majestic, exuding the aura of an arrogant person, while the woman was dignified and kind, her lips slightly raised like a Mona Lisa's smile. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was immediately attracted to these two largest gold statues. This must be the 3-foot-high golden statue of King Tung Tan Kanbo and Princess Van Than that history books record. The unit of measurement then and today has a certain difference, but these two statues are also worthy of the title of the largest pure gold statues in the world. Merkin's gaze was completely absorbed in the treasures placed on the bed-like object. He wasn't even sure what to call it after all, only that it was carved using hollow carving technique, with floating clouds and flowers on top. All the jewels attached to it were empty, trivial. However, it was the things on the bed that really made Merkin's mind ecstatic. Priceless treasure. Every item on the bed is a priceless treasure. It didn't take long before their minds calmed down again. They slowly set foot on the golden hall floor, following the line of Buddha towers and moving forward. Along the way, Merkin involuntarily kept comparing the things in front of him with the things he stored in his memory, the treasures discovered since the beginning of mankind's history. The world's largest pure gold product must be exchanged for. That is a blue diamond, unexpectedly. I didn't expect such a big blue diamond. The largest diamond in the world, in exchange for. The world's largest ruby, in exchange for. The largest cat's eye gem in the world, also in exchange for. What's wrong with that? Why is there such a beautiful green hazel thing? The world's largest and most beautiful witch hazel, in exchange for. The world's most treasured throne, scepter, and crown, all must be exchanged. With each step, Merkin's breathing became more and more rapid. He couldn't control his body anymore, his whole body was shaking. Along the way, he realizes almost in despair, that every supposed natural or man-made treasure in history that he can remember, in the blink of an eye, has all been usurped. Glancing sideways, on the left there is a tree of pure gold, about 7 feet high, its branches forked, dropping chains of glittering jewels like teardrops, swaying without the wind. It wasn't the chains of jewels that swayed, but the light that emanated from them. Move your gaze a little bit, and you will see a large golden wheel. At the top of each ray of light, there is a round and smooth gem like a pearl. If you look closely, you will be surprised to discover, those gems, turned out to be the legendary time gems. At a certain interval of time, one of these beads will emit light, lasting until the next bead lights up, over and over again. Thousands of years are not wrong. No need to move your eyes, just look a little further. Behind that golden Dharma wheel is a tray of mantra 39, more than 1.5 meters high, made of great pearls put together, from top to bottom. There are 5 layers in total. I don't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of pellets will be used in the end. Most especially, each tablet is equally large and small, white and spotless. Zooming out a little further, on the far yellow wall stood a jade-colored wall, taller than Merkin, like a round emerald green moon. Looking at that special blue color, could it be that it is witchcraft? A piece of witch hazel more than 2 meters in diameter, completely spotless. That piece of witch hazel was as green as the leaves of grass that had just sprouted in early spring, and could still be seen through, and saw the reliefs embossed on the golden wall behind it. What is the quality of this piece of witch hazel? I don't think it needs to be said any more. Does this still belong to the human world? The piece of jade is so big, it can obviously be used as a screen, even as a wall. It's true that jade is used as a wall, jade is used as a wall. Finally, Merkin's legs could no longer support the weight of his body. He fell onto a golden Buddha statue sitting on a lotus. This statue, including the lotus platform below, is nearly 2 meters high, close to a real person. One leg is crossed, one leg is slightly stretched, 4 hands are holding a weapon. The robes worn on the Buddha's body are not embossed, but rather a set of golden silk woven Buddha robes. The strands of golden silk that are separated are even thinner than a hair. To the touch, it feels soft and smooth like silk. The whole robe is so large that it feels light like a feather in the hand, and the total weight is not more than 100 grams. It is truly a miracle work. The jewels encrusted on the iridescent magic weapons, the light penetrating and refracting through the magic devices. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can also clearly see the variation of colors and the locus of the light beam. The jewels on the weapons combined with the jewels on the forehead, chest, and belly of the Buddha statue, taking advantage of the 7-color light beam, outlined in the air a symbol like the image of Luke Mang Tin 40. Merkin fell onto the Buddha statue, motionless, his throat constantly rolling up and down, inhaling greedily, as if inhaling the scent of these treasures could relax him, so happy with the whole body. Finally, Merkin also inhaled enough of the treasure's aura. He looked like an addict who had just been satisfied. His body was soft, his face was leaning against the lap of the statue, his arms and legs were outstretched, forming a big word, large. Almost all the strength has been exhausted, only the chest heaving up and down endlessly. His eyes stared at the ceiling, his body seemed to be immersed in an illusion, his mouth mumbled, ha ha. We found out, all mine, priceless treasure, all are priceless treasures, Grandpa, I found it, ha ha ha, chuckle. Not knowing how long it took, Merkin suddenly remembered that there was still a man named Trak Mok Kwong Ba beside him. His reason finally recovered somewhat. He raised his head with difficulty, and immediately saw the young master Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was standing about 5 meters from the lotus platform where Merkin was leaning, staring at him coldly. Merkin lay down again, laughed and said, "Have you seen, Kwong Ba, all these things are mine." "And not," Duo Mok Kwong Ba replied nonchalantly, "these are not yours." "What?" Merkin was startled, jumped up like a fierce leopard, glared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and shouted, "You say what, murderess?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately felt the killing intent emanating from Merkin. He looked like a wild beast that was risking his life to protect the territory, staring at the intruder's murderous aura, intense. Trak Mok Kwong Ba finds it difficult to understand, with the same person, why can change so much in a blink of an eye. Can these treasures really change a person's soul? Or is this the real face of Merkin? If it was before entering the temple, Trak Mok Kwong Ba would still be shy in the face of that overwhelming killing intent, but at this moment, he could see very clearly that Merkin's mentality had just undergone a fierce battle. Although he was physically fit, his spirit was in a state of extreme weakness. Therefore, to Merkin's question, he still answered slowly, pressing each word, "I say, these things do not belong to Grandfather." As soon as the last word came out of his mouth, Merkin rushed forward, his eyes naked like a predatory beast, and even the snake-like agility that had always flickered in those eyes disappeared. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not give in. On the contrary, he rushed to greet. In front of young Master Kwong Ba's punches, Merkin's reason gradually recovered. He painfully discovered, this man has grown a lot stronger than when he first entered the temple of Bak Bala. Merkin struggled. He didn't mind. He did not understand. For several months wandering in the temple, he and Trak Mok Kwangba ate the same thing, did the same things, but why the other side seemed to be getting stronger and stronger every day. He himself was now unable to maintain the balance with him. Of course, Merkin also understood. He had to do his best in the battle with Kafu. His injury was still not completely healed. Moreover, at this time he could not adjust to the best mental state. But even so, he can't be this bad. Each move of Trak Mok Kwangba has a tendency to suppress him, making him unable to breathe. For this change, Trak Mok Kwangba did not understand very well. He only vaguely felt that between his legs there was a wheel-shaped object slowly moving. His body seemed to change every day, chemical. He did not know how to use words to describe this change. Only when observing, touching and perceiving his surroundings, did he discover very small differences. Merkin took another heavy hit, began to lose his center of gravity. He still had weapons, but a primitive instinct held him back, refusing to let him use it, a voice that kept repeating itself over and over, subconsciously, "Don't draw a gun and you will die." Finally, when Merkin was knocked to the ground by a Buddha statue, staggered a few steps and still couldn't stand, he came to his senses, frantically saying, Don't fight anymore, Kwangba. Young Master Kwangba, I'm Merkin. Are you awake yet? Trak Mok Kwangba stepped forward and disarmed Merkin. At this point, Merkin was still in a state of madness. Heaven only knows what he would do. Merkin didn't protest, just nodded rapidly and said, I'm awake. Just now, I don't understand how. It's like being haunted. Damn it, I don't even know what I ended up doing. Hearing Merkin's answer, Trak Mok Kwangba only smiled faintly. Don't believe any of his words. He still clearly remembered Yuyang's last warning. Merkin slowly walked over. He already understood the situation at this time. As long as he didn't take action, Trak Mok Kwangba would not attack. He hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth. Look, young Master Kwangba, this is the real treasure, every item here, just bring it out there, it will definitely shock the whole world. These things were discovered by us, they are ours. Trak Mok Kwangba glanced at Merkin. That's right, Merkin's eyes were filled with excitement. Each half, he said while looking at Trak Mok Kwangba. Moments later, he suddenly changed his face. Could it be? Don't you want to? Alone. Exclusive. The last few words, Merkin said with great difficulty. Now that the weapon had been taken away by the enemy, his face became very unsightly. Older brother, you can't take it all away. These things, you alone, how much can you carry? These treasures, just grabbing a handful, are enough to make us the richest people in the world. Don't you want to monopolize them all? Not. Hearing this, Merkin breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Trak Mok Kwangba said, these things do not belong to us, they belong to the state. Oh, mommy, Kwangba is Kwangba. Chapter 79, The Worst Truth. Second door. Government. Merkin's voice was lost. He looked at Trak Mok Kwangba like an idiot, then immediately asked back, what state do they belong to? China, India, Nepal, Bhutan. We don't even know what country we're on, so which country's government are you going to hand these things over to? Trak Mok Kwangba did not answer Merkin's question. He was thinking of another problem and asked, what did you say just now? You don't even know what country you're in. But you must know, where did you come in from? Yes, we came from country N, crossed the border, and then entered the no man's land, through the westerly wind corridor, said Merkin. Along the way, we also did not see any border markers of China, nor did we detect any landmarks or border guards of any country. Our entire route was in an uninhabited area, traveling for 15 days in an area covered with dense fog. So I don't even know what country we're in. These things, in fact, are all derelict, do not belong to any country. According to international conventions and customs, these things all belong to the person who discovered them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, still shook his head and said, "No, this is not a private possession, but a property that belongs to all mankind." That year, our Tibetan ancestors, because they didn't want these treasures to be destroyed in the fire and smoke of war, went through countless hardships to bring them to this place, perfectly preserved until now. Today, these treasures must belong to our country, must be returned to all mankind. Returned to all mankind, Merkin sneered. Okay, so who's going to manage them? Who will distribute them? Who gave that right? Tibetan ancestors. I ask you, what is this? What is this? Merkin rolled up his sleeves, held the ancestral key in his hand, and questioned Trak Mok Kwong Ba, why is this temple of Bak Bala so secret? Why has no one found this place for more than 1,000 years? Why can't anyone come in? Anyone can take the things here. Why is the key in my hand? Why can only my health make the key work? Tibetan ancestors. This is the inheritance of my family's ancestors, and also your family's ancestors, left to us. This is our property, our family. Not waiting for Trak Mok Kwong Ba to refute, Merkin quickly added, I don't care what you think, but my part must be left there. Look at the things here, not to mention anything else, just the gold alone, as long as you like it. If you want China's total gold reserves to double, triple, it's not that difficult. Just as long as you like it. But don't forget, our family has also been searching for these things for 1,000 years, you can't just wipe away our efforts. I need to get my share, unless you kill me. You want to kill me. Want to kill a person with no hands, but have saved your life many times. Come, I have no resistance left, I am weak, you kill me. Saying that, Merkin immediately put on the face of a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Merkin's appearance and felt that he couldn't stand it any more. It is estimated that Merkin's whole life must have never shown this expression in front of anyone. The treasures here had clearly lowered his IQ to the level of a child. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help it for a moment, laughed out loud, then said, Sorry, I think, you and your whole family, obviously, have misunderstood. I don't know how your family got its inheritance. Although the senior in my family has completely forgotten about this event, but I think, just because we have the key to the treasure, doesn't mean that we own these treasures, I'm just the guardian. This is not something that 2 dynasties can own, much less belong to 1 or 2 families, do you understand? You understand this principle, don't you? Merkin jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I know. I also know that these are not things that 1 or 2 dynasties can possess, just look. His finger pointed towards an ivory carving. The ivory is white as jade, each more than 2 meters long. The sculpture is made of several hundred such pieces. Ingenious craftsmen in the past used this precious ivory to carve palaces, pavilions, and then used the mortar structure to form an ancient Indian-style royal capital. There are even lakes and rivers in this sculpture, but now they have all dried up. It is estimated that the ancients used ivory to recreate the capital of an ancient Indian dynasty. In those houses and boats, there are countless golden people the size of a thumb, windows and doors that can be opened and closed, carriages that can move, even a golden book placed on the manuscripts of the people. The tiny gold is also engraved with words. Look at these. Merkin pointed again, what looked like a 5-foot-tall golden palace, divided into 2 floors. In front of the lower door of the palace were 2 things that looked like golden stirrups. The upper floor has doors that open on all 4 sides, 1 ring smaller than the lower floor, which seems to be able to move independently. This thing, Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew, he had read in ancient bibliographies. It is said that this item was made by a Tang dynasty artifact named Marthifon. When someone puts their feet on the pedals, the lower floor will have the little man came out with a drumstick, massaging the acupuncture points on the soles of his feet and the tops of his feet. At the same time, the 4 doors on the 2nd floor also opened. The first door, there will be a small person with a mirror, a comb, and a hair brooch to help people decorate. The second door opens, there will be a small person carrying a bottle of wine, automatically filling the glass. The third door opens, there will be a small person coming out gently singing and dancing, accompanied by the sound of lute and flute. The fourth door opens, there will be a god to tell the time. In the evening a little person will come out with a lamp. This can be said to be the most complex and most advanced automation item of ancient China, later given by Tang Xuanzong to Chufan as a national holiday, and then disappeared during Lang Dat's destruction. Buddha. Merkin waved his hands and loudly said, "What is this?" It was the accumulation of nearly 300 years of wealth of the two most powerful dynasties at that time, which not only produced them themselves, but also plundered from the surrounding countries, and also the tributes of other distant countries. Everything here, the part of the eastern two Dai Tang, only a fifth, of the Chufan, not more than a fifth, the 18 countries of the western region plus India, roughly a fifth, in addition to the properties of small countries in Indonesia, or even further, as far as Western Europe. Who can you represent? To whom can you return the treasures here? You can only represent yourself, you cannot impose your will on me. If these treasures belong to all mankind, then where should they be taken? United Nations. It's really ridiculous logic. If I say, my ancestors took on the responsibility of protecting treasures, then, I will continue to protect these treasures in my own way. At the time of need, selling some treasures, used to pay for maintaining the protection as well as exploiting the treasure, that is the way to protect in accordance with economic laws. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly couldn't help but feel funny. What Merkin just said was also the typical logic of a strong man. He sneered, posing a question to his opponent, "Do you think we can leave this place alive?" Merkin immediately froze. From the moment he stepped into this treasure, his mind was only a blank area. Then he remembered his existence as well as the family's mission, and later, remembered it, there was also the existence of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Later, because he did not fight him, he switched to arguing about arguments, and other issues, he had not thought of for a while. If the two of them couldn't get out of here alive, then the fact that they were arguing just now was both ridiculous and ridiculous. And even if they were lucky enough to leave this place, how many treasures could he take with him? This is also the point where Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels the most funny. He recalled a very famous story, 3 young men roaming the streets idle, discussing how if one day one of the 3 picked up 1,000,000 dong, how would they divide it? The other 2 asked for an equal share, and the person who picked up the money in the first place was determined to refuse. Because of this, the 3 of them started arguing loudly, and eventually got into a fight. When the police came to pull them out, asking what was wrong, 2 of them pointed to the third person and said, "He picked up 1,000,000, but he refused to share it with us." The policeman was startled, again asked the third person to bring the money to pay. The third person was dumbfounded for a long time, then mumbled, "We assume so, we have not found the money." At this time, the situation of the 2 people is very similar to the other 3 young people. They can only declare, they have reached the destination, they have seen, the other legendary treasures really exist. This can really change the face of one or even several large countries that belong to the super class. But how many of these golden Buddhas weighing several tons could they carry? And in the place where the agency is full of traps and messages, the danger is everywhere, will they be able to survive back to the outside world? If you can't get out of here alive, what's the point of discussing these things? If it was possible to get out, Trak Mok Kwong Ba would definitely report the situation to the top, but it is not for them to compete or cooperate in exploiting this huge fortune. You can poke your mouth in the discussion. At that time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba spoke up and advised Merkin, "Do you understand? We've been debating pointless matters." Merkin was heavily attacked, his face paled, only to hear him mutter to himself, "No. Not so, not so." At this time, the experiences in the back Bala temple appeared in his mind one after another. The trap organs, the ferocious monstrous creatures all clearly appeared, and their retreat was cut. broken, can't even return to the 9 palaces, there is only hot boiling lava on all sides. In this situation, the two want to live away from the temple of Bo-Bala. It can be said that the chance is almost zero. Merkin's heart was full of confused thoughts. Could it be that I discovered the treasure just to die here? Not, he roared madly. There must be a way out, there is another way out. Screaming, he ran among the high piles of gold and silver jewels. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not at ease, quickly ran after him, shouting, "Hey, where are you running?" For a moment he felt as if he had left something out, but Merkin confused him, the glittering jewels made him dizzy, and for a moment he couldn't concentrate. After the two moved away, in a corner they couldn't detect, inside a golden wall, about 5 or 6 meters above the ground, there was a very small hole, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In that small hole, there is a probe that is slowly retracting. On the other side of the wall, unexpectedly, was an artificial tunnel hewn with explosives, about 1 meter high. Inside there were 2 rows of mercenaries half sitting and half kneeling. Lu Kan Nam, the magician Arla, and Man were tied up, their mouths filled with something tightly, making the 3 of them unable to make any sound. They had come here before Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin. It was just that the young people did not allow them to enter the hall displaying the golden bodies of the senior masters, but instead forced them to climb the cliff to the top, cut out such a tunnel. No one knows what his intentions are. The young man picked up the snake-eyed probe and said softly, "They're more rational than I expected. There are really few people in this world who aren't swayed by jewels. Run, run, run. Go, run a little faster, I'm waiting for you." The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, ran ferociously between the colorful rays of light, striking their eyes with piles of jewels and ivory. This pile is the diamond chan, the human syllable, the stele, the stanza, the resolute diamond, the table diamond, the lotus flower, the dharma wheel, the golden parasol, the gold urn, the gold vase, the golden cup, golden whip, pearl robe, cat's eye remembrance, wish-fulfilling jewel, wish-fulfilling tree, scorpion, gold-sprayed golden rat, Bala cable bowl. 41. Tibetan ethnic style. On this side, are jeweled belts, sword straps, necklaces, bracelets, armbands, bracelets, rings, earrings, cobra bracelets, anklets, lingers, statues of Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu in gold. In the old Indian style. Among these treasures are Buddha statues cast in pure gold. Heaven knows how many golden Buddha statues there are here, big and small, plus floors and walls, and even pillars. This place is already a huge gold mine. How much gold is contained in this great hall? 10,000 tons, 100,000 tons, or is there much more? Merkin said that it is possible to double China's total gold reserves, not just casually speaking. If there is really a way to transport the gold here, the price of gold in the world must at least decrease, go half but not play. Especially when running close to the large statues up to 4 or 5 meters high. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also blushed. Unexpectedly, someone used pure gold to cast into such a large statue. Before, he thought that the gold that the ancients talked about was actually a gold coin, but now, looking at the color, looking at the material, this is clearly 100% pure gold. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also noticed that there were traces of melting on the surface of the statue. Obviously, the ancients could not transport such a large statue here. They had to cut it into small pieces, then melt it and put it back together. Before long they were running from one end of the hall to the other, Merkin in front screaming like a madman, "Hey! Here is a door, hurry up, here is the door, Kwong Ba." Running closer, Merkin was disappointed to realize, this is not a door, but just a retaining wall, but on this golden wall there are letters, vertical lines placed side by side, very similar, with a few lines of words at the big door of Bak Bala temple. Only, Merkin wasn't interested in all this old-fashioned stuff right now. Since then, he has started to run out of breath, his hands on his knees, hunched over, gasping for breath, why not the door? Trak Mok Kwong Ba also stopped to rest under those large lines. After a while, he spoke, I think, this is a door. What? Merkin immediately lifted his spirits and questioned him, what's written on it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba translated word by word in turn, the place where true wealth is concentrated, must use wisdom to open the door. Lead to freedom. Merkin dived closer to the wall, groping around from top to bottom. Is it the door? Where is the door? Where's the door? His eyes suddenly lit up. His face was filled with joy. That's right, it's the door, I see the gap. There was a gap between the wall and the floor, and Merkin traced the gap, finally seeing the outline of a door in the golden wall. The gap between the door and the wall was well hidden, and Merkin frowned, because only a retractable door wouldn't reveal a trace like this. And Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not see the process of opening the big door of Bak Bala Temple, so it is not known how thick the doors could be made by the ancients, but he knew that this type of door was difficult, most destructive. After that, he searched the wall again for a while. How can I open it? There must be an agency to open the door. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still reading. What? The most solid shell. Protect everything here. He knocked several times on the door, then knocked on the side again, not sure how sturdy it was. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took 2 steps back, raised his head and read the last line. Ban Ba's blood is the only key to open the door. Behind it is another sentence. You guys, have you really decided? Destroy, or preserve. So what do you mean? Trak Mok Kwong Ba mused. It seems that his translation is still not very accurate. If there is Professor Fung Tan here, or if the computer is not broken, it will be fine. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard Merkin exclaim, found it, right here. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped forward, only to see Merkin standing about 10 meters from the door, staring at a metal tub, about as high as a person's back, a bit like an ancient peak. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba coming, Merkin happily said, I know right away, the agency to open this door is not far away, they have to bury underground wires, have to use blood pool, too far away will consume them, very big. You see, this is the blood pool, this is the blood storage pit, this is the blood washing hole, this is the divider, this is the activation tank, this is the keyhole. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped closer to take a closer look. This top is like a large thin pot placed on a tripod. The bottom of the pot is divided into 3 areas, with complicated twisting lines, or so to speak. Those are the ducts, which eventually through the small hole at the edge of the pot lead down to the lower support. This thing is clearly attached to the floor of the Great Hall. Fortunately Merkin is sharp, but if you don't pay attention, it will be easy to mistake it for a treasure or something. The body of the pot is carved with 3 kinds of abstracted animals. Trak Mok Kwong Ba vaguely realized that one of the 3 animals was very similar to the good beast carved on his bronze sword, Pai Shu. Merkin couldn't wait any longer, so he inserted his key into the area where the unicorn totem was located, dripped blood, then measured the size of the blood storage pit with his wrist, muttering, probably about 10 milliliters of blood. Quote, he gritted his teeth, held the blade in his hand, and made a slight incision, and the blood immediately poured into the blood pool. No one knew how his key and the blood in the blood pool reacted, only saw the blood in the basin flowing through the pipes slowly spreading, then one split into 2, or 2 merged into 1, finally disappeared in the opening flowing down the support leg below. In the gold bath there was not a trace of fresh blood left. A moment later, suddenly the whole great hall shook. The ground seemed to have something huge being pulled away. The sound of the movement of giant gears resounded. The gears were only, apart from, for a few hours, then as if stuck by something, making a series of creaking noises over and over. Currently. Quote, my blood alone is not enough. Merkin immediately reacted. He told Trak Mok Kwong Ba, I still need your blood. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, it's useless, can't you see? Although it is a tank, but this is a combination of 3 blood pools, 3 keys are required. With just the 2 of us, it's impossible to open this door. He turned his head to look at the words on the door. Guys, have you really made up your mind? Destroy, or preserve. He feels this sentence is like a warning, or a reminder, so that the person who has the ability to open this door must think carefully, not make decisions blindly. Merkin said, how will you know if you don't try? That first door, couldn't it be opened with the blood of the 2 of us? Maybe 2 out of 3 is enough to get a majority of the votes. Please, give it a try. His eyes were fixed on the first and second lines. The door to freedom, most likely. This is the only way out for us, I don't think. Get out of here. In fact, Merkin wanted to say, haven't you thought about bringing the stuff out here? However, when he raised his voice, he promptly restrained himself. He really didn't want to bring up this sensitive topic in front of Trakmok Kwangba at the present time. The door to freedom, this phrase was translated by Trakmok Kwangba. He also knew that he did not translate correctly, but deep in his subconscious, he still hoped that the meaning of the phrase was right. Looking at the blood pool in front of his eyes, Trakmok Kwangba was also a little moved. He was not a loyal defender, and at the same time secretly held the hope of being able to bring the treasures here to the outside world, outside. Although his purpose was different from Merkin's, he didn't want to make it his own, but it would be a pity to let these crystals of human intelligence be buried in the mountain. Okay, let me try. Trakmok Kwangba also inserted his key, cut his hand to drip blood, and stored blood in the blood pool gradually filling up. Looking at each drop of blood, Trakmok Kwangba's mind kept appearing over and over again. Have you decided yet? Have you guys decided yet? You guys, have you decided yet? Something's wrong. There's bound to be something wrong, but logically speaking, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just him and Merkin here. The others can't really open the door outside. Is he still not sure about Merkin? Why does the feeling of insecurity in my heart get stronger every day? Finally, Trakmok Kwangba also suppressed that restless feeling. He thought about it for a while, then it was easy to see that this feeling of insecurity was not a manifestation of doubt about the surrounding situation, but seemed to come from his instincts, like when rabbits look at him. Seeing a falcon, a mouse encountering a snake. That insecurity is ingrained in her genes. Trakmok Kwangba looked at Merkin. His face was also very tense. He immediately asked, do you also feel something is wrong? More anxiety than excitement. Nothing. Merkin lied to the negative line. I want to go out until I'm going crazy. There's nothing wrong with that. As he spoke, he gripped the other with one hand, trying to hide the faint tremors. Trakmok Kwangba could almost affirm, Merkin's sense of insecurity was even stronger than his. He immediately stopped dripping blood and bandaged his finger. However, the blood in the blood pool had already begun to react with the key, flowing through the pipes at an astonishing speed, part of which had disappeared at the opening in the base. The 2 of them were in a low mood, fearfully looking at the golden door in front of them. No one knows what is behind that door, nor knows what will happen here. Almost identical to the process after Merkin dripped blood, the hall also vibrated, as if some giant object was being sucked away. Then the giant gear began to move, this time longer, but still stuck in the end. The large door seemed to show signs of being raised, but every time it moved less than an inch, it fell heavily. For some reason, seeing that the door could not be opened, Trakmok Kwangba had a feeling of relief. The big stone that weighed heavily in his heart fell, the stress and anxiety also disappeared. Still not working, need a third key. Trakmok Kwangba spoke as if a burden had been lifted. The third key. Stars can be. More than 1,000 years ago. Heaven knows where the Holy Prophet died that year. The 2 of us met. It was a miracle in a miracle. I dare not dream that an even greater miracle occurs. Merkin glared maliciously at the blood pool, almost wanting to tear the metal object apart. Merkin's sentence suddenly evoked a thought in Trakmok Kwangba's mind. Why are they both descendants of the Holy Prophet, both have keys, and can open the first door at the same time? Is this not too coincidental? No, coincidence cannot be used to explain it. Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. At first, Professor Fung Tan said he could join the state survey team, because the place he wanted to go was also the place the survey team wanted to go. Then, in the city-state of Maya, in a large area, they found the right white city. Even more coincidentally, they had the last key to Ahist's dungeon. Then he found out through Merkin. Source discovered the map in the dungeon. Source himself said, he found the map inside the last door of the dungeon. Trace that map. They suddenly discovered another map in Haiyan Kong Island. That's when he first learned his identity as a holy messenger. He thought God wanted to make fun of him again. Then when they had difficulty on the snowy mountain, and finally could not find the way to continue, Luong, who brought Hong Ba the secret light, the treasure he found in the Maya palace, appeared. Coincidence, 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 is it all coincidence? Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to doubt. Why do I have such experiences as a character in a legendary novel? Everything is like a play. Everyone holds the script to act. The question is, who's directing it all? What role does he play in this play? As for Merkin, what role was he assigned to? Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but remember what happened in the temple. Merkin was sold by Max and Kafu. Who do these two people listen to? Why did Max suddenly lose his life? What does the other side want to do? Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly blurted out, not good. Can't open that door. He wanted to destroy this metal blood pool, but it was too sturdy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled his backpack, was about to take out everything that could explode. At this moment, he suddenly heard a loud bang. The golden wall behind him broke a hole. Dozens of mercenaries with guns came out one after another. The last few were Lu Kan Nam. The magician Ala and Man were being controlled. Merkin was still amazed at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's unusual and sudden behavior, when suddenly a loud explosion made him jump in horror again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just heard the explosion, tried to pull out the key. Unexpectedly, the key plugged into the blood pool was pinned. Trak Mok Kwong Ba deformed the whole key handle but still couldn't pull it out. The mercenaries who entered the Great Hall immediately controlled Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin. Trak Mok Kwong Ba originally intended to protest, but when he saw the shaman Ala, Lu Kan Nam, he immediately gave up. Merkin did not have a weapon in his hand, so he did not protest, and at the same time he also wanted to see who was behind Max and Kafu in the end. Sure enough, a man with an unremarkable figure stepped out of the mercenaries. He seemed to be smiling, said, Merkin, young Master Kwong Ba, we have met again. He spoke in standard Chinese. Merkin frowned. This voice sounded so familiar. His little finger twitched slightly. What was the reaction? Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully observed this person's posture and physical features, and finally stared at his face, but under the camouflage color, he couldn't see his face clearly. His gaze slowly swept over Lu Kan Nam, the magician Ala and Man, as if he had made a judgment in his heart. Thomas didn't let them wait long. He took a cotton towel soaked in alcohol from the mercenary standing next to him, and gently wiped it. An angular young face appeared in front of them. At this point, he can finally appear with his real face. Merkin's whole body trembled involuntarily, and he stared at the young man in fear. You. Decision. Duo Mok Kwong Ba also coldly said, as expected, it's you, Tang Shou. Lu Kan Nam and the shaman Ala looked at each other. As expected, what is wrong with Mr. Thomas? It must be Mr. Duong, 42, to be correct. Merkin was extremely shocked. He looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, completely unable to believe that their captain, the so-called decision-maker, was actually Duong Do, Tang Man's brother, and also was the madman he ordered to kidnap. Tang Shou grinned, seemingly embarrassed. He rolled his eyes at the mercenaries. These guys were already red with lust, tilting from side to side. The gun in his hand was also shaking slightly. almost could fire at any time. Tang Shou said calmly, "Hey, I know you guys are very excited, but you need to be restrained. The things promised to you, I will definitely pay in full, just not yet. At least we have to open this last door, you know what's written there. The inside of this door is the real treasure, the things outside cannot be compared. Besides, in order to own these treasures, the prerequisite is to leave here alive." The last sentence seems to have some effect. Some of them have regained their composure. No matter how many treasures they have, they still have to live and survive to enjoy them. However, there are still a few names who cannot hear any words in their heads. Now is the time to complete the mission. After saying that, Tang Shou left the mercenaries alone, slowly approached the blood pool, took out a small bronze sword from his lapel, and another bronze sword of the same material and design as Duo Mo's two swords. Quang Ba and Merkin. Trak Mok Quang Ba and Merkin were both dumbfounded. Trak Mok Quang Ba was closer, glimpsed on the hilt of an abstracted bird. The sword body was carved with 4 strange animal shapes, one like a silkworm, another like a fish, but fish fins are like children's limbs that have not yet fully developed into shape. The other 2 shapes Trak Mok Quang Ba cannot understand. The shaman Allah stood behind Duangdo, but he could still see the bronze sword through the gap. He knew it was the 4 birth paths, symbolizing reincarnation, and Trak Mok Quang Ba's bronze sword was carved with the image of the 4 Shui beast, symbolizing protection, but he didn't know these bronze swords were still keys, so he was also shocked. Lu Kan Nam was surprised at Tang Do's calm composure. In the middle of this golden hall, in front of countless glittering jewels, even the shaman Allah and herself could not help but be moved, not to mention those who are captivated by wealth. Lose yourself. But as for Duangdo, he still kept his indifferent appearance, as if everything here had nothing to do with him. His eyes looking at others was still so melancholy, as if he was blaming heaven. Love the people. Tang Shou inserted the key and said, "As you can see, the 3rd key is in my hand, so don't be surprised." Merkin did not dare to believe the obvious truth in front of him. "Are you also a saint?" "Saints? Well, consider it that way," Tang Shou scornfully replied. "You and I alike, we are both descendants of King Wu." Merkin was shaken by this answer, staggered back a step, saying in his heart, he knows everything." Tang Shou began to draw blood, smiled and said, "I still have to thank you guys. Without the 2 of you to help me, I can't think of a way to open this door." Speaking of which, he glanced at the deformed key of Trak Mok Quang, then turned to him and said, "You're smarter than I thought. What's inside that door anyway?" Trak Mok Quang Ba on the one hand tried to calm down, on the other hand began to string all the events together. "Treasure," Tang Do affirmed firmly. "I assure you, there must be real treasure inside. There is definitely something you want." When he said this sentence, his eyes slowly turned to the shaman Allah. "What is written on this door? The mage Sama must understand it very well." At that time, the shaman Allah noticed and began to examine the words on the door, and at the same time translated, "Treasure full of wisdom, the way to open the mystery of the great nature inside the solid egg-shaped tower. This best, destruction or existence is for you to decide." Trak Mok Quang Ba listened to his translation but was embarrassed by sweat, although only a few words were wrong, but the translated meaning changed greatly. "This is for the 3 of us." Duangdo smiled and smiled at Trak Mok Quang Ba. His appearance seemed very friendly. He finished drawing the blood, bandaged the wound, and looked at the reaction of his blood in the blood pool. Tang Do suddenly asked Trak Mok Quang Ba, "Take advantage of some time, why don't you tell everyone? Why do you think I'm the one behind everything, young Master Quang Ba?" Trak Mok Quang Ba didn't answer, but instead asked, "Why didn't you tell us first? How did you arrange everything, so that me and Merkin would turn into your chess pieces?" Merkin's eyes widened again. Up to this point, he still couldn't believe that he had become someone else's pawn. Tang Shou glanced behind him, and immediately 2 mercenaries pushed Lu Kan Nam and Tang Min with the guns. At that time, Huang Do slowly turned around, showing a very friendly smile. The situation is in my favor, young Master Kwangba. Okay. Trak Mok Kwangba let his mood calm down, glanced at Min Man who was being escorted, and Man Man also turned his sad eyes to look at him. Trak Mok Kwangba tried to control his heart and slowly said, "It's because of Min Min." Tang Min's face immediately turned pale. Trak Mok Kwangba said, "This whole thing, from the time I searched for the two unicorn to the time I arrived at Shangri-La, every single thing that happened in the process seemed to have a possible explanation. It seemed very logical, but there were some problems in it that I faithfully still could not understand. One of them is Yu Yang." Tang Shou showed a contemplative expression, almost thinking about it, but the rest of them were estimated to still not be able to understand. Trak Mok Kwangba looked at Merkin, then at Lu Kan Nam, and said, "At that time, we were just wary of Merkin and other forces looking for the temple of Bak Bala. We didn't think of you at all. The biggest threat to us is Merkin. Our previous experiences made the magicians Arla and Lu Kan Nam firmly believe that there are Merkins in the team. The most suspected object is Bar Tang, and the facts have also proven their suspicions to be correct." The shaman Arla and Lu Kan Nam both nodded silently. Trak Mok Kwangba continued, "In order to find out Merkin's lying people, and also to find out how much information Merkin ended up with, Wing Nam decided to use counterintelligence. The person chosen for this double spy role is Yu Yang. Yu Yang is an excellent scout trained by a southern wing. Moreover, he used to have experience as a spy. He is also one of the few people that Wing Nam can trust. But when implementing the plan, Kan Nam and the mage were afraid that I would act on my feelings or be too aggressive, unable to coordinate well with Yu Yang, even revealing his identity. So they hid it from me. Perhaps Kan Nam and Yu Yang only keep a one-way connection." Lu Kan Nam nodded, then immediately shook his head slightly. There was still another person who knew about this. Trak Mok Kwangba glanced at Lu Kan Nam, quickly understood who the other person was. He continued, "How did Yu Yang infiltrate Merkin's internal organization?" "Merkin told me. It's me. I can explain, but there is only one point that I cannot understand. That is when we went through many hardships and difficulties to reach Shangri-La, as long as Yu Yang did not activate the device that emits a radio signal, laser, no matter how much material Merkin got his hands on, it wouldn't help. If Yu Yang is a counterintelligence spy, why is he acting like this?" Speaking of which, Trak Mok Kwangba paused for a moment and looked at Lu Kan Nam. She must also know the origin of this incident, only seeing a glimpse of joy in her eyes, encouraging Trak Mok Kwangba to continue. Trak Mok Kwangba said, "I think again and again, there is only one possibility, that before Yu Yang activated the laser signal generator, someone else sent the signal. The first group of skydivers was not led by Yu Yang. Not only did Merkin have a rogue on our team, but Yu Yang couldn't detect who this person was, so he changed his strategy. If someone already sent the signal, then why didn't he do it, so he could gain Merkin's trust, and at the same time could drag Merkin's group into the area we surveyed, close. This is Yu Yang's thinking." At this time, Tang Shou's blood had taken effect. The floor under his feet trembled slightly, then grew stronger. The block was finally pulled out. There was no longer anything to stop the giant gear from moving. The spirit temple, which has been sleeping for thousands of years, begins to come to life, emitting sounds like mountains and mountains. The worst truth. Tang Dou warned everyone present in the Great Hall, "Stand a bit away from the door. It's best to find a heavy object to cling to. Be careful not to get sucked into it." The giant door slowly lifted, the hall shook, and countless tiny gold dust particles fell from the ceiling, making the entire hall shine with sparkling gold. Tang Dou's melancholy face finally showed a glimpse of joy. Merkin was still staring at Tang Shou without blinking, not understanding what he was thinking. Trak Mok Kwangba glanced at the shaman Arla. The two nodded slightly. He turned to Lu Kan Nam again, smiling. Man's eyes have not left Trak Mok Kwong Ba since the beginning. Merkin finally turned his head and looked at the door, only to realize that this door could not be described by the adjective, heavy. The enormous pull from the gears pulled the door upward, at least 10 meters high, and yet the door was still stuck inside the frame. When there was a gap between the door and the door frame, a huge suction suddenly appeared. Everyone could see clearly. The layer of golden dust floating in the air was like a thick fog, as if it was sucked up by a giant mouth. Almost half of the air in the great hall was also sucked in, and at the same time the door let out a loud bang. It is unknown whether the door is moving, or if all four walls of this great hall are being raised. The strong suction force wrapped around each person's legs. If Tang Shou hadn't reminded him, most of them would have been unsteady on their feet and would have been sucked into it. Fortunately, they were all clutching a large golden statue, although even so, both the person and the Buddha were dragged for a distance. Fortunately, this attraction appeared suddenly, disappeared very suddenly. After only about a breath of time, it disappeared. They all felt a little pressure, their feet lowered to the floor. The giant door was finally opened. Underneath was a trench about 20 meters long, 78 meters deep. Merkin calculated. This door was probably a giant cube about 20 feet long each, meters, but the exposed part on each side is less than 5 meters, and it is not known what material it is made of. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is looking at the wall on the side. Now the metal has been sucked up, revealing the cliff. In the middle of the two stone walls on either side of the door, there is a staircase leading up. At the end of the stairs, there seems to be another room. Behind him were countless air vents the size of a finger. In front was a wall with a giant door, drawing a very clear line with cliffs on either side, obviously a giant structure, another giant, built of a different kind of material. The shaman Allah again focused his attention behind the deep ditch, inside the giant door. Presumably he wanted to see what was inside. At this time, the door was raised. The light from the bronze mirrors that were used to collect the light for the main hall shone directly inside. There are already other mirrors inside. The gold powder is still suspended in the air, allowing people outside to clearly see the reflection of those light columns. Egg Tower, the shaman Allah uttered softly. The shaman Allah knows the structure of the egg-shaped tower. It is a form of Buddha's stupa without seams, shaped like a bird's egg. At this time, under the light reflected from the copper mirrors, the structure of the tower is clearly visible before the eyes. The radius of this tower is about 20 meters. In the middle there is a solid pillar about 3 meters in diameter. The cylinder body has a spiral groove. It seems to be able to raise or lower something in the tower. The sound of gears and conveyor belts in the tower could be heard, accompanied by a yu-yu sound, as if some giant object was stirring the air. Tiny gold dust particles swirl in the halo, like thousands of stars in the Milky Way. Tang Shou looked at the group of people who was still dumbfounded and did not know what to do next, explaining, "Just now is negative pressure, the ancient Kuei Bar people knew, the item can be preserved longer in the foot environment. No, so the inside of this egg-shaped tower has been sucked out of the air." After that, he ordered the mercenaries to escort some of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group to the deep trench left by the raised door. There are spiral stairs on both sides of this deep trench, and after they both slowly climbed down, Tang Shou said, "This is not a stone, although it looks like a stone. It is actually a thing that can be called metal due to ancient times, smelted out. Exactly what it is has not been analyzed until now, but this is the perfect building material that modern scientists have been searching for a long time. It is lighter than aluminum, but stronger than refined steel. Using strong explosives is almost unaffected. Even a high temperature of several thousand degrees has no effect. The thermal conductivity of this material is the fastest of any known metal today. Unless the entire ovoid tower is melted down, the only way to damage it is to use superheat, such as a laser. It's just that the current laser machines are too big. I still don't have the capacity to bring such large machines here. So you used me and Merkin to open this door, right? Trak Mok Kwong Ba blankly asked. Oh number. Tang Shou deliberately pretended to be surprised. This door only opens when your will is strong. He glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin, then continued, don't you guys know? Even if it's your blood, if you're in a state of fear, contraction, pain when dripping blood, it won't be able to cause the key to react. The human body is a very strange thing. You are influenced by emotions. Joy, excitement, fear, panic, joy. Each type of affection will cause the body to produce different substances, called hormones. These hormones can quickly spread throughout the body, causing your blood to have very strange changes. I really admire those Kwei Ba people. I wonder how much they researched the human body to be able to create such a magic key. By this time, they had crossed the deep trench and climbed to the other edge. Here there is a platform about 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. Standing inside this egg-shaped tower, all of them could only look at them with wide eyes. An egg-shaped tower is a tower. It can also be said that the shape is relatively similar to a tower, small on the bottom. The top is about 10 meters to the ceiling. The bottom is afraid to be 100 meters deep. They are standing at the top of the tower. Below is a T-shaped pedestal. A T-shaped end is attached to the main shaft. The middle, and the horizontal stroke on the top of the T is slightly curved, and it fits well with the body of the tower. The whole platform is rotating around the spiral grooves on the shaft body, slowly lifting up. The structure of the junction between the T-shaped pedestal and the middle shaft is like the structure of a fire ladder. Several floors overlap, can be extended or shortened, so it can be ensured even at the bottom of the road, the largest diameter or the smallest diameter at the top of the tower. The curve on the top still adheres to the tower body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba originally thought that this tower that Duongdo took so much effort to arrange to open, there must be something particularly unusual, but in front of his eyes, the inside of the tower was completely empty. Perhaps, the ancients moved all the things inside the tower. The thoughts of the rest are estimated to be not much different from Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Inside this tower except for the movable, T-shaped pedestal, there is nothing else. How attractive is it? Electricity glittering with gold and silver jewels out there. Only the shaman Allah could see any clues. His eyesight was inherently better than others. He realized that the wall behind the interlocking light columns was not smooth, but had lines formed by the gap, dividing the tower's body into small cells, like a medicine cabinet in a northern pharmacy. All of them are drawers. This tower is unexpectedly made up of thousands of such drawers, but this rotatable, T-shaped pedestal is for those standing on it. Can easily reach the side and open any drawer. What's inside those drawers? Tang Shou said. The wall of this tower is 20 meters thick, so how big should each drawer be? How many things can it hold? Tang Shou also saw the doubt in the eyes of the rest, but he did not explain, but returned to the previous topic. Young Master Kwong Ba, you see, we still have a lot of time. Why not continue with the previous story? You suspect Merkin planted another rogue on his team, but there are plenty of other men on your team, right? Why only suspect Min Min? Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Duongdo with disgusted eyes. This guy unexpectedly told his own sister to do such things. Compared to Duong Man, he couldn't forgive more. Tang Do still showed a face of indifference, like a studious young man thirsting for knowledge, making it impossible for others to know what he was thinking in his heart. That's right. At first I didn't think it was Min Min either. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said indignantly, but when my life and Yu Yang were like 1,000 pounds hanging by a hair, he told me a lot of issues that need attention, such as the relationship between Merkin and Saws will deteriorate. In Merkin's jumpsuit made with explosives, the South Wing is still alive. But he never mentioned the fact that there was another insider on our team. Thus, there are only two cases. One is that this insider is dead. Of course there is no need to say it anymore. The school. In the second case, this insider has a special relationship with me. He doesn't dare mention it, but hopes I can find out for myself. Speaking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice fell lower and lower. Man Man lowered his head, tears ran down his cheeks, and fell on the platform at his feet. Even so, that's just your suspicion, no proof, right? Road though query. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was silent and did not answer. After a long time he spoke, doubt, just the beginning. Once he had torn the first layer of the film, many problems he did not want to think about, did not want to face were presented in front of him. Besides, all the inexplicable problems point in the same direction. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart I don't want to doubt Min Min, she's such a pure girl. If it's true that she did things like this, then I'm really disappointed with her humanity. Tell me, are there any problems that cannot be explained? Tang Tho asked again. Still starting with the spy that Merkin planted, I later met Merkin and asked him who he ended up planting on my team. Merkin admitted, there was Ba Tang, and also another person, just this person died in the process of crossing the Minha. And before he died, Ba Tang told me, Merkin came to him, but after returning from the jungles of America, he didn't help Merkin with anything anymore. I believe Ba Tang, in that situation, he doesn't need to hide anything from me anymore. The other spy died before reaching Shangri-La, so the signaler must have been someone else. In addition, Lu Kan Nam ordered Yu Yang to be in charge of monitoring everyone. When he couldn't find out who the transmitter was, he sent out the signal himself. I knew Yu Yang's ability well, so later on I went through the whole process one more time until the first group of skydivers appeared. Receiving the signal, climbing to the top of the snow mountain takes time. My guess is that the person must have sent the signal when we climbed from the first platform to the second platform. But at that time, our entire group was on a temporary hanging frame suspended halfway up the cliff. It was very difficult to install the transmitter in that situation without being detected. Quote. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took a deep breath, looked directly at Man Man, and slowly continued, but, I still remember, the day we climbed that cliff, Man Man dropped an item, dropped it in front of him, everyone, so no one has any doubts. Whether by accident or on purpose, it was almost the only chance, and at the same time, it was also sharp to grasp the gap in our thoughts, who said that activating the transmitter must be stealthy. Can you just do it? Man Man has been keeping his head down, tears streaming down his face, not daring to look up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's nose became stuffy, his voice trembled slightly. This is just one of the problems. There is also one thing that I never understood. That was before we entered the Ahis dungeon in Maya. The sacrifice, well, there was a massive cave on the ground. At that time only Man Man and Professor Fung Tan were there. I was told that Min Min heard my voice, went there to search, carelessly fell into the cave, but the cave was so big, so prominent, even I doubted my teacher. However, after starting to doubt Min Min, I suddenly thought of a terrifying outcome. If Min Min didn't fall into that cave, I wouldn't jump in either. If we don't go down, all that happened in the dungeon will not happen. We will not open the stone door to save Vuong Yu, and so Azaz will not find the map inside that stone door. If all of that was caused by Min Min, at this point, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could no longer speak, and Tang Shou answered for him, that's right, it fell down on purpose. Min Min lowered her head even lower. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued speaking faster. Also, when we were on Haiyan Kong Island, in the last mandala altar, Merkin discovered that map on the ground. At the same time, Merkin also personally testified that the map was discovered by him during the battle. But this is completely inconsistent with what the shaman Allah said. They came to the mandala altar first, and the main purpose is also to search. Of course, they turned up every inch of the earth in the temple. It's right to go up. But they couldn't find anything. This is also a point that makes me wonder, where did that map come from? Tang Shou replied, yes, the map was brought by Min Min and left it on the ground. He still kept that smiling face, but he couldn't see the slightest hint of smugness at all. At this time, He was like a young professor answering questions for students. Lu Kan Nam, the shaman Arla, and Merkin listened to Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Dwangdo ask and answer questions, all of them secretly surprised. There were some problems that they had never thought of themselves. These simple questions, unexpectedly, negated all of their previous assumptions. At this moment, was a sound, followed by a series of snatch, clap. The T-shaped pedestal below finally rotated in front of them, stopping slowly. When it approached, they realized that this pedestal was much wider than when viewed from afar. There were railings on both sides. More than a dozen people stepped up one by one. The platform made a heavy friction sound, and began to slowly move downwards. Standing at one end of a T-shaped pedestal, Dwangdo approached Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said, continuing with the topic of the story, "That's right, you discovered a lot of questionable points in Man, but only from interesting points. This doubt cannot directly string to me. Don't you doubt Merkin?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba said with a sneer, "As you said, at first I really doubted Merkin, because you set up a play. It seems that Min Min's older brother, Tang Shou, was kidnapped from Merkin by Merkin Hospital. But before this event, Merkin once abducted crazy people in Mongha. There was a precedent. It was not strange for him to capture more of you. Merkin did so, either to get some information about Shangri-La from his mouth, or to use him to threaten Min Man, forcing her to work for him. This seems very logical. However, after I began to doubt Min Min, the play he arranged made me discover many other unreasonable points." Tang Shou was interested. "Well, let's talk." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "3 people, the crazy person in Mongha, Ba Tang, and me too, the 3 of you have come to this place. If the truth is only one, then the words of the 3 of you must match properly. But the problem is, the experience of him, Ba Tang, and the madman in Mongha are not the same. We later learned that the madman in Mongha might have gotten out of here by the underground river. Then only he and Ba Tang were left. Both of them must have gone the snowy mountain road. But like what Ba Tang said and what we've been through, that road is extremely difficult. It is also extremely difficult to take a step forward, even if it is full of oxygen. It is necessary to be able to exceed the limit of the common man. But at that time, Man told us that he drove a cross-country car from here. Besides, running all the way to Kar Te Lai, this is unbelievable. Before, I always thought that the only explanation was that the land he and Ba Tang talked about was not the same. But if that were the case, then other things would be inexplicable." 2 members of the scientific investigation team Kar Te Lai picked up his diary, and the body eventually reappeared on the snowy mountain we passed, and in Kar Te Lai where his car flipped, we encountered 3 grey wolf brothers. They are the wolves that live here. This is no coincidence. That doesn't explain how you drove all the way from here to Kar Te Lai." Tang Shou's face relaxed, only to hear him say, "This happened 2 or 3 years ago, do you still remember?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "If the only explanation is incorrect, then there must be another explanation. I remember someone asked me this question before. 3 caterpillars, head to tail, lined up, one crawling forward. One said, 'There are no caterpillars in front of me.' Another said, 'There are 2 caterpillars in front of me.' The last one said, 'There are 2 caterpillars in front of me.' Ask how is that? The answer to this question is, one of the 3 caterpillars is a liar. Likewise, out of the 3 madmen who got out of Shangri-La, one of them said something that didn't match what the other 2 said, except that the reason where he went was not where the other 2 talked about. Then there is another explanation, that is, out of the 3 crazy people, there is one person pretending to be crazy." Tang Tho's face finally showed praise. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, "I thought of one more thing. That was when Man and I went to the hospital to look for him for the 2nd time. His attending doctor told us that his illness was very serious. Conventional medicine has almost no effect. In fact, if you think about it the other way around, assuming you're not crazy but a healthy person, then those drugs won't work for you at all, even if you take them or not. It's worth it, suspect. I don't know what your goals and intentions are. In short, everything that happens in Ka-Ka-Tay-Lai is just a play that you direct and act yourself. Tang though corrected, no, on this point you're wrong. At that time, it was true that I drove to Ka-Ka-Tay-Lai, only my car was parked right above the snow line, at a level only 4,000 meters above sea level. Besides, at that time, it was true that I did a very crazy thing. I thought of a way to lure 3 wolves here. It's the most stimulating thing I've ever done in my life. You can't imagine how I get 'em out into the snow. Getting the 3 wolves out of this place isn't easier than driving out of here. Moreover, I did not expect that the wolves would chase me outside the snowy mountain, causing me to almost die in the car. I had to drive around with wolves for 3 days and 3 nights to get out. Tang Shou still seems to shiver when he remembers the situation at that time. It was a bunch of mad dogs. I have never met a more terrifying beast than them. The biggest difference between them and other wild beasts is that their way of thinking and doing is almost similar to that of humans. You can imagine, when more than 10,000 hunters mastered different kinds of hunting techniques with weapons chasing after you, what it would feel like. Under their pursuit, your spirit and will are always in a state of high tension, with no way to rest, nor sleep. On the 6th day, my spirit began to show signs of wanting to collapse, but at this time, the other 3 wolves almost wanted to break the cage and get out. At that time, I was left with only 2 empty hands. All weapons had been exhausted along the way, and my physical strength was also in the most weakened state. There was no other way. We had to give up the car, fix the gas pedal so that it automatically rushed forward. Furthermore, when the mountain patrol found out, I was indeed in a coma, only, before you met me, I was fully recovered. On this point, your inference is wrong. Everything that happened in Ka-Ka-Tay-Lai was not arranged by me. It was because they really happened that there were so many loopholes. Can't explain it. It's funny. Didn't expect you to find a breaking point there. You must still have other evidence, right? Based on the points just said, you absolutely cannot draw definite conclusions. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stared at Wang Do. Do you still remember your diary? That thing is not in your arrangement, is it? So there are a lot of loopholes in there. Tang Shou shook his head. I didn't think that there were loopholes in that diary. Every time I wrote a diary, I edited it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I know you fixed it. You turned the adventure of a group of people into your own action. You also changed the name and location of the adventurers, doing so to hide the existence of your organization, right? Seeing that Wang Do's face showed a glimpse of surprise, Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, Single walking Wang Do, this is the nickname people give him. He went to many places, took many risks, heard that he always went alone, without anyone to support him. What about the truth? That also means that no one knows where he went in the end, with who do what. But the first thing I knew about him was not through Min Min's story, but through his diary. Thanks to Trong Lap's strong introduction, I have read and reread his diary many times, each chapter, each passage, each trip. The deepest impression left on me is only one, that you are very strong. Not only that, with time, as I grasped more and more knowledge about exploration and combat, I discovered more. He is much stronger than I imagined. From that moment on, I had a vague feeling, lest even the shaman Allah was no match for him. Later, I remembered, when I just joined the training camp, Dr. County once mentioned him as a very possessive person who wanted to take everything for his own. That means, Dr. County appreciates his ability, but doesn't value his dignity as a human being. Dr. Company is an elder that even my teacher respects very much, and I have complete confidence in his judgment. Tang Shou snorted softly, so what? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I remember when I was in school, the teacher used to tell us, no matter what we learn, we need to learn to be human first. A corrupt moral person, the more intelligent he is, the more knowledge he can grasp, the greater the damage caused to society. On this point alone, I couldn't help but have doubts about him. Besides, in the course of talking with Merkin, I asked him many times. It was obvious that Merkin was completely ignorant of Min Min's behavior, which made me suspicious. Merkin is also the one stuck in the cork jar. I can't help thinking, if it's Min Min, who does she end up working for? Therefore, the fact that Merkin kidnapped Huang Do is also worth reconsidering. At that time, the person who reminded Merkin that Min Min had an older brother in the hospital, and was sent by him to carry out the kidnapping mission, was not anyone else, but Max himself. This man was once trusted by Merkin, but ended up betraying him. Merkin also wants to know who can make both Max and Cafu betray him. He only knows that the person hiding behind this whole event is very strong, and in terms of intrigue is not inferior to him at all. In fact, during the conversation, Merkin himself had mentioned, among those he knew, that only the captain of our squad, the decisive man, would be capable of such things. As I put all this together, I finally came up with a terrifying hypothesis. The decision-maker is Tang Shou. Tang Shou is the decision-maker. At this point, Trak Mok Kwangba glanced at Merkin. He is still shocked by the fact that Huang Do is the one who decides. Incorrect, Tang Shou questioned. I don't think that you can come to such conclusions just based on your conversations with Merkin and Saws. You are absolutely not the type of person with a rich imagination. Besides, before you met Merkin and Saws, you didn't even know that there existed a person called the Decider. Trak Mok Kwangba nodded. Yes, based on what the two of them describe about the decision-maker, I only have a vague impression that it is a young, strong, Asian man of Asian descent. Nickname in the organization is Weasel. Each time you act without revealing your true name and identity, after the action is over, you will separate and return to your country. With just such information, of course it is impossible to come to any conclusions. Looking at his face as if to ask, so how do you know? Of Huang Do, Trak Mok Kwangba continued, but still remember Sean. He must be another piece of yours, right? Huang Do nodded slightly. Trak Mok Kwangba said in a low voice, I have always thought that Sean is a learned and multi-talented British aristocrat, although Can Nam and Shaman Allah both think Sean's identity very problematic, but I always felt Sean was a trusted friend, until he was killed by you. Lu Can Nam and the Shaman Allah both looked at Tang Do with surprised eyes. Tang Do also frankly admitted, yes, his mission is to lead you to Bak Than in the jungle of South America. After completing the task, he should not appear in front of you anymore. His curiosity is too great, sooner or later it will sabotage my plans. So since he joined this plan, my definition of him is disposable tools. Tools. Do you think of him as just a tool? Duo Mok Kwangba could not control his anger, but in Huang Do's eyes, he only saw an extraordinary calm, as if he was asking him back, isn't that right? You are all tools, that's all. Trak Mok Kwangba suddenly understood that it was not possible to use ordinary people's reasoning to talk to Huang Do. This guy considers human life like garbage. Everyone here is treated as a chess piece to play on the palm of his hand, but he is always polite and polite. For some reason, looking at this young man, Trak Mok Kwangba suddenly felt a cold feeling. But Lu Can Nam and the magician Allah were in his hands. He also had to suppress his anger and coldly said, before he died, Sean said a sentence that we didn't understand. Polici, Meiki, Kuti. Tang Do immediately understood. Trak Mok Kwangba continued, at first, I didn't understand what Sean was trying to say, until I met Saws, learned that they were a group of strange grave robbers, the leader of that group called the Decision Makers. Only then did I contact Sean's death condition and guess what he meant at that time was, Decision Maker, Poison Neck, 43. From that moment, I gradually understood, behind Merkin there was still a man called the Decider lurking in the dark. Sean was sent by the decisive man to join our group, so Max and Cafu are with Merkin, Is it also because of this guy that betrayed him? Who does Man Min work for? Is it also related to the decision maker? So, that missing Tang Shou, a very powerful Chinese man, has anything to do with the decision maker. All links are reconnected. Therefore, when he appeared in front of me, I no longer doubted. This whole thing was a conspiracy. Everything was premeditated by him. We are just pieces on your chessboard. No matter how hard we try, we still walk step by step, towards the path you have arranged. Tang Shou turned around, propped his hands on the railing, raised his eyes to the other side of the tower, and muttered, "It's really not a shame that Kwong Ba is young master, his mind is delicate and careful. I don't like to show up, but prefer to be in an unknown place, planning everything carefully. Over time, the people in the organization, especially the people in my squad, that's right, they gave me a new nickname, called Decision Maker. My real nickname is no longer called. That's right, for you, this is a conspiracy. Since seeing that picture, your destiny has been arranged by me. After that, every place you go, everything you do, is what I want you to do. You seem to have a lot of questions you want to ask me, don't you? Keep asking. I will answer you to your satisfaction." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "How did my company go bankrupt?" Huang Tho looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba in surprise, only to hear him continue, "Dong Fengxin has cooperated with me for many years. I understand him quite well. He can't do that. He must be beaten, coerced by others." Tang Shou nodded, "Yes, it's my doing. Some people are like that, not living for themselves, but always trying their best for relatives, family, children or something. I used my life. His whole family threatened him, so he had to do it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said again, "Your purpose is to cut off all my retreats, force me to go to Shangri-La, search for the Unicorn Z and Bakbala Temple, and then foolishly open it voluntarily. That door can't be opened for you, right?" Tang Shou admitted, "That's right, I just didn't expect God to give me a hand. You got poisoned again. Even if the company doesn't go bankrupt, you still have to come here." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I still don't understand. If you just need our bloodline, with your strength and the power of the organization, just bringing me and Merkin here is enough. That's right. Such trouble, aren't you afraid we'll die on the way?" Tang Tho glanced at the shaman Ala and asked in return, "Why is it that the fake tantric monk represented by the Ala shaman only sends a shaman with the title of Gach Fruit? Why didn't they send a Kappa 44 away?" Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba showing a contemplative expression, Huang Tho continued, "To tell you the truth, in a place where you cannot know, there are two giant forces fighting fiercely, like two great storms rolling each other, and you're just right at the center of that vortex. The 13 Knights of the Round Table were indeed very strong, but the power of the secret practitioners was not weak either. In order to compete for clues leading to the Silver Bala Temple, they had fought countless times already. The war between these two forces even started before you were even born. Both sides clearly understand that as long as the high-ranking forces on their side make a move, the other side will definitely move along. At that time, things will be lurking. Maybe the whole world will be surprised. Know this. But they don't know, is there any organization in the world that is scarier, stronger, and more hidden than them? So the attitudes of both sides towards this event are the same. On the surface, you're just a small group that doesn't really matter, so small that it can't even be considered an amateur team, but in reality, you've got so many clues that even the teams don't know how to do it. The most professional team also does not have. Of course, most of those clues are given to you by the forces behind there in turn. The purpose of both sides is the same. Both want to use a small pawn to cover the sky and cross the sea, while all other forces have not yet noticed, so that you can reach the temple of Bo Bala first. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the magician Ala and Lu Kan Nam in surprise. Obviously, this fact was beyond his imagination. Tang Shou looked at the shaman Ala with mocking eyes, and calmly said, I think the people in the Elder Guild must be secretly happy. Finally, there is a successful team in their hands. Set foot in Shangri-La, becoming the first group of people to enter Bakbala Temple. And the truth is, the 13 Knights of the Round Table hope so too. Do you understand? Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still thinking, Dwangdo added again, the high-ranking forces of the two sides are secretly fighting in the dark, which you cannot know. If kidnapping can solve the problem, do you think you can live peacefully for more than 40 years? Without the secret monastics to protect you and your family in the dark, how many times would you have gone missing before long? Besides, this abduction is not in accordance with our aesthetic conception. I like to plan, let pieces like you do as I please, the feeling of manipulating other people's destiny, all in the palm of your hand, people like you can't understand. This method of course still has a certain risk factor, but after all, we are not God. It is impossible to arrange the fate of others in a perfect way. During the whole process of implementing the plan, there were indeed some unexpected events that I could not have predicted, but, overall, you still follow the route that I have outlined. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, if everything is arranged by you, then, what is the meaning of Ka Te Lai trip? At that time, did you order Min Min to lead us to Kiki Zili? Tang Shou said, I told you, I can't arrange everything perfectly. To make sure you don't die on the road, I have to make you stronger. I want you to realize your weakness, realize that you need to be trained professionally. The Allah magicians test you over and over again. In fact, I am testing you again and again. Ka Te Lai is just the beginning. The harsh natural environment there can surely make you aware of this point. I just didn't expect you to be lucky enough to meet these three beasts, out of my hand. A cold feeling slowly rose in the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. This young man with elegant appearance, was recounting how he controlled and took advantage of all of them with such a nonchalant attitude. Everything was arranged by him single-handedly, starting from that photo, then his acquaintance with Min Min, to Ka Te Lai, to Maya, from the door of life to Shwangkong Island, until the moment set foot in Bakbala Temple, all arranged by him. He suddenly thought of something even more terrifying, and after a moment of hesitation, finally asked, my wife, An, is it? Tang Shou still replied in a calm voice, it's my fault. If I don't make that woman leave you, how can I arrange for Min Min to approach you? Even if it gets close to you, how can it quickly capture your heart? Tang Shou's voice was neither high nor low, as if he was telling a story completely unrelated to him. In Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head, there was a bang sound, only to hear Dwangdo continue to say, it took me about 2 or 3 years to observe and study you, from living and traveling to family life, working environment and behavior, even from just a small movement of you, I can tell what is in your heart at that time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body trembled. He tremblingly pointed at Dwangdo's face and said, You. The name Tang though is really like a demon. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has never imagined. This person secretly observed him for 2 or 3 years without him knowing it completely. This is terrifying just thinking about it. Tang Shou was still continuing to say, not only watching you, I also watch your whole family, watching every single person in your family. I can say this, I understand you, and understand your family better than you do yourself. I know when, where, and with whom your daughter had her first kiss. I know where she hid her love letters in the house. I know what her diary entry code is. These things, a father like you cannot know. As for your wife, Tang Shou deliberately stopped and looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face. By this time, the red color had gradually spread all over his neck. Tang Shou's face was still as calm as nothing. He continued, the time you spend at home is not half the time at the company. Not only do you not pay attention to the trivial and complicated household chores, but more does not pay attention to his wife's mood, does not know what is romantic. Your family life is as bland as a glass of filtered water, different from the success you have achieved in your career. Do you know, how long has it been since you and your husband have been together? I don't remember. I did the statistics for you, the results. It really makes people reluctant to say it. Your wife is doing housework every day, taking care of your daughter's education, and you don't pay attention to them at all. You don't know a woman like that. What do you need? What do you want? So it doesn't take much effort. Just find a gambler who lost everything in Las Vegas, turn him into a successful young man in his career, and arrange a romantic meeting. With the appearance of an expert man, who understands women's hearts better than you, I just need to create some more family conflicts, then everything will be in order. The patience of Trak Mok Kwong Ba had reached the limit. The red color of anger had spilled over his neck, spreading upwards as if a thermocouple had been heated. Right at the moment Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but prepare to shoot, Merkin suddenly jumped up and hugged him tightly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba swung his arm, almost knocking Merkin off the moving T-shaped pedestal. At this moment, Lu Kan Nam, the magician Allah and Man exclaimed at the same time. Don't, Kwong Ba. Calm. Don't. Everything we do it. Including Merkin. Everyone here knows how scary this named Wang Do is. This young man, who looks thin and weak, possesses the power of the devil and an infinite evil mind, so they both choose to stop Trak Mok Kwong Ba at the same time. Tang Shou pretended not to see, still calmly recounting the story as if it had nothing to do with the other man. In fact, you probably already felt it, right? Diligent is almost born for you. The two of you work very well together, the thoughts are the same. The reason why it understands you so, is all because of my training, from the tone of voice when talking, to body language and many other things. Before he met you, I forced him to learn everything about you, what colors you like, what foods you like to eat, what habits you have, the places you like to go, the little details you easily overlook in life. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a custom-made item for you alone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like a wild beast that escaped from a cage. Several times he wanted to dive towards Tuang Do but was restrained by Merkin. In terms of strength, the two of them were almost equal. Trak Mok Kwong Ba angrily roared, "You're so proud. Ha, you're a bastard. Just because of this tattered temple, you have harmed me and destroyed my house. Tang Do, I must kill you. Damn it, let go of me, or I'll kill you too, Merkin." Delightful, no problem. Indeed, Tuang Do's demeanor did not seem to be pleased. He said calmly, "You were walking on the road and saw a swarm of ants crawling, so you used a branch to block their path, making the ants go, following the new path outlined by you. Do you feel satisfied then? Of the many plans that I have drawn up, this is not considered very complicated." He pointed to his head and said, "This is called wisdom." Tang Shou squinted at Duo Mok Kwong Ba, as if observing an animal in a laboratory, constantly teasing it to see how it reacts. He mumbled, "Looks like you've finished asking. You've come up with some questionable points, but there are still some other points you haven't thought of. I can tell you a few more things. Do you still remember, after returning to Tibet from Kar Talai, you immediately received an invitation to join the state survey team? Isn't that a miracle? Do you know why when you longed to be trained to become stronger, coincidentally the state wanted to set up an expedition, while accepting amateurs like you?" Without waiting for Trak Mok Kwong Ba to say anything, Wang Do continued, "That's because the government bought an important clue in an overseas auction, half a book of County Catch Kim 2, got this clue. The Chinese state decided to organize a vanguard suicide team. It's you. That half of the ancient book of ancient geography, which was also commissioned by me to be sold by the auction company, just by studying this ancient book, you will discover the secret of the White City in Maya, so you will definitely to the Americas. This is also a step that I have determined for you from the beginning." Tang Shou thought for a moment, seemed to remember a very funny thing, and said, "Is there a time when you always feel heavy and dull, feeling? Memory decline a lot, moreover, thinking is not as clear and lucid as it is now, but it's still vague, the lines of thoughts keep getting tangled up like a jumble." Trak Mok Kwong Ba's anger was gradually suppressed, replaced by a cold feeling radiating from the depths of his heart. Tang Lo said it was not wrong. In the process of searching for the purple unicorn, there was a long time, his memory deteriorated badly. He always thought that it was caused by age and changes in living habits, but now. He stared at Tang Shou. Tang Lo put two index fingers together, pointed at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, smiled and nodded, "That's right. I did it too. I drugged you. Min Min is contagious. The closer you are to it, the more your memory, judgment, and logical analysis will decrease. I used to be in Andrea's mental hospital for a long time. That's why today's science and technology is really advanced, and any medicine can be made. This is the power of that wisdom." Wisdom. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only felt chills all over. It was scary. This named one though was too scary. Is this the so-called wisdom of mankind? When it's used for conspiracy and sabotage, is it this scary? Why? In Trak Mok Kwong Ba's throat, a low growl sounded. Tang Shou sneered, "Why? Cough. After all, I've been watching you for a long time. How talented and intelligent you are, I know very well. And in my platoon, Merkin is the only one whose intellect is inferior to me. The two of you are assigned to opposing roles in the play, but it is inevitable that there will be contact between the two sides. I do not want two men of great wisdom to be brave and decisive like you just. Only a few times of contact is able to recognize our arrangement. So smart people, just leaving a name is enough." Tang Shou looked down, then turned his head back and continued, "There's still a bit of time left. It's boring to see who you guys are like. It's boring. Let me put it simply. Let you know. This whole plan started 8 years ago. No, it's been 9 years. My plan, planned and executed 9 years ago. In the past, Morgan Stanley obtained half of the ancient book of ancient geography in County Catch, but after the title of Bak Bala Temple spread from his mouth, half of that golden book passed through the hands of many powerful forces with great intentions. Search for this shrine. In the end, it fell into the hands of the 13 Cavalry to Round Table. But unfortunately, you know, almost no one understands the text on the golden book, and there are many contents in the book that also need other documents to verify. Therefore, after obtaining the golden book of the ancients, the Tenta Knights of the Round Table successively dispatched platoons to Tibet, and at the same time exchanged many times with the false tantric monks. The 13 Knights of the Round Table's goal at that time was just to find more material. At that time, they were not like you, did not have a team of experts to study Tibet, did not have a lot of documents to examine, they all had to go step by step. They searched like this for decades, and finally, 9 years ago, the ancient book of County Catch Kim was translated. I received a top-secret mission, leading my squad to the Amazon jungle, searching for the undiscovered Mayan temple, which is also the dungeon of Ahist. At the same time, there is another order, which is to ask me to find ways to take advantage of the trap agencies in the dungeon and the aboriginal tribes in the jungle, to reduce the number of members of the squad to a low level, best. At this point, Tang Shou glanced at Merkin, his tone exuding pity. At that time, the organization was already preparing to withdraw into the dark. A squad was no longer enough in number for important positions. It's like a disabled person. Not only that, but the rest of the members have to be scattered around the world. Thus, it can be ensured that it is not noticed by other forces and organizations. Thus, me and Merkin disappeared from the view of other forces, and also disappeared before the eyes of other platoons within the organization. In the Ahist dungeon, the other members are in charge of searching for treasures, and I am only concerned with finding the citadel that is illuminated by the light. Unfortunately, history is too long, we can't collect all the keys, so we can't open the last door. However, by that time, the outlines of a plan had already formed in my head. Huang Do turned his gaze to Trak Mok Kwong Ba again. I have known you for a long time, young Master Kwong Ba, much earlier than you think. Besides, I've always been a little envious of you. having the same status as a descendant of King Wu, but you and your family are secretly protected by the secret practitioner. Every male in the family, from the moment he was born in the world, has been enjoying noble treatment. There are people living and sending. How many dreamers want to own this identity? As for me and Merkin, we are also descendants of the Sorcerer King, but we are deserted, even in the completely opposite faction of you. So I used that trip to the Maya dungeon to set up my first move. I did not find the citadel that was illuminated by the light, but I did discover that map inside the coffin, the same map pointing to Moki. I secretly hid it, then took advantage of the trap agency in the dungeon to follow the organization's orders, killing the team members in turn, even more thoroughly than what the organization loved. Bridge. Merkin, do you know, I intend to keep you alone. Soars is a lucky guy. When he and you both escaped from the dungeon, even I was a little surprised. So, after that failed mission, my squad was also completely finished. The organization expressed disappointment and regret towards me, but they didn't know, my plan had just begun. Later, I went to that dungeon alone again, returned the completed map to the door slot, and at the same time studied all the organs in the underground palace again. In the end, I discovered the loose stone connecting to the sacrifice well, which made my plan even more complete. After leaving the dungeon, I also began to search. The Kukua tribe had a key. This I knew for a long time, but at that time the person I sent to get the key failed. But there is still another key that is missing. Without the key that opens the final door, our plans will be significantly affected. During those years, I followed various clues, traveled all over the world, and finally found, not only that, but also discovered something else. After saying that, Tang Shou glanced at Tang Min meaningfully. Min Min sadly lowered her face. Only she knew what Tang Shou was talking about. Tang Shou continued, after I found the key, I immediately began to observe you and my subordinate, Merkin, study your character traits and habits, and prepare your own for them, each one a special script. How did you train? When did you get to? Where did you go? All of these things are planned by me 2 or 3 years before you set off. This is your destiny, you can't get out of that circle. Tang Shou glanced at everyone's faces and said, strange, why are you all looking at me with that look? Yes, you must be wondering, why from that point on, I had such thoughts and arrangements, right? So let me tell you a little secret. I am the only existence in this world who knows the truth. Even the high-ranking people in the 13 Knights of the Round Table cannot know as much as I do. After all, I am also a descendant of King Wu, and at the same time, one of the people who came to this place before you. The map leading to the snowy mountain of Morgan Stanley is still in my hand, the same map that I later told Min Min to take away and put it on Haiyan Kong Island for you to discover. A long time ago, we went up that snowy mountain to Tat Kiat Mak to explore. The result, just as the prospectors had that map before us, and like you, we are lost in the thick fog and the wild whirlwinds of the mountaintops, unable to find the correct direction at all. At that time, everyone thought that the map that Morgan Stanley found was an artifact of the ancients, which could only bring people to the arms of death. Only we do not think so, because in our hands we still have a lot of other information. The appearance of the Ba Tangs was the turning point of the matter. It can be said that they are the only ones who have reached Shangri-La and have survived for more than 1,000 years. In the end, although most of them died, the survivors were not just Ba Tang and Taimi. I'm really lucky to have met one of those guys. The time I met him, even before the trip to the underworld Ahist. Although the spirits of these survivors are stimulated to varying degrees, there is still a way to make him remember things he himself doesn't want to recall. Thanks to what he said, we can roughly determine the range, then compare it with the map of Morgan Stanley, so the route from the snowy mountain to Shangri-La has become clear. It was just their behavior that angered the wolves, so I had to wait, counting on them to leave there for about 10 years. The wolves had completely changed generations, before I went on a search, first 3 years ago. Speaking of this, Tang Shou sighed softly. Unfortunately, I couldn't break through the lines of these wolves. The wolves here are really so nimble, and my beast manipulation is surprisingly not very effective against them, that I can't help but have the urge to retreat. At that time, I thought, catching the cubs back, carefully studying their biological characteristics, preparing well and then returning, I never expected to be chased by them so aggressively. In the end the 3 captured wolves also ran away, loss of consumption. However, that trip could not be said to be completely unproductive, at least 2 things. Firstly, I discovered the leader of the wolves, perhaps an animal called a clam. I know you are very interested in this animal. This is a good opportunity. The second harvest is that, according to the map found in the Ahist Palace, before going to the snowy mountain to Tatkiat Mak, we found Kongbo village. I discovered this is the place where Morgan Stanley used to go, but it did not shock the people of this village. Here, I was fortunate to meet another madman, immediately led him out of the village, arranged for him in Mongha, as the first chess piece. By that time, the other preparations had also been completed, so I decided to start planning. Tang Shou deliberately stopped. Everyone was silently listening to his story. I seemed to be satisfied with that effect. At this time, the T-shaped pedestal was also about to rotate to the bottom of the tower. Tang Shou sped up and said faster, "First, I arranged for you and Merkin to meet. That time, I didn't aim at you, but mainly at Merkin. Merkin is extremely suspicious. Once you meet him for the first time, when you meet him for the second time, he will think a lot. That's why he doesn't dare to contact you openly government, but will apply some of the methods he is used to, such as quietly investigating, planting insiders. After that, I began to divide your family, let your wife and children leave you, as a preparation step for Min Min to appear. And your personality and reaction after the divorce is not much different from my expectations. The more you rush into work like a madman, wanting to use work to avoid or paralyze your personal life, core. When you were in America holding a large-scale Mastiff exhibition, I thought the time was right, so Min Min brought those photos to appear beside you. At the same time, my other business also went very smoothly. I have auctioned half of the book Gu Ji Jin Shu, returning it to the hands of the Chinese government. At the same time, the loser in that auction was Merkin. With his personality, he will definitely not give up. He will pursue that half of the book to the end, tracing it all the way to Tibet. And in Tibet, I have arranged for Merkin another scenario. He will stumble upon a medal of the Army of Light, trace the origin of that medal. The clue will eventually point to the crazy side in Mongha. At this time, you will also follow the clues from the picture and the words I said, looking for that madman. This is your first contact, Merkin in the dark, and you in the light. As I thought, Merkin began to investigate your identity and family, secretly watching, to see what you were investigating. After that, he followed you to the prison in Lhasa, convincing Ba Tang to be his first underling. But at this time, Man Min takes you to Kar Kar Talai, which is also the first test on your adventure. As for Merkin, thinking that you had discovered some important clue, he did not hesitate to pursue. Besides, at that time he also learned of the existence of Taimi from Ba Tang, so he went to Kar Kar Talai for 2 purposes. One is to follow you, if given the opportunity, to kidnap you directly, to get more information about the Temple of Bo Bala. If you were caught by him at that time, it would not be good, because at that time, you still didn't know anything. Merkin's second purpose is, he also wants to meet Taimi, to get more information about the route on the snowy mountain. Although he promised Ba Tang that he would bring Taimi to Ba Tang, let him handle it, but in the end, he accepted Taimi under his command to take advantage of all the resources that could be exploited. Okay, in this regard, he is very similar to me. At this time, suddenly heard a click sound, the T-shaped pedestal stopped, the horizontal part was close to the spiral staircase going down on the tower body. Tang Shou was the first to step down, turned his head and said, "What happened next, you have all personally experienced. The two sides keep fighting back and forth, calculating each other, basically based on drama. My version created, in fact, according to the original plan, after getting the map left by Morgan Stanley, you can directly follow the snowy mountain road to Shangri-La. Merkin and his mercenaries are also following you. Only thing, did not expect that in the end, Bar Tang still couldn't remember, but you guys held the map just like us that year. As soon as you went up the mountain, you lost your way. Fortunately, I have prepared in advance. Even if that time fails, next time you will not be able to go. Merkin too, we spent tens of millions of dollars hiring people to make 2 high-quality fake artifacts, making him look at it wrong, losing hundreds of millions of dollars. After that defeat in the snowy mountain, the 2 of you who returned were horrified to realize that you had become a debtor. After that failure, Tang Min came to find you, didn't he?" Lu Kan Nam suddenly interjected. "Aha," Tang Shou laughed. "Yes, this proves that our young master Kwong Ba is indeed very attractive. Do you know what he came to see me for? It comes begging me, hoping I can forgive you. Young master Kwong Ba, man has acted too much, and unexpectedly fell in love with you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body trembled. "Do you have humanity after all? She's your sister, your real sister." Tang Shou scornfully replied, "Humanity? Well, you have no right to discuss this matter with me. I understand what true humanity is much better than you. However, say it again and again. Who told you, she is my biological sister? Is it because of the information on the ID card and household registration? Looks like it's time for you to get to know each other a bit." Min suddenly struggled violently, hissed loudly, "No." Tang Shou ignored her, smiled and said, "Now, let me reintroduce. This is Miss Begawa Fusiko from Japan. Her ideal is to become the most expensive geisha in Japan." Min cried bitterly, "No. You promised me you wouldn't tell. You promised me." 2 lines of her tears flowed like a stream. Tang Shou looked at Min and said, "Oh, did I promise? I'm sorry, I forgot." After that, he raised his voice to everyone. "Her acting technique is very good, isn't it? It is very good at performing crying, has reached the state where it does not need any external factors to affect, saying that crying is crying. Its Chinese was taught by me personally. Even his technique of getting on the bed was taught by me." Tang Shou couldn't stop talking about what to say. Zhuo Mok Kwong Ba couldn't hear clearly anymore. His heart was not only trembling, not only cold, when he knew that Min was not Wang-Do's biological sister, but a Japanese prostitute. His mind was only a blank piece. His heart almost stopped beating. He thought of another possibility, which he had wanted for many years, but soon he thought of another problem: humanity. Could this demon Tang Shou still cause such a terrible thing to him? Trak Mok Kwong Ba stared at Wang-Do, the corners of his lips trembled, and stammered asked, You say she is Japanese, so, miss, she have. Tang Do's face still had a friendly and gentle smile. "I know what you want to ask, but unfortunately, it's not." "How do you hope that? Then it's really not as good as animals." Young Master Kwong Ba, he was born on the coast of Japan in a small fishing village. From a young age he went to the sea to fish with his brother. His family conditions are not good for him, very. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still heard these things. He quickly queried, "You know what I want to ask? Do you really know?" Chapter 80, The Story of Thousands of Years Ago. By Tang, 45. Tang Shou put on a meaningful smile and said, "Of course, as I said, the war between these two great forces started long before you were born. Besides, I think you also noticed, its eyes, especially those eyes, are very similar to someone, don't they? I just finished talking above. When I went around the world looking for the key to Ahist's dungeon, I discovered something unexpected. That thing, it was this girl. Its eyes are very similar to that of him, at first glance very pure and innocent, absolutely the kind that anyone would find pitiful on. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not hold back any more. He jumped up like an arrow, roared and asked, "You know my sister? Where is it?" This time he rushed forward very quickly. Merkin didn't have time to stop, only saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body flash, and arrived in front of Tang Shou. Unexpectedly, he was fast, and Tang Shou was even faster. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stretched out his right hand, originally intended to grab Duongdo, or directly attack, but Duongdo only lifted his left hand slightly. The back of his hand lifted Trak Mok Kwong Ba's fist, then his wrist sank. Before Trak Mok Kwong Ba could approach him, he grabbed his collar with an unbelievably fast speed, and then lifted it up, raising his whole body above the top of his head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is taller than Duongdo by a head, but he told him to lift him up and lift it up, as light as not. Last problem. Right at the moment when Duongdo lifted Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the shaman Allah opened his mouth. From the moment when Trak Mok Kwong Ba rushed towards Duongdo, the magician and Lu Kan Nam was surprised to realize that Duongdo's hand was clearly faster than when he attacked the magician Allah. And he only used his left hand. How fast can his ultimate speed be? At this moment, they were all standing on the spiral stairs that followed the wall, but they were still about 20 or 30 meters above the ground. If Tang Shou really threw Duo Mok Kwong Ba down, he would certainly not die, love. So, in that brief moment with just a flash of lightning, the shaman Allah uttered a sentence like that. He had somewhat grasped the wings of this Tang though, what kind of person he was. He also has the attitude of being a noble person, arrogantly looking down at everything in the world. He thinks he has won the final victory, so now he is eager to explain to everyone here how the whole process goes, in order to show others his wisdom and strength, his unstoppable strength. As a mage, if he showed that there was still something he couldn't understand, he would definitely satisfy his vanity. Sure enough, the shaman Allah just spoke. Duongdo's arm holding Trak Mok Kwong Ba lifted up and stopped. Next, he put Trak Mok Kwong Ba down on the other side of the stairs, his hand on his chest. He, fist spread wide, gave a push. Trak Mok Kwong Ba staggered, took a few steps back to stand. For unknown reasons, perhaps Duongdo temporarily didn't want to kill Kwong Ba young master at this time. Seeing that scene, the heavy stone in the shaman's heart fell down. He exhaled softly and asked, "I want to know why. How much effort did you spend to arrange such a big plan? What do you want to get in the end?" We, each of us who come to this place have our own purpose. Me and Lu Kan Nam are because of the holy scriptures of the Holy Church. The young master Kwong Ba is looking for the unicorn. Merkin wants to find the place where his family is guarded, and the other forces are all treasured in the Silver Bala Temple, attract. But just now, when I was watching you didn't look like anyone else here. To be honest, when I first saw these wonderful treasures, even I and Kan Nam couldn't help but be moved, but from beginning to end, you didn't even pay attention to them once. But in order to arrange this situation, you also spent a lot of money. You said just now, to make 2 fake items, you can arbitrarily spend tens of millions. You can be sure, you don't come here for gold and silver. I thought, you didn't come for our sect's sacred scripture either, so. What's the end goal? At this time, Duongdo was still face to face with Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He softly advised Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Don't be impulsive, we always have to think carefully when we work, must be in good form, must be dignified and gentlemanly, don't move a little to use violence. Indiscriminately, young master Kwong Ba, I advise you to stay calm. Those who have always been agitated must die first, and also involve his companions." Trak Mok Kwong Ba has calmed down. From the moment when Tangdo lifted one hand above his head, he began to calm down. Because he suddenly realized, when he faced Tang Shou, the feeling was the same as when he faced Lu Kan Nam for the first time when he first joined the training camp. It was a feeling of helplessness. Every move, his actions, every thought of him, seems to be known by the other side. Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba showed no signs of rage continuing to attack, Duong Do turned to the shaman Ala, nodded slightly, and loudly said, "Good question." Trak Mok Kwong Ba's attack made the whole team stop. At this time he was personally escorted by Duong Do. The group continued to go down the stairs. Taking advantage of the time when the shaman Ala asked Duong Do, Lu Can Nam slightly moved his hand behind his back, 3 fingers appeared from the waist and hips, and at the same time glanced at Merkin, using his fingers to show his type, code that only special forces can understand. "Now, we need to join hands against the common enemy." Merkin saw that the mercenaries were not paying attention to him and Lu Can Nam, so he replied, "He is very strong, we are not rivals." At the same time, the corner of his eye glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the shaman Ala, implicitly suggesting, if it weren't for these mercenaries, the 4 of us would join forces, maybe we could risk him once. Quote. Lu Can Nam frowned, held out 3 fingers, signaling. Only 3 people. The shaman Ala was seriously injured. Merkin's face turned unsightly, and he turned his head and said to himself, "The strongest man has been seriously injured, then the game is over. This Tang Shou is not on the same level as us." Lu Can Nam is also thinking. As soon as he took action, he seriously injured the Ala mage. He must have calculated it before. This guy's scheme is really scary. Tang Shou went ahead and said, "Those gold, silver, jewels, jade, and ivory, their value, are actually only given by you humans." The shaman Ala frowned and said nothing. This Tang Shou, again with that voice, opened his mouth, you humans, talking as if he wasn't a human. Tang Do did not know the mind of the shaman Ala, but continued to be proud and said, "What is their value in the end? Assuming there were no people in this world, the value of those rubble in the eyes of a cat, a wild boar would not even be equal to a field mouse or a potato. Why keep an eye on them? Do you have to pretend to be happy again? Even in your human values, when money accumulates to a certain extent, it will turn into a bunch of meaningless numbers, isn't it? Besides, choosing the value of real or illusory items is always relative. If we say that gems have beautiful colors, so is glass. We can even use glass to create more vibrant colors shimmer, so why is glass so cheap? Because it's a lot. Therefore, judging the material value of people, the first determining factor is the quantity, then the stimulation it brings to the senses. As for the exchange of things and the principle of the same price, it is a story after people have a civilized institution. Our value is the most primitive form of living things. This thing, can it be stuffed or not? Can it make us sleep well? Can it be used as a weapon? Can hunt prey or not? Those things are valuable. I've gone too far. Tang Shou tilted his head to think about something, suddenly asked, "Do you know, there is a disease in this world? The mortality rate is 100%. What's more frightening is that it cannot be prevented, even less so that when it comes to this disease, everyone has to change color." Saying this, he squinted his eyes and turned his head. His eyes swept over everyone, observing their thoughtful expressions. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Lu Can Nam and others did not understand what Duong Do suddenly meant by asking this question. Both Merkin and Duong Man were also dumbfounded, not knowing what Duong Do was going to say. Tang Shou seemed to be able to read each of them's minds and denied in turn, "It's not AIDS. AIDS can be used to prolong life with cocktail therapy. Not rabies. Rabies can still be treated for a certain period of time, and the vaccine for this disease is already very complete. So was the plague. The Black Death that once threatened all of Europe could no longer cause a stir. It is not cancer. There are too many types of cancer, and the survival rate of patients also depends on different types of cancer. Let me give you a hint. This disease originated in Europe, famously England, man-made." Seeing Merkin's face change for a moment, Tang Shou immediately pointed at him, nodded and said, "That's right, that's what you were thinking about, mad cow disease. Current medical research has confirmed that it is a disease caused by prion 47. Prion is actually not a disease-causing virus, It is smaller than a virus, simpler, more difficult to prevent and detect. Its operating principle is even more complicated and difficult to explain. Foreign scholars classify it as a subtype of virus, while domestic scholars think that calling it a virus is also incorrect, so it is correct to call it an infectious protein particle. The size of prions is only about 30 to 50 nanometers. There is no nucleic acid, no cell membrane, not even an electron microscope can see its structure clearly. But it can cause proteins to change qualitatively, become infectious and genetic. Along with in-depth research, it was discovered that this microorganism, even smaller than a virus, has amazing resistance to physical and chemical factors, and also has a very high tolerance against UV irradiation, ultrasonic waves, electrolytic radiation or temperatures above 100 degrees Celsius. In addition, it is also almost invisible to current chemical or biochemical reagents. As for immunology, although macrophages 48 also have some preventive effect, prions cannot detect the existence of heterozygous antibodies, it will not activate interferons 49 and are also unaffected by them. The most important point is, the location they affect on the organism's body is relatively specific, it mainly invades this place. Tang Shou curled his finger into a pistol shape, pointed the tip of his finger to his temple, then said, "It affects the brain and nervous system. Which organism gets this disease first, will manifest through a state of nervousness, fear, anger, stress, madness." Then began to appear abnormal movements, loss of balance, erratic eating and excretion, muscle tremors, and finally impaired function of the senses, taste, smell, then vision. Hearing and touch are lost. When sick, cows that are obedient and gentle will become crazy and attack indiscriminately, so it is called mad cow disease. Its medical nomenclature is bovine spongiform encephalitis. The most frightening thing is that, before the onset of the disease, there is an incubation period. With the current level of science and technology and medicine, it is almost impossible to detect the disease-causing prions during this incubation period. And once the symptoms of the disease appear, most organisms die within 3 months, with no cure. The faces of Duo Mok Kwong Ba and the others all fell, although they still did not understand what Tang Shou wanted to say, but what modern medicine and science and technology cannot detect, other than the disease-causing prions. Come on, isn't the poison neck the same? Are these two things related? Tang Shou changed the subject and overridden the conversation, asking, "Do you know where the disease of insanity originates?" In the last century, when the economy was in the recovery stage, European ranchers, wanting to make the most of their profits, used the bones and organs of slaughtered cows to grind their meat into powder, and then use it as food, feed the other animals in the herd. Suddenly people discovered, in those cows appeared strange symptoms, and began to spread on a large scale. This is the cause of mad cow disease a few years ago. In fact, before there was mad cow disease, there was mad goat disease, mad horse disease, mad deer disease. It was just that people couldn't detect the mechanism of the disease. As for the mechanism of BSE, there are also many different speculations and explanations. It is said that humans forcibly changed the behavior of herbivores, eventually leading to the protein in the cells of this animal being mutated, forming an infectious disease. It is also said that in the marrow and brain, there are substances that change the order of the genetic code. In addition, there are many other strange theories. But how to say it? Basically everyone still admits that the cows get sick from eating the organs and bones of their own kind. If the subject of this mad cow disease changed back to a human, how would you feel? Human. Lu Kan Nam felt a chill down his spine and muttered, "You mean meat eater, people?" Tang Shou said with a slightly disgruntled voice, "Don't act so terrified. Cannibalism is not something to be afraid of. Tens of thousands of years ago, when human ancestors were still not at the top of the biological chain, humans often became the food of other carnivores. When food became scarce, they could not hunt giant animals. The thing they ate the most was their own kind. Later, human society became more civilized, but in the years of famine, or when besieged by the flames of war, cannibals were also common. Besides, in Chinese medicine there is a medicine called 2Ha-Exa-21, isn't it still eating right now? Speaking of this, he suddenly burst out laughing. However, in the process of human transmission and development, a few branches also appeared, developing some special ethnic groups. In the world, there are still some races that consider cannibalism as a custom, forming a unique cannibal culture. These peoples, having a unified name, are called cannibals. Tang Tho coldly looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was stunned, witty, and said, "Are you surprised? The Kwai Ba tribe that you have always researched and searched for is a cannibal tribe. However, unlike the cannibal tribes in America, Africa, and Oceania, they are not the type to catch people and slaughter them for meat. On the contrary, they only eat one type of person, which is relatives, mine. After the Kwai Ba people die of old age or illness, their children will divide the body to eat it all. The cleaner the food, the more filial piety to their parents. Just like a solemn funeral ceremony now, they also have to perform a ritual. This is the most popular burial practice in the legend. Burial place. In the beliefs of the Kwai Ba people, the soul and the body of a person are inextricably linked. When a loved one dies, the body will slowly rot. A part of the dead person's soul clings to the flesh. That rotting body will also be mortgaged and tormented, so they will cut the flesh of their loved ones and eat them in their stomachs. Thus, the soul of the loved one will forever be with their soul, and on the body of those deceased relatives, there is also the soul of their ancestors. Therefore, on the body of each person in the Kwai Ba tribe, there is the soul of all their ancestors. They carry the souls of their ancestors around the world. No matter what they do, their ancestors will take care of and bless them. There is a part of the dead person's soul on the bones, so they bring the bones of their loved ones to make tools, such as bowls, food containers, jewelry worn around, or musical instruments. So, the spirits of the ancestors are always by their side. As for where this custom was born, how it was passed down, no one knows any more. In Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind suddenly flashed an idea. He immediately said, "Living with wolves. This is the behavior of wolves. Perhaps this custom originated with the wolves, but about the other spiritual beliefs. The Kukua." He remembered the Kukua tribe in the jungles of South America, remembered the cannibal tribes there. They also had similar beliefs. Could it be a coincidence? Or was it the messenger to the other cock wing that brought these beliefs and concepts to the Americas? Does this have something to do with the decline of the Mayan civilization? Tang Shou clapped his hands and said, "Okay, that's going too far. Actually, what I want to say is that, before mad cow disease became famous all over the world, this disease was detected as early as in a single country, cannibals on an island in Oceania. This tribe also has a practice similar to that of the Kwai Ba people, where the organs and meat of the dead are shared by relatives. In this cannibal tribe, sometimes appear people with conditions similar to mad cow disease, extreme mental tension, easy anger, strong desire to attack, muscle convulsions, tremors, behavior and language gradually become erratic, followed by unsteady walking, strange pronunciation. No matter how much you eat, you always feel hungry and thirsty. Your body becomes thinner and thinner, gradually no longer feeling, finally eventually death. When someone has this disease, the Aborigines think that the person has been attached to the god Kuru, and at the same time they also know, once the god Kuru appears, the god will suck the soul of the unfortunate person. Humans can't resist. Later, this disease was included in the list of diseases that can be contracted by humans, and named after the local pronunciation, called Kuru disease. The shaman Ala calmly said, "You mean, the Kwai Ba people also have Kuru disease?" No, said Tang Tho. Kuru's disease is not really scary. Although there is no cure, its contagiousness is very low. Even in the cannibal tribe, the number of people infected with this disease accounts for the number of people infected with this disease. Very small quantity. Besides, as long as you don't eat sick people, don't have blood transfusions or organ transplants, you're almost not contagious. Besides, we also have no evidence to prove that in the Kwa tribe, there are definitely people with Kuru disease. I'm just saying, they and the cannibal tribe that got the Kuru disease have similar customs, so there's a chance someone will have the same disease, that's all. The Trak Mok Kwong Ba was skeptical. If it was impossible to confirm whether the Kwa people had Kuru disease, then why the hell did you say it? Suddenly, Tang Shou changed his voice and said, but don't forget that the Kwa people have another identity, they are Army of Light. Tang Shou's face showed a look of longing. Surely you have learned something about the Army of Light. They are a type of special forces in the old army. In fact, it's not entirely accurate to call it that. The Army of Light was a large unit, perhaps closer to the Research and Development Agency in today's military. A wide range of techniques such as ancient poisons, animal control and control techniques, organ engineering, the use of chemical drugs and hot weapon research, forecasting, weather manipulation, and surgery science, close combat techniques. All for the sake of war. Their purpose of existence is to serve the king's goal of unifying the world. That year, they held in their hands the most advanced production materials and academic theories in the world at that time, and even some ancient and lost techniques were found and studied by the Light Army, thoroughly understand. Their level of science and technology and their methods of serving the war surpassed that of that era, sometimes one would think. Tang Shou suddenly showed a mysterious smile and said, if only, that year in the Kwa tribe, there were people who contracted Kuru disease. Well, then, the research-minded Army of Light, what's its attitude toward this disease? Trak Mok Kwong Ba all changed color. In the words of Duangdo, the Army of Light was established for the purpose of unifying the world of the king. Then, without a doubt, the first thing they would think about would be how to take advantage of this incurable disease in the war. At this point, they had gone 2/3 of the spiral staircase. Tang Shou looked down, smiled and said, let me tell you a story. After hearing this story, you will understand everything. Descendants of the Vuong 50. At this point, Tang Shou paused for a moment as if rearranging his thoughts in his mind, then slowly continued, a long time ago, there was a small tribe. The bugs live with the wolves, inheriting the aggression and unity of the wolves. They have their own beliefs, they worship the 4 Vu kings, they believe that all people on this plateau are descendants of those 4 Vu kings. The 4 Vu kings are the ancestors of the Highlanders. Therefore, the direct descendants of those 4 Vu kings in this tribe always enjoy the same treatment as the Vu king. In addition, the leader and spiritual leader of this tribe are also assumed by the 4 kings of the rotation. At first, they were just a small tribe in the Tuing Hung dynasty, and it is not known where they found the 4 so-called direct descendants of the other 4 great Vu kings, or maybe this is just a story created by the 4 kings. Someone who wants to be the leader may make up. This is not important anymore. In short, there is such a tribe, whose leader is called the 4 Great Sorcerers. You just need to remember that. Originally, if nothing major happens, this small tribe will continue with their wolf companions to continue living peacefully, hunting, farming, giving birth, or going to a someday, they will be annexed by other tribes, or because of the decreasing population each day, they will disappear from the world by themselves. However, at this moment, on the plateau appeared an outstanding young man, determined in the years he lived in this world to unify the entire plateau into his hands. His biggest enemy was the most powerful dynasty on the plateau at that time, the Tuing Hung dynasty. To defeat Tuing Hung, he must possess an army that can defeat Tuing Hung's army. At that time, a rebellious aristocrat fleeing from the Xiangshun recommended this small tribe to the young king, telling him that they lived with wolves, fierce in nature, unafraid of death, and not allowed to die. The Tuing Hung dynasty valued it. If it could cleverly take advantage of this tribe effectively, it would create the most powerful army. Surely you will find it very strange. Why not detect the existence of such a powerful army in any historical record? There are many reasons. First, this army was established based on the recommendations of two noble families who betrayed the Tuing-Hung dynasty, Nungthi and Vaithi. Later the team building, training, domination is also shared by these two families. The king of that plateau understands very well, Nungthi and Vai are loyal to me. When I was still alive, they absolutely did not dare to commit acts of betrayal, but in case one day, I am no more, so what? The army of light is an extremely sharp sword, used to deceive the enemy in times of victory, but if anyone deliberately points this butcher knife at his descendants, the consequences will be difficult. Imagine. At that time, the plateau had just been pacified. The establishment of a new dynasty had to rely a lot on the two great forces of Nungthi and Vai, who wanted to wipe out these two great families at that time, whether it was time or army, are not allowed. Therefore, when establishing the army of light, that supergroup intellectual king made an extremely wise decision. The one who gave the order was the monarch, who led the army led by the people of the Nungthi and Vai dynasties. The town took turns taking over. The beliefs and spiritual leaders of the Kwa tribe were preserved. Thus, the military power, the monarchy and the theocracy formed a mechanism of separation of three powers, bound each other, and achieved a certain equilibrium. Perhaps, the other king's calculation was that, after completely pacifying the plateau, resting and recuperating, waiting for the kingdom to grow strong, he would begin to thoroughly solve the problem of belonging to the army of light, take this sharpest sword into the hands of the royal family. Regrettably, heaven did not give him that much time, so the army of light's unique separation of powers was preserved forever. At the same time, the two families of Nungthi and Vaithi also gradually proliferated, married the Thophan royal family, and finally became attached to the biggest tree of the Thophan dynasty, to the point of being inseparable. Leave. These two great families have always been the two most powerful families of the Thon dynasty, until this dynasty was destroyed. It is because of this mechanism of separation of powers, under the use and calculation of different parties, that the light army gradually broke away from the regular war and turned into an army specializing in assassination missions. The two great families of the Nung and the Vai families have repeatedly used the army of light as a sharp dagger to eliminate the flanks of the opposing forces in the political arena, even pointing the knife at each other. In the struggle between Buddhism and Jainism in Tibet, the teaching of the doctrine belongs to the great monks of Buddhism and the Jainism, while the hand is the responsibility of the army of light. Later, countless serf uprisings were also handled by the bloody hands of the army of light. At this time, the spiritual leader of the army of light, the four great sorcerers began to rethink the meaning of this army's existence. Does the army of light exist to destroy them all? Born for war, existing for war, this actually contradicts their original beliefs. They follow the religion of nature, live with wolves because they consider wolves as friends. They think that wolves and humans should have equal status, both species are the best hunters, are the most united and harmonious society. On the other hand, the kings and military commanders demanded that the army of light be constantly strengthened. The most advanced techniques, the lost ancient arts of the countries were concentrated in the land of light, the most inhumane training methods were applied to them, even newborn babies had to undergo rigorous physical tests, just learn to stand in the middle of the frozen world, accept challenges to the limit of human endurance. Not only that, they were also asked to make different drugs, which can make the human body stronger, and can also make people go crazy. Due to the requirements of the kings, the army of light is constantly researching a super powerful weapon. This weapon only needs one person to control. Once it takes action, it causes the death of thousands of people. Even more, at best only affects the human body, while the architecture and weapons can both be perfectly preserved. The army of light had researched hot weapons that could deal damage on a large scale, but still not meeting the requirements of the king, they turned to small creatures that could not be seen with the naked eye, that is, poison neck. No one knows how they ended up doing their research, but one thing can be said for sure, in the end they succeeded. According to the description in ancient books, It is a powdery substance that can spread through air, water, food. Boiling water, aqua regia, strong alkalis are indestructible, and there is no cure for the disease caused by it. Most especially, it is a living thing. When there is a certain substance that can harm it, it will change and adjust its defense mechanism. If it uses that material for the second time, too, will be completely void. Not only that, thanks to the relentless efforts of the Army of Light, this substance has been proven to be effective only on the human body, completely harmless to any other species. But mammals will become carriers of the disease, which can conduct widespread transmission of the infection. When this type of material enters the human body, they will immediately turn that body into a medium to multiply. After countless experiments and adjustments, the Army of Light made that matter first enter the lungs and respiratory tract of people, such as, when the infected person talks or breathes, can spread them to other bodies. At the same time, excretion, intercourse, blood transfusion, are all routes of infection for this material. After entering, they will enter the nervous system and proliferate in nerve cells, causing the patient's senses to gradually disappear, eventually infiltrating the brain, causing the person to go insane, and die in pain. Not only that, even if the infected person does not die immediately, the brain is also severely damaged, turning that person into a humanoid creature without any intelligence. Although, in the body of this humanoid creature, the other matter has lost its ability to be transmitted through inhalation and other ways, but it can still be transmitted through heredity, causing the next life. Even later on, the person suffering from the disease also has a mental disability. However, this success has cost them an extremely heavy price. At the time when the Light Army experimented successfully, they also discovered the defect of this material. It does not distinguish between the enemy or us, nor can it be prevented. As long as it is human, it will be affected by it. Therefore, when the first person to study this substance showed symptoms of nervous tension, easily angered, began to attack others. Tragedy happened. A quarter of the Army of Light was wiped out from this world in the blink of an eye. You must know that, as a combatant individual, every single person in the Army of the Light is extremely powerful, and even those doing research are no exception. Ah, that's right, Tang Shou seemed to suddenly remember something, his voice also tinged with nostalgia. Didn't you go to Shuangkong Island from there? I dare not go there, because according to ancient records, that is where the Army of Light conducts training and research. When news of someone showing symptoms of the disease reached the ears of the four great Wu kings, they decisively ordered the entire Shuangkong Island to be isolated from the world. Come to think of it, the scene in the past must have been tragic. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others finally understood why the entrance to Hainan Kong Island was suddenly buried under tens of meters of deep soil. The chain that crossed the deep underground gap was also severed. The dry skeletons piled up like mountains behind the door, the bloodstains splattered, all quietly recounting a forgotten piece of history. Thinking of this, all of them felt cold and shivered. Tang though continued to speak. After drawing experience and blood, the Wu kings of the Kui Ba tribe began to think again, what will be the fate of their tribe? Besides, they also assumed that the members of the Army of Light who had not yet shown symptoms were also infected, and the appearance of the condition was only a matter of sooner or later. So they decided to isolate the entire Army of Light, moving to a place completely separate from the world they found. That place is Shangri-La in legend. At the same time, the late Tibetan king Lang Datma was also sharpening his sword at that time, preparing to launch a great massacre against Buddhism. The visionary kings of the kings had already foreseen the consequences of their actions. At the same time, they also understood, without the Army of Light's last support, how long the Earth Kingdom dynasty could last in this great upheaval and impending conflict. Once chaos emerges, the entire wisdom and civilization that once existed on this plateau will probably be destroyed in the fire of war, falling to ashes like the ancient Tuing Hung dynasty. Therefore, as guardians of the Four Methods Temple, the Wu kings made a different decision. When the army of light left this world, they also took with them all the treasures and cultural records in the temple. 2 Fung Temple. This is the reason why Bak Bala Temple appeared. The 4 great Wu kings not only represent the wisdom of the Kuei Ba tribe, but also the most powerful individuals in the army of light, and in the entire clan. At that time, they had agreed that the King Wu who was in charge of the position of supreme spiritual leader would lead the entire army of light into Shangri-La. The remaining 3 will divide to guard the 3 directions of the kingdom, protecting the women, children and elderly people who do not leave with the army of light in the tribe. They did not stay in the tribe but stay away from the people, because after all, there were many high-ranking people in the royal family by then who knew that the army of light held the secret of invincibility, protecting property and knowledge accumulated over the years of the dynasty. Because of these things, the arrogant people of the time of chaos will use all sorts of tricks. If they were among the clansmen, and without the army of light by their side, the individual, no matter how strong, would only attract a large army to surround them and kill them. And when they disperse, becoming independent individuals, they will blend into the darkness, become kings of assassination. Surely there is not a leader who is not afraid of them. At that time, the army of light departed in a very secret, very decisive way. Even the people of the tribe, their parents, their wives and children, were completely unaware. After that, the war did break out, although the kings who stayed thought that they were strong enough to threaten those powerful forces, but when the war approached, everything became chaotic. The Kuei Ba tribe is no longer a young man and cannot avoid being trampled. The truth is, the former rebels were almost all killed off by the army of light, so the common people were barely aware of their existence. Those who did not know how powerful and terrifying the army of light was, of course, did not know who the king of Wu was. I guess that the children who have experienced the wars of the Kuei Ba tribe have more or less heard of the greatness of the army of light. After being humiliated and bullied, naturally they will not stop striving. Not knowing where they found an incomplete part of the army of light's training methods, they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors and began their journey of training to the extreme. These people, later developed into a special group, are fake secret cultivation. Tang Shou pointed to the shaman Allah and said, "You only know that your ancestors are very strong, constantly challenging the limit, overcoming the limit, so you also do not stop repeating the training exercises that people teach. It's usually unbearable, but you don't know, your ancestors were just helpless in the past. I'm afraid they don't want to use such inhuman methods to torment themselves. In the midst of snow and ice, letting yourself walk barefoot on steel ropes, sitting cross-legged on a board filled with spikes, for months without eating or drinking, isn't that training? It's more correct to say that you're using torture on yourself." Tang Shou felt for a while, then continued, "Well, let's not talk about this anymore, let's continue the story we are telling. 3 Wu kings stayed in the world. One was a saver in the west, protecting Hainan Kong Island itself, which had been blocked off, probably in case someone accidentally discovered something, accidentally opened it again. Gate of Hainan Kong Island itself. Another in the south, which is the closest place to the Kuei Ba population. He can warn and suppress some evil forces that have intentions with the Kuei Ba tribe. King Wu finally came to Trung Nguyen. Of the 4 sorcerers, he is the only one who hopes to continue to study that kind of matter, to be able to apply it in practice. Because he is the one who is in charge of the research and production of that horrible substance. Merkin and Trak Mok Kwong Ba were shocked, and Tang Do's story was getting closer and closer to what they knew. Sure enough, Tang Do continued, the King Wu who stayed in the west is Mak Ban Ba. His descendants later changed to the Mak family name. When County Catch was destroyed, the descendants of the Mak family followed the Portuguese missionaries to migrate to the west, changing to the Merkin family name. That was your ancestor, Merkin. The King Wu who stayed in the south was Camp Ba. His descendants later changed to Tri, which is your ancestor, young master Kwong Ba, so your full name should have been Trak Mok Kwong Ba. and the Vu king who entered Trung Nguyen was Ban Ba Party. He came to Trung Nguyen, joined the custom, and immediately changed the word party to the word Tang, which is my ancestor. The three of us are all descendants of King Wu, and the King Wu who led the army of light to Shangri-La was Dong Ban Ba. At that time, he left a messenger in Tam Giang Nguyen 51. In charge of communicating information between Shangri-La and the outside world. There's no need to look at me with those surprised eyes. That's right, then they know how to make contact with that land far from the world. What they use to transmit messages is the black-necked crane, the only bird that can fly over the top. Chomalungma, they can carry mail or items that are not very heavy. Our ancestors have boundless wisdom. How can ordinary mortals understand? That messenger was the ancestor of the messenger who later appeared in history. At that time, that messenger sent a message, the content of which I do not know. In short, after receiving that news, the remaining three kings of Wu all set out to come here. At that time, their children were all adults, so they immediately passed on the family's secret to the eldest son of the main line. Since this information is considered top secret, it is always only communicated orally to a person prior to death. Inheritance like that, do not know when, then lost. In fact, the fact that our three families have been able to maintain their bloodlines for thousands of years can be considered a miracle, but the fact that the family's secret is lost is quite normal. The most well documented in historical records are Merkin's ancestors. That year, when the messenger appeared in the County Ge dynasty, that ancestor of yours obviously completely forgot about his origin. Not only did he not protect the family secret, on the contrary, led the emissary to meet King County Catch. Therefore, he did not know what had happened before, but he carefully remembered the information that the messenger brought, and at the same time passed it on to your descendants. He only knew that there was such a place in this world, where gold, silver and jewels were endless, and he had the blood of an important person in that place. As for the ancestors of young Master Quang Ba, no one knows when they lost that secret. However, your ancestors are clearly more oblivious than the Merkin ancestors. Not even the secret brought forth by the messenger can be preserved. My ancestors had the longest lineage. At least when the messenger appeared, they still remembered the secret, and when it was lost, I don't know. The secrets I tell you today are all personally discovered by me. My father's, my grandfather's, and my great-grandfather's life are completely unaware of it. And you, Huang Do turned his head to the shaman Ala Vfa Lu Kan Nam and said, you fake tantric monks, you only know that the family of the Trak Mop Quang Ba family has a very noble status. The people in this family will have to live forever, secretly protected by you, but you don't know, what does this noble status mean to you? You people, who were originally servants of the King of Witches, unexpectedly completely forgot about me and Merkin. Our family is also your master. The shaman Ala and Lu Kan Nam did not know how to react for a moment, and what Tang Shou had just said, they were completely unaware. Of course, both the magician and Lu Kan Nam knew the identity of the young Master Quang Ba. Just like Huang Do said, they only knew that young Master Quang Ba had a noble identity. The task of the secret monks was to practice and protect the secret, but they never knew the identity of the last man. What a noble life! Aha! Tang Shou seemed to have suddenly remembered something interesting, turned his head and said to Duo Mok Quang Ba, you still don't know, right? In the false tantrics there is a theory about the host and the sender. They liken themselves to a kind of parasite. I mean, their souls depend on the host to survive. They were born to protect the host. The meaning of their existence is to protect the host. The owner is not killed by forces other than natural factors. At this point, Tang Shou suddenly lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. I think, you certainly can't know, Lu Kan Nam. She is one of the living sent to you. Trak Mop Quang Ba was startled and turned his gaze to Lu Kan Nam in surprise. Lu Kan Nam pursed his lips, looked straight ahead, and didn't say a word. Huang Do still whispered softly in Trak Mop Quang Ba's ear, perhaps, By the time you were about 4 or 5 years old, she already knew what her lifelong mission was. She trained hard and endured it. Contains inhuman training for who? For whom does she live? What is the meaning of her existence? The cultists, what a strange group of people, they. Trak Mok Kwong Ba completely no longer knew what Tuong Do said after that. In his mind, everything from meeting and knowing Lu Can Nam in an instant suddenly appeared clearly. That strong woman like a falcon, when she first appeared in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes, she exuded a special aura that only soldiers had. Fighting for a necklace for the first time, her aura was as fierce as a Tumi. In the office, serious and obstinate as she buried her head in a pile of files, over and over again. In the sunset, she stood in the distance looking at him and Min Man together, while she was alone, in search of the lost people in the forest. She went alone through the Amazon jungle. In his hand only a hunting knife. In the ice cave on the snowy mountain, that resilient woman, despite being frozen into ice, refused to open her mouth to admit defeat. Is she the living guy sent to the U guy? And is he your host? Looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba in a daze, Tuong Do impatiently pushed him, forcing him to walk faster. Then said, the matter is not over yet. This type of matter which the Army of Light studied, appeared twice later, both times in connection with the messenger who had come to the ancient. After all the armies of light were infected by that time, but not all of them were sick. Only about 5% of them showed obvious symptoms. The Merkin and the others were all thinking to themselves, didn't you say just now that a quarter of the Army of Light was gone? Story thousands of years ago. Tang Shou seemed to read what they were thinking again, and explained, I know what you're thinking. It's not that strange, there's only 5% of the army. Light showed symptoms of disease, but since the nervous system and body had been altered by that substance, in order to prevent these people, it was impossible not to mobilize 20% of the Light Army's manpower, die with them. However, the group of people who migrated to Shangri-La, upon arrival, began a new round of research. After all, it is not a small group of people, they all have the instinct and desire to live, and in order to control this material, it is also necessary to study more thoroughly the characteristics of life, its study. The results of the later study showed that, indeed, the people in Shangri-La were also infected. This type of material is parasitic in their body, not that they are not sick, but are in the incubation period. Science today has confirmed it, whether mad cow disease or Kuru disease. All of them have an incubation period. Even in some cases this period can last for more than 30 years, but once the disease develops, the mortality rate will be 100%, incurable. After researching countless times, the Army of Light finally understood more about that kind of matter. During its first wave of effects, the number of people who suddenly develop the disease is actually very small. Only a few people who are particularly susceptible to developing symptoms of neurological disease. The vast majority of the rest only show symptoms similar to respiratory infections, coughs, sneezes, fever. Short, 5 or 7 days, long no more than 2 months, then symptoms will disappear, people can return to normal life. However, during the time when the infected person has a cold, the other type of material will multiply explosively and spread on a large scale. Humans will be almost 100% infected, if exposed to them. The material then settles in the infected person's body, begins to travel to the nervous system in a way that the immune system cannot detect, until a second illness occurs, time period of about 2 to 5 years. It also means that, from the first appearance of cold symptoms, the incubation period varies from person to person, but the longest remaining time is not more than 5 years. This second outbreak is very scary. Research by the Army of Light shows that the first sick person is the source of the spread of that material, which can be transmitted to others through respiration, excretion, and blood. Even more terrible is that, through the incubation period of several years, the substance has almost completely occupied the patient's brain, so this second outbreak, the patient will become insane, violent, attacking all living things that can move unconsciously. Because these people's senses have been severely damaged, the nervous and muscular systems are no longer in harmony, so their movements are not as flexible as before. But also because of their sensory and nervous system damage, they didn't feel any pain at all, so the scene at that time was actually quite bloody and scary. But this second outbreak will have two completely different results. Firstly, it is just like I said, extreme pain, extreme madness, and finally, if you don't die from exhaustion and die in the middle of frantically attacking any creature in sight, it will also fade away because of pain, signs of life. In addition, there is another case, which is the brain is completely damaged, but does not affect their motor function. These people can walk, eat, give birth, live like normal people, the only difference is that there is no wisdom. They only retain the most basic survival instincts of animals, and continue to pass on this disease to the next generation. About how long the genetic time lasts, according to preliminary calculations, mine, probably around 300 years. As for the possibility of contagion, the Army of Light has also come to a relative conclusion. Roughly, out of about 1,000 people, only one person is not infected. These people have natural resistance, but where this resistance comes from, they can't say. But in my opinion, it's probably because this person's ancestors from the time in the wilderness ate a lot of human flesh, so they produced antibodies. The biggest proof is that the 4 great witch kings all have a natural resistance to that substance. In other words, the 3 of us, along with our family members, are all resistant to that substance. It has no effect on us. Of course, this is just my speculation. In the end, it is correct or not, no one can guarantee it until we try it. The road stopped. Trak Mok Kwong Ba coldly asked, "Is your story over yet?" Tang Shou smiled and replied, "Of course not, I just said, this material appeared 2 more times later, and both times were related to that messenger. The situation is like this. That year, after the Army of Light arrived at Shangri-La, they immediately began to build their own territory here. It must be known that the vast majority of residents living in this Shangri-La at that time were all defeated tribes on the plateau, either accidentally or based on the legends of their ancestors who came here. Faced with the invincible Army of Light, they were completely powerless to resist. The Army of Light gathered all the young men in Shangri-La to build the Temple of Bak Bala, which took more than 100 years to complete. At the same time, they are constantly trying to find ways to control the other substance, how to detect people who are about to get sick early, how to make people who have symptoms of the disease maintain their rationality, how to prolong the time before symptoms appear or survival time after the first infection symptoms appear, etc. Dong Ban Ba and his descendants are the leaders of the whole place. By the time Bak Bala Temple was completed, Dong Ban Ba's descendants said that after 100 years of war and war in the outside world, it must have ended. Besides, he felt he had found it, way to control that kind of matter. As we say it today, they discovered either live attenuated vaccines, 52, or dead vaccines, 53. Therefore, he decided to inform the messenger in the outside world, invite the descendants of the remaining 3 Vu kings to Shangri-La, open the door of the Silver Bala Temple to retrieve the treasures and scriptures of the 4 kings. The shrine was brought here by the Army of Light. You must be surprised why the descendants of Dong Ban Ba can't directly take out those treasures, but must invite the descendants of the remaining 3 Vu kings. This story must begin with the construction of Bak Bala Temple. That year, after the Army of Light entered Shangri-La, people got sick one after another, causing a lot of destruction. Dong Ban Ba was worried that the rest of the people might get sick at any time, or maybe destroy all the precious objects they protected, so he started thinking about building a storehouse. Absolute security to hide treasures. That warehouse is this place and the outer floor that you have just seen. At that time, the 4 kings of the kings had gathered here, so the blood temple here not only required a lock, but also required the use of the blood of the 3 kings to activate. When this warehouse was built, the 4 great Vu kings died one by one. Perhaps, before the last Banbar left the world, he reminded Dong Banbar's descendants to build a giant temple to protect this treasure, not let a random person also can come here, use buffalo to destroy. The remaining members of the Army of Light and the laborers they requisitioned all had their own beliefs. They gave birth to children here, worked non-stop, from which Bobala Temple took the storehouse. This museum became the center, began to expand outward. The scale grew larger and larger, eventually forming a temple like you see now. I've said it too far. Back then, the Wu kings were all people with great wisdom and boundless magic power, and they passed on most of the intellectuals they possessed to their children. Naturally, they thought that all their descendants would also become possessors of great wisdom and boundless magic power. In the beliefs of the Bar people, as long as three kings gather together, they can decide anything in this world. However, I'm afraid the kings of Wu would not have thought that 1,000 years later, our descendants would no longer believe in it. Therefore, that year, Dong Banbar's descendants sent people out with the keys and a map of the way to Shangri-La, and also brought a copy of the summary of all the scriptures as well as the continent. Treasures are stored in the Silver Bala Temple that the four great Wu Vuong kept. That outline is what you call the Great Thousand Wheel of Fortune. Dai Thien Luan Sutra is vast, nothing is missing, but in fact it is just an outline, 12,000 recitations, covering 1,000–2,000 sections, such as Buddhism, Taoism, etc. Science, Confucianism, agriculture, biology, irrigation, metallurgy, weapons, can only be considered as a single category. Look at these drawers, look at the books and scriptures piled up in them, 12,000 entries. This place has collected almost all the wisdom from the Tang dynasty and earlier around the world, including ancient techniques that modern science cannot explain today. There is a saying, treasures are valuable, wisdom is priceless, so the ancient scriptures that record the most advanced techniques of that era are all kept in this central tower. The main hall outside is only stored, keep some precious gold and silver. As for the three keys, which are the things that open the door out there, it's strange to say that our ancestors have forgotten all the other secrets, yet they still keep these three keys, passed down to the present day. I think it's probably because the shapes of these three bronze swords themselves represent fertility and inheritance. Talking about the map is divided into three parts, which are the three items of credit that you have worked so hard to find. The first token is 2 wolfskin maps, drawing 2 paths through the underground river and through the snowy mountains to Shangri-La. The second artifact is the citadel illuminated by light, which is the topographic map of the entire Shangri-La land and also notes the route to Bak Bala Temple after coming from the outside world. Enter this Shangri-La. As for the third gift, which has always been in the hands of our family, you have never seen it, I call it Jade Chain. This records the organs and roots inside the Bak Bala Temple. These 3 keys and 3 tokens were brought out twice. For the first time, the messenger gave the key to the ancestors of the 3 of us. To be honest, I also have some admiration for this person's will. Although, he knew the approximate location of the descendants of the 3 sorcerers, but as a human, there would be times when he had to move from one place to another, and besides, the ancestors of Merkana knew at that time. You must have forgotten all the secrets and background of your family. Trying to find your ancestors is definitely not an easy task. The clues we found show that, to bring these 3 keys to our ancestors, the messenger took at least 10 years. However, the second time when bringing the map out, it was much easier to figure out, but then an unexpected situation arose. At that time, surely Merkin's ancestors were not interested in the family's mission anymore. He was worried about trying to please King County Catch, hoping to become a high-ranking official. Therefore, after obtaining the key, he impatiently brought it to pay tribute to King County Catch. A drop of blood can make the key look like a bronze sword completely transformed, let alone the County GE at that time. Even today's America could not create such a unique technological product. King Gu GE was of course surprised, and at the same time, as a descendant of the royal family, King Gu also knew the secret of the Army of Light, so when the messenger came to find Merkin's ancestors for the second time, he was detained by Gu Ge. Tang Shou narrowed his eyes at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said, "The great Thien Luan Kin and the 2 wolf skin maps that should have been handed over to your ancestors were also kept by County Ge. Of course, King County Catch only used the reason of wanting to admire the miracle to keep the messenger, not forcing him to stay. The real cause of such a complete turn of events stems from within Shangri-La. Originally, Dong Ban Ba's descendants thought that he had created something similar to a live attenuated vaccine, which could cure that monster. But what he didn't know was that his knowledge compared to the 4 great martial kings was indeed too far apart. In the past, our ancestors devoted all their attention and research to create this kind of matter, which even our ancestors could not think of how to destroy. How could they be conquered like that? Surely the new situation they discovered at that time was that the other type of matter had mutated, the ability to attack was stronger, and it was more contagious. Dong Ban Ba's descendant was also a smart person. He immediately realized that it was not time to open the gate of Bak Bala Temple. Because, before working together, the 4 great Vu Vuong once warned his posterity that inside this storehouse were not only all the treasures of the 4 Feng temples and the books containing the ancient civilizations of the entire world, but also preserved all the research of the Army of Light, including the highest achievement, a primordial sample of the other matter. So he immediately passed the message to the messenger, hoping that the messenger could retrieve the key and the map. We also do not know how this information was transmitted to the messenger. Perhaps in Tam Jang Nguyen there are still people on guard, from Tam Jang Nguyen using birds such as pigeons or falcons to transmit information. But he overlooked one problem: the messenger only had the status of a messenger. How could he reclaim what was delivered to the owner? That messenger once came to find my ancestors. It is estimated that my ancestors are not much different from Merkin's ancestors. After many years of living among ordinary people, they soon forgot about the duties, again. After knowing that there is a place like Bak Bala Temple in this world, they are not anxious to go there. Why return the items back? The messenger had no choice but to keep the Dai Thien Luan Kin and the bronze mirror that had not been delivered, waiting for the next order of the descendants of Dong Ban Ba. Unbeknownst to him, that descendant of Dong Ban Ba was also in a dilemma. The consequences of that mutation were terrible. That descendant was almost desperate. He began to believe that, from the moment such matter was born, fate had already determined that man could not overcome it. However, in Bak Bala, the temple is the crystallization of human wisdom for many generations. If the map is recovered, fearing that people in the outside world will never find this place again, then the mountain will never be found again. The wisdom fire of human ancestors will forever be buried in the temple. But on the other hand, if an ignorant person opens the demonic box containing that kind of matter, then the whole of humanity, fearing that there is no need to talk about intelligence, do anything. Existence or destruction, this is probably the problem that the descendant of Dong Ban Ba thought about most in the past. If the human resources could not decide, then let the gods decide so. In the end, he made the decision, scattering the map to the horizon and the corner of the sea. Assuming the will of God wants that kind of matter to be returned to the world, then it proves that heaven wants to destroy mankind. No one can escape, and in the case the map and key are destroyed for some reason, that is, God wants to erase the Silver Bala Temple, so let's just pretend that this place never existed. This is the final decision of that Dong Ban Ba descendant, and at the same time, he also did another crazy thing. He gave part of the live attenuated vaccine to the emissary, told the messenger the whole origin of the situation, then asked the messenger to find a small island isolated from the outside world, the best, only 1 or 2 backward tribes on the island, about 100 people to test this vaccine again. He still wasn't willing. By that time, the demographics on the 3rd stage were already so deranged that they couldn't conduct the experiment again. In the future things, you should be able to investigate more or less. I don't know how to convince King County Catch to let him bring the bronze mirror to distant America. At that time, he sent 21 disciples, divided the Daithine Luin kin and scattered it all over the world. But this King County Ge is also very clever. He split the Daithine Luin kin, but kept the 2 wolf skin maps, and restored the whole citadel to be illuminated by light. It must have been at that time. Already has a plan with Bak Bala temple. The other messenger, following the request of the 3rd Dong Ban, did a small experiment in the Americas. We don't know how the process of the experiment was, only knowing that the results of that experiment made the other messenger completely collapse, and a civilization called Maya also disappeared from the earth since then. I am sure that messenger has witnessed with his own eyes what is called hell on earth. After the messenger returned to County Ge, I don't understand what happened, but King County Ge got the box containing the remaining material. Later, when County Catch encountered the threat of national destruction, the last king of County Catch was determined to die, opened that box, so County Ge also disappeared in history. In the official documents of Ladakh Kak recorded, they launched a war to conquer County Ge, and at the same time won that war, but they did not record how much their army won. Treasures, slaves in County Catch. They won, but never got any spoils. The city of County Ge has all turned into dead castles, the prosperous scene has turned into ruins, corpses are everywhere, and a few people are still alive, but they don't know who they are, where they come from, can do. Michael Young, 54, the first foreigner to set foot in the land of West Tibet, was amazed at how backward and primitive the tribal civilization was in this place. He exclaimed, "I did not expect, in this mysterious ancient land of the East, there is still such a primitive race. They are like living in the Paleolithic period. People, furry man, using bone tools, couldn't even make a decent stone weapon himself." However, he did not know yet, this was also the result after being interfered by an alien civilization. Research by the Army of Light shows that, before the genetic effects of this monstrous disease wear off, appropriate interventions can be made against these mindless people. But as a result of the intervention, those people can only simulate the simplest behaviors. They cannot pronounce, nor have any sense of self. Training them to the highest level does not pass past humanity in the Paleolithic. These people were only a little stronger than monkeys, not even compared to chimpanzees. Later dissected, the brain structure of those who inherited the disease was different from normal people. Their brains are slightly smaller than normal people, and in some parts, brain organization has been degraded. In fact, today this symptom is not uncommon. Not all age groups suffer, but usually only in the elderly. We call Parkinson disease. In short, this is a really cool thing. Okay, that's done. You all know what I came here for, right? Finally, Tang Shou let out a long breath, raised his lips, and smiled a satisfied smile. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others are all pale. If there is such a thing in this world, if this thing is allowed to wander outside, the consequences will be extremely scary. That consequence, not one region, or one country can suffer, it will change the future of all mankind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly recalled a poem handed down in the Kukuad tribe and Kongbo village. Once the blood stains the stairs of the holy temple, countless disasters will continuously fall everywhere like a terrible hailstorm. Terrible, the city will become a dead citadel, with no survivors. Is this not the terrible consequence of that prophecy? The shaman Arla questioned, "What do you gain by doing this?" "Benefits," Tang Shou smirked. "No, you can't understand me at all. You don't know why I exist. Do you see me as someone who came to this place for profit? I just want to destroy all of humanity. If I can make all of humanity bury with me, even if I die, it won't be too bad." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled again, and Merkin stammered and asked, "Why? Why? Characteristics is God." Tang Shou spoke, his voice as sharp as a judge's sentencing. "Humanity is the enemy of the whole world. Each one of you is guilty. Those who are alive are guilty. This world is a natural and harmonious world. Each type of creature has its own way of survival. The food chains are twisted together, forming a beauty, harmony. However, ever since the creature called you humans appeared, that harmony has been broken. Humans are the natural enemies of all species in the world, and you yourself have no natural enemies. You blatantly occupy the last link of the food chain. You can eat anything, you can do anything bad. Since the advent of mankind, more species of the world have disappeared than in any previous period. You people are constantly expanding their territory, constantly plundering resources. The human city is getting bigger and bigger, and your city, except for humans and the creatures created by them, breeders, hardly suitable for any kind of wild creature to survive. Your instinct is to separate yourself from the natural world. You consider yourself to be in a high position, having the power to decide everything. Standing before nature, have you not already put yourself in the place of the gods? Natural resources have to take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to form. Humans only need a year machine to be able to scavenge cleanly. Natural wonders take millions of years to form. Humans can flatten into an addressable vase in a few short minutes. Because the human race is divided into many different nations and ethnicities, each country tries to promote reproduction. The population is increasing, but they are still worried that their people are not large enough, causing world population explodes. Every person is born with a very strong sense of aggression. Ever since you were a baby, you know how to hold onto what's in your hand. Every human has to eat a lot of other creatures. Each person wants to expand their own living space. Where do these things come from? There is no name that does not reach out to nature. Your needs are getting bigger and bigger. For any resource, humans can only plunder without thinking about the consequences later. There was also a small group of people who ate their fill and said that they had to protect the environment and balance the ecology. But let's ask, what do they say? Do they have any effect? Humans are the only creatures that do not kill each other for the sake of survival and protection of the territory. The human race, being the only living species that does not reproduce frantically because of the continuation of the race, humans are the only species that can only take from nature, without knowing how to give back to nature. Humanity is the only monstrous existence in this world. Tang Lo suddenly changed his tone sarcastically. Can humans compare to your continent? Where the locusts fly over, the grass will not grow, but after only a few years, nature will recover as before. As for the places where you humans pass, even the surface soil disappears, everything becomes reinforced cement. Even if humans leave that place, it will not be restored in 1,000 years. Serve. I often hear you say, the earth is a kind mother. If the earth is also a true mother, then you humans are a virus that parasitically resides in that mother's body. Humans are cancer cells. You are constantly replicating yourself, constantly invading other territories, and destroying that land, transforming it into a place only suitable for your species to live. Quote, all of you, self-centered, radiate your toxic radiation around. Nearly every country upholds human dignity, constantly improving human welfare. The birth rate is slightly reduced to try to encourage birth. Human needs are satisfied to the extreme, so what about the whole world? If it threatens the existence of humans, it wouldn't be a pity even if it destroyed all the organic creatures on Earth. This world does not belong to man, but quite the contrary, man belongs to this world. You people, always taking yourself as the center, everything about right and wrong, all ethical standards, are also built on the basis of taking people as the center. Because of human needs, you can freely kill other species, and even conduct fishing with methods that destroy the whole species. Because of human needs, you can plundering and exploiting natural resources, insatiably sucking the blood of the earth, causing rivers and lakes to dry up, oil to be exhausted, forests to burn, and mineral veins to be hollowed out. Because of the needs of people, there is no need to care about the heavens and the earth, or the destruction of other species. The more advanced human science and technology, the greater your destructive power. People are getting more and more crowded, your lust will never stop. All your human actions are destroying this world, so in order to save the whole world, it is necessary to destroy humanity first. Tang Shou half closed his eyes, spread his arms, and said with emotion, I often think, our ancestors really invented something very good. With today's level of science, let alone 2 months, it only takes 2 weeks. With the speed of this material spreading, it only takes 2 weeks for it to spread to wherever humans can set foot in the world. Only 1,000th of the Earth's population will survive, the intelligence will all return to the Paleolithic, so this world will become harmonious. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Merkin, the magician Ala, Lu Kan Nam, Duang Man, all froze. The person in front of them, the things he admits he has done, at first glance, are very evil, making people shiver. But now he suddenly said, it was just an assessment based on human moral standards, and at the same time he also set a higher moral standard, surpassing the human category, expanding his vision. In this world man is an evil animal and deserves to be destroyed. The train of thought in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head became chaotic. He knew very well, what this guy said was wrong, there was definitely something wrong, but he couldn't think of anything to refute it for a moment. Why again? Human lust never ends, human existence is a ruin to the whole world, so why want to destroy humanity, to save the world? He said, this world does not belong to humans, humans belong to this world. After all, something is not right, there must be something wrong. Here, what kind of thinking is this? Even radical terrorism isn't to the point of wanting to destroy all of humanity, right? Only the legendary doomsday cults propagate this kind of theory of annihilation of mankind. The 13 Knights of the Round Table, what kind of organization are they? After all, what kind of ideology do they spread to their members? No, I'm afraid that even the doomsday cults are not as scary as them. Every sentence and one word points to the weakness of humanity. Humans don't need to exist. Human existence, which only brings destruction and destruction, doesn't have any meaning. No, there is definitely something wrong here. At this time, Tang Dou suddenly waved her hand to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, gently coaxing, join me, young Master Kwong Ba, I and you are the same, we all have the identity of Wu King, we are representative force. Of course, this cause is not only for mankind, but to a much larger extent, the cause of the whole world. We can together create a whole new world. This world is not created by the will of man leads again, all are in accordance with and according to the laws of great nature. Each species has its own way of survival. Each species has its fair value, going where it needs to go, going where it needs to go, that's a harmonious and perfect world. Come here, do you want to know the truth of the universe? Light is but a brief moment, darkness is eternal. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled again. His last words, his father also said, light is only a brief moment, darkness is eternal. He remembers it very well, but then, his father also said another sentence, making the meaning of the sentence different from the meaning that Tang Shou wanted to express, even contrary. But what did his father say then? Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not remember. At this time, the shaman Ala was the first to come to his senses. He asked Tang Dou back, you, why do you think like that? Perhaps, aren't you human? People. Tang Shou was furious, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Don't compare me to you vile creatures. He clenched his left hand, I am stronger than you, and then he pointed to his head, I am wiser than you. When I was 18, I used 3 different identities to get 3 doctorates in 3 different fields at 3 different universities. Then he pointed again to the people in front of and behind him. I can manipulate your destiny. All your journeys and plans are carried out according to my arrangement. Only God has such power, right? If in ancient times, I am God, I am a unique God. I'm not human. Merkin cursed under his breath, God. That shit God, In the 13 Knights Roundtable organization arbitrarily selected a platoon leader, a company captain. I'm afraid you won't even fart, you're just showing off in front of us. Stop. An electric current ran through Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body. He suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was a complete madman, a real madman. This is a form of insanity that originates from religion. Scarier than that, this madman is more rational than any other normal person. Not only that, his intellect is also richer than ordinary people. Double. This is the scariest thing. At the same time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also understood what Dwang Do's eyes were full of melancholy and a little pity. He looked at people like he was looking at a dead ant. He identifies himself as the supreme god. He looks at man just as he is observing a primitive plant of the lowest order. No matter how many people died in front of him, how cruel things happened, he just watched indifferently, just like a human watching two ants fight. This is the look of Dwang Do, treating human life like an ant's life, like garbage grass. No, I'm afraid that in his eyes, you are not even as good as ants or grass. Why is there such a person in this world? Is he not raised by his parents? Thinking of Dwang Do's parents, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly flashed an idea. He vaguely remembered that Dwang Do's mother died in a car accident. When he first heard this information, he didn't feel anything, but now he thinks about Tang Shou's identity as King Wu, then his sister's abduction, and the decades-old war between the 13 Knights and the 13 Knights, round and false tantric. Well then, the other car accident, I'm afraid it's not an accident either. Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but blurt out, your parents, that car accident. Tang Shou looked at Duo Mok Chang Ba, as if he had just discovered a new continent. He felt very surprised. In this situation, he did not expect that he could still maintain such careful thinking, and even think about the death of his parents. This thinking ability is almost comparable to mine. The name Trak Mok Kwong Ba, what kind of mutation happened during the time he was alone in the third stage? It's only been a few short months. After thinking for a while, Tang Shou replied, yes, it was not an accident, it was caused by the people of the 13 Knights of the Round Table. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not understand even more. He continued, so you still selling their lives to them. Tang Do, on the other hand, also revealed a facial expression as if he himself also found it difficult to understand the question of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. My parents and I, what is the inevitable relationship? Haven't you heard that mother and child are just a relation between a bag of grain and a grain, and father and son are just a relationship between a sower and a seed? Rice can be stored in any bag, seeds can be placed in any seeding machine at will. I just borrowed their body to come to this world, since the umbilical cord broke. After that, I was an independent existence, in heaven and on earth, the only one. No matter who my parents were, I was also a unique god. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was once again shocked. He couldn't believe that Dwang Do was crazy to this extent. After the car accident that year, what did the 13 Knights of the Round Table do to that 11-year-old boy? After all, what does it take to make a person so crazy? The scariest thing is, they can make him risk his life to study, constantly making himself stronger, but everything he does, unexpectedly, is just because. Destroy the entire human race. Duo Mok Kwong Ba threw his gaze at Man. If this Tang Man was just a substitute chosen by Tang Shou to seduce him, then where was his sister? Dwang Do does have a younger sister. If he still has such an attitude towards his birth parents, then his sister. He asked again, what about your sister? Tang Shou smiled, revealing beautiful white teeth, and said softly, my sister, when she was 16, I boiled her up and ate them all. In the horror eyes of the others, Tang Shou said nonchalantly as if it were a very common thing, I am the only true god, my fate is destined to exist alone, and not bound by anything. I just follow the traditions of my ancestors, so that my sister's soul will be with me forever. Isn't that good? Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not understand any more. Can confirm one thing, What is standing in front of him here is absolutely not a person, but a devil. And not. It is even more terrible than the legendary Demon King. The scariest thing is, it always puts on a human skin. When it talks, never shows an excited or crazy expression. Even when the shaman Allah said he was also a human, he was only slightly angry. From beginning to end, he always kept his modest and gentle appearance like a dignified gentleman. At first glance, it is civilized, even more polite than two dirty rags like Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin. Even with every word he uttered, he exuded the aura of a scholar or aristocrat. Just what kind of monster was this guy? After all, what kind of existence is it? At this time, Tang though continued with his melodious tone, "Look, here we are, the legacy left to us by our ancestors, the last offering to all mankind, how beautiful." At this time, they had just come down to the last round of the spiral staircase. The bottom of the egg-shaped tower appeared before their eyes. In the middle of the bottom of the tower, there is a small mandala, a total of 9 floors. The lower 4 floors are square, the upper floor is smaller than the lower floor, it looks like a pyramid. The upper 4 floors are round, and the upper floor is smaller than the lower one, like the Temple of Heaven in Beijing. The top floor is a large lotus, on which are placed 3 golden Buddha statues, facing inward. These 3 statues form a letter shape 55. In the center is a large golden egg, up to 2 or 3 meters high, looking like an upright yellow chicken egg from afar. If you look closer, you will find that the surface of the golden egg is all made up of tiny Buddha statues. About 2/3 below the egg is hollow, sculpted into the shape of a pavilion. Inside, neatly put a box. That box was very similar to the long box that Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others saw in the World War II photo. In addition to the mandala in the center, around there are countless sutras piled up like small mountains. Each pile is 3 to 5 meters high, a total of no less than 100 such piles, perhaps because of the compartments. All the scissors on the tower were full, so they couldn't put these scriptures in. These last few dozen steps, besides Tuangdo and the other mercenaries, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others are all like wearing a mountain on their backs and walking on thin ice. The magicians Arla and Lu Kan Nam tried their best to signal to Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin. No matter what method they used, they had to stop this madman. But trying to stop Tuangdo is not easy. The shaman Arla and Lu Kan Nam are still tied. In the middle, they are separated by a few mercenaries. From the beginning until now, Tang Shou only used Chinese. The mercenaries didn't understand anything, even though now Merkin jumped out shouting in Russian that this guy is crazy, he wants to kill all of you. Fearing that they could only exchange a laugh of their ridicule, the magicians Arla and Lu Kan Nam constantly wiggled their wrists to untie the ropes, and at the same time, motioned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, telling him to use his words, say a little longer.